April 9, 2011. A parallel timeline. London. The Osborne Road Stadium, with a capacity of 9,000 spectators, was packed to the brim. On the pitch, two London clubs faced each other, Leyton Orient and Dagenham. This match was of vital importance to Leyton Orient. After 40 rounds, they sat second from bottom in League One, trailing the fifth from bottom Dagenham by 13 points. If Leyton Orient lost, they would be relegated to League Two with 5 rounds to spare. In the 60th minute, the score was 0-2, Leyton Orient 2 goals behind, and the players on both sides were fighting with bloodshot eyes. With a shrill scream, a Leyton Orient player dribbling the ball was side down and sent flying a meter into the air. He clutched his knee in agony, and in an instant a mass brawl erupted between the players of both teams. Sun Qiao, what the hell are you waiting for? Get up and warm up. Under the head coach's harsh roar, a British-born Chinese player named Sun Qiao rose from the bench, looking around in disbelief. He turned in a circle and realized that this simple stadium had only a single tier of stands. Did I time travel? As Sun Qiao stood there dazed, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his mind, and unfamiliar memories flooded in. The original owner of this body was 19, a second-generation British Chinese, with parents both from China. As a Leyton Orient youth product, he was only the fifth-choice midfielder in the team's 442 system. If 2 teammates had not been injured in quick succession, he would not even have made the substitute bench. Sun Qiao, move, damn it. Before Sun Qiao could finish sorting through those new memories, the head coach roared again, even more irritated. This man was Russell Slade. Slade was Leyton Orient's 3rd head coach of the season. Since taking charge, he had overseen 5 matches and managed only 1 draw and 4 defeats, his level no better than his predecessors. Even so, he was not someone a young player like Sun Qiao could afford to slight. Boss, I'm going now. Seeing Sun Qiao still looking around instead of warming up, Slade could only shake his head helplessly. If 3 of his 4 central midfielders had not been injured, he would never have considered giving this young Chinese player game time. 2 minutes later, Sun Qiao was sent on as a substitute. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, Leyton Orient's supporters erupted in deafening boos. Why field an inexperienced Chinese player at a time like this? I've watched the youth team. That kid is useless. We're finished. The fans vented their frustration at the top of their lungs. Just then a mechanical chime suddenly echoed inside Sun Qiao's mind. Ding! System loading. Loading complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Great British Star System. Congratulations, host, you have obtained max-level long-range shooting. Congratulations, host, you have obtained max-level anticipation. Attribute allocation complete. Beginner evaluation mission, help Leyton Orient avoid relegation. Mission reward, 10 attribute points. Warning, if the mission fails, the system will be unbound. As the series of prompts rang out, Sun Qiao was stunned for a heartbeat, then an irrepressible joy surged through him. In his previous life, he had been a footballer cast aside by China's football system, forced to give up the sport and struggle merely to make a living. He had once dreamed of becoming a professional player and had fought desperately for that dream, but reality's cruel blows had worn down his passion for football. Unexpectedly, he had gone from a mediocre middle-aged man to a 19-year-old youth. With the system's blessing, he was determined to live a life that shook the world. Sun Qiao accelerated into the pitch. At 19, his body felt powerful and explosive. He glanced up at the electronic timer. 62 minutes had elapsed, Leyton Orient trailing 0-2. Counting stoppage time, they had roughly 30 minutes left and still needed 3 goals. There was no time to waste. Even though he did not yet fully understand the original owner's abilities with max-level long-range shooting and max-level anticipation in hand, he had faith he could single-handedly change the course of the match. If he could not even handle League One, what kind of British star would he be? Beep. With the referee's whistle, play resumed. Leyton Orient's players had already lost heart. From the restart, they launched a careless long ball that the opposing defenders cleared with ease. It was clear he could not count on his teammates. The goals would have to come from him. Leading by 2 goals, Dagenham's players were also complacent. After completing a defensive action, their 2 center-backs were even chatting and laughing together. Laughing during a match. It was sheer arrogance. He silently hoped they would still be smiling when the final whistle blew. The corners of Sun Qiao's mouth lifted slightly as he observed every movement of the opposition. Dagenham's players continued to knock the ball around carelessly. The fullback took possession, looked up, and casually played the ball into midfield. At the very moment he struck the ball, Sun Qiao had already predicted his intention. In the next heartbeat, Sun Qiao exploded into motion, sprinting at full speed along the passing lane. Sun Qiao, what are you doing? Hold your position, damn it. Seeing Sun Qiao charge recklessly upfield, head coach Slade roared from the sideline. He regretted sending Sun Qiao on. The boy could not even hold his zone. He was not worthy of a first-team appearance. But then, in the next instant, Sun Qiao, sprinting flat out, appeared right on the passing path, intercepted the ball cleanly, and tore straight toward the Dagenham goal. Pass the ball. Don't do anything stupid. Rookie, what are you trying to pull? As Sun Ko cut out the pass and surged forward on his own, Leyton Orient fans hurled hostile shouts from the stands. By now Dagenham's holding midfielder station just outside the box had already rushed out to meet him. Sun Ko quickly measured the distance. He was less than 40 meters from goal. He looked up and saw the goalkeeper standing upright on his goal line. The opportunity was there. With that thought, Sun Ko nudged the ball forward a few meters, set his stride, and swung his right foot through the ball with all his might. Seeing him shoot from almost 40 meters out, the Dagenham players' faces curled into mocking smiles. This kid was actually going for goal. It was a joke. They thought he could shoot from there all day, and if he managed to score once, they'd call him father. Nearly 40 meters. There were hardly any players, even in the Premier League, who could score from such a distance. The Dagenham holding midfielder even turned his body slightly to get out of the way, thinking that if the ball struck him it might cause trouble, and he had no desire to create problems for himself. A skinny Chinese kid scoring from there. Let him shoot. And the visitors and Dagenham fans burst into laughter, while Leyton Orient supporters unleashed a storm of curses. Sun Ko, what the hell are you doing? I won't give you another second of game time. On the sideline, Slade was almost shaking with rage. But then, a single explosive sound silenced the entire stadium. Bang! As Sun Ko's right foot crashed into the ball, it visibly deformed for an instant, and a thunderous crack echoed around the stands. The ball turned into a black and white blur, like a shell blasting out of a cannon, racing toward the goal at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to track. Everyone in the stadium sucked in a sharp breath. For a player who did not even look particularly strong, his strike was terrifyingly powerful. The shot tore past Dagenham's holding midfielder. He never even saw the ball, clearly only heard the roar as it carved through the air. The moment he glimpsed the ball, Sun Ko had launched. Dagenham's goalkeeper understood how serious the situation was and suddenly felt completely at a loss. Don't panic, he told himself. From that distance, there was still time. Forcing down his fear, he tried to go through his usual textbook save routine. Yet when he dropped his center of gravity and started to move sideways, the ball, which had seemed far from goal just an instant before, had already ripped into the penalty area. The goalkeeper's pupils contracted, his body felt as if it had turned to stone, and simply would not respond. The ball speed was far beyond anything he could handle. He had no time to make any save at all. Swish! With the crisp sound of the ball grazing the netting, the goalkeeper turned his head in disbelief and saw the ball, after violently tugging at the net, reluctantly drop inside the goal. Such terrifying shooting power. What kind of monster was this young Chinese player? He could not possibly have that kind of skill. It had to be a fluke. For a heartbeat, the entire stadium fell into deathly silence, and then a tidal wave of cheers crashed down from the stands. That long-range strike was absolutely world-class. Weren't you the one who said he was useless, you lying piece of trash? That kid is a wild beast. 12. Sun Ko's goal set the entire stadium ablaze. On the touchline, Slade's expression changed in an instant. He punched the air hard. He had never expected that a reluctant substitution would suddenly rekindle his team's hope of a comeback. Leyton Orient's players were galvanized by Sun Ko's goal, seeing this miraculous strike as a gift from God. It was a good omen, and they resolved to fight once more. The Dagenham players, by contrast, stared at Sun Ko with incredulous eyes as he darted into the goal mouth, grabbed the ball, and raced back toward the center circle. Many of them still had the image of his shot replaying in their minds. That goal had to be a fluke. Yes, it had to be a fluke. Did you see that shot clearly? No, it just flashed past in an instant. That kid must have hit it by sheer luck, but the power in his leg is terrifying. If I could score a goal like that once in my life, it would all be worth it. Stick to him and shut him down. We absolutely cannot let him shoot again. In the center circle, the Dagenham players were still discussing Sun Ko's long-range strike. The whistle blew and the match resumed. After the restart, Dagenham immediately launched an attack. Leyton Orient had barely mounted any meaningful offense in the first 60 minutes, and in their eyes, Sun Ko's goal was nothing more than a lucky break. Dagenham worked the ball to their black winger on the right flank. He dribbled in a solo run all the way to the byline, only to be hemmed in by two Leyton Orient players near the touchline. The black winger played the ball off a defender's leg and won a throw-in. Cradling the ball, he pretended to look toward the penalty area, then suddenly spun around and hurled it to the overlapping right back arriving upfield. The black winger was quietly pleased with his feint, but less than a second later his smile vanished, replaced by shame. In his line of sight, Sun Ko suddenly appeared on the ball's flight path. Riding the ball's momentum, Sun Ko gently cushioned it with the instep of his foot, sending it looping over Dagenham's right back. The next instant, Leyton Orient's supporters erupted in cheers, with Dagenham's right back having pushed up a wide stretch of space opened along their right side. Buoyed by the fans' roar, Sun Ko settled the ball in stride and sent a piercing through pass upfield. Leyton Orient's Jamaican forward Risby collected the pass and immediately burst forward, shrugging off his marker in an instant and storming straight into the penalty area. Yet the quality of a League One player still fell short. Harried by the goalkeeper and center-back, Risby's shot skewed wide of the right post. As a sigh rippled through the home crowd, Sun Qiao exhaled a long breath of disappointment. His surging run had been like Usain Bolt, yet his finish was as clumsy as Heskey's. Not far away, the young Harry Kane wore an anxious expression. Harry Kane spread his hands in frustration. Had the ball been squared to him, it would have been little more than a gentle tap into an empty net. The future lead striker of England had been loaned out by Tottenham in the second half of the season to gain experience, scoring 4 goals in 13 appearances. His professional career was only just beginning. That Chinese heritage kid is playing brilliantly. Yeah, he's only been on for a few minutes and already made 2 interceptions. Does anyone know how to pronounce his name correctly? Although Leyton Orient hadn't scored, Sun Qiao's performance had already won over the supporters, and some had begun shouting his name at the top of their lungs. The match went on, and Dagenham's players suddenly realized that the Chinese heritage boy on the other side seemed omnipresent on the pitch, constantly cropping up in the paths of their passes. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Qiao produced 4 more interceptions. The previously rampant Dagenham attack was completely pinned back into their own half. Yet Leyton Orient's attacking prowess was only mid to lower tier for League One, and they proceeded to squander several chances in succession. After that earlier jaw-dropping long-range goal, Dagenham's players were now clearly more wary of Sun Qiao. Whenever Sun Qiao received the ball in advanced areas, a defender was immediately stationed in front of him. Watching his teammates fail to capitalize, Sun Qiao decided he would have to rely on himself again. In the 75th minute, a Leyton Orient player swept across toward the goal mouth, and Dagenham's center-back hacked it toward the touchline. Everyone assumed the ball would sail out of play. But as the ball was about to cross the line, Sun Qiao charged at full speed toward it. Throwing himself recklessly, he slid to keep it in play within the field. Seeing this, Dagenham's players froze for a moment. It had been their ball anyway. Why was this kid so desperate? It seemed utterly pointless. But in the next heartbeat, they suddenly sensed something was wrong. Bad news. He's going to shoot from distance. By now, Dagenham's wide players had all been pushed up near the box far too late to close Sun Qiao down. With the home crowd roaring around him, Sun Qiao had ample time to set himself. Dagenham's fullback lunged toward him, but his reaction came too late. He nudged the ball a few meters ahead, and to the right, took 2 steps in his run-up, and then smashed it with his right foot. A booming crack echoed through the entire stadium. This time, Dagenham's goalkeeper was fully prepared. Knees slightly bent, he slid a step toward the far corner. Unlike a central shot, a right-footed player shooting from the left flank would in most cases aim for the far post. But that single lateral step betrayed all his intentions. In the next instant, as he saw the trajectory of Sun Qiao's shot, Dagenham's keeper felt his pupils contract to pinpoints. Sun Qiao's strike was heading for the near corner of the goal. A misjudgment by the keeper. No, Sun Qiao had anticipated his intentions in advance. In the blink of an eye, the ball had already torn into the penalty area. Panicking, the goalkeeper had no time to reset his footwork and flung himself sideways to his right. But it was far too late. Even at full concentration, such a long-range effort would have been almost impossible for him to save, let alone now, in the futile struggle after a misjudgment. With a crisp swish, the ball slammed into the net, dragging it forward nearly a meter before snapping back and dropping onto the grass inside the goal. Yeah. As Sun Qiao completed his second long-range strike of the match, the entire stadium erupted in a deafening roar. Almost every Leyton Orient supporter was chanting his name. 22. Sun Qiao punched the air with all his strength. This shot felt utterly cathartic. His teammates surged toward him, surrounding him in the center and pounding his back in excitement. Now when they looked at Sun Qiao, their eyes were filled with delight and a respect they had never shown before. This young man had allowed Leyton Orient to glimpse survival once more. If they could score once more, they would avoid the double humiliation of relegation after losing to their city rivals. In the box, the goalkeeper lay on the turf with a look of helpless resignation. The quality of that strike had simply exceeded his capabilities. There was no way he could reach it. Most of Dagenham's defenders stood with hands on hips, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. That such a ruthless shooter could emerge from a League One club seemed unbelievable. Even leaving aside everything else, with that kind of earth-shattering long-range shot alone, this kid could earn a high salary in any championship side. Coupled with his sharp sense of anticipation, he would surely have no trouble finding a future home in the Premier League. After leveling the score, Leyton Orient's players were completely fired up. This time, Sun Qiao didn't need to fetch the ball. His teammates raced into the goal mouth, snatched it out of the net, and sprinted toward the center circle. By now, his teammates' attitude toward Sun Qiao had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. Those around him actively sought him out, and Harry Kane even ran over, brimming with excitement, to give him a hug. Sun Qiao turned and glanced at the electronic scoreboard. The match had reached the 76th minute. They still needed one more goal. On the touchline, head coach Slade bellowed, "There's not much time left. Press high as soon as we restart. Watch Sun Qiao's positioning. Pass to him whenever there's a chance." Not far away, Dagenham's head coach roared in fury, "Do not give him any chance to shoot. Drop the shape back. We absolutely cannot concede again." Dagenham were currently 5th from bottom, only 5 points clear of the relegation zone. Even failing to win, they could not afford to lose to a fellow relegation rival. After the restart, a deflated Dagenham side switched to counterattacking football. They stationed 10 men in front of their goal in 3 defensive lines, leaving just one powerful, rugged forward upfield to poach any chance. Leyton Orient threw themselves into funneling the ball into the box, while Dagenham dug in grimly, using every possible opportunity to waste time. A defender shadowed Sun Ku at all times. His 2 long-range strikes had completely cowed the opposition. Seeing how much respect they now paid him, Sun Ku felt both impatient and faintly pleased. He was anxious because he was being marked out of the game, and his killer weapon was blunted. Yet for someone who had once been an ordinary man in a previous life, now enjoying the treatment reserved for star players on the pitch, how could he not feel a measure of satisfaction? But deep down, Sun Ku knew that no matter what, he had to score once more. As the 2 teams tugged back and forth, time ticked toward the 90th minute. Leyton Orient earned 2 consecutive corners, both headed behind by defenders. By then, the majority of players on both sides were nearing the limits of their stamina. On the sideline, the 4th official held up the board. 3 minutes of added time. Sun Ku surveyed the situation quietly, readying himself to seize any opening. As the corner was taken, players from both teams instantly clashed in fierce physical battles inside the box. The 2 center-backs collided in midair, and the ball ricocheted off one of them, skidding toward the far post. From the center, Sun Ku glanced toward the far post. Harry Kane, wrestling with the defender's tug, opted to slide in for a shot. 2 defenders hurled themselves toward the far post, flinging their bodies into the air as human shields. Watching Harry Kane's shooting motion, Sun Ku instantly saw that the angle would be tight. The effort was very likely to be touched by the goalkeeper. Reading Kane's movement, Sun Ku darted toward the other side of the goal mouth. His run was completely opposite to everyone else, making him stand out starkly on the pitch. This time no one could question Sun Ku. As Harry Kane jabbed the ball toward goal with his toe, the keeper got a hand to it, sending it skimming almost parallel to the goal line toward the byline. Sun Ku's eyes lit up. This was the chance. Just as everyone turned to follow the ball, a lone figure suddenly appeared in front of the goal. Sun Ku launched into a decisive sliding tackle and knocked the ball into the net. Yeah. As Leyton Orient's fans screamed themselves hoarse, the sliding shot scorer hauled himself up from the turf and sprinted toward the touchline, diving forward across the grass in a celebratory belly flop. His teammates chased after him in glee, joining him in synchronized dives across the pitch. The sight set the home fans' blood ablaze, and they immediately broke into Leyton Orient's club anthem. 32. Thanks to Sun Ku's hat-trick, Leyton Orient completed a stoppage-time comeback, snatching a last-gasp victory over a Dagenham side that had once led by 2 goals. On the touchline, head coach Slade stared in disbelief at Sun Ku, who was surrounded by his teammates. He had already resigned himself to defeat, yet this young man had restored his hopes of staying up. Inside the penalty area, Dagenham's players silently watched Sun Ku's retreating figure. They had never imagined that a match they had all but locked up would be overturned by a substitute dark horse. After the restart, Dagenham's demoralized side made no further attempts to attack, and the referee's final whistle brought the match to an end. Leyton Orient's fans immediately began singing a song of Sun Ku that was really just their usual chant with the name changed. You played wonderfully, kid. Keep it up. On the touchline, head coach Slade shook hands with each player, but when he reached Sun Ku, he pulled him into a heartfelt embrace. When the stadium announcer declared Sun Ku man of the match, the ground once again rang with thunderous cheers. In League One, a man of the match award meant only a brief media interview with no physical prize attached. Sun Ku dealt with the media quickly and turned back toward the dressing room. He needed time to study his system properly. He failed to notice that at that very moment, 2 pairs of eyes had been fixed on him all along. Inside the changing room. Hey kid, your performance today was fantastic. That's right, this kid might play in a big club. Sun Ku, if you encounter any difficulties during training, feel free to speak up. Teammates approached one after another, enthusiastically congratulating Sun Ku on his perfect debut. In just 1 match, Sun Ku transformed from an unnoticed player into the center of attention. After chatting with his teammates for a while and taking a quick shower, Sun Ku drove his used Ford back to his home, and though he was extremely excited, Sun Ku, who had struggled in society for many years in his past life, remained very cautious. He understood well the principle that secrets of the heavens should not be leaked. If the system were to reward him with something significant, it would be disastrous. Upon returning home, Sun Ku greeted his parents, went to his bedroom, and immediately entered the system. In an instant, a player profile similar to that of a football video game appeared in his mind. His avatar was located in the upper left corner of the system. Next to the avatar were his personal information and various attributes. Name: Sun Ku. Age 19. Nationality: England. Height 1.85 meters. Weight: 76 kilograms. Position: central midfielder, defensive midfielder. Preferred foot: right foot, proficient left foot, skilled. Personal attributes: shot 56, ball control 73, dribbling 61, passing 65, long shot 100. Header 62, set pieces 60, explosion power 65, speed 68, strength 54. Jump 66, balance 62, stamina 85, tackle 60, slide tackle 59. Anticipation 100, off the ball movement 60, creativity 59, vision 55. Note long shot power is maxed out outside the penalty area. Overall evaluation, excellent player in the championship. Sun contemplated for a moment, realizing that the system was akin to a single-player mode in a football game, digitizing his abilities. As a seasoned football manager player, Sun quickly calculated the data. Without the system's attribute bonuses, the original player would have no trouble playing in League 2, but establishing himself in League 1 would be quite challenging. Even with a few years of growth potential, the championship's rotation might be the ceiling. Without the two maxed attributes of long shot and anticipation, he definitely wouldn't have received the current evaluation. Having the long shot and anticipation maxed out was essentially the system's tailored newbie reward for him. However, Sun did not become blindly optimistic. With his current overall ability, he couldn't even claim to be a star in the British Empire, let alone have qualifications to stand in the Premier League. The urgent task was to help Leyton Orient survive relegation successfully and gradually improve his strength. Sun continued to explore the system and discovered there was also a points module and a lottery module. He immediately entered the points module and found that his points balance was 600. Sun opened the module description and saw the details on how points were earned. Daily sign-in, 100 points. League 1 appearances, 100 points. Scoring 3 goals in League 1, 300 points. Man of the match in League 1, 100 points. Sun carefully read the points acquisition instructions and realized there was a lot to consider. To summarize, the higher the league rating, the more points earned. The rating depends not only on the league level but also on the team level. A combination of both determines the overall evaluation. For example, most League 1 teams have a 2-star rating. Many leagues, including the Championship, have a 3-star rating, while most Serie A, League 1 and Bundesliga teams have a 4-star rating, and several big clubs in the Eredivisie and Primera Liga also have 4 stars. In the Premier League, most teams have an overall rating of 4 stars, with Arsenal, Chelsea, and the Manchester duo rated 5 stars, while Liverpool and Tottenham are rated only 4 stars, as the 4 5-star clubs participated in the Champions League. The points system also indicated that team ratings would dynamically change. The stronger the team and the better the performance, the higher the points. In summary, ways to earn points include sign-ins, training matches, goals, assists, and both individual and collective. The points system has 2 main functions. First, to enhance attributes. Adding a point between attributes of 5,060 requires 1,000 points, and the point allocation rules for subsequent increases have not yet been opened by the system. Looking at it this way, the reward for the newbie task is worth at least 10,000 points. As expected, the newbie rewards are the most generous. Second, the lottery. Sun hurriedly entered the lottery system, eagerly browsing through the lottery module. The lottery module had 3 buttons: blue, orange, and red. The blue button requires 100 points to draw, the orange 1,000 points, and the red 10,000 points. The rewards are varied and must be tried to find out. The probability of winning with the blue button is the lowest, offering consumable rewards. The orange button has a slightly higher probability, also offering consumable rewards, but of better quality and longer duration. The red button has the highest probability of winning, with a certain chance to obtain long-term or even permanent skills. Seeing this, Sun rubbed his hands together in excitement. Should I give it a try? Let's try it. After all, with my current abilities, one attribute won't solve the problem. If I happen to draw a skill, I could take off immediately. What I urgently need now is immediate combat power to win games. Sun decisively activated the blue lottery button with his mind. After hearing the prompt sound of "thank you for your patronage" 5 times in a row, Sun blurted out, "What the heck? Is this the system mocking speculative behavior?" Sun took a few deep breaths and activated the blue lottery button again. Come on. After all, 100 points is just one sign-in. If it fails, I can continue earning points tomorrow. Activating the lottery button again, a dazzling blue light flashed in Sun's mind, and the system's prompt sound rang out once more. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fabregas through ball skill card, valid for 15 minutes. Sun clenched his fist in excitement, finally hitting the jackpot. Congratulations. Although the time is a bit short, the value is not low. As Arsenal's Prince Fabregas through balls are renowned in the Premier League, he provided 19 assists last season, making him one of the top midfielders in the league. In the World Cup final, if it weren't for Fabregas threading the ball through to Iniesta, Spain's victory would have been 600 points for 15 minutes with the little king of through balls. Not a bad deal. Points are like currency in the system. If not spent, they will forever remain just numbers. Being frugal won't make one a star in the British Empire. I need to earn points like crazy. Exiting the system, Sun organized his thoughts and walked out of his bedroom. Meeting his parents in this world for the first time, Sun Qiao felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, as a seasoned social veteran from his past life, he did not reveal any flaws. At the dinner table, Sun Qiao's cheap dad appeared calm, but internally, he was extremely excited. Hearing that Sun Qiao made it onto the team's roster, the couple returned home and sat by the TV eagerly waiting for their son to appear. Seeing Sun Qiao lead Leyton Orient to a comeback in the last 30 minutes, Sun Qiao's mom was so moved that tears streamed down her face, while Sun Qiao's dad smoked 2 cigarettes in the kitchen. At the dinner table, Sun Qiao's dad seemingly calmly advised his son, "Being a professional player isn't something that happens overnight. Don't worry about money. I can earn it." Sun Qiao's dad is the owner of a renovation design company in London, which has been expanding rapidly in recent years, so Sun Qiao has never had to worry about money since he was a child. Sun Qiao's mom, on the other hand, asked him if he was tired, repeatedly reminding him to train moderately and not to push himself too hard. Meanwhile, the BBC was broadcasting highlights of the match day. This program summarized highlights from all matches in England's 4th-tier league. The League One matches only reviewed select games, as the Premier League was the main event. However, just 5 minutes into the program, the League One derby between Leyton Orient and Dagenham appeared on screen. The renowned BBC football commentator John Masia said, "You might not believe it, but a young Chinese player has become the dominator of the match." On screen, accompanied by a bang and yet duet, John Masia continued, "This kid's long shots are simply astonishing. Leyton Orient's youth training has unearthed a gem." As the footage of Sun Qiao's decisive goal played, John Masia paused the footage. "Look at this kid's positioning. It's as if he predicts where the ball will land." It's worth noting that this young man completed 10 interceptions during the match. He has a keen sense on the field. The program also included an interview with Slade after the match, where Leyton Orient's head coach confidently stated, "Sun Qiao turned the game around for the team. I believe he is the best player in League One of his age group. Before he came on, we communicated, and we all believed he could handle the match. The results proved us right. I'm glad to witness this kid's growth." Although Sun Qiao's footage was only a few minutes long, his parents were still overjoyed. As a world-renowned television station, even just a few minutes on screen was a huge recognition for Sun Qiao. Under the same sky in the coach's office at the Kearney training base, Wenger was also enthusiastically watching the match highlights. After seeing Sun Qiao's goal highlights, Wenger had already developed an interest in the young player. As Arsenal's head coach, who enjoys promoting young players, combined with the club's heavy debts after constructing the Emirates Stadium, each season's transfer budget was severely limited by competitors. This forced the professor to focus on promising young players. Upon learning that Sun Qiao had achieved 10 interceptions in a single match, Wenger quickly found the game and watched until its conclusion. After thoughtfully watching the match, Wenger immediately sent a text message to the club scouts. "I need a detailed report on Sun Qiao from Leyton Orient." After sending the message, the professor smiled lightly and said, "A puzzling kid." Early the next morning, Sun Qiao arrived at the training ground an hour ahead of schedule. Slade granted a day off to the starting 11 players while the rest of the team had a training session in the morning. At the training ground, Harry Kane was doing basic training alone. Judging by the wet, clinging jersey, this kid had been training for at least half an hour. In his past life, Sun Qiao had watched interviews with Tottenham players who stated that no one in the team could match Harry Kane's training regimen, and now it truly seemed that way. As the top striker in England a decade later, the 17-year-old Harry Kane was not the main focus of the coach's development. He could at most be considered a promising youth player, otherwise he wouldn't have been relegated to the lower leagues for training. Facing the genuine rising star of England, Sun Qiao was very enthusiastic. Perhaps in a few years the two would represent the England team side by side, so establishing a connection was essential. After chatting for a few minutes, the two returned to their respective training. Sun Qiao focused on practicing medium-range passing and ball control, as possession play was the lifeblood of a midfielder. Even with the support of the system, one must not slack off during training. According to Wenger's theory, a player can achieve self-improvement through training until they are 24, and Sun Qiao still had significant room for growth. Moreover, with the system backing him, he could not afford to underperform. The moment he touched the football, the system immediately emitted a prompt sound. "Sign in successful, 100 points gained. Congratulations, host, you have activated the training module." Sun Qiao quickly accessed the system to check the module description. The content was quite simple. He could earn points through training within the system. The system rated players based on their club status, awarding points on an hourly basis with a daily training limit. The system likely feared that the host would overexert himself, thus setting a limit. Leyton Orient was rated 2 stars, earning 20 points per hour of training. Thinking about how he squandered 3 days' worth of training rewards in just a few seconds yesterday, Sun Qiao felt a pang of regret. If he were in a 3-star team, he could earn 30 points per hour. 4-star teams earned 50 points per hour. A 5-star team could astonishingly earn 100 points per hour. It seemed that being low-key wouldn't work with the system. To become a star, he had to develop in a big club. After alternating between two training subjects for about 40 minutes, Sun Qiao noticed many players entering the training ground and decided to show off a bit. To make a name for himself, he had to earn the respect of his teammates. Therefore, for the next 10 minutes, Sun Qiao unleashed powerful long-range shots every 20 seconds, each echoing throughout the training ground. My God, this kid's kicking power is terrifying. He's like a beast. If he hits you, you'll probably need 10 minutes. Soon the training ground became a spectacle for his teammates, and even the staff. The team's second-choice goalkeeper wanted to experience the power of the long shot, but after 3 attempts he rubbed his arms, swearing as he left the goal, unwilling to continue guarding. Among the crowd, Coach Slade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Sun Qiao had scored 2 stunning long-range shots yesterday, Slade worried it might just be a fleeting moment. Seeing Sun Qiao's performance, Slade felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He made a decision to create a strategy specifically for Sun Qiao to maximize his long-range shooting ability. Even though Leyton Orient had successfully turned the tide yesterday, they were still 10 points behind 5th from last Dagenham. With 5 matches left in the league, a 10-point gap could seal Leyton Orient's fate. Even if they managed to achieve 5 consecutive wins, it might not guarantee survival, so Slade could only pin his hopes on Sun Qiao. Over the next 5 days, Sun Qiao maintained a training volume of 10 hours each day, returning home exhausted and falling into a deep sleep with the 300 points he had worked hard to earn. Even though he trained so hard, he could only stand on equal footing with Harry Kane. That kid was simply too intense. No wonder he was becoming a rising star of England. On April 15th, Leyton Orient faced Exeter City away. Exeter was ranked 15th with no hope of promotion and no fear of relegation. The Leyton Orient players, already standing on the edge of a cliff, felt immense pressure and played quite conservatively during the match, defensive, as if they were walking on eggshells. In the 10th minute, Leyton Orient's player made a defensive error in the backfield, allowing the opponent to capitalize and score 0-1. After conceding the goal, Leyton Orient fell into a passive position. Sun Qiao continuously intercepted in the midfield and backfield, greatly alleviating the team's defensive pressure. After 30 minutes, Exeter's aggressive play caused them to tire, and Leyton Orient's attack began to improve. In the 40th minute, an Exeter player committed a foul in their own half, earning Leyton Orient a free kick just over 30 meters from the goal. Without a doubt, Sun Qiao stood in front of the ball, retreating while observing the goalkeeper's position. As the referee's whistle blew, Sun Qiao began to accelerate his run. With just 1 step away from the football, Sun Qiao lifted his right leg high and struck the ball fiercely. Bang! With a loud explosion, the football soared like a cannonball, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. 1-1. Sun Qiao excitedly dashed towards the sideline, performing a sliding celebration, and his teammates rushed up, surrounding him in joy. The two teams ended the first half in a stalemate. In the locker room, Slade loudly motivated the players, but the effect was not significant. Sun Qiao and Harry Kane discussed. Kane said, "If we can't score in the second half, he'll move up front in the last 15 minutes. At that time, you run into the space, and I will definitely pass the ball to you." Kane couldn't quite grasp Sun Qiao's approach, but he nodded firmly. Over the past week, the two most hardworking players in the club had established a personal relationship. Kane was immensely impressed by Sun Qiao's astonishing long-range shots and awareness. In Sun Qiao's eyes, Harry Kane, who was not yet 18, might not have outstanding abilities, but his shooting skills were already quite remarkable, far more reliable than Reese. As the second half began, taking advantage of the opponent's lack of readiness, Sun Qiao seized a long-range shooting opportunity from outside the box. He adjusted his steps and struck the football with great force. A thunderous bang resonated across the stadium, followed by another loud noise. The ball hit the outer edge of the crossbar and post, producing a sound that made the fans gasp in awe. However, as the football bounced back onto the field, the entire stadium erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Did I just see that right? This kid actually kicked the ball to pieces. If it hit someone, they'd probably lose half their life. This kid is simply a monster. On the field, the football, with its outer skin already torn apart, could only bounce a couple of times on the ground before the referee picked it up and tossed it out of play. This kid is simply a freak. This is the first time I've seen someone kick a football to shreds. We mustn't let him. On the field, the Exeter players looked at Sun Qiao with a hint of fear. After the brief interlude, the match resumed. This time, every time Sun Qiao received the ball, an Exeter player would stand close to him. Sun Qiao forced a few kicks, but due to insufficient preparation, the shots went wide. Leyton Orient players fought hard and slightly took the initiative in the second half, but still failed to create good scoring opportunities. In the 75th minute, the score was still tied. Sun Qiao decisively accessed the system to use Fabregas. He still had 1,500 points in his account, and if the situation turned unfavorable, he planned to use them all for a draw. Upon activating the skill card, a countdown appeared at the bottom of the card. Sun Qiao moved his ankle. It was time to showcase his true skills. On the field, the Exeter team shifted their formation back, ready to seize the opportunity to counterattack against Leyton Orient, who were eager to score. The possibility of losing the game created a sense of hesitation among the Leyton Orient players. They preferred to opt for a safer cross rather than send forward any threatening passes. This was partly due to their limited skill and partly a result of the training they received from a young age. It is well known that the traditional tactic of English football is long passes and high balls. This tactic has even been incorporated into youth training manuals, subtly influencing English players over the years. Although many Premier League teams have begun to adopt a more ground-based style, the playing style in lower leagues remains simple and brutal. The Leyton Orient players made horizontal passes around the opponent's 40-meter line, but the effectiveness was lacking. Often they could not make more than a few passes before they lost the ability to continue hastily resorting to a long-range shot. As the only reliable long-range shooter in the team, Son could only feel anxious. As soon as he received the ball, there would be a defender within 5 meters specifically to prevent his long-range shots. Son kept reminding himself stay calm. He had to find a way to effectively use his skill card. In the 78th minute, Leyton Orient gained possession in the attacking area with their midfield core Dean Smith. Smith received a pass from a teammate. Before he could react, a defender closed in on him. Dean Smith had no choice but to shield the ball and look for a teammate. At that moment, Son suddenly appeared from the side and Dean Smith immediately passed the ball to him. However, as soon as Son received the ball, the defender closed in, standing not too far in front of him. After receiving the ball, Son immediately glanced at the goal, then posed as if to shoot, causing the defender to instinctively close in. Just as the defender moved, Son deftly nudged the ball behind the defender from the left side, then circled around on the right, rushing towards the ball. He successfully dribbled past the defender. Son caught up with the ball, and the Exeter team's defensive midfielder dared not be careless, immediately positioning himself right in front of Son. Son faked a shot again, then decisively changed direction, shaking off the defender once more, while the two defenders grimaced behind him, ready to tackle him from the side. Just when everyone thought Son was going to force a shot, he suddenly made a slight wrist flick with his right foot. The next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the ball passed through the gap between the two center-backs, rolling diagonally towards the right side of the penalty area. Just as the ball slipped past the Exeter defense, Harry Kane suddenly charged in. Without making any adjustments, he directly pushed the ball towards the lower left corner of the goal with his right foot. Everything happened so suddenly that the goalkeeper had no time to react, merely watching as the ball flew into the net. 2-1. After scoring, Harry Kane immediately rushed towards Son, the two of them laughing heartily as they embraced tightly. Harry Kane exclaimed loudly, "Beautiful. What a fantastic pass." On the sidelines, Leyton Orient's coach, Slade, vigorously pumped his fist, saying, "We are still alive." In the away fan section, the Leyton Orient supporters erupted into a massive cheer. Meanwhile, the home section fell silent, and the Exeter fans displayed expressions of disbelief. Is this the kind of ball that a League Two player can deliver? The quality is astonishing. How did he make that pass? This kid's passing is so bizarre. I had no time to react. In the Exeter penalty area, the goalkeeper and two center-backs stared at each other in disbelief, all claiming their positioning was fine. Having been breached defensively, they could only say that the Asian kid was too incredible. After the goal, coach Slade immediately called for the formation to tighten up, while 1-goal lead was already sufficient. As the match resumed, Son glanced at the electronic timer. The game had just crossed the 80-minute mark. With 10 minutes left, a 1-goal lead was not secure, so they had to find a way to score again. There was still time to use the skill card, and it absolutely could not be wasted. The trailing Exeter team began their attack against Leyton Orient, urged on by their fans. In the next 5 minutes, Exeter created 2 scoring chances in quick succession, but the Leyton Orient players fought relentlessly to keep their opponents out. In the 86th minute, an Exeter player floated the ball into Leyton Orient's penalty area. Leyton Orient's center-back, Joel, leaped high to clear the ball out of the box. The Leyton Orient players passed the ball among themselves before it landed at Son's feet near the midfield. After receiving the ball, Son quickly changed direction, shaking off the defender. He looked forward and noticed the gap that was usually invisible now appearing particularly clear. At that moment, the off-the-ball movement ability of Harry Kane was evident. Although Harry Kane's abilities were not as strong as in his prime, his shooting and off-the-ball movement were already showing signs. He always managed to position himself in the most troublesome spots for defenders. Seeing Son with the ball, Harry Kane immediately moved laterally, creating a gap between the two center-backs. At the same time, Son suddenly took his shot while in motion. The ball arced through the air, not too steeply, but at a perfect angle as it passed between the two center-backs. In an instant, the entire stadium gasped. Among the English fans, there were many who understood the game. They clearly knew what was low quality and what was high quality. Son's through ball was even more penetrating than the last one. The Exeter players were already very attentive to their positioning, yet they were still completely cut through by Son's pass. The next moment, Harry Kane reappeared behind the two center-backs. He controlled the ball with his thigh and calmly slotted it into the near corner in front of the goalkeeper. The shooting motion of England's future star was seamless without any hesitation. The goalkeeper made a desperate dive, but could only watch as the ball flew past him and into the net. 3-1. Amidst the explosive cheers from the away stands the Leyton Orient players excitedly surrounded Sun Ku. Even Harry Kane, who had scored twice, was happily gathered around Sun Ku. With the lead extended to 2 goals, the Exeter players, now lacking motivation, completely lost their drive, and the match lost all suspense. After the match, the Leyton Orient players gathered around a radio waiting for news from other games. Upon learning that Dagenham had lost again to a relegation rival, the Leyton Orient players erupted into cheers. With 4 rounds remaining in League Two, Leyton Orient's ranking had climbed to the third-to-last position, now just 7 points behind fifth-to-last Dagenham. In the remaining 4 matches, Dagenham faced first-placed Charlton and third-placed Huddersfield, as well as Plymouth, who were vying for a playoff spot. These 3 matches would likely end in defeat. As long as Leyton Orient could hold on, they had a real chance to overtake. At the end of the match, Sun Ku was once again named the player of the match. He scored 100 points for signing in that day, 100 points for appearing in League Two, 100 points for a goal, 200 points for 2 assists. He received 100 points for being the player of the match. Overall, Sun Ku accumulated a total of 600 points in the match. The rewards for match day were indeed plentiful, and his account had now reached 2,100 points. Sun Ku wanted to increase his attributes by 2 points first, but he couldn't act too impulsively. After all, compared to attribute points, winning the lottery to enhance combat power was the right approach. Whether to add attributes or not would depend on the lottery situation before the next match. What Sun Ku didn't expect was that one action he took on the field would cause a huge uproar after the match. When the match between Leyton Orient and Exeter ended, a media outlet suddenly raised questions. Which aspect of craftsmanship led to the football being kicked to explosion during the game? The article introduced the background of the match and then described the entire process of Sun Ku kicking the football to explosion. During the description, the article used guiding language to state, an Asian player standing at 6 feet and weighing only 167 pounds managed to make this durable football brand explode in the air with just a single ordinary shot, which is quite astonishing. As soon as this report came out, many newspapers featured similar content, and these media outlets primarily reported only what they wanted the public to know with a clear agenda. Seeing such reports, Sun Ku, who had experienced the explosive information age of the future, instantly realized someone was trying to tarnish Nike's reputation. As one of the giants in the sports world, Nike has been showcasing its influence across many sports. Adidas had long been the dominant player in the football sector, but Nike gradually entered the football industry in the 1990s due to its operational capabilities. Take the match ball, for example. Adidas is the designated brand for World Cup balls, while Nike has become the designated brand for the Premier League, La Liga Serie A, and League One. In recent years, the two brands have formed a competitive stance in the football sector, and Adidas' celebration of the world launched during the South African World Cup was widely criticized for its overly light materials and erratic flight trajectory. Upon witnessing the Nike football explode during the match, Adidas naturally could not sit idly by, which is indicative of commercial warfare. Regardless of the facts, it is crucial to create a preconceived impression for the public, and this is very important. Within a single day, the media's focus on the explosive kick surged, with major media maintaining a relatively objective stance, while some tabloids were eager to jump in, revealing many less flattering stories about Nike. Nike did not lose its composure. Their first step was to release product performance tests to inform the public about the basic performance of this new product, Total 90 Tracer. Next, Nike placed a video of Sun Ku's explosive kick on their official homepage titled, "Is This an Ordinary Shot?" In no time, Sun Ku's kick, along with his previous long-range shot video, was compiled into a highlight reel, instantly gaining explosive click rates across video platforms worldwide. While this guy doesn't look particularly strong, how does he have such powerful kicking ability? It seems he is an Asian player. How can a player from Huagua be so fierce? Do they call such a shot an ordinary shot? A long-range shot that leaves the goalkeeper with no reaction is called an ordinary shot. This must be bought news. They have no shame. Nike, skilled at leveraging video to assert influence, quickly regained control of the narrative, and the direction of public opinion swiftly reversed. The few media outlets that stirred up controversy issued apologies, while those that did not faced lawsuits, and the quality issues surrounding the Nike football brand soon came to a close. However, Sun Ku's popularity did not diminish at all, as some media reported that the speed of his long-range shots exceeded 180 kilometers per hour. This is quite terrifying. It should be noted that a shot speed exceeding 150 kilometers per hour is already classified as a cannon shot, and Sun Ku's few kicks far surpassed this standard. In no time, Sun Ku became a top figure in the realm of football videos. Why are Chinese people so fierce in England, yet the national team is so weak? Not to mention anything else, just the standard of long-range shots is simply miles ahead of the national team. It seems it's not that we Chinese can't play football, but the country's training ability is too poor. Seeing this, Huagua fans began to question. When it comes to long-range shots, Huagua fans are particularly sensitive. During the group stage of the 2002 World Cup, Roberto Carlos' long-range shot that broke through the national team's goal reached a speed of exactly 150 kilometers per hour, and the goalkeeper barely reacted. Some people also expressed doubts about Sun Kes' abilities. Isn't it just powerful shots? Football is not only about shot power, comprehensive ability matters too. Moreover, he is just a player from League One. Is it necessary to hype him up this much? Faced with these netizens who always seem to take a shot first, some fans brought over videos of Sun Kes' interceptions and assists. Seeing Sun Kes' performance in the match, many fans felt a bit unsettled. Wow, how is his anticipation ability so strong? His passing has some quality. He looks quite young. Is he a Huagua person or an overseas Chinese? As discussions unfolded, Sun Kes' attention within the country increased, and even students studying in London helped share his personal information. Upon seeing that Sun Kes' nationality was British, many netizens expressed regret. I knew it would be like this if only he were Huagua. That would be great, what a pity. Sun Kes saw the comments from fans, some of which were very heartfelt. However, as a time traveler, Sun Kes understood well that the issues with the national team couldn't be resolved by just one or two players. Joining the national team at this moment would mean ruining his career. Currently, Sun Kes is just a football worker training 10 hours a day for 200 points, with the primary task being to help Leyton Orient avoid relegation and pass the system's assessment. At this moment, Sun Kes' scouting reports had already appeared on the desks of many head coaches. Finch Farm Training Base. Moyes sat in his office reviewing Sun Kes' scouting report. Name: Sun Kes. Nationality: British. Birthday: March 13, 1992. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 76 kilograms. Club: Leyton Orient. Position: midfielder. Preferred foot: both. Estimated value: 200,000. Agent: none. Contract expiry: June 30, 2012. Technical characteristics. Strengths: the player possesses extremely strong anticipation ability, A, and long-range shot ability, A. Specializes in delivering threatening passes, A. Has outstanding mobility, B, and possesses speed capabilities suitable for the Premier League, C. Weaknesses: poor physicality, D. Narrow vision, D. Lack of competitive experience, D. Potential rating, B, with the prospect of becoming a rotational midfielder for mid-tier Premier League teams. Template: Mikel Fabregas. Extremely strong anticipation ability, specializes in delivering threatening passes, yet narrow vision. The future template is Mikel and Fabregas, but that's quite a stretch. Seeing this scouting report with clear strengths and weaknesses, even containing contradictions, Moyes couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't seen Sun Kes play, he would definitely think this scouting report was copied and pasted from another player. In the changing room, head coach Slade was attempting to inspire the players with motivational talk, but the response was, after the first 42 rounds of League Two, Leyton Orient had 8 wins, 11 draws, and 23 losses, totaling 35 points, placing them second to last. Such a record was utterly dismal. It wasn't until Sun Kes appeared that the team secured its only 2 consecutive victories of the season. If they lost this match, even if Dagenham didn't score, recovering a 7-point deficit in the last 3 rounds would be almost a fantasy. At this moment, the atmosphere in the changing room was particularly oppressive. If the club got relegated, the already meager incomes would surely take a hit. Everyone realized that the only person they could rely on at this time was actually just a 19-year-old Sun Kes, with only 2 professional matches under his belt. At this moment, Sun Kes was also quite nervous. He took a deep breath and initiated a 10 consecutive draws using the consciousness control system with the blue button. During the 10 draws, the system only flashed blue light once. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 33-year-old Mikel template, valid for 15 minutes. Hearing the system's prompt, Sun Kes almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 1,000 points for a 33-year-old Mikel. Well, it's not the worst. Mikel remained a key player for Paris Saint-Germain until he was 37. To be honest, this result wasn't bad, but the odds were too low. Moreover, the defenders couldn't solve the problems, or what he needed most was a goal-scoring player, and he still had to draw. Sun Kes gritted his teeth and completed another 10 draws. This time 3 blue lights flashed, and he surprisingly hit the jackpot 3 times. Sun Kes anxiously awaited the system's prompt. The few seconds of waiting suddenly felt unbearably long. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 20-year-old Robin template, valid for 15 minutes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 30-year-old Heskey template, valid for 15 minutes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Van der Vaart's Scorpion Kick skill card, valid for 15 minutes. Hearing the system's prompt, Sun Kes excitedly clenched his fists. Although the blue lottery system had only a 20 success rate, the players drawn were either old or young, but for League 2, they were completely sufficient. Let's go for it. The match soon began and An Qiao loudly encouraged his teammates. Guys, let's give it our all. The teammates were all very heavy-hearted with the exception of Harry Kane's feedback was relatively positive. Seeing this situation, An Qiao could only brace himself. He could only rely on himself now. After the match started, Leyton Orient's players also fought hard, but the strength of the relegation teams and promotion zone teams couldn't be resolved just by effort. In the first 5 minutes, Leyton Orient barely entered the opposing team's 30-meter area. In the 7th minute, An Qiao received the ball in midfield and decisively used the Robin template. The moment the template activated, An Qiao suddenly felt an increase in his leg strength and his ball control improved dramatically. As soon as An Qiao got the ball, a midfielder from Peterborough immediately charged at him, colliding hard. An Qiao instinctively used his left foot to nudge the ball behind the Peterborough player, dodging the opponent's charge. His excellent ball control immediately earned him cheers from Leyton Orient fans. An Qiao grit his teeth and boldly surged down the right flank. Seeing that An Qiao dared to break through alone, a defender charged at him. Head coach Slade anxiously shouted from the sidelines. An Qiao passed the ball quickly. An Qiao left his position and his solo ball-carrying action displeased him. This kid had just played 2 good games, and he was already getting cocky. However, what happened next nearly dropped. Facing the defender, An Qiao not only did not slow down, but instead continuously changed directions while running. The defender, unable to keep up with An Qiao's speed, could only attempt to tackle. As he made the tackle, An Qiao suddenly came to a sharp stop, pulling the ball with his left foot to evade the tackle. An Qiao accelerated again, cleanly outmaneuvering the defender. In just a few seconds, An Qiao skillfully dribbled and changed direction, completely evading 2 defenders. This stunning scene made all the home fans involuntarily stand up from their seats. On the sideline, Slade looked at An Qiao in astonishment, feeling that this young man's performance in matches always exceeded that in training by a significant margin. Seeing his teammates being so thoroughly beaten, the left back from Peterborough hurriedly retreated, loudly calling for support from his teammates. If he was also passed, then the left flank would be completely breached by An Qiao. As An Qiao's dribbling resembled cutting through melons and vegetables, the morale of the Leyton Orient players instantly soared. The 2 forwards immediately started making runs to create space for An Qiao. An Qiao continuously used his hands to direct his teammates' movements, all while actually showing the defenders. It's worth noting that the little flying man Robin's signature skill is an inward cutting shot. Since he obtained Robin's template, he had to fully develop the player's skills. In the penalty area, Harry Kane kept adjusting his running direction, looking for an opening. He was now utterly convinced that as long as he could find space, An Qiao would definitely pass the ball to him. Peterborough players were also on high alert for An Qiao's through balls. After the last match, Peterborough specifically devised defensive strategies against An Qiao. Harry Kane continued to look for space and saw An Qiao getting close to the penalty area. He suddenly accelerated back to the original point. In an instant, the entire Peterborough defense line shifted back a few meters. It should be time to pass. Why hasn't he passed yet? Just as Harry Kane had this question in his mind, An Qiao suddenly cut diagonally into the penalty area. This caught the defenders off guard, and the left center back from Peterborough hurriedly lunged out. But then the next moment, An Qiao suddenly accelerated laterally with the ball, and under the astonished gazes of everyone swung his left foot to shoot the ball towards the near corner of the goal. Although An Qiao could shoot with both feet, he had always used his right foot for shooting before, so the defenders never expected him to unleash a surprise shot from this position. Seeing An Qiao take the shot, the Peterborough goalkeeper instinctively thought this kid had over-dribbled and in a moment of excitement, took a wild shot. However, upon seeing the trajectory of the ball, the Peterborough goalkeeper's pupils suddenly contracted as he realized the shot was heading within the goal frame. An Qiao's shot was too sudden and of high quality, leaving him no time to react. Swish! Hearing the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net, the Peterborough goalkeeper turned around, unable to believe his eyes as he watched the ball bounce around in the net. This kid actually managed to score such a high-quality goal. How could a League 2 player possess such from the midfield to the front line in a single rush? An inward-cutting shot for the goal. This was simply a recreation of Robin. Yeah. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted into massive cheers. Leyton Orient fans excitedly sang while jumping up and down in the stands. That kid's goal was amazing. Our youth training has actually produced such an incredible talent. An Qiao, well done, take down Peterborough. In that moment, the home fans couldn't contain their inner excitement. 1-0. An Qiao's goal rekindled everyone's hopes for survival. If Leyton Orient could win against Peterborough, relegation could very well become a reality. On the field, An Qiao excitedly dashed towards the sidelines and performed a solid sliding kneel. His teammates rushed towards him in surprise, surrounding him. An Qiao didn't even give his teammates a chance to question his performance, instantly becoming the miraculous young man in everyone's eyes. The Peterborough head coach shouted from the sidelines, "Don't lose your cool, that kid got lucky." He firmly believed that Son Kes' goal was just a fluke. The poor couldn't afford to eat dumplings. It was an accident. It had to be an accident. The Peterborough head coach was not flustered. He believed that in the face of strength, everything else was just background noise. As the match restarted, Son Ku could clearly feel that his teammates were becoming more communicative with him on the field. Now, whenever Son Ku had the ball, the Peterborough players' defensive actions became extremely aggressive. They were willing to foul just to bring him down. Son Ku didn't just charge forward recklessly. He dribbled when he had the chance and opted to pass when faced with tight defenses, greatly alleviating the defensive pressure on the team. In the 18th minute, Leyton Orient players completed an interception in their own half, and the ball quickly came to Son Kes' feet. Robin's time was down to 2 minutes. He had to seize this opportunity for a counterattack. The moment Son Ku received the ball, he shrugged off the defender beside him and decisively charged towards the right flank. Once he started, the defenders behind him couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. As Son Ku moved forward, he deftly evaded the defender again, leaving them with no opportunity to even commit a foul. In an instant, the Peterborough defenders were completely flustered. In just a few seconds, Son Ku entered the opponent's territory, and the defenders were at a loss for how to act, whether to go for a tackle or commit a foul. Son Kes' gaze was resolute as he looked towards the penalty area, determined to seize this opportunity. Whether or not this goal would succeed was crucial to the outcome of the match. With Robin playing in League 2, it wasn't a matter of lowering dimensions. Trust in Robin, or just go for it. This kid is charged up again. Go for it, score another goal. Son Ku charge ahead. On the stands, nearly 10,000 Leiden Dongfang fans stood up in excitement, shouting loudly. Inside Peter United's penalty area, Risby and Harry Kane rushed towards the far post, creating space for Son Ku. Son Ku feinted a shot in front of the left back, and as the opponent retreated, he immediately chose to cut in. In the next moment, Peter United's left center-back rushed up, blocking Son Kes' shot path, while their defensive midfielder also returned to the penalty area, sealing off Son Kes' Qden route. Faced with the double team, Son Ku showed no signs of fear. He pretended to shoot, and at the moment the defensive midfielder stepped up to block, he swiftly changed direction, sidestepping the opponent. Seeing this scene, the previously calm coach of Peter United panicked. He shouted from the sidelines, "Don't let this kid shoot, block him." As soon as the coach's words fell, Son Ku once again accelerated laterally and shot. The center back of Peter United flew in to block without hesitation. But at the moment he lunged, Son Ku once again dribbled laterally, evading the center back's block. This time, Son Ku had no defenders in front of him, and only the Peter United goalkeeper stood before him. With the home fans cheering hoarsely, Son Ku decisively took the shot. He aimed at the left side of the goal before shooting towards the bottom right corner. The goalkeeper was momentarily stunned, immediately exerting all his strength to dive. But that brief hesitation had already cost him the chance. Peter United's goalkeeper put all his strength into it, his veins bulging, but he still couldn't stop Son Kes' goal. Swish! With the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net, the Leiden Dongfang fans erupted into loud cheers. Our pre-match intel was complete nonsense. This kid is a breakthrough expert. How could we miss such important information? The Peter United goalkeeper slammed his fists into the grass, cursing angrily. On the sidelines, Leiden Dongfang's coach Slade held his head in disbelief, feeling utterly shocked. Who would have thought that a desperate move back then would lead to the salvation of the whole team? This kid is simply a player sent by God to save Leiden Dongfang. Not far away, the Peter United coach turned to his coaching staff and shouted, "This kid is clearly a breakthrough expert. Why didn't you include this in the report? Are you all blind? I've been ruined by you." The assistant coach innocently replied, "We only have data from his 2 matches. He has never played like this before." The Peter United coach kicked a water bottle away and called the players over, yelling, "You just got destroyed by it. If he breaks through again, get ready to sit on the bench, understood?" Not far away, Son Ku rushed to the die-hard fans, leaping high with his arms raised, then swinging them down forcefully. At this moment, he felt incredibly exhilarated. Little Flying Man truly lived up to the name. Even a 20-year-old Robin is formidable in League 2. With these 2 goals as a foundation, Leiden Dongfang's chances of winning increased significantly. Son Ku was one step closer to achieving his goal. As the match resumed, Robin's experience card effect quickly faded, but Peter United players treated Son Ku as if he were Robin. Whenever Son Ku received the ball, defenders immediately closed in. Son Ku feigned several times to break through, attracting defenders, then quickly passed the ball to a teammate. Not to mention, after the Robin experience card expired, the feeling of being full of energy and being able to pick and choose vanished, leaving a sense of nostalgia. Without the experience card, Son Ku immediately focused on defense, intercepting Peter United's passes consecutively in the midfield and backfield. In the 25th minute, Son Ku intercepted an opponent's pass in the backfield and immediately launched a long pass to the left. Main striker Risby used his speed to overpower the right back and center back, but in a close-range situation, he kicked the ball onto the stands. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao could only respond with a bitter smile. In League 2, as long as a forward has one outstanding attribute, speed, shooting, or physicality, they can secure a starting position. If two attributes are outstanding, it won't be long before they move up to the championship. Lower-tier leagues in England produce a lot of pressing forwards whose main role is to trouble the opponent's defense, pressuring ball holders and fighting for any visible opportunities, not allowing defenders enough time to process the ball. In simple terms, they are troublemakers. Peter United's center forward Watson is such a character. He acts just like a rugby player, charging at defenders with the ferocity of a bull seeing red. Seeing the passing game not working, Peter United immediately changed their attacking strategy, directly launching the ball into the front, allowing Watson to charge and strike fiercely. As a result, this simple tactic completely disrupted Leiden Dongfang's defense. In the next 5 minutes, the 186-meter-tall Watson jumped around, creating shooting opportunities for his teammates, leaving Leiden Dongfang completely on the back foot. Seeing this situation, Sun Qiao decisively activated the 30-year-old Heskey experience card. Heskey's shooting ability may not be strong, but he has maintained a starting position in the England national team for years thanks to his robust physique and excellent support capabilities. With the defensive pressure mounting, Sun Qiao needed to rein in Peter United's center forward. After activating the experience card, Sun Qiao immediately felt a surge of strength in his upper body. Soon Peter United earned a corner kick opportunity in the attacking area. Sun Qiao immediately positioned himself in front of Watson in the penalty area. Watson glanced at Sun Qiao and scoffed, saying, "Get lost, kid, or he'll crush you." Sun Qiao coldly replied, "Bring it on if you can." Watson had scored 23 goals this season in League 2, ranking 5th in the scorers chart. He didn't expect that a young Chinese player just entering the professional league would dare to challenge him. Watson pointed at Sun Qiao and shouted, "Yellow-skinned monkey, you're done for." As he spoke, Peter United players took the corner. At the moment the ball was in sight, Sun Qiao and Watson both rushed towards the landing spot. The Peter United center forward crashed into Sun Qiao during the run. At this moment, even his teammates were worried about Sun Qiao. This kid has become cocky, daring to provoke that monster. But, in the next moment, Watson collided with what felt like a wall, his body suddenly rebounding. Sun Qiao leaped high, clearing Peter United players in the crowd and heading the ball out of the penalty area. Great play. Seeing this scene, the Leiden Dongfang players couldn't help but shout in unison. Sun Qiao looked disdainfully at Watson and sneered, saying, "Is that all you've got?" Watson, enraged and humiliated, immediately stood up and threatened, "Kid, you better watch out." Seeing Watson trying to bully his teammate, Leiden Dongfang players quickly surrounded him, and a small-scale conflict erupted between the two teams. This situation was exactly what Sun Qiao wanted. He aimed to distract the competitive Watson, shifting his focus away from the game, thereby alleviating the team's defensive pressure. In the latter half of the first half, Watson shouted loudly in the front field, constantly demanding the ball from his teammates. Observing the immense size difference, his teammates naturally allowed him to reclaim his moment. However, what everyone found hard to believe was that the muscular Watson was completely at a disadvantage in the continuous confrontations. Seeing Watson at a complete disadvantage against a kid, his teammates cast reproachful glances at him, feeling he was playing too soft. Watson was completely consumed by a frenzied state. Whenever he saw Sun Qiao, he found it hard to control his emotions. Before the end of the first half, Peter United once again kicked the ball towards the front. Sun Qiao and Watson faced off again, with Watson charging towards Sun Qiao like a mad bull, disregarding the ball and using all his strength to collide with Sun Qiao. Seeing this scene, Leiden Dongfang fans gasped in surprise. With such a collision, their talented player might just be taken off the field. But, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Both bodies collided fiercely. Sun Qiao was unstoppable, while Watson felt like he crashed into a truck. He was pushed back a meter by Sun Qiao, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, Watson grimaced, holding his ribs incredulously, saying, "How is this possible?" In an instant, the home crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. After this confrontation, Watson's arrogance was completely subdued. He looked like a wilted eggplant. The first half of the match ended with Leiden Dongfang entering the locker room with a 2-goal lead. Sun Qiao excitedly high-fived his teammates one by one. Everything is under control. In the changing room, the Leyton Orient players were all filled with joy. As the central figure of the first half, Sun Qiao became the focus of discussion. Captain Joel Lee patted Sun Qiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Sun Qiao, as long as you score another goal in the second half, we'll definitely win." Hearing Joel Lee's words, other teammates also echoed in agreement. It wasn't just flattery. Sun Qiao's performance in the first half had been explosive, completely conquering his teammates. In the world of football, everything relies on ability. A good performance naturally earns the recognition of teammates. Sun Qiao had gained the respect of the entire team in less than 3 matches. However, facing the expectant gazes of his teammate Sun Qiao felt a bit nervous inside. After all, those 2 goals were entirely due to Robin's experience card, and his performance was tailored to the characteristics of the players. But as someone who had traversed into this world, Sun Qiao did not panic. He declared loudly, "We lead by 2 goals thanks to the efforts of the entire team. I can score goals entirely because of everyone's hard work. No one can win a match on their own. In the second half, I will focus all my energy on defense. Victory belongs to everyone. We will face any setbacks together." Sun Qiao's words clearly resonated with his teammates, who felt that this young man had a strong sense of the bigger picture. Although everyone admired Sun Qiao's performance, no one wanted to play the supporting role. Sun Qiao's words struck a chord, and their attitude toward him naturally became more friendly. With Sun Qiao's diversion, they put aside the idea of letting him score alone. His earlier comments also laid the groundwork for the second half. He still had 2 cards left. One was a 33-year-old Mikel experience card, and the other was Van der Vaart's Scorpion kick skill card. The Scorpion kick skill card was somewhat impractical and could only be used in specific situations. The Mikel experience card was just right for the second half, which is why Sun Qiao claimed he would focus on defense. Currently, there were still 1,900 points in the system, and if any problems arose in the second half, he could continue to draw. However, it was best if such things didn't occur, as Leyton Orient's opponent in the final round was Southampton, who ranked 2nd in League One. Southampton Football Club is a famous club in England that produced stars like Alan Shearer, Bale, Walcott, Lalana Ben, White Chamberlain, Luke Shaw, Chambers Bridge, and Premier League top scorer Phillips. In Sun Qiao's impression, Southampton had been promoted to the Championship this season and then to the Premier League next season. The legacy of such an old club could not be compared to Leyton Orient. To avoid relegation, the final round would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, so Sun Qiao didn't dare to allocate any attributes and had to reserve all remaining points for the last match. At the same time, in the away team's changing room, Peterborough's head coach was berating the players mercilessly. He raged, "Our performance in the first half was simply atrocious. We were dismantled by a kid. Our strength far exceeds that of Leyton Orient. They are merely a relegation team, and we completely messed it up. Watson, you're like a stupid pig putting all your energy into one kid. Your task is to score goals, not to stubbornly clash. That kid has a powerful long shot and strong predictive abilities, but he didn't display that strength. His unknown defensive capabilities are not strong. Don't let him shoot from a distance, don't let him break through, and don't pass in front of him. Understand?" As a team in the promotion zone of League One, Peterborough's coach was no slouch. His abilities could easily outclass Slade. If Sun Qiao had heard his midfield arrangement, he would surely have given a thumbs up. This guy's assessment of Sun Qiao was piercingly accurate. However, no matter how he calculated, he couldn't foresee that Sun Qiao would transform into Mikel in the second half. As the second half began, both teams were filled with fighting spirit, immediately engaging in fierce battles in midfield. The effective time for the Star Experience card was only 15 minutes. Sun Qiao did not use the Mikel Experience card right away, as he needed to assess the situation. Soon Sun Qiao discovered that Peterborough players were not passing the ball towards him at all. Whenever they encountered him, the ball-holding players would rather not pass than force their way past. After the Heskey template was ineffective, Sun Qiao's 55 strength was simply insufficient against the physically aggressive League One players. After a few attempts, the Peterborough player matched up against Sun Qiao quickly figured out how to handle him. To bypass Sun Qiao required no skill or speed. They simply used their body to clear the way. Even with maxed out predictive ability, Sun Qiao still suffered under the physical advantage of the opponent, nearly causing a goal after being passed. Indeed, practice makes perfect. This scene left both coaches and players bewildered. This kid had been like a truck in the first half, yet how had his physicality deteriorated so much in the second half? What happened in the changing room during halftime? With the system's support, how could Sun Qiao tolerate this humiliation? Faced with the mocking faces of Peterborough players, Sun Qiao decisively used the Mikel Experience card. "I won't indulge your bad habits." With the activation of Mikel's Experience card, Sun Qiao instantly felt a sense of complete control. On the field, Leyton Orient passed the ball forward and Harry Kane, under defensive pressure, forced a shot that went wide. Peterborough's goalkeeper passed a goal kick to the center back, and the midfielder matched up with Sun Qiao retreated to receive the ball. As soon as the midfielder received the ball, Sun Qiao closed in. Peterborough's head coach shouted from the sidelines, "Don't rush to turn around. Don't let that kid figure out your intentions. Once you get past him, there's only one player in the middle. Use your body to push past him." Encouraged by the head coach, the midfielder felt even bolder. This crafty veteran player realized he could easily disguise his intentions, so he invented a move similar to a basketball center backing down. As the Peterborough midfielder made his back to the goal advance, Sun Qiao calmly retreated while moving sideways. The Peterborough midfielder thought Sun Qiao was intimidated, so he turned and changed direction, smiling, believing his movements were fluid and effortless. Just as he felt incredibly pleased, and was about to pass, he suddenly noticed something was off. What happened to the foot? The next moment, Leyton Orient fans erupted in loud cheers, causing the old player from Peterborough to panic immediately. He hurriedly turned around, his heart sinking. Not far away, An Qiao had already caught up with the football and smoothly brought it to his right foot. How did this guy manage to intercept the ball? Up to now, the old Peterborough player had no idea what had just happened. Losing the ball at the back is a huge taboo, especially when the opposing players have a strong breakthrough and long-range shot capability. Realizing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of the Peterborough midfielder. Everything happened too suddenly. The Peterborough defensive midfielder didn't even have time to cover, while An Qiao had already advanced the ball into the range of 30 meters from the goal. The Peterborough center-back rushed out of the penalty area, but it was too late. Under the watchful eyes of both teams, An Qiao raised his right leg high and struck the football fiercely. Bang! A resounding crack reverberated across the field as the football soared toward the upper left corner. The Peterborough goalkeeper was already mentally prepared. The moment An Qiao shot, he judged the direction and made it. However, as the goalkeeper leaped into the air, he was astonished to find that the football was perilously close to the goal. How could this guy's long shot quality be so high? At this level of shooting, the Peterborough goalkeeper had no time to react. All he could do was watch the ball's trajectory, with his eyes helplessly witnessing the football fly into the net. 3-0. Yeah. With An Qiao's goal, the entire stadium erupted in loud cheers for the third time. After scoring, An Qiao rushed to the away team's bench, wildly waving his fists. He shouted at the pale-faced Peterborough coach, "Come on, use your body to overpower me. You're done for." Next to An Qiao, the Leyton Orient players excitedly waved their fists, venting long-accumulated tension. With 35 minutes left in the match, Leyton Orient led by 3 goals. In such a short time, it was impossible for Peterborough to catch up. As long as Leyton Orient didn't make a major mistake, even the current Premier League giants Manchester United couldn't turn the tide. An Qiao's goal had effectively sealed the match for Leyton Orient. By the sideline, Slade excitedly let out a roar. This victory significantly boosted Leyton Orient's hopes of survival. Looking at An Qiao again, Slade's eyes were filled with unabashed admiration. Who would have thought that his desperate measures would actually invigorate the team? An Qiao had played 3 matches, scored 7 goals, and provided 2 assists, almost single-handedly helping the team achieve 3 consecutive victories. What kind of player wouldn't a head coach like? On the field, the old Peterborough player matched up against An Qiao looked ashen. It was his mistake that cost the team any hope of a comeback. He looked terrified at the sideline, where the Peterborough coach forced a smile, rallying the players. The old player's earlier move was merely a feint to get rid of An Qiao. It was a normal operation. Moreover, it was he who encouraged the old player to use his body to shake off An Qiao, a blame he couldn't escape. As he walked back to the halfway line, An Qiao continuously reminded his teammates, "Stay focused, don't slack off." This match was not only about Leyton Orient's relegation battle, but also about the system's assessment task. There could be no slackening. After the match resumed, An Qiao firmly held his position, using Makelele's experience card. It must be said that even at 33, Makelele's defensive abilities were certainly not something the Peterborough players could easily challenge. In the next 10 minutes, An Qiao fully experienced what it meant to be an impenetrable fortress. With Makelele's experience card, An Qiao was invincible on the pitch, whether it was in defensive positioning or unknown defense, especially in the English League One. After 2 futile attempts, the Peterborough players were successfully intercepted by An Qiao, who delivered threatening passes. The happy moments were fleeting. The 15 minutes of the experience card's effectiveness slipped away. As the match reached the 65th minute, Makelele's experience card expired, and An Qiao could only resume his interception duties. The Peterborough team's offensive efforts grew more intense, but the Leyton Orient players were determined to defend. It wasn't until the final moments of the match that the Peterborough team scored a consolation goal. When the referee blew the whistle to end the game, An Qiao raised his hands in celebration amidst the cheers of Leyton Orient fans. 3-1. Leyton Orient achieved their 3rd consecutive victory, climbing to the 4th from the bottom with 38 points in League One. In a recently concluded match, Dagenham, ranked 5th from the bottom, lost to Plymouth, ranked 6th, narrowing the point gap to 4. When the stadium broadcast announced this news, Leyton Orient fans erupted into deafening cheers. An Qiao laughed as he celebrated with Harry Kane, gave him a solid hug. It was evident that Harry Kane was a good kid. Generally, loaned players usually do the bare minimum. Playing well is fine, but he would never risk it all. Yet this guy executed several reckless tackles in the game, truly giving it his all. Many might think this style of play is foolish. If he gets seriously injured at such a young age, it could affect his entire career. But from the perspective of a transmigrator, fate does not neglect those who work hard. At this moment, the stadium broadcast announced congratulations to An Qiao for being named the best player of the match. In an instant, Leyton Orient fans called out An Qiao's name loudly. Then the fans sang, "Give this kid a big contract. He is our best player." An Qiao smiled. and took a lap around the field with his teammates, expressing gratitude to the fans. On his way back to the locker room, An Qiao received a match day points notification, earning 600 points today, bringing his remaining balance to 2,500 points. In the lottery system, only a scorpion tail skill card remained. An Qiao was unsure how to use this skill and could only wait for the right moment. In the not-so-spacious press center, Leyton Orient's head coach, Slade, was in high spirits. When faced with reporters inquiring about relegation, Slade smiled lightly and said, 3 matches ago we were 13 points behind the team in 5th from the bottom, and now it's only 4. With 3 matches left in the season, the whole club is confident about avoiding relegation. A second reporter immediately asked, how do you evaluate An Qiao's performance in the match? Hearing An Qiao's name, Slade's face immediately broke into a smile. An Qiao was a key factor in this match. He has been growing and improving with every match. But it is certain that he will have a wonderful career. A third reporter inquired, according to reliable sources, many clubs are watching An Qiao's performance. Are you confident in keeping him? Slade smiled and said, the player is very happy at the club, and we certainly hope to keep our best young players, but we will focus on the remaining matches. In contrast to Slade, the Peterborough head coach appeared quite awkward. The reporter immediately asked him to evaluate An Qiao's performance. The Peterborough head coach awkwardly smiled and said, An Qiao's performance was outstanding, largely due to our lack of understanding of the player. He scored all the goals for the team, and his performance is commendable. At this point, the Peterborough head coach shifted the conversation. However, I noticed that this player has been inconsistent in his performances during matches. If he wishes to make progress in his career, he still has a long way to go. Hearing his response, a reporter immediately asked, I noticed that there was an unpleasant incident between you during the match. Will that affect your evaluation of him? The scene of the Peterborough head coach turning red under the reporter's questioning appeared in the evening highlights. While An Qiao's family happily watched the match highlights, commenting on An Qiao's performance, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown caller. Influenced by various sales calls from his past life, An Qiao decisively hung up the call. The caller, however, was very persistent and called again after being hung up twice. An Qiao couldn't help but chuckle as he answered the phone. Based on this guy's persistence, even if he was selling insurance, he was willing to give him a few minutes. Once the call connected, a deep-voiced, middle-aged man spoke. Hello, are you An Qiao? After receiving An Qiao's affirmative answer, the man continued, I am Stuart Pearce, representing the British Olympic Association and the FA, here to inform you that you have been selected for the talent pool of the British U23 team. Would you like to participate in the selection for the British U23 team? Hearing the man's voice, An Qiao was stunned. Stuart Pearce is a former England national team player and will be the head coach of the British U23 team next year. Although he hasn't been officially appointed yet, the preparations have already begun. Seeing that An Qiao did not respond, Pearce continued to explain the British U23 team plans to select 200 players from within the UK for the talent pool and then assess them over the next year. Ultimately, 15 eligible players and 3 overage players will be selected to form the British U23 team. Would you like to compete for the British U23 team? As soon as Pearce finished speaking, a system notification suddenly rang in An Qiao's mind. Main quest released: be selected for the British U23 team. Quest reward: randomly obtain a permanent skill. Upon hearing the quest prompt, An Qiao decisively replied to Pearce, yes sir, I am willing to represent the British U23 team. To be honest, ever since An Qiao transmigrated, he never considered participating in the national team. Even without the system, he wouldn't have thought of joining the national team at this time. As long as he could establish himself in the English Professional League, he could apply for naturalization in a few years and receive a settlement fee. Wouldn't that be more appealing? With the system's assistance, An Qiao was even less likely to get involved in such murky waters. As the saying goes, the problems of the national team cannot be solved by just 1 or 2 individuals, and An Qiao does not intend to get involved. With the system's support, An Qiao can fully challenge himself in a world competition. After all, winning the World Cup is the dream of all professional players. It's quite difficult for the England team to win the World Cup, but the odds of winning are at least countless times higher than that of the national team. Living a second life, An Qiao has the right to make choices for his own life. Moreover, with the system's rewards, it would simply be a disservice to himself to refuse the British U20. Upon hearing An Qiao's affirmative response, Pearce's tone clearly relaxed. I am glad to see such an outstanding young player in the U23 team, but I cannot make any promises. I hope you will succeed. After hanging up the phone, An Qiao shared the news of his potential selection for the British U23 team with his parents. His mother immediately expressed many words of encouragement, while his father displayed a complex expression of both happiness and regret. An Qiao understood clearly that his father still hoped for him to represent the national team, which was due to his father's lack of awareness of the national team's difficulties. Once he got in touch with the national team's leadership, his father's opinion would undoubtedly do a complete 180-degree turn. However, he did not expect that things would come so quickly. Since binding with the system, An Qiao has appeared 3 times in the highlights of BBC events, and now all of England knows that Leyton Orient has produced a miraculous young Chinese player. In the Football Network-rich English League, a young player with outstanding performance can become widely known news within half a month, and several clubs have already expressed their intention to acquire Sun Qiao. The first club to show interest in Sun Qiao is the League One leader Charlton Athletic, who have already secured promotion to the Championship 5 rounds early this season and have begun their recruitment work for the next season. In the chairman's office of Leyton Orient, Slade sat with a beaming smile, expressing his determination to fight for relegation to the club's chairman Barry Hearn. Hearn nodded, and then asked, "How has our little star been performing lately? Has he been affected by external factors?" Slade replied with a smile, "Sun Qiao trains very diligently, practicing for 10 hours every day without." Upon hearing this, a rare smile appeared on Hearn's face. "Charlton has sent us a fax inquiring about Sun Qiao's price, and we have declined their interest. You need to start handling Sun Qiao's contract renewal over the next couple of days. You can offer him a star player's treatment. His potential will definitely bring us great returns." Hearn is a well-known sports figure in the UK, having single-handedly promoted snooker from a niche sport to a globally recognized one in the 1980s, while also making darts one of the most popular events in England. Later, he also ventured into boxing, helping to bring forth world champion Lewis. In 1995, Hearn purchased the financially struggling Leyton Orient for £5 and successfully promoted the club to the League One, maintaining a healthy development state over the years. Hearn is a wealthy owner, but he has always looked down on the mindless practice of spending money to buy players to improve performance. Thus, under his management, Leyton Orient has a decent financial situation, but remains a small club. Hearing Hearn's words, Slade immediately understood. "Rest assured, Mr. Chairman, the team will definitely maintain a good relationship with this young man." Hearn nodded in satisfaction. "If Sun Qiao is unwilling to renew, we absolutely cannot sell him to a club below the Premier League, as it concerns the club's reputation. To acquire our miraculous lad, one must present an offer that satisfies us. In the last match, several scouts from big clubs have already appeared at our stadium, so Sun Qiao won't have trouble finding a new home." At the same time, Sun Qiao's performance in the match has already been edited into highlights, sweeping through Masia. Someone even translated the highlights into Chinese subtitles and uploaded them to mainstream video sites in the country. Sun Qiao is amazing. Finally, a genius has emerged from our Huagua bloodline. I didn't expect him to stand out from Leyton Orient's youth training system. A League One teams are not weak, and the national team might not even get promoted. Scoring 6 goals and providing 2 assists in 3 matches along with nearly 30 interceptions is truly a stellar performance. If he can join, he would be our key player, and there's great hope for the Olympic qualifying rounds. Can we look forward to the 2014 World Cup? In an instant, Huagua fans suddenly discovered that a Chinese genius player had appeared on the British Isles. Yet for every cheer there were skeptics. Don't dream, he's just a League One player. Dong Fanjua was once a future star of Manchester United. There's no point in discussing this now. Right? How many of those geniuses who shone in the World Youth Championship have actually succeeded over the years? It's just hype, merely eyeing the Huagua market. He's British, or what does it matter? Sun Qiao is different. He has emerged from the competitive English youth training system, so his skill is definitely reliable. That's right, a player of such caliber would definitely be a core member of the national U23 team. Indeed, the Olympic qualifying rounds start in June, and we don't even have a single player we can boast about. Unlike the coaching staff of the British U23 team, which has just been formed under the Olympic strategy, the Huagua U23 team has been widely followed by the public since the Asian Youth Championship. However, the Huagua youth team met with defeat at the Asian Youth Championship, suffering significant losses to the Japanese and Korean teams, which are based on university students in the East Asian Games and the Asian Games. This U23 team is regarded by the public as the weakest in history. To make a desperate attempt, the Football Association specifically invited the renowned coach Blažević, who led Croatia to 3rd place in the World Cup. Blažević has already learned about Sun Qiao's situation through his channels and immediately communicated with the Football Association leaders, hoping to secure Sun Qiao's participation. The sports administration also stated that special arrangements would be made. If the player is willing to serve the U23 team, efforts will be made to complete the naturalization process by mid-May. In the Football Association office, General Manager Zhu Yige picked up the phone and said, the sports administration has assigned me a task to go to London to promote the naturalization of a Chinese player. Come with me. By the way, have the office prepare a press release in advance. Make it sound nice. This will count as our achievement. Lubo said on the other end of the line, "Don't worry, leader. Is this player any good? I've seen the hype online, but I wonder what his actual skill is like." Zhu Yige replied with a faint smile, "Whether he's good or not doesn't matter. As long as we get what we need, that's all that counts. Leader, this matter has a lot of attention. If the news leaks, it might not be easy to handle." Lubo asked with some, "He's just a player from a lower league. How hard could it be to handle?" Zhu Yige coldly snorted. "How much can he earn in a month in the UK?" As long as he can successfully naturalize, there will be plenty of big money opportunities waiting for him when he returns to the Chinese Super League. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The price this time will still follow the usual rules. Living in the UK, he must not lack for money, so he can weigh the pros and cons himself. Lubo immediately praised leader, "You're wise, and your vision is admirable." They'll go prepare right away. That night, Son's father returned home early and waited for Son Qiao to come back, saying the domestic side contacted me hoping you can represent the U23 team in the Asian qualifying rounds in June. The domestic side values you highly and has specially sent a delegation to meet with me the day after tomorrow. Though you've already made a decision, I think it would be better to meet them. Son Qiao smiled lightly, not expecting that they would sense the situation so quickly from afar. He did not directly refuse his father, but said with a smile, "Dad, you handle the communication with them. I want meet them. They will definitely propose conditions. If negotiations don't go well, they might even bite back at us. You must record the content of the conversation." Son's father hesitated, asking, "Is it really that serious?" Son Qiao chuckled, "Dad, one must always be wary of others." Son's father nodded, realizing that his son had suddenly grown up. The day after Leyton Orient rejected Charlton's offer, suddenly media outlets published news stating that Son Qiao would join the local Charlton team for a price of £1 million and would appear in the championship next season. Seeing this news, Son Qiao couldn't help but exclaim that Charlton was truly ruthless. At such a critical moment for Leyton Orient's relegation battle, releasing such news was intended to instill panic among the Leyton Orient players and force the club into negotiations. If Leyton Orient were to drop to League Two, they would surely be unable to retain him. After all, being a London team, Charlton would find ways to hinder their local rivals. Unfortunately, the soul within Son Qiao's body had already transformed into a seasoned survivor, hardened by societal challenges, and such news had no impact on him. Moreover, what kind of big club is Charlton? They are merely an elevator between the Championship and League One. From what Son Qiao learned in his later life, with Charlton's financial capacity, their budget for a season in the Championship was around £1 million, so buying him for an entire season's budget was nothing but bragging. During this period, Son Qiao continued to focus all his energy on training. He discovered that after using the player experience card and skill card, the lingering physical instincts still had some traces. In the past few days, he brought a camera to the training ground, filming his training videos every day and analyzing. And whenever he had time, Son Qiao would repeatedly watch matches of Mikel Arteta and Fabregas, trying to find inspiration from their performances. Combining the residual sensations from the experience card and the player videos, Son Qiao felt he had found a bit of rhythm. Indeed, everything that has existed leaves traces, and Son Qiao pushed himself to the limit every day without respite. On April 25th, Leyton Orient faced Carlisle United, a mid-lower table team in League Two. Son Qiao had accumulated 4,000 points, but considering Carlisle's hopeless promotion and secure relegation status, he decided to observe the situation first. Indeed, the players from Carlisle United wore expressions of relaxation and anticipation for a holiday, clearly lacking in fighting spirit. This was easy to understand. Economically, League Two players could only be considered middle class. Except for teams relegated from the Championship, the majority of League Two players earn weekly wages of no more than £5,000. While such an income allows them to live comfortably, the average career span of a professional player is only around 10 years after retirement. Most people's income plummets, drastically forcing them to earn a lifetime's worth of money in just 10 years. Therefore, when encountering a situation like that of Carlisle United, the player's first thought is to avoid injury. A long-term injury could very well lead to unemployment. League Two players usually sign contracts for 2 years. If they suffer an injury in the contract year, it would be a harrowing situation. As expected, once the match began, Leyton Orient's players displayed a desperate determination, while Carlisle United's players merely pretended to compete. This allowed Leyton Orient to naturally take the initiative on the field. Carlisle United's players focused primarily on defense and counterattacks, clearing any dangerous balls without much psychological burden. After half an hour of stalemate with Leyton Orient still unable to score, Son Qiao began to demand the ball incessantly in the midfield. Currently, long-range shots were his most reliable scoring weapon, and without using the skill card, he had to tightly guard his scoring tool. In the 35th minute, Leyton Orient's cross was headed out of the penalty area by a defender. Son Qiao steadied the ball outside the box, nudged it forward to the right, and then raised his right leg high, striking the ball fiercely. With a loud bang, the football zipped through the crowd and nestled into the bottom right corner of the net. With Son Qiao's goal, the 2,000 Leyton Orient fans who had traveled from afar erupted in a tremendous cheer. 1-0. After scoring, Son Qiao ran towards the away stand, vigorously waving his fist. With the lethargic performance of Carlisle United, Leyton Orient's goal provided everyone with a sense of reassurance. Entering the locker room with a one-goal advantage, Leyton Orient players received further good news. The fifth-to-last team, Dagenham, was trailing league leaders Charlton by 3 goals at halftime, sealing the fate of that match. The morale of Leyton Orient players soared, and in the second half Risby and Harry Kane each scored 1 goal, ultimately winning 30. Dagenham, on the other hand, lost 15 away to Charlton. As a result, the points gap between the two teams was reduced to just 1 point. When the match ended, all Leyton Orient players were smiling broadly. Dagenham had suffered 4 consecutive losses in their last 4 matches, with their lead shrinking from 13 points to just 1 point, squandering their significant advantage. In the final 2 matches, Leyton Orient would play at home against Tranmere, who had already secured relegation, and Southampton, who were second in the standings. Meanwhile, Dagenham's opponents would be Carlisle United and third-placed Huddersfield. Although the points gap between the two teams was just 1 point, the relegation situation for Leyton Orient remained grim. Carlisle United had no fight left when facing Leyton Orient, and in their next match against a desperate Dagenham, they were likely to serve as an easy gift. It seemed that the relegation battle would last until the final round of the League Two season, which was quite distressing. Sun Qiao fully experienced the survival status of a relegation club, living every day in uncertainty and insecurity. This was undoubtedly a tremendous exercise for one's mental resilience. No wonder many players avoid relegation teams at all costs. Playing for such clubs is indeed detrimental to mental and physical health. The night after the match against Carlisle United, Sun Qiao heard something from his cheap dad that left him both amused. The duo from the Football Association came to London, and Sun's dad politely welcomed them to his company. What happened next shattered his worldview. Sun's dad indignantly remarked, "This is the first time I've seen something like this. The national under-23 team has a clear price tag." That guy named Zhu Yij spoke in riddles with a tone that obscured his meaning. This guy sat for a while and said he had to leave for a bit. Just as he left, that bootlicker named Lu Bo directly quoted a price $1 million to enter the main roster and another $1 million to play as a starter. I immediately refused, and a few minutes later that Zhu Yij returned and said, "Your information doesn't meet the naturalization requirements." They really let them finish talking. No wonder the national team has been performing poorly. They truly bring it on themselves. Seeing his dad getting more and more worked up, Sun Qiao laughed and poured his dad a glass of water. He didn't ask about the recording from what he had learned during this time. His cheap dad was meticulous and reliable. Sure enough, Sun's dad, still fuming, said, "Fortunately, I had them meet at the company, who I not only prepared a voice recorder, but also set up a camera." That Lu Bo was very cautious. He walked into the office and pretended to check around. If he could figure it out, then my decades of effort would have been in vain. As long as they don't stir up trouble, I won't interfere with them. If he acts unreasonably, he shouldn't blame me for being unkind. Sun Qiao nodded with a smile, praising his dad profusely. Indeed, the national team has been consistently underperforming over the years. It seems that although he chose the England team, he actually had no other choice. With better options available, only a fool would wade into troubled waters. April 30th. Leyton Orient faced the 7th from the bottom Tranmere Rovers at home. After the last round of matches, Tranmere Rovers had already secured their relegation status 2 rounds in advance, becoming a team without desires. This was undoubtedly good news for Leyton Orient, as a team waiting for the holiday was certainly easier to deal with than a relegation battle opponent. In the changing room, Sun Qiao and Harry Kane were exchanging training insights. Over the past 20 days, the two had reached a point where they trained together in the morning and left the training base together at night. Most of the time they trained separately, but sometimes they practiced passing or even had unknown duels. Just during warm-up, they had played a few unknown matches. Harry Kane asked Sun Qiao with a hint of confusion, "How come you can always anticipate my next move?" Sun Qiao smiled and replied, "I think it's like your shooting ability. Oh, it's a kind of talent. Some people rely on observation and study to grasp others' intentions, while some can intuitively see the next move of others." Sun Qiao didn't want to deceive Harry Kane, so he attributed his predictive ability to talent. Hearing Sun Qiao's response, Harry Kane nodded with a hint of disappointment. So far, all his abilities had been earned through hard work, making him particularly envious of those with strong talents. Noticing the young man's low spirits, Sun Qiao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Keep it up, you will definitely have a wonderful career." While they were talking, the captain, Joel Lee, suddenly walked up to Sun Qiao and extended his right arm, saying, "Sun Qiao, check out my new tattoo. Isn't it cool?" Upon seeing the words "Coffin Man" on Joel Lee's arm, Sun Qiao fell into silence. "Dude, can't you at least understand the meaning before getting a tattoo in Chinese?" Sun Qiao didn't want to embarrass Joel Lee, so he forced a smile and said, "It's very stylish." "Do you know what it means?" Joel Lee proudly replied, "The tattoo artist is of Chinese descent, and I was told it means the god of hell." In recent years, many NBA players and Hollywood stars have gotten tattoos with Chinese characters. Some look good, while others turned out to be quite amusing. For example, Allen Iverson's loyalty and Derrick Rose's patience were among the few that made sense. Jackson got wisdom and loyalty tattooed, but the former was a misspelling and the latter was upside down on his neck. Justin Bieber got a tattoo that said coward and Martin tattooed money on his arm. These tattoos are simply, in recent years influenced by Beckham's infamous life and death, is up to fate, wealth and honor, is in heaven. The trend of getting tattoos with Chinese characters has also swept across the UK. Berbatov has no restrictions tattooed on his arm, and it's said that a female star tattooed chicken in traditional Chinese characters on her chest. In 10 years, as the internet develops, these tattoo artists will likely face consequences for their ignorance. Thinking of this, Sun Ku smiled at Joel Lee and said, later give me your tattoo artist contact. You'll ask him to refine your tattoo and ensure you're satisfied. Joel Lee immediately perked up. I didn't expect our little genius to be so caring. From now on, if anyone bullies him, they can't blame me for being rude. Seeing Joel Lee's exuberance, Sun Ku struggled for a few seconds to suppress the urge to cover his face. He actually had his reasons for wanting the tattoo artist's contact. Before the match began, Slade was giving an impassioned speech in the changing room, while the players looked dazed in front of their lockers, reminding Sun Ku of scenes from his past life in the classroom. As the match commenced, the Tranmere Rovers players indeed worked hard, but not desperately. Leyton Orient players united and pressed the opponents from the start. Reesby and Harry Kane had consecutive opportunities within the first 15 minutes, but neither could seize the chance. Sun Ku had one chance for a long-range shot, but he had now become the focus of every opponent's defense, and under the interference of the defending player, his shot soared high. Just when everyone thought scoring was only a matter of time, a strange scene unfolded on the field. In the 23rd minute, Tranmere Rovers earned a corner kick. As the corner was taken, Captain Joel Lee, trained in Arsenal, jumped high in the air, aiming to clear the ball from the penalty area. However, when he confidently headed the ball, it mysteriously landed on his shoulder and went straight into his own corner. 0-1. In an instant, the entire stadium fell into silence. Sun Ku took a deep breath, adjusting his anxious feelings. After all, this was his first time facing such a scene. Saying he wasn't nervous would be lying. Not to mention him, even the battle-hardened Captain Joel Lee was nervously holding his head. In an instant, the team's atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Sun Ku had 4,500 points in his system, and he planned to save them for the final match. The match against Southampton would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, and he aimed to overcome this one as best as he could. Now, every time Sun Ku looked at Joel Lee's Coffin Man tattoo, he felt it was ominous. How could this be tattooed on the body? Wasn't this like placing a curse on himself? Seeing his teammates in silence, Sun Ku immediately gathered them around. If they played with such morale, they would The teammates were initially stunned when Sun Ku called out loudly, but they quickly approached and formed a circle. Although Sun Ku was just a junior in the team, after nearly a month of interaction, everyone had a good impression of this positive and humble young man. More importantly, Sun Ku had almost single-handedly turned the team's fortunes around. Without him, Leyton Orient would likely have been relegated 5 rounds early. In professional football, strength is paramount. Even if it's for their own future, they had to give Sun Ku some respect. Clapping his hands, Sun Ku shouted loudly, guys, this is just an accident. There's no need to take it to heart. We must get excited. Our morale cannot be low. I've said it before, victory belongs to everyone, and we bear the setbacks together. We're only 1 goal down, there's still time. As long as we unite, we can definitely win. Hearing Sun Ku's words, everyone clapped and shouted to boost their emotions. Joel Lee forced himself to shout, we must communicate openly, trust our teammates, and trust Sun Ku. He definitely has a way. After a brief exchange, the Leyton Orient players revitalized. The match resumed. After receiving the ball, Sun Ku immediately passed it behind the opposing left back, and team speedster Reesby executed an impressive solo run, charging into the opponent's penalty area, but narrowly missing the shot. Reesby turned back in frustration, expecting to face the disappointed gaze of his teammates. But Sun Ku, shaking his fist, shouted, good play. Reesby, believe in yourself, trust the process. The goal will come eventually. After saying that, Sun Ku waved his arms towards the stands, and the Leyton Orient fans immediately cheered loudly, boosting their team's morale. Tranmere Rovers took a goal kick, and their midfielder stood at the drop point ready to pass the ball forward. But just as he headed the ball, Sun Ku suddenly jumped up from behind, intercepting the opponent's header. Leyton Orient's former midfield core Dean Smith and the opposing player rushed toward the ball simultaneously. In an equal opportunity, Dean Smith decisively went for a slide tackle, while the opposing player jumped up instantly, sending the ball flying toward Tranmere Rovers' defense. In the next moment, Reesby rushed towards the ball ahead of the opponent, bravely sliding the ball into the penalty area. Harry Kane received the ball in the box, made a quick adjustment, and shot. Seeing the ball flying toward the far corner, all the home fans cheered. Just when everyone thought Leyton Orient was about to equalize, the opposing goalkeeper made a brilliant save. In a near impossible situation, he flicked the ball off the line with his fingertips. Corner kick. As Harry Kane was about to bury his head in despair, Sun Ku's words instantly echoed in his mind. Don't give up. Don't be negative. With that thought, Harry Kane quickly turned around and gave a thumbs up to Riesby. Riesby also encouraged his teammate, loudly mimicking Sun Kes' earlier words. Seeing this scene, Sun Ku smiled and nodded, immediately rushing into the opponent's penalty area. As the corner was taken, Sun Ku quickly anticipated the drop point. He rushed toward the spot and jumped powerfully just as the ball came down. However, just as he jumped, he was immediately knocked away by the opponent's center back. Damn it. This guy is built like a bull. The lower leagues in England are indeed filled with muscleheads. However, just as Sun Ku was about to give up on the corner kick, center back Joel Lee suddenly appeared, roaring fiercely and crashing into the opposing center back, heading the ball hard. The ball flew toward the middle of the goal, and the goalkeeper once again made a spectacular save, leaping just as the ball was about to cross the line. The ball landed in the penalty area, and the defending player swung his foot to clear it. But at that moment, the ball hit him and deflected toward the left side. In the next moment, Leyton Orient players claimed that the ball had crossed the line, while the defending players vehemently argued otherwise. Just as everyone's attention shifted left, midfielder Cox received the ball on the left. Seeing his teammate with the ball, Sun Ku immediately got up and rushed toward the front post. Cox immediately delivered a cross, and Tranmere Rovers' right back jumped up with all his might, but the ball hit his leg and flew towards Sun Kes' back. Seeing the ball flying past him, Sun Ku immediately activated the Scorpion Kick experience card in his system. As the ball headed toward the middle, players from both sides rushed into the center. But then in the next moment, Sun Ku suddenly leaped into the air, watching the ball's direction, and kicked it backward with his heel. With a flick of his heel, the ball went straight to the far corner. Seeing this, all the Leyton Orient fans erupted in cheers. As Sun Ku executed his Scorpion Kick, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. The fans were celebrating solely to encourage Sun Kes' effort. However, in the next moment, when the football changed direction and flew toward the back post of the goal, the stadium fell silent. How could this kid be so capable? For a moment, the fans couldn't believe it. Inside the penalty area, the players who had just been wrestling stopped gazing at the football in disbelief. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's mind concurrently conjured the image of Sun Kes' body, bending like a bow, kicking backward in midair. What kind of insane flexibility is this? The key was that this kid actually made contact with the ball. His luck was simply astonishing. In the eyes of the crowd, the football flew into the goal, striking the upper right corner. Seeing this scene, the entire stadium fell silent. Moments later, the fans erupted in cheers, almost simultaneously. Yeah. After scoring, Sun Ku excitedly rushed to the sidelines and performed a long-distance slide on his knees amidst the cheers of the fans. His teammates rushed towards him, piling on top of him like a tower. Sun Ku shouted in alarm, "Be gentle. If you injure me, who's going to lead you to victory?" Joel laughed heartily and rubbed Sun Kes' head with his huge palm. "Sun Ku is indeed our lucky charm. As long as he's here, we're sure to avoid relegation. Go for it, guys." In the penalty area, the Tranmere Rovers players stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. How did this kid do that? It's simply unbelievable. How could that kind of shot even go in? For a moment, the visiting players felt a wave of frustration. Professional players are particularly sensitive about conceding such miraculous goals. These goals always deliver a strong psychological blow to the defending side, suggesting that luck is not on their side. Everyone felt that this goal had reversed the fate of the match. Beside the field, Slade excitedly exclaimed to the coaching staff, "I have a feeling we're going to win." As the match resumed, the Leyton Orient players fully unleashed their potential. If that kind of shot could go in, what couldn't? Leyton Orient completely took control, creating constant threats in front of the opponent's goal. In the 35th minute, Leyton Orient earned another corner kick. Sun Ku and his teammates rushed toward the goal. But when he saw the goalkeeper charging toward the ball, Sun Ku quickly halted and moved in the opposite direction. Sure enough, the goalkeeper struck the ball away with both fists, and it landed on the edge of the penalty area. Just as the football descended, Sun Ku charged in. Sun Ku stopped the ball and immediately made an exaggerated shooting motion. This action was actually meant to deceive the defenders. Sun Ku had practiced it repeatedly during training, knowing that long-range shots only worked outside the penalty area. Once in the penalty area, it was the shooting skill that mattered. Knowing his own limited shooting ability, it was better to leave the opportunity for a teammate. Just as Sun Ku prepared to shoot, two defenders rushed in, using their bodies as human shields, effectively throwing themselves at Sun Kes' feet. Drawing the defenders in, Sun Ku immediately flicked the ball into the penalty area. This was a small combination play that the two had practiced countless times. In the next moment, Harry Kane suddenly appeared in front of the football and powerfully headed it. The future England's top striker was indeed no joke. Despite the pass not having much power, he forcefully leveraged his core strength to send the ball soaring into the top left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, seeing the angle of the shot, simply gave up. His attempt to save was just fooling himself. The goalkeeper helplessly watched as the football flew into the top left corner of the goal. Yeah. Amidst the frenzied cheers of Leyton Orient's fans, Sun Ku and Harry Kane excitedly rushed towards each other, sharing a solid embrace. Teammates rushed in from all directions, excitedly surrounding the two and repeatedly patting their backs. After conceding an initial goal, Leyton Orient scored 2 goals in quick succession, taking control of their destiny. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, Leyton Orient maintained the upper hand, but couldn't extend their lead. Despite this, the smiles on everyone's faces as they walked back to the locker room were hard to conceal. Inside the locker room, Joel waved his arms, and the words "the coffin maker" made Sun Qiao feel quite uncomfortable. So damn unlucky. Sun Qiao planned to find a way to remedy Joel's tattoo, hoping to turn this guy's luck around. He checked the information on the England Sports Forum with his phone. Dagenham was leading Carlisle United 20 at halftime, and they were likely to win. With that, the relegation results would only be determined in the final round. Leyton Orient's opponent in the last round was Southampton, the second place in League One, and the situation was not optimistic. Joel definitely couldn't wear the coffin maker tattoo into the relegation battle. This thing could truly bring bad luck. During halftime, Coach Slade lavished praise on the players. Nevertheless, the players' responses remained lukewarm. This guy's coaching ability was mediocre and his qualifications were lacking. As a temporary coach, he was merely coasting. Now Sun Qiao's influence in the locker room was stronger than his. Sun Qiao continuously reminded his teammates, "We need to score another goal in the second half, or we must avoid any unexpected events." His teammates trusted Sun Qiao greatly now, and with team morale high, they were naturally eager to keep fighting. After the second half began, Tranmere Rovers tried to make a struggle, but under the overwhelming pressure from Leyton Orient, they obediently fell back to defense. Whether influenced by Sun Qiao's cute shots or finding their rhythm, the team's fastest forward, Risby, made consecutive cut-ins and shots from the left. Although these shots didn't score, this guy was simply too fast, creating chaos in the opponent's defense all by him. As time reached 60 minutes, Sun Qiao felt something needed to change. While the play looked lively with Risby shooting joyfully, the team only led by 1 goal. With only 15 minutes left in the match, everyone was running low on stamina. If Tranmere Rovers counterattacked and scored, it would be too late to turn back. Finding a break in the play, Sun Qiao ran over to Risby and said, "On the next attack, you can choose to cut in, sharply compressing the defenders to the edge of the small box, and then decide whether to pass to Harry or me. I think this will create a better opportunity. What do you think?" Risby patted Sun Qiao's shoulder. "No problem." In the 65th minute, Sun Qiao received the ball in midfield and unhesitatingly passed to Risby. Under the pressure from the defenders, Risby turned and pushed the ball 5 meters ahead, using his speed to forcefully. Facing the visiting right-back, Risby decisively made a long lateral run, leaving the opponent in disarray. Risby spun in place, then continued his lateral run, turning the defense into a mess. Just when everyone thought Risby would force a shot, he suddenly flicked the ball out of the penalty area with the outside of his foot. Seeing Sun Qiao charging towards the ball, the 2 defenders in the box hurriedly rushed outside the penalty area. Sun Qiao swung his leg widely at the defenders, prompting both to promptly dive to block. Just when everyone thought Sun Qiao would overpower them, he suddenly changed direction to the right, evading the defenders, and directly passed the ball into the penalty area. Although Sun Qiao's passing stats weren't high, that was only in the context of high-level matches. In League One, it was more than sufficient. Seeing Sun Qiao pass, the home fans erupted with excitement. In the penalty area, Harry Kane faced away from the center-back. The moment he received the ball, he immediately moved to the right, and then shot towards the near post. A standard center-forward move. The goalkeeper hurriedly dove to the side, but Harry Kane's shot was at such a tricky angle that the football barely grazed the post as it entered the goal. 3-1. After scoring, Harry Kane instinctively waved his hands and turned to rush towards Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao hadn't even had time to react before the opponent leaped up, executing a monkey climb on a tree. Sun Qiao staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. Fortunately, this kid was still young and lightweight, otherwise Sun Qiao would have likely been knocked over. With a 2-goal lead, Leyton Orient secured their victory, and this score held until the end of the match. While expressing gratitude to the fans around the field, the entire crowd sang the Sun Qiao song. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away." Hearing the fans' chorus, Sun Qiao felt a stir of emotions. People walking a journey together is considered fate. In this moment, he realized that helping Leyton Orient avoid relegation was not just for himself, but also for the fans who supported the club even in adversity. As a member of the club, Sun Qiao silently vowed to ensure that this story would have a beautiful ending. The match concluded, and Sun Qiao once again earned the title of the best player of the match, accumulating a total of 600 points. In the 5 matches he participated in, he was awarded the best player 4 times, contributing 9 goals and 4 assists, helping the team secure 5 consecutive victories. Whether in terms of process or statistics, Sun Qiao's performance at Leyton Orient was nothing short of dazzling. After the match, he was enjoying himself with his teammates when Slade informed him to join the post-match press conference. After 5 matches, Sun Qiao had already attracted significant interest from the English media, and the organizing committee specifically invited him to attend the post-match press conference. If the organizing committee makes a request, players cannot be absent without a valid reason. Of course, An Qiao was very willing to appear more often in the public eye. As a player from a small club, opportunities to appear in public are quite rare. An Qiao was certain that he would attract the attention of several clubs, but he was unsure which clubs intended to recruit him. The press conference was clearly a great opportunity to showcase himself. Even just in terms of points, joining a big club could lead to significant improvements. According to the system's rules, if he could join a prestigious club, even without game time, he would still gain a substantial boost in points. As long as he had enough points, becoming a star in the English league was just a matter of time. At this thought, An Qiao couldn't help but recall a saying with a hint of self-mockery: I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Describing his current situation with this phrase had a certain flavor to it. Seeing the eager expression on An Qiao's face, Slade uneasily reminded him, when we get to the press conference, make sure to listen carefully to the journalists' questions and avoid falling into their traps. As is well known, the English media is notorious for stirring up trouble. In the face of fierce competition, many media outlets will go to great lengths to create sensational news. Each time the England team competes in a world tournament, various media will find ways to dig for news and make it. Hoddle Eriksson and later Allardyce all fell victim to the English media. They are not to be underestimated. If they can be ruthless towards their own team, they will certainly not show mercy to An Qiao. Slade also specifically advised An Qiao to take a shower to leave a good impression on the public. 10 minutes later, An Qiao and Slade walked toward the press hall. Along the way, Slade helped An Qiao estimate the potential questions they might encounter. At the press conference, when An Qiao appeared with a sunny smile, the flashbulbs immediately began to pop. Slade patted An Qiao's shoulder and whispered, "Remember to keep smiling. They will constantly be capturing close-ups of your face." The press conference began, and the first journalist threw out a standard question: "Mr. Slade, how would you evaluate the team's performance today?" Slade smiled lightly and replied, "The players were confident from start to finish. Although there were some minor surprises at the beginning, the players executed the tactics set by the coaching staff well, and we were the better side, which is reflected in the result. I want to thank the fans for their support of the team. Their encouragement kept the players energized throughout the match. The fans are the club's most valuable asset. When it comes to dealing with the media, Slade is definitely an old hand." The second journalist immediately asked, "Dagenham also secured a victory today. Although Leyton Orient and Dagenham are only 1 point apart, your last match is against Southampton, who defeated you by 4 goals in the first leg. You must win to avoid relegation. How do you view this match?" This question was somewhat unfriendly. The inquiries from English journalists are always direct and leave no room for face-saving. Leyton Orient is 1 point behind Dagenham, but has an 8-goal deficit. This means that Leyton Orient has only one option to avoid relegation: to win. Southampton has years of experience in the Premier League, while Leyton Orient was promoted to League One 5 years ago with their best performance only mid-table in League One. The two clubs are not in the same league in terms of historical status or team strength. An Qiao could sense that this question was difficult to answer. Being overly confident would invite ridicule, while showing weakness would lead to reports of lacking confidence. Slade pondered for a few seconds, still wearing a faint smile, and said, "This match is a must-win for both teams. Neither side can accept anything less than victory." Perhaps many people see Southampton as the more favorable side, but the greatest charm of football lies in its unpredictability. Both teams are in the same league, and I do not believe this is a match with a predetermined outcome. We have achieved 5 consecutive victories, and our morale is at its peak. If the team can showcase its current form early, perhaps everything will be different. For the club, for the fans, and for ourselves, we will all strive for victory. Hearing Slade's response, An Qiao couldn't help but silently applaud in his heart. Despite the coach's mediocre abilities, he was definitely a master when it came to dealing with the media. This answer assertively refuted the journalists' claims of certain defeat, while subtly shifting the blame to the previous coach. Just as An Qiao was enjoying the show, the journalists suddenly shifted their focus from Slade to him. The third journalist smiled and introduced himself, creating a friendly atmosphere, then asked, "An Qiao, hello. I am a reporter from the Sun. We noticed that before you joined the team, Leyton Orient had a long winless streak with only 1 draw and 4 losses in the last 5 matches. However, your arrival has led the team to 5 consecutive victories. Many people believe you possess the ability to compete at a higher level. How do you view this?" Upon hearing the reporter's question, a full smile blossomed on An Qiao's face. This journalist was quite the sly one, starting with a lot of seemingly irrelevant information. But answering this question would effectively acknowledge the prior statement. What did that statement imply? It suggested that Leyton Orient's 5 consecutive victories were solely due to An Qiao indicating that Slade couldn't manage the team. If it were a naive kid answering the question foolishly, the media's coverage would undoubtedly twist the narrative. To prepare players for dealing with the media, many clubs have established similar courses to prevent such pitfalls. Noticing Sun Kes' reaction, the journalist smirked while Slade smiled, turned awkward ready to assist Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao smiled at Slade and said, "Since Mr. Slade became the club's head coach, every staff member has felt the changes he has brought to the team. Although we initially faced some setbacks, I am delighted that we are now on the right track. Every player in the locker room is working hard, and we are confident about our prospects for survival. I am grateful to the head coach for recognizing my potential, which is crucial for my career. I currently have a contract with the club, and all I can do is work hard." Hearing Sun Kes' response, the questioning journalist was momentarily stunned, and the other journalists around him suddenly looked excited. At this moment, Slade perhaps unconsciously leaned back in his chair. He hadn't anticipated that Sun Qiao would provide such a flawless answer in response to the trap laid by the journalist. Soon after, another journalist asked, "Hello Sun Qiao, we have heard that Huagua intends to invite you to represent the Olympic team in the qualifiers. We understand that you have entered the talent pool for the England Olympic team. Have you made a decision yet?" If the previous question was a trick, this one was straightforward, pressuring Sun Qiao to take a stance. Sun Qiao had no good reason to conceal anything regarding this question. He smiled and said, "My father met with representatives from the Huagua Football Association, and we have also received notification from the England Olympic team. Considering my future career, I will strive to compete for the England Olympic team." Some questions can be vague while others require a clear stance. Sun Qiao answered this question without hesitation. Next, another journalist asked, "We have received reliable information that several Premier League clubs, including Arsenal, Everton, and West Ham United, are closely monitoring your performance. Perhaps they will contact you soon. Are you prepared for the next step in your career?" Upon hearing the journalist's words, Sun Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Wenger and Moyes had actually started paying attention to him. It seemed that his performance in these 5 matches had indeed been impressive. He suppressed his excitement, maintaining a sunny smile, and said, "The league isn't over yet. My focus will remain on the next match. As a member of Leyton Orient, that is my most important task at the moment." After Sun Qiao finished speaking, Slade immediately added with a smile, "Sun Qiao is the most talented young player in the club's history. We will do our best to retain our best players, but everything must be based on an agreement between the club and the player. We will embrace the future with an open and honest attitude." Upon hearing Slade's statement, the not-so-large press hall filled with the sound of laptops being typed on. The information revealed in Slade's words was significant. To translate his words, Leyton Orient is willing to renew Sun Kes' contract at a top salary. However, if the player seeks greater opportunities for development, the club will not hold him back as long as the transfer fee meets the club's satisfaction. Before long, Wenger received the complete content of the press conference through his channels. He smiled and said to assistant coach Bold, "This kid shows maturity both on and off the pitch. He is the player I want." In a restaurant in the East End of London, Sun Qiao and Qiao Early sat in a private room. Sun Qiao once again confirmed with Qiao Early, "Just to be absolutely sure, your Chinese tattoo artist has no shady background." Qiao Early patted his chest and said, "This person graduated from the University of the Arts London. This is just his profession. He is the one who introduced Beckham's tattoo artist." Sun Qiao nodded. In the UK, being a tattoo artist is a legitimate profession, and many celebrities enjoy leaving meaningful marks on their bodies, which is quite different from the perception in Huagua society. In Huagua, tattoos originated as a form of punishment in ancient times. Criminals who violated the king's laws would be branded on their faces, known as the tattoo punishment, as a form of penalty. During the late Tang dynasty, as warlords carved out their territories, the grass-head king required every soldier to be tattooed on their faces to prevent them from escaping or surrendering. This strong form of identity recognition forced soldiers to fight to the death, enhancing the army's combat effectiveness to some extent. Although there are historical tales of Yufei's loyalty, report tattoos have long been viewed in a negative light due to the belief that the body and hair are received from one's parents. They have been seen as a symbol of self-mutilation, ignorance, and a decline into depravity, and even a decade later, they would not gain societal acceptance. In ancient Greece, tattoos were also initially symbols of criminals, prisoners of war, and slaves. Even in modern times, many sailors got tattoos to facilitate identification in case of shipwrecks. By the late 20th century, tattoos in New York were considered the main culprit for hepatitis. Starting in 2010, celebrities began to lead the tattoo trend. For example, American singer Rihanna sparked a wave of popularity, and those NBA players who rose from humble beginnings to stardom also liked to use tattoos to express their individuality. In recent years, Beckham's tattoo reading "Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are predestined" has been repeatedly promoted, causing many players in the English leagues to jump on the trend. Stylish guy Berbatov even got the 4 characters "No Restrictions" tattooed on his body. Sun Qiao had no intention of getting a tattoo in his lifetime, but he felt it was necessary to help Qiao early remedy the tattoo on his arm. The first tattoo match went awry, which was indeed very unlucky. A few minutes later, a culturally artistic mixed-race Chinese youth walked into the private room. This young Chinese man looked to be in his 20s and spoke with a hint of a hip-hop tone. What made Sun Qiao both amused and exasperated was when this guy introduced himself as Jackie Chan. The three of them chatted for a while, and the fake Jackie Chan kept boasting that his ancestors were the second highest in the imperial examination during the Qing dynasty, boasting a rich family history. Upon hearing this, Sun Qiao couldn't help but chuckle when ancestor who was the second highest in the imperial examination was tattooing coffin maker on people. During the conversation, the fake Jackie Chan also showed Sun Qiao his works. Seeing this, Sun Qiao opened his eyes wide. This guy's works were filled with bizarre characters like sweet and sour meat chicken bone soup and idiot beauty. At this point, Sun Qiao understood this guy was just a slacker. Hearing from Qiao early that the three characters on his arm cost 400, while Sun Qiao's current weekly salary was only 300 after all sorts of taxes, he took home less than 170. With that little money, even eating would be a struggle. The original owner still had to rely on his parents financially, but Sun Qiao, with the soul of a 30-year-old, felt embarrassed to ask his cheap old dad for money. Even if he could sign a big contract at the end of the season, he still had to wait 2 months. He had to find a way to be. This fake Jackie Chan looked like a big fat sheep. The guy was dressed in designer clothes and didn't seem to laugh. Just then Qiao early stepped out to take a call, and Sun Qiao smiled casually as he took the album brought by Jackie Chan, pointing out the meanings of the Chinese characters one by one. Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan's face suddenly lost its smile, and he solemnly stated that all his tattoos were authentic Chinese characters. Seeing that this guy was still being stubborn, Sun Qiao decided to lay it out clearly. My family is an authentic Chinese family. You can't fool me. If I expose this to the Sun, they will definitely find a way to verify it. You wouldn't want all your clients to know the meanings of the Chinese characters on your body, would you? Hearing Sun Qiao's words, the fake Jackie Chan instantly panicked and said he was willing to compensate Qiao early for his financial loss, begging Sun Qiao not to take it to the extreme. Sun Qiao smiled gently and said, "How about this? I can provide you with authentic Chinese characters, and you can offer a price based on market conditions." The fake Jackie Chan's eyes darted around for a moment before he quickly offered a price of 200 per Chinese character. This price stunned Sun Qiao. The tattoo industry in the UK is so lucrative that they could offer such high prices. Since they had laid their cards on the table, Sun Qiao asked why, with so many Chinese students at the University of the Arts London, he didn't go to them for verification. How simple is that? The fake Jackie Chan didn't hide anything, saying that Chinese students generally have their own small circles, and there was little interaction between them, which naturally means no trust. Moreover, Jackie Chan was studying interior design, and the low-end market for interior design in London was entirely dominated by Chinese people. The mid to high-end market had too high a threshold and required time to settle. It was faster to earn money through tattoos. When Qiao early returned, he was surprised to see Sun Qiao and the fake Jackie Chan engaged in lively. Sun Qiao quickly provided Qiao early with a remedy plan, adding the two characters 9 Uncle next to Coffin Maker, which instantly made it harmonious. Upon hearing that this tattoo would be free, Qiao early was overjoyed, unable to close his mouth in happiness. Qiao early's weekly salary was 3,500, and after adding appearance fees and loyalty bonuses, he would take home around 2,500. This salary, when considered for an ordinary person, is definitely middle class, but it's not even worth mentioning in the Premier League, let alone the Championship. So upon hearing that he could save several £100s at once, the captain of Leyton Orient was naturally overjoyed. Having resolved Qiao early's unfortunate tattoo and secured a stable income, Sun Qiao finally put a matter to rest. Moreover, he learned from Jackie Chan that his cheap old dad's company was a major player in the low-end market of London's real estate renovation industry. No wonder his family could afford a large house in the most prosperous area of Leyton. Cheap old dad is impressive. At the same time, several media outlets in England broke the news about Sun Qiao. Chinese genius pursued by multiple Premier League clubs. 5 matches, 9 goals, 4 assists. Sun Qiao leads Leyton Orient to a 5-game winning streak. Chinese genius Sun Qiao confirmed to compete for a place in the British U23 team. Although the coverage wasn't extensive, many English media outlets had already begun to pay attention to Sun Qiao's performance. The main reason everyone is focused on Sun Qiao is that the England team is in a transitional phase and the young players are struggling to step up. In last year's World Cup, the England team nearly stumbled in a group that should have been easy to advance from, being suppressed by the American team and ultimately entering the knockout stage as second in the group. What was supposed to be a father-son match turned into a situation where the Sun rode on top, leaving the English football community embarrassed. If they couldn't beat the American team yesterday, would they lose to the Irish and Welsh teams tomorrow? What about the day after? Would they even lose to the Northern Irish team? They would lose all face. As a result, in the first round of the knockout stage, the England team was soundly defeated 14 by their arch-rivals, the German team, leaving them utterly speechless. Moreover, the England team is still relying on a bunch of aging veterans over 30. The duo who dominate in the club are utterly incompatible, and Barry and Milner can only be considered functional players. Their impact is even less significant than that of the double. Joe Cole was once hailed as the best technical midfielder in England's history, but the truth proved that he was merely an ineffective soft player. Up front, only Rooney is holding the fort, while the likes of Crouch, Heskey, and Defoe can only be considered second-rate players on the world stage. In the backline, Terry is decent, however his impact is nowhere near that in the club. Moreover, this guy committed the taboo of seducing the second wife, leading the FA to strip him of the captain's armband, causing his persona to completely collapse. Ferdinand has become injury-prone, while Dawson Upson and Carragher are not top-tier players. The once promising centre-back, Ledley, has suffered major injuries and can no longer undergo high-intensity training. In goal, Green performed poorly in the first match of the World Cup, letting in a shot that even an old man could have saved, while David James could only be considered a second-rate keeper, and Joe Hart is still languishing in the Championship. England resembles a fallen aristocrat dressed in an old suit from 10 years ago with a yellowed shirt underneath and patched socks. These remarks come from the English media, which generally holds a pessimistic view of the England team's prospects in recent years. Even now, if a young player emerges, the English media will make a big fuss about it. More importantly, Sun Kes' identity as a Chinese descendant comes with a massive Chinese market behind it. The phenomenon of a little giant propelling the NBA market with his performance has made the English football community eager to follow suit. Even though Sun holds British citizenship, there is still an objective market. Based on Lin's phenomenal performance later on, the judgment of the English media was not off base. As long as Sun enters the Premier League, the broadcast fees alone will likely result in a substantial annual increase. Therefore, regarding Sun Kes' performance far exceeding this level in the League One, the English media will only invest more and more attention. Some media even analyze that Sun Kes' 9 goals in 5 matches far exceed the efficiency of the top scorer. For a midfielder to have such a high scoring efficiency can only mean that Sun Kes' strength far surpasses that of League One. Under the sun, nothing is new. This news was quickly reprinted by several media outlets in Huagua. The Football Association even released news before going to London expressing that Sun was a must-have. However, upon returning home, they claimed that Sun Kes' abilities did not meet the planned requirements. Seeing this news, Huagua fans were instantly outraged. A young player with 9 goals and 4 assists in 5 matches in League One, who has entered the talent pool of the British U23 team and is being pursued by Premier League giants, actually does not meet the requirements of Huagua's U23 team. Leaving with such confidence now that the plan has failed, you are making excuses. Isn't this a slap in the face? Such a player does not meet the requirements of the U23 team. Do the Football Association still want to save face? Within just an hour, the Football Association's official website received tens of thousands of comments, with all fans expressing their dissatisfaction. By noon, the Football Association's website crashed due to an overload of visitors. In the general manager's office, Zhu Yige angrily reprimanded, "Lu Bo, what the hell are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter. I give you 2 days, no matter what method, get this matter sorted out." Lu Bo cautiously replied, "Leader, I really didn't expect that kid to stir up such trouble. I've already prepared the draft, but am still unsure about the wording. Please help me review it, leader." Zhu Yige took the draft Lu Bo handed over, wrote on it, and then scoffed coldly, "This Sun is drinking the fine wine, but still wants the punishment wine. Scoring a few goals in League One, does he really think he's something? Wants to enter the British U23 team. They'll let him know the consequences of being ungrateful right away." Upon receiving instructions from his superiors, Lu Bo immediately began to stir up trouble in the media. Although this fellow's business skills were exceedingly mediocre, he was quite adept at engaging in unscrupulous activities. In just half a day, he contacted almost all well-known media outlets in the country. The next day, major media such as the Sports Weekly, Football News, Southern Sports, and Sina Sports published the insider information exposed by Lu Bo. Insider Sun Kes planning failure stems from players demanding exorbitant signing fees. Chinese player Sun demands 50 million in signing fees. Chinese player in the English League demands 500 million in signing fees. Does he deserve it? Poor character demanding exorbitant fees. The national team rejects Sun unreasonable demands. In an instant, Sun transformed in the eyes of the media into a mercenary with a bad character demanding exorbitant fees. The national team has fallen into a low point in recent years, but we will never condone such extortion-like behavior. 50 million is akin to robbery. We must not act out of desperation. The national team's path to improvement is long and arduous, but the future is promising. We must not be held hostage. A Chinese football can rise through its own strength. In such a vast country, how can we allow unscrupulous individuals to hold us by the throat? In just one day, the media's narrative shifted dramatically. Sun Ku went from a rising star of hope to a player of poor morals, from a beacon of the Chinese community to a pariah. Many fans, misled by false information, vented their anger and dissatisfaction. Who is Sun Ku? I thought he was quite good. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Indeed, his performance is just mediocre, yet his demands are outrageous. This guy is hoping for financial freedom in one go. How is he any different from those money-grubbing African players? Although some people wanted to see how the situation would unfold, they were quickly drowned out by the barrage of negative comments. When Sun Ku woke up the next day and saw the domestic news, he nearly dropped his jaw. 50 million in signing fees. How bold of him. Look how powerful they are. With just a few words, they can tarnish a person's reputation. Sun Ku never expected that some unscrupulous individuals would be so brazen. For the sake of profit, they completely disregarded the lives of others and fabricated such exaggerated news. Interestingly, years later, anyone who entered that circle and sat in that position would inevitably become unscrupulous as well. In such an environment, Sun Ku wouldn't dare get involved, even with 10 systems. What's this about self-reliance? Financial football has poured money into the players. The league appears vibrant, but is merely a facade of prosperity. Once the financial tide recedes, everyone will realize that the so-called golden age was merely a mirage, leaving nothing behind. The lies fabricated by the unscrupulous would later become reality. The mercenary team bought for over $2 billion did not help the national team qualify for the World Cup. This truly is money down the drain. As a time traveler, Sun Ku felt a surge of anger at this point. He adjusted himself, finished breakfast, and set off for the club at dawn. After all, life must go on. As Sun Ku planned to forge his own path and live for himself. These clowns would soon face the consequences of their actions. The more they jumped around, now the worse it would be for them in a few days. If it could provoke a storm within the national team, it might help the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't help, let it be. However, even from thousands of miles away, Sun Ku could not find peace. Early in the morning, Slade found Sun Ku and handed him the newspaper. Sun Ku took a look and was astonished to see that the Sun had extensively reprinted reports from Chinese media. The focus of the Sun's news was worlds apart from that of Chinese media. Who would have thought a young player in the English league could cause such a stir in China? If £5 million could get the Chinese men's football team into the Olympics, it might not be a bad deal. At the end of the report, the Sun even teased, given Wenger's stingy nature, he is likely to lose out to competitors offering higher bids. Seeing the Sun's peculiar logic, Sun Ku couldn't help but laugh. Slade asked with concern, "Kid, tell me this isn't true. If this really happens, my advice is to cut off any ties with China. You have a bright future. There's no need to jeopardize your career for a small sum of money. If you can join an English Premier League team, your income in 5 years will far exceed that amount." After over a month of interaction, Slade had a good impression of Sun Ku and directly expressed his thoughts without beating around the bush. Sun Ku, amused yet speechless, replied, "Boss, if I told you this was fabricated news, would you believe me?" After hearing Sun Ku's words, Slade looked surprised at first, then nodded with a smile. "I believe you. I know you are a young man with great ambitions. This news description doesn't match my perception of you at all. You should clarify this as soon as possible. The impression of being money-hungry is not beneficial for your career development." Sun Ku nodded. "Boss, don't worry, the truth will come to light soon." Before training began, his teammates looked at Sun Ku with unusual expressions. Joel asked while holding the Times, "Sun Ku, why would you give up the chance to represent England for under £5 million? If you change nationality, your market value in England will at least be cut in half. This isn't like you. Are you being..." Sun Ku, feeling speechless, took the newspaper. As one of the top 3 media outlets in the UK, the Times had its own unique angle in reporting, emphasizing the national team's development in recent years. The article also mentioned the conflict between the U23 national team and the Queen's Park Rangers reserve team in 2008. The article did not evaluate who was right or wrong, but objectively stated, clearly the Chinese Football Association did not understand the current state of English football when arranging the friendly match. They allowed their team to compete against one of the roughest reserve teams in England, which reflects a lack of understanding of the state of world football. The article further asserted such an attitude towards this matter is unlikely to benefit the development of Chinese football. Asking for £5 million is not an exorbitant demand. Such an attitude essentially closes the door on planning. If China wants to plan for players in the future, it will likely pay several times the price. Upon reading this, Sun Ku could only sigh. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate. The Chinese Football Association thought they could take Sun Ku down easily, but to the English media, it was merely a source of entertainment. This reflects a divergence in perspectives, but more significantly, the imbalance in football development. It doesn't matter once the evidence is released by his cheap dad, the world will be at peace. Sun Ku was too lazy to explain the details to his teammates, and simply said, "This isn't true." Unexpectedly, these goofy teammates didn't care about the truth at all, and directly nicknamed Sun Ku Stin. Sun Ku was quite speechless. These guys earned a few £1,000s a week, yet considered £5 million as a small sum. Truly, they enjoyed the spectacle without concern. During training, Joel mainly called out to Sun Ku, constantly referring to him as stingy, which annoyed Sun Ku to no end, prompting him to blurt out in English, "Shut up, coffin man." After that statement, both of them were stunned. Joel incredulously asked, "Does the tattoo on my arm mean? Isn't it supposed to mean a traveler of the underworld?" Sun Ku quickly laughed and scolded, "You can give me a nickname, but I can't give you one." With that, Sun Ku managed to brush Joel off, but he nearly broke into a cold sweat. There was no choice. One must repay kindness with kindness. One could only use one lie to cover another. To be honest, saying that the ninth uncle is a traveler of the underworld isn't entirely wrong. After training, Sun Ku noticed he had 10 missed calls on his phone, all from his cheap dad. When he called back, his dad directly cursed the ancestors of those two individuals, indicating that this incident had completely reshaped his cheap dad's worldview. After cursing, his dad sternly said, "Son, don't worry, I have my ways. If they are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. You focus on playing, I'll handle this matter." This was the first time since his time travel that Sun Ku heard his cheap dad curse. He spoke for several minutes, without repeating himself, clearly stressed. After hanging up the phone, Sun Ku continued to practice. To his surprise, within just half a day, a video of his dad meeting with the two naturalized players was circulating freely online in China and the UK. Sun Ku's dad had a knack for seizing the moment. The video spread across major Chinese websites in the middle of the night. By the time those two unscrupulous individuals realized it, the news was already widespread and irreversible. In the video, Sun Ku's dad was only seen from behind, while the faces of the two individuals were clearly captured. Lu Bo clearly laid out the rules, leaving no room for denial. Although Zhu Yaij made an excuse to leave during the price negotiation, when he returned, he almost explicitly suggested that Sun Ku's dad should pay to take the two of them to entertainment venues, even asking for things. Overnight, the national team's reputation was in tatters. Fans once again crashed the CFA's website, this time unleashing their fury. Zhu Yaij shifted the blame onto Lu Bo, directly sacrificing his lackey. However, he did not manage to exclude himself, and was soon found out. 3 years of corrupt governance, 30,000 taels of silver. This fellow was not at all clear. He was muddied to a shocking degree, quickly getting entangled with Lu Bo. This globally sensational farce would later be called the naturalization scandal. English media extensively covered it, with all media adopting a tone of "this result is only logical." The Sun embellished the story, framing the entire incident as a mystery. At the end of the article, it praised Sun Ku's father as a tough character and jokingly reminded other clubs to avoid crossing the line when contacting Sun Ku, or they would eventually face consequences. After training that evening, Sun Ku received a call from a fake Jackie Chan. The caller's tone was exceedingly polite, even somewhat obsequious, claiming to have transferred a 1-0 advance to Sun Ku. This left Sun Ku quite bewildered. It seemed the British really did have a habit of reading the news. For Sun Ku, 1-0 was undoubtedly a substantial amount, and he no longer needed to ask his parents for money. With all the trivial matters settled, he could finally focus entirely on preparing for the relegation battle. May 7th. At the Osbani Road Stadium, which can accommodate 10,000 fans, the stands were filled 2 hours in advance. Nearby residential buildings were bustling with activity, and many families even hung up flags of the Leyton Orient's Red Dragon. Leyton Orient faced their most challenging match on the path to relegation, with their opponents being a Southampton team that has spent many years in the Premier League and produced notable players like Alan Shearer and Walcott. In the home team's locker room, the atmosphere among the players was exceedingly tense. Facing a team of such caliber in a life-or-death relegation battle, anyone would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Upon seeing Southampton's starting lineup, Sun Ku couldn't help but gasp. Font, the future center-back for Portugal, had partnered with Pepe to lift the Euro trophy in 2016. Schneiderlin, a French midfielder, represented France in the 2014 World Cup and the 2016 European Championship. Lalana, a future England international, had played for Liverpool for 7 seasons. These 3 players were in their prime, representing a significant challenge for Leyton Orient in League Two. However, the most formidable player from Southampton was none other than the renowned Ricky Lambert. Lambert, a goal-scoring machine whose inspirational journey rivaled that of Vardy. He started in amateur leagues, even working part-time at a canning factory, and spent most of his career in lower-tier English competitions, successfully conquering League Two, League One, and the Championship. He won the League One Player of the Year award for 3 consecutive seasons, and was also the top scorer in League One for 3 straight years, having already scored 35 goals this season. In the following season, Lambert still managed to contribute around 30 goals in the Championship and was named the Championship Player of the Year. Even in the Premier League, Lambert's goal tally remained among the top scorers, and at the age of 31 he was called up to the England national team. It is astonishing that a player of this caliber would spend most of his career in lower-tier leagues. One can only say that in life, any age can be the starting point for becoming a legend. As a time traveler from 12 years in the future, Sun Qiao's understanding of this opponent was deeper than anyone else's. In terms of player evaluation, Southampton has undoubtedly been a top club in England over the years. Sun Qiao had accumulated 7,200 points in the system specifically to deal with the behemoth that is Southampton. Even now, these players were enough to intimidate the Leyton Orient squad. The team's highest valued midfielder, Dean Smith, was worried about the opposing midfielders being overly strong, while forward Reece lamented that the opposing fullbacks were faster than he was, and centre-back Yusuf feared he wouldn't be able to stop Lambert. If this were a game, the weakness section for these players would probably include a note saying poor performance in crucial. However, Captain Joel was full of fight, banging on his locker and shouting, "Guys, don't overthink it. Our problem right now isn't whether we can win, but that we must win. Having a relegated team on your record is the biggest stain for a professional player. We have to fight them to the end." Hearing Joel's words, Sun Qiao and some players led by Harry Kane responded loudly, while others still looked worried. Sun Qiao had long anticipated this day. This match was crucial for whether he could pass the system's assessment, leaving him no room to retreat. He opened the lottery system without hesitation and drew 10 times in a row twice. 3 beams of blue light flashed, and prompts quickly appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 32-year-old Eschen experience card valid for 15 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 22-year-old Bale experience card valid for 15 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 20-year-old Beckham experience card valid for 15 minutes. Hearing the prompts, Sun Qiao felt invigorated. A 15 chance of winning might seem like a bad draw, but it wasn't too unlucky either, and the players he drew were all top stars. Eschen was a crucial player during Mourinho's first term at Chelsea, possessing explosive physicality and capable of playing both as a central midfielder and a defensive midfielder. If Eschen claims to be the number 1 B2B midfielder of the first decade of the 21st century, neither Makelele nor Vieira would dare to challenge him. However, the 32-year-old Eschen had undergone 2 major surgeries, diminishing his strength, although he should still be usable. Bale was a key attacking midfielder during Deportivo La Coruña's golden era with excellent passing and control, but he seemed a bit young at this age. And the 20-year-old heartthrob was in the first season of the class of '92, definitely in a strong state. The blue lottery was like that. The top players drawn were either old or young, none of them in their prime. However, Sun Qiao had no complaints. Having any was already quite good. If he could resolve this match with 2,000 points, he would allocate the remaining points to his attributes. If he couldn't, he would continue to invest. At this moment, the voices of Leyton Orient fans singing loudly had already penetrated the locker room. Sun Qiao took a deep breath, determined to win today, even if it cost him his life. In the An Qiao Sports Live studio, famous football commentator Huang Jinxiang was testing the sound while reviewing the information of the two teams. The parallel world Sun Qiao traveled to is 9 parts similar to his original world, but there are still some differences. For instance, the 4G era arrived a few years earlier, and the live broadcast industry has already begun to rise. An Qiao Sports seized the opportunity to purchase the broadcasting rights for this crucial League 2 battle after learning that England would broadcast it nationwide. Sun Qiao became a hot topic in the recent discussions of the Chinese Sports Administration due to the naturalization door. However, Leyton Orient's consecutive victories were certainly an underdog story in China. Nevertheless, due to Sun Qiao's overwhelming popularity, many fans wished to see a live broadcast featuring him. Thus, An Qiao Sports seized the opportunity, becoming the first to take the plunge. They not only acquired the broadcasting rights for this match, but also invited Huang Jinxiang, the most talked-about commentator in football. As the most renowned football commentator in China and the creator of the term great left-back, Huang Jinxiang has also thrived in the entertainment industry. After leaving CCTV, his schedule became packed, participating in 2 or 3 football-related programs weekly, while also responsible for commentary on the Premier League and Serie A for An Qiao Sports. If it weren't for An Qiao Sports' lavish spending, he certainly wouldn't have taken this job, especially to see how Sun Qiao performs. "Teacher Huang, we are all set." With 15 minutes remaining until the match, the director reminded him. There must be time for the commentator to warm up before the match starts. Not to mention 15 minutes. Even 50 minutes Huang Jinxiang could easily chat. He placed his materials on the table and nodded, saying, "It's good, let's start. Attention, all departments." The director immediately issued orders. Signal cutting into the studio. 3, 2, 1, start. As the signal cut in, Huang Jinxiang smiled and said, "Good evening to the viewers in the An Qiao. I am your old friend Huang Jinxiang, known as the Ma Jing Tao of the commentary world. I see many netizens in the comments section praising the great left back, and I didn't expect that 5 years later everyone still remembers this iconic moment vividly. Time is like a train that keeps moving forward. In the blink of an eye, our lives are changing. Our national football team is also changing, but it hasn't transformed into the form we hoped for. 10 years ago, when we advanced in the top 10 qualifiers, the future seemed like a dream woven with rainbows. It felt like as long as time moved forward, everything would get better. Unexpectedly, that World Cup journey became a highlight for the national team, and in the subsequent 2 World Cup qualifiers, we couldn't even reach the final round of the Asian region. We all have to admit with a bitter heart that the national team is not a top-tier team in Asia, perhaps not even a second-tier team. Our room for progress in Asia is growing larger, and there are more and more opponents of the same caliber. As for the recent hot news, I'm sure everyone is aware, so I won't go into details. Let's discuss the reactions from the English media following this incident. The English media expressed surprise. They wondered why a young player rising in England only requested a signing fee of £5 million. In their view, spending £5 million to buy the future of a world-class player seems somewhat unworthy. At this point, I believe everyone like me wants to know how strong this player named An Qiao really is. I can guarantee that most fans watching on video have never seen a complete League Two match and know little about this level of competition. They came just to see An Qiao. Many people watched championship matches back then for the likes of Van Persie and Xabi. This level of competition lacks appeal. However, in England, many clubs have tens of thousands of loyal fans, and some fans have supported a single club for generations. In people's minds, League Two is just a rough league. Some fans even created a catchy rhyme that when League Two players see a football, they just kick it, and when they see a forward, they just tackle. To some extent, this is a misunderstanding, just like how the English view us. England has a total of 12 levels of leagues, with the top 4 levels being professional leagues, and each club has its own complete youth training system. The competition in the 4 levels of English leagues is fierce. Many teams relegated from the Premier League may face relegation again if they don't adjust their mentality well. Wimbledon and Leeds United were such examples, and Southampton was also relegated from the Championship last season. From the strength of League Two teams, Charlton, Southampton, and Huddersfield could easily qualify for the World Cup finals if placed in the Asian qualifiers, and even teams in the top 8 have a great chance of advancing in Asia. Leyton Orient, where An Qiao plays, is a small to medium-sized club with the stadium only accommodating 10,000 fans, and the ground is even situated in the middle of a residential area. Since An Qiao joined the first team, Leyton Orient has achieved 5 consecutive victories, rising from second to last place to 4th from the bottom. If they win this match, they have a great chance of avoiding relegation. However, compared to Southampton, Leyton Orient still has a significant gap. The two teams met for the first time this season, with Leyton Orient losing 15 away. Before the match, the English media almost unanimously believed that Southampton would win, estimating the probability of both teams winning as 7,030. Through this match, we mainly want to see how An Qiao performs. It is said that Arsenal and Everton have already set their sights on this player. Regardless of the outcome of this match, An Qiao is unlikely to remain with Leyton Orient next season. We have already received signals from the match venue. Let's watch the game while discussing it. At the Osborne Road Stadium, nearly 8,000 Leyton Orient fans simultaneously raised their club scarves, singing their team's anthem. As soon as the 2,000 Southampton fans opened their mouths, the Leyton Orient supporters would raise their volume, using the sound waves to overpower the opposing fans. Seeing this scene, the Leyton Orient players were filled with passion, and the tense atmosphere in the locker room was swept away by the enthusiasm of the fans. In the live broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang introduced the starting lineups of both teams, saying, "Let's take a look at the starting lineups of the two teams." Leyton Orient has deployed a 442 formation, which is a traditional formation in English football. Goalkeeper Jamie Jones from Everton's youth training. The 4 defenders are Odubajo, Jorli Yusuf, and the 4 midfielders are John Spring, Dean Smith, An Qiao, and Cox. Among the midfielder, Dean Smith comes from Chelsea's youth training, and left midfielder Cox is only 1.63 meters tall, which is quite rare in English football. The 2 forwards are Lisby and Harry Kane, the latter of whom is still under 18 and is on loan from Tottenham. This young player has appeared 18 times for Leyton Orient this season, scoring 9 goals, which is quite impressive for someone his age. Southampton has also deployed a 442 formation. Goalkeeper Kevin Davis. The 4 defenders are Ryan Dixon, Font, Rashid Jetty, and Richardson. Midfielders Gooley, Schneiderlin, Hammond, and Lalana. Forwards David Connolly and Ricky Lambert. Among the starting lineups of the two teams, only 6 players are under 1.8 meters tall, indicating the emphasis on physical fitness in the English league. From the players' introductions, it is clear that Southampton players have the advantage on paper. Their left midfielder Lalana is a regular in England's youth teams. Brazilian midfielder Gooley has briefly played for Fiorentina in Serie A, and midfielder Schneiderlin has been selected for the France U19 team, while forward David Connolly has played for West Ham, Wigan, and Sunderland, scoring 15 goals in the Premier League. Let's see what level a League One team can play at. With the sound of the referee's whistle, this match, destined to be recorded in history as a battle for promotion and relegation, has officially begun. As the match started, Leyton Orient quickly passed the ball to the left flank. The speedy duo of Cox and Lisby aimed to assert dominance over their opponents. Lisby received the ball on the left, and facing right-back Dixon decisively drove towards the penalty area. However, Southampton's right-back Dixon was no pushover. He reacted quickly and used his speed to block Lisby's path. The two collided instantly, with Dixon maintaining his position while Lisby stumbled and then cut in towards the center of the penalty area. Just as he pushed the ball forward, Southampton centre-back Font rushed in from the side, intercepting and sending the Cox and Raymond both rushed towards the ball, colliding in the process, with the sturdier Cox being knocked aside. Upon gaining possession, Raymond immediately accelerated and Leyton Orient midfielder Dean Smith hurried to intercept. As he sprinted, Raymond passed the ball behind him. Seeing Southampton's aggressive start, Sun Koo immediately activated his Eschen experience card. After receiving the ball, Schneiderlin did not slow down. Noticing Sun Koo was nearly 3 meters away, he swiftly changed direction and accelerated. The Southampton coaching staff had conducted thorough research on Sun Koo and concluded that he possessed excellent interception and unknown skills. They believed that Sun Koo's speed was average and his ordinary coordination made his defensive abilities during high-speed runs relatively weak. But just as Schneiderlin initiated his move, Sun Koo immediately positioned himself between him and the ball. Without hesitation, the robust Schneiderlin charged towards Sun Koo. Sun Koo instantly exerted himself, entering into another intense confrontation. Schneiderlin felt as if he had been grazed by a rampaging bull, losing control as he fell backward. The French midfielder got up from the ground, angrily shouting at the referee, signaling that Sun Koo had committed a foul. In his view, the somewhat slim Asian lad couldn't possibly possess such formidable strength. There must have been some foul play. The referee shook his head, gesturing for Schneiderlin to get up. The home fans erupted in laughter at the sight. Sun Koo caught up with the ball and turned to advance towards the field. Schneiderlin got up and in a frenzy charged towards Sun Koo. Having suffered a significant setback, he couldn't swallow his pride. With the Eschen experience card activated, Sun Koo was unafraid, meeting Schneiderlin head-on. This time they were engaged in a fierce clash again. At the moment of contact, Schneiderlin suddenly sensed an unbearable force coming from Sun Koo. The French midfielder leaned back again, retreating a few steps to barely maintain his balance. Seeing this, the Leyton Orient fans erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Sun Koo did not slow down, using his body to fend off the advancing Raymond, continuously pushing forward. As Sun Koo approached the edge of the penalty area, Southampton centre-back Jetty hurriedly moved up to support, attempting to double-team Sun Koo. At the moment he initiated his run, Sun Koo promptly delivered the ball into the penalty area. Harry Kane appeared just in time in the passing lane, receiving the ball and decisively turning to shoot. As Harry Kane struck the ball, Font instantly lunged, recklessly blocking the ball out of bounds. Leyton Orient fans sighed deeply, immediately following up with applause. Sun Koo ran into the opponent's penalty area with some regret, noting that Harry Kane was still too inexperienced. If this had happened 10 years later, Font likely wouldn't have been able to keep up. The young player still needed time to develop. In the live broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang remarked, "From the first 2 minutes of play, Sun Koo's performance has exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect this kid to have such toughness on the field. Whether it's his interception anticipation, individual progression ability, or the timing of his passes, he has handled everything perfectly. This kid is remarkable." From this, everyone should have a clear impression of the League One, characterized by intense physical combat. Without a certain level of physicality, it would be hard to survive in this league. League One consists of 24 teams, with each team having to play 46 league matches in a season, in addition to participating in 3 cup competitions totaling at least 51 matches in a season. With such intense competition and a packed schedule, many teams often face a double fixture in a week, making it difficult for ordinary players to endure. In Southampton's penalty area, Sun Koo leaned in towards Jorley, saying, "I'm in great form today. When the time comes, rush to the front post, and he'll make a move towards the center." Jorley nodded and immediately gestured towards the corner flag, with Smith, the corner taker, signaling back. Soon Smith took the corner kick and Jorley suddenly dashed to the front post, catching the Southampton players off guard, as this was not his usual position. Font hurriedly chased after him, but was still beaten to the punch by Jorley. Uncle Ju leaped high and powerfully headed the ball towards the center. The center-backs of both teams tangled with each other, with the 189-meter Raymond defending Harry Kane, while Schneiderlin at 181 meters was tasked with marking Sun Koo. At the moment Jorley jumped, Sun Koo relentlessly advanced towards the small penalty area. Schneiderlin was unable to stop him and retreated a few steps, barely managing to stand his ground. In the next moment, the ball reached above Sun Koo's head. He used his arm to push against Schneiderlin, and as the ball flew overhead, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, leaving the French midfielder to watch helplessly as An Qiao executed a powerful header. Moments later, the ball flew towards the upper left corner of the goal. An Qiao's header was too close, leaving the goalkeeper unable to react, merely watching as the ball flew into the net. 10. Just 4 minutes into the match, An Qiao's header has put Leyton Orient ahead. Fans, we really should understand the development of football powerhouses. From the start, most teams in our league cannot survive in League One. An Qiao's performance is even more astonishing. He scored this goal with a dominating display, leaving the opposing midfielders with no way to respond. To say he is as strong as a mountain is not an exaggeration. On the field, An Qiao, amidst the frenzied cheers of home fans and the helpless gazes of Southampton players, smiled and raised his arms high as teammates excitedly rushed towards him, encircling him. This feeling of dominating the field is truly exhilarating. Looking at An Qiao, who was surrounded by his teammates like a superstar, the Southampton defenders showed expressions of disbelief. This Chinese boy actually possesses such formidable physicality. It is known that Schneiderlin is renowned for his robust battling ability. An Qiao exhibiting overwhelming dominance in front of him is simply monstrous. As the match resumed, An Qiao remained fierce in midfield. Under his beast-like confrontational style, Schneiderlin repeatedly faced difficulties, appearing quite flustered on the field. In the 10th minute, An Qiao gained possession in the attacking zone and immediately launched a long-range shot. Schneiderlin bravely approached. Following a thunderous boom that echoed throughout the stadium, the Southampton midfielder groaned and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the entire stadium erupted in gasps. In the live broadcast, the comments section was flooded instantly. Wow, An Qiao's shot is so powerful. What on earth has this guy been eating to grow up like this? Even through the screen, I can feel the pain. No wonder this guy can burst footballs. If that shot hit me, I'd probably die on the spot. Huang Jinxiang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my first time witnessing An Qiao's match, and this young man truly has distinctive qualities." This long-range shot technique is impossible to master without tens of thousands of practice sessions. From the performance in the first 10 minutes, it's clear that An Qiao is an extremely diligent player, otherwise he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the fiercely competitive English football system. On the sidelines, Southampton's coach Atkinson shouted angrily, "If the center can't break through, then use the... You can only see the center with your eyes. Spread out the formation, utilize the flank advantage, and keep it simple." In the next 5 minutes, An Qiao acted like a bulldozer in midfield, continuously dismantling the opponent's attack. However, the effectiveness of the Asian experience card quickly expired. An Qiao immediately activated the Bale experience card. He couldn't afford to be stingy now. He had to use his trump cards decisively. It must be said that Asian is indeed a key player in Mourinho's midfield. The African Buffalo's combat ability is top-notch, and his offensive and defensive skills are excellent. Even after a serious injury, he can easily handle a League One team. Using Bale fits perfectly with the current situation. When An Qiao received the ball again, he began to methodically organize the midfield. After gaining possession, he could always quickly transition the ball. The Southampton midfielders gradually started to struggle to decipher An Qiao's intentions. In the 18th minute, An Qiao received the ball in the attacking area, and Schneiderlin rushed up bravely. This guy is tough and resilient, or after getting kicked a moment ago, he took a few seconds to recover before getting back up. Just as everyone thought they would witness another fierce physical confrontation, An Qiao suddenly touched the ball with his right foot, turned halfway around, and evaded his opponent. Schneiderlin missed his tackle as Raymond rushed up, positioning himself in front of An Qiao, ready to act as a human shield against a potential long-range shot. An Qiao glanced at his teammates' positions and swiftly threaded the football into the penalty area. Inside the box, Risby suddenly accelerated, shaking off his defender and taking a shot. What followed was a familiar scene. The football soared into the stands, eliciting a collective sigh from the fans. An Qiao, holding his head in disbelief, thought to himself that if either of his two forwards had been competent, they could have secured the victory by halftime. In the live broadcast, Huang Jinxiang could not stop praising An Qiao. While this pass showcases An Qiao's exceptional organizational skills, but it's a pity that the forwards of Leyton Orient are so rough in their shooting. If that shot had gone in, Leyton Orient would have taken absolute control. What a pity. We noticed that around the 15th minute, An Qiao gradually changed his previously high-intensity confrontational style and began to organize the attack as the team took the lead. This style of play not only engages the defenders, but also conserves energy. It seems that high-intensity matches indeed train players well, as An Qiao's control over the game is evidently effortless. Seeing An Qiao's performance, Huang Jinxiang continually speculated. On the field, Southampton's head coach noticed that their proud possession strategy was being dismantled by An Qiao single-handedly, and thus opted not to play on the ground. Under his command, Southampton immediately adopted traditional English football, launching attacks directly from the back. In the 25th minute, Southampton's goal kick was aimed straight at the front line, where Lambert outmuscled Joel Lee and delivered a cross to the left side of the penalty area. Lalana received the ball on the left with two Leyton Orient players closing in. The future Liverpool legend observed his teammates under pressure and then suddenly executed a deft left-footed flick, sending the football through the gap between the two defenders. Lalana charged into the penalty area. The defenders in that zone dared not challenge, physically only trying to block his path. However, Lalana's individual capabilities are good enough even in the Premier League, making him hard to stop. The Southampton left winger abruptly halted and decisively accelerated, instantly overtaking the defender as he surged towards the small penalty area. He saw Leyton Orient goalkeeper Jamie Jones. Jones rushed out and Son thought to himself, this guy wants to pass the ball. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lalana suddenly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it towards the center. Southampton's centre-forward Lambert had already charged into the small penalty area, pushing past centre-back Yusuf and crashing into the goal with both body and ball. 1-1. Southampton's long pass directly penetrated Leyton Orient's defense, with centre-forward Lambert heading the ball, Lalana breaking through and assisting, and Lambert powering in a header. This attack took only about 10 seconds from initiation to goal, leveling the score. It must be acknowledged that Leyton Orient is at least a tier below their opponents in terms of strength. Even at the same level, the strengths of the two teams are still not on the same level. Especially Lambert, this center-forward, is virtually unbeatable in League One. However, these thoughts could only be kept to himself and absolutely not spoken out loud. Son clapped his hands while encouraging his teammates. It's all right, there's still time. We are playing just fine. In reality, the problems were overwhelming. If it weren't for Son supporting them with the system, Leyton Orient would likely have already been blown away. As the match resumed, Southampton deliberately avoided passing to Son. They constantly attempted to lure him closer to the sidelines, then shifted the ball horizontally to initiate an attack on the opposite side. Bale, being merely a central attacking midfielder, doesn't possess significantly better defensive capabilities than Son. In the 29th minute, Son initiated a counterattack in the attacking zone. He transferred the ball to Cox, with Leyton Orient's left winger slanting into the attacking zone, then flicking the ball to Harry Kane. Harry Kane was not one to shy away from a challenge. He attracted Font and then passed the ball horizontally into the penalty area. Risby once again broke free from the center-back for a shot, but this guy wasted the close-range opportunity, hitting the crossbar. Son shook his head helplessly. This guy only has speed. For forwards and lower to mid-level League One teams, as long as they have certain characteristics, they can get on the pitch. With the Bale experience card expired, Son then activated the 20-year-old heartthrob experience card. As the match resumed, Southampton directly crossed the ball into the penalty area from the flank. Centre-forward Lambert, while holding off Joel Lee in the penalty area, received the ball, with a kick turning to shoot immediately. In a moment of urgency, Joel Lee tugged at the opponent. The experienced Lambert fell to the ground, and the Southampton players all shouted for a penalty simultaneously. The referee unhesitatingly awarded the penalty and showed Joel Lee a yellow card. Son was utterly speechless. These League One teammates are truly unmanageable. Even Uncle Nine couldn't suppress the bad luck of the coffin man. If this guy didn't have hands, it would be much better. Lambert stood at the penalty spot, and as the referee's whistle sounded, he immediately took a run-up, accurately kicking the ball into the upper left corner of the goal. 1-2. While Southampton had conceded the first goal, they quickly scored 2 goals in succession, taking the lead. In an instant, the atmosphere in Leyton Orient became tense. Son constantly reminded himself not to panic. He had to stay calm. Beckham is a master of long passes and free kicks with clear advantages. As long as he utilizes it, there will definitely be opportunities. He walked over to the gloomy Risby and said, after the match begins, I'll pass the ball forward. You and the center-backs fight for the ball. If you get kicked, don't force it, and make sure to draw a free kick. Risby nodded with determination. No problem. After the match began, Southampton's offense was relentless, basically pinning Leyton Orient in their half. Leyton Orient faced peril in front of their goal, but the players gritted their teeth. If they couldn't win this match, most players would have to take pay cuts to play in League Two. Everyone was aware of this. In the 36th minute, Lalana received the ball on the left. Facing a double team, he chose not to force a breakthrough, but instead passed the ball back to a teammate. Just as he released the pass, Son, who had already started moving, dashed towards the passing line and slid to intercept the football beneath him. He glanced up at the front, and after a brief adjustment, sent the ball forward. The football arced, bypassing Southampton's midfielders, landing at the edge of the penalty area. Font and Risby sprinted towards the ball, and the Southampton center-back went for a slide tackle. However, at the moment he went for the tackle, Risby, sprinting at full speed, suddenly extended his leg to poke the football forward, and Font could no longer stop his movement, sliding into Risby's shoe. Risby let out a loud scream with all his might, rolling several times on the ground. The referee's whistle sounded immediately, and he showed Font a yellow card. Sun Ku patted Risby, who had gotten up from the ground, taking a deep breath. Little Beckham, your curved free kick at 20 should be reliable, right? In the live stream room, Leyton Orient has earned a free kick in front of Southampton's penalty area. From the development of the match, Leyton Orient is the weaker side. To win against the strong, they must seize the opportunity of set pieces. On a side note, despite Leyton Orient looking quite helpless against Southampton, our national team may not necessarily be their match. That Risby couldn't score in such a situation, it just shows the intensity from the opponent is too great. The national team would likely struggle against someone like him. Free from the constraints of the system, Huang Jiangxiang's commentary style has become increasingly bold. He no longer spares the national team any dignity. Huang is amazing. I watched the live stream just for the jokes. Huang, be a bit bolder and express yourself. Huang, why do I feel that Sun Ku is sometimes strong and sometimes weak? Can you help diagnose him? Those upstairs, can you not joke around? Huang, please elaborate on this issue of strength and weakness. Huang Jinxiang glanced at the comments and smiled, shaking his head. Let's talk about football. Can we be a bit serious? I understand what that netizen means. He probably wants to express that Sun Ku appeared very strong in the beginning, but then seemed to back off, trying to avoid confrontations. I believe that as a young player, Sun Ku's core strength is certainly not an issue, but he is only 19 years old, and it's challenging to maintain a high level of physical confrontation throughout the match. This is also a reasonable choice to avoid exhaustion in the second half. Let's see which player from Leyton Orient will take this crucial free kick. Sun Ku and Smith stand by the ball simultaneously. After some communication, Sun Ku will take this free kick. This also indicates that Sun Ku has established his core position in Leyton Orient. It seems Sun Ku will unleash his full power to break through the opponent's defense with a long shot. Just a few meters away from the ball, the Osborne Road Stadium fell silent. The position of the free kick is slightly to the left, but perfectly distant. In this moment of great importance, Sun Ku can already hear his own heartbeat. In 2 lifetimes, this is his first time becoming the focus of thousands of fans. Sun Ku took several deep breaths, keeping his gaze fixed on the goalkeeper and the wall. The Southampton players are very wary of Sun Ku's long shots. The wall is positioned to completely block the near post. The goalkeeper is slightly closer to the other side. The referee saw that the wall was in position and immediately blew the whistle. Sun Ku took a deep breath to calm his heartbeat and decisively began his run. Little Bay, please lead us. At the moment he started running, Sun Ku felt his running rhythm was incredibly. As Sun Ku sprinted, the Southampton players stood with fierce expressions, preparing to use their bodies to block the opponent's heavy artillery. At 1 step away from the ball, Sun Ku's left foot firmly pressed against the grass. His body leaned significantly to the left, his left arm raised high, then he forcefully swung his right leg. When his right foot touched the ball, Sun Ku could distinctly feel the inside of his foot striking the right spot. Bang! A crisp sound. Seeing the technique Sun Ku used, the Southampton wall players hurriedly jumped high. The ball drew an exaggerated arc, bypassing the wall, heading off target towards the corner flag area. Watching this scene, the Leyton Orient fans in the stands instinctively sighed. From the fans' perspective, this free kick was quite off target. The Southampton goalkeeper on the goal line took a deep breath. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not expect Sun Ku to abandon his most reliable scoring method at such a critical moment. Does this kid want to show off his skills? Heh. Besides having a strong kick, this kid is nothing. But the Southampton goalkeeper did not remain pleased for long. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently, and he hurriedly moved to his left. The ball was spinning violently in the air, veering sharply towards the goal. At this moment, the Southampton goalkeeper was completely panicked. As a professional goalkeeper, he had already judged that the ball was flying towards the goal. The goalkeeper took a step and hurriedly lunged towards the goal. But just as his body was expanding, the goalkeeper's body suddenly lost strength because he realized the angle of this free kick was simply too tricky. He could not reach it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The strongly spinning ball flew into the goal frame, almost sideways into the right post. Yeah. Amidst the fervent cheers, the Southampton wall players, who witnessed the entire scoring process almost simultaneously, turned to look at Sun Ku. This free kick is too exaggerated, right? This kid actually has this level of free kick. This certainly doesn't look like a young player just entering the first team. It's like Beckham incarnate. They guessed correctly. At this moment, Sun Ku truly embodied Beckham. 2-2. Seeing the ball fly into the goal, Sun Ku let out a sigh of relief, raising his hands to the sky. Beckham is amazing. At this moment, Beckham in his heart was no longer Little Bay, but God Bay. No, it's Bayi. The entire process of this goal made Sun Ku feel as if he were adventuring alongside Bayi. After kicking the ball, he wasn't even sure where it would fly. Sun Ku revealed a smile as if he had survived a disaster. Soon teammates rushed from all directions surrounding. At this moment, he was not only a hero in the hearts of Leyton Orient fans, but also a hero in the eyes of his teammates. After more than a month of fighting alongside them, Sun Ku had already given them too many surprises. Even if Sun Ku scored an even more exaggerated goal to them, it seemed only natural. Near the goal, the Southampton goalkeeper looked at Sun Ku with an incredible expression while mimicking the trajectory of the ball. On the sidelines, the moment Sun Ku scored, Slade's mouth dropped open in surprise, holding his head. Southampton's head coach Atkinson shook his head helplessly. That damn Slade. To deal with us, he actually hid this trick all along. In the stadium, Sun Ku excitedly ran towards the diehard fans stand, vigorously waving his right arm. Haha, this kid actually managed to pull off such a high-quality free kick. What a treasure of a player. He is our star. At that moment, the fans in the stands were acting like they had gone mad. They once again erupted in deafening cheers. In the office of the Kearney training base, Wenger was smiling as he jotted notes in his notebook. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would bring this raw gem to Arsenal. In the livestream, beautiful. Sun Ku scored with a perfect free kick, equalizing for Leyton Orient. I didn't expect a high-level Chinese player to emerge in League One. From this kick, it's clear that Sun Ku must have put in a lot of effort into free kicks. What a pity a player like him has slipped through our fingers. If Sun Ku could represent us in the Olympic qualifying matches, we would basically be the strongest team in Asia. From what I know, among the strong teams in Asia, there isn't a player who can compare with Sun Ku. Southampton players couldn't handle Sun Ku, let alone the Asian national Olympic team. We can see an immense confidence in this young man. More importantly, Sun Ku shows signs of diligent training. Even with nearly 20 years of commentary, Huang Jinxiang was still incredibly excited. In his view, among players with pure Chinese blood, Sun Ku is the first who might grow into a top star. Wow, Sun Ku is amazing. That free kick was simply incredible. Why do I feel Sun Ku's free kick looks so much like Beckham's? Just seconds after Sun Ku's goal, the comments section of the live stream instantly flooded with nearly 10,000 comments. Many people were stunned. Most people had only seen Sun Ku's videos. This was their first time witnessing Sun Ku's performance. It was clear. Sun Ku's skill had far exceeded the level of League One. If he can continue to grow, Sun Ku might truly secure a starting position in a big club. Seeing Sun Ku's performance, and then thinking about the national team, many fans were feeling sour. At this moment, many fans criticized the Football Association in the comments, pointing out their incompetence and negligence. They had missed such an excellent player. The match was still ongoing, and Sun Ku continuously organized the team's attacks with medium to long-range passes. The Southampton players had not yet recovered from the frustration of conceding a goal, while Leyton Orient shifted from defense to attack, quickly gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Sun Ku was full of confidence, and he still had 5,200 points as a backup. At this pace, victory was only a matter of time. After this match, he would completely own the system. The great British star was just around the corner. The match is still ongoing. Leyton Orient is surging with momentum, while the Southampton players are in disarray. In less than 10 minutes, Leyton Orient had 2 scoring opportunities, but unfortunately missed the chance to score. In the blink of an eye, the match has reached the 40th minute. Sun Ku exchanged positions with a teammate and moved to the right side. He dribbled along the flank, glanced at his teammates' positions, and immediately delivered a cross. The soccer ball drew a line through the air, bypassing Southampton's centre-back Jedi, and flew overhead. Kane seized the opportunity, making a powerful header while running. The ball flew towards the top left corner of the goal, and the Southampton goalkeeper gave up on it. At that moment, the entire stadium erupted, and the fans began to celebrate the goal prematurely. However, Kane's header struck the bottom of the crossbar. But there's still a chance. Another forward, Risby, rushed toward the landing point and executed a sliding shot. Sun Ku clenched his fists. If this ball could go in, Leyton Orient would head into the locker room with a 1-goal advantage. This goal holds extraordinary significance for the team. But at the moment Risby touched the ball, Southampton's centre-back blocked it on the goal line, deflecting the ball out of the small penalty area. Left-back Richardson rushed to the landing point and kicked the ball forward with all his might. Seeing this scene, Sun Ku turned and sprinted back to the defense. During this time, Leyton Orient was dominating, and the midfielders had pushed past the halfway line. This clearance accidentally landed in the vacuum between the midfielders and defenders. More importantly, Southampton also had Lambert, this strong and robust center forward. This guy is incredibly steady as a door. Sun Ku just hoped that Joel Lee could be tough and play the role of a real Uncle Nine. However, in the current English League One, there isn't a single center-back capable of unknown defending against Lambert. Southampton's forward rushed to the landing point, using his body to shield Joel Lee behind him and passed the ball to the right side. Brazilian midfielder Gully picked up the ball, while running, using feints to change direction, continuously shaking off Leyton Orient's left back. Gully made a diagonal run to the edge of the penalty area and suddenly sent a powerful low ball into the box with the back of his foot. David, with 4 years of Premier League experience, Connolly had already started moving the moment Gully struck the ball, leaving centre-back Yusuf behind. Connolly lightly tapped the ball with his right foot, and it flew into the far corner. 2-3. Leyton Orient failed to capitalize on their scoring opportunities and was successfully countered by the opponent. In less than 15 seconds, Leyton Orient slid from the edge of heaven into the boundary of hell. In an instant, the away fans erupted in loud cheers. Leyton Orient's fans looked on in confusion at the field. Sun Ke could only sigh up at the sky. This is the punishment for missing opportunities. In the live broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang also looked regretful. I must say the development of this match is full of drama. If Harry Kane or Risby had capitalized on their scoring opportunities, the score would be completely different now. This is football. Football matches never care about which side is more dominant. They only care about which side scores more. Sun Ke's passing was not the problem. It can only be said that Leyton Orient lacks a decisive player. But the first half is not over yet. It's too early to say anything. Leyton Orient was trailing, and the comments section instantly showed divisions. Some believe Leyton Orient can push harder and turn things around. Others think the overall strength of Leyton Orient is too weak. Relying solely on Sun Ke is useless. Many are questioning why the team would field a striker under 18 years old, with many criticizing Harry Kane. Some even think that Sun Ke's action of switching positions with the winger was too casual. He just wanted to show off and should take responsibility for the conceded goal. People tend to conform in life to conceal themselves, yet online they aspire to be opinion leaders. Only after everyone chooses to express their true feelings can they understand that rational perspectives and a broad outlook are also scarce in this world. Huang Jinxiang had long been used to it. He chuckled softly and said football matches are like this. As long as they can win, even if it's by luck, their flaws will be overlooked by most. Once they lose, they must bear the fans' wrath. But during the previous attack, Sun Ke's choices were not the problem. Football is inherently a combination of countless unexpected events. There is still plenty of time. Let's make conclusions after the match ends. On the field, the match continued. Sun Ke glanced at the electronic timer. The match had reached the 42nd minute. It's only a 1-goal difference. Once they return to the locker room, he will request assistance from the system. No big deal. But soon his teammates made Sun Ke realize that the most challenging aspect of the system's assessment tasks was not himself, but his teammates. As both teams were locked in a stalemate during stoppage time, Leyton Orient's defenders suddenly appeared to short-circuit, passing the ball to Schneiderlin in the middle. Schneiderlin was stunned. He did not expect to receive a gift at this moment. The French midfielder did not hesitate and immediately took a step forward to the right and decisively shot from outside the penalty area. This shot was powerful, but the angle was straightforward. Watching the flight path of the ball, Sun Ke let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment what happened nearly made his jaw drop. Goalkeeper Jamie Jones lunged and caught the ball in his arm. Suddenly the ball slipped from his grasp and rolled into the goal. A colossal elementary mistake. In an instant, Sun Ke nearly lost his cool and cursed out loud. Seeing goalkeeper Jamie Jones holding his head, all the muscles in his face twitching, Sun Ke suddenly recalled something he had once said. He could only suppress his anger with all his might. In the stands, Leyton Orient fans were all stunned. Everything felt like a bolt from the blue to them. In England's football system, club chairmen, head coaches, and players change like flowing water every year, yet only the fans dedicate their entire lives to a single club. Hey, did you all drink too much last night? This is the most important match of the entire season for the club, and you played like a pile of dog shit. If you can't avoid relegation, you all can get the hell out. At halftime, Leyton Orient players walked into the tunnel amidst the furious voices of the fans, looking thoroughly ashamed. Meanwhile, the Togo-leading Southampton players held their heads high, laughing heartily. Back in the locker room, Leyton Orient players slumped like a pile of mud in front of their lockers. Joel Lee smashed everything within reach to the ground. Dean Smith, who had just signed from Arsenal on a free transfer this season, was crying his heart out. The goalkeeper, who had just committed the gross error, sat on the ground with a face of despair. Other Leyton Orient players showed expressions of hopelessness. Clearly everyone had completely lost confidence. Yet the lone Harry Kane was still trying to motivate his teammates. But in everyone's eyes, he was just a kid, and who would listen to him? Sun Ke fell into deep thought, pondering how the team had turned into this state. Not to mention himself. Even if Messi came, he wouldn't be able to carry such a team. The most important thing right now is not drawing cards, but rekindling the team's fighting spirit. He had never experienced anything like this in his past life. This is absurd. He had thought the assessment task was just a newbie village challenge. He didn't expect the starting task to be hell level. Sun Ke repeatedly recalled the inspiring scenes he had watched in motivational films. They must get this group of guys to stand up. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 10 minutes of halftime had passed. Slade kept clapping his hands, loudly stating, "Guys, lift your heads up. We are warriors. Hey, let's bravely face the current situation. Before we embark on our great comeback, let me say a few words." Sun Ke was the first to lift his head. Whether he could motivate the team's fighting spirit depended on Slade. After more than a month of interaction, he discovered that their head coach indeed had a knack for boosting morale. But at that moment, Captain Joel Lee roared loudly, "Shut your mouth, to hell with the great comeback. I just want to sit quietly for a while. Seeing his captain giving up and openly interrupting the coach's motivational speech in the locker room, Sun Ku could no longer suppress the anger within him. As the team captain who prided himself on being the toughest man, Joel Lee was now simply a pile of mush. Right now he couldn't rely on anyone. He could only depend on himself. With that in mind, Sun Ku immediately stood up and shouted, "Joel Lee, the one who should shut up is you." Hearing Sun Ku's words, the entire locker room fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. "Brat, mind your own business. Or don't blame me for getting rough." Joel Lee stared at Sun Ku in astonishment, then snarled with bared teeth. In an instant, every gaze in the locker room locked onto the two men. Seeing Joel Lee's scowl, Sun Ku inwardly scoffed. This was the man they called the Coffin Man. A wolf against teammates, yet a timid pretender before rivals. This match determined whether Sun Ku would obtain the system. He could never allow Joel Lee to drag the entire squad into self-sabotage. Sun Ku pointed straight at Joel Lee and thundered, "You threaten your own teammates in the locker room, but cower like a coward on the pitch. If that's who you are, you're unworthy of captaining Leyton Orient." Joel Lee was left speechless, gaping dumbfounded. Sun Ku roared on, "Joel Lee, you're 29 years old. By now you've probably forgotten you came from Arsenal's youth academy. At 19 you'd have refused to believe you'd spend your 30s grinding in League One. Arsenal let you go, not because Vieira and Campbell were extraordinary, but because you weren't good enough. You trained punctually, and left just as promptly. You tiptoed through your career terrified of change, terrified of challenge. Today your sole claim to pride is that Arsenal Academy pedigree. Truth is, you've always lingered at football's periphery." Hearing Sun Ku's words, Joel Lee froze utterly still, even Slade, and every other player turned in stunned silence toward him. Sun Ku strode to the center of the locker room and continued, "Right now we all suffer. But if we surrender like this, our cowardice today will cost us far more tomorrow. Relegation is the gravest stain upon any professional player's career. Lose this match and we'll forever be branded failures in the eyes of the world. Dean, you aim to return to Chelsea, not curl up like a child weeping in shame. That path only widens the gulf between you and your dream. Cox, you're League One's finest left back. Play like you did in recent matches, and I wager you'll join a championship club within 3 years. Jamie, every week countless goalkeepers blunder. 90% collapse under the weight of failure. You must become one of the resilient 10%, if you ever hope to return to Everton. We all deserve brighter futures, and victory is our only road forward. When the final whistle blows, only one team will bear the agony. I pray it's Southampton. Winning isn't merely for the club, it's for ourselves. Southampton is League One's strongest side. Beat them, and every club will take notice. This is our second chance at destiny. Joel Lee, you're 29. If you can't even contain a League One striker, no club beyond this division will ever call your name again. Your captain. You must summon courage, dominate him, conquer him. This is your final career crossroads. Now tell us, what's your plan for the second half?" Joel Lee, blood surging with fury, slammed his fist against a locker and bellowed, "I swear upon my name, I will not let him score again. Men, did you hear that? A raw rookie just slapped truth across our faces, and he's right. We must rise, rally, and fight them to the very end." In that moment, the once moribund locker room erupted into thunderous chaos. Leyton Orient players roared with raw, unfiltered defiance. Sun Ku strained his voice to its breaking point. "I swear, if you give everything you've got, I will keep this club in League One. I swear it. Let's march back onto that pitch and tear them apart." Leyton Orient trailed Southampton, the league's second-place side, 24. For much of the first half, the contest had been fiercely contested. Yet in the final 5 minutes, Leyton Orient's defense crumbled catastrophically. A loss would condemn them to relegation into League Two, a devastating blow to the club's future. From this half alone, one thing is certain: Sun Ku possesses extraordinary potential. Regardless of tonight's result, he will surely leave Leyton Orient next season. As fans, none of us wish for this match to lose intrigue prematurely. Yet reversing such a deficit remains an immense challenge for Leyton Orient. Let us see whether Sun Ku can sustain and elevate his performance in this crucible of adversity. The second half was about to begin. Both teams emerged from their dressing rooms almost simultaneously. Sun Ku watched Southampton's players stride onto the pitch, laughing triumphantly, and a cold, razor-edged smile flickered across his face. "Champagne at halftime, are we? Then let's see whose fate runs sturdier." Sun Ku activated the system with his mind. He had 5-0 points remaining. He'd scrimped for a full month. Now at last he could afford extravagance. Without hesitation, he hammered the orange lottery button 5 times. There was no time for doubt. Alan, this was pure adrenaline. If today marked his unlucky streak, and he drew nothing, he'd accept it. Better to risk oblivion than hesitate. A true man either lives or dies achieving greatness. Sun Ku clenched his fists tight, awaiting fortune's favor. Now everything hinged on how unyielding his fate truly was. Amid tense anticipation, the system delivered its verdict, 3 hollow chimes of "thank you for playing," followed by 2 radiant orange glows. There was hope. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a Dennis Bergkamp experience card, aged 29, valid for 20 minutes. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a Ronaldo experience card, aged 21, valid for 20 minutes. At the system's announcement, Sun Ku's spirits surged with electrifying clarity. Fists clenched, he wheeled toward his teammates and shouted, "Men, we will win." His cry ignited an immediate, thunderous chorus of affirmation. Truly, these 2 experience cards arrived with impeccable timing. Dennis Bergkamp, the Dutch maestro, rose to fame at Ajax, endured trials at Inter, and ascended to legendary status after joining Arsenal. At 29, Bergkamp delivered a divine last-minute strike in the quarterfinals, sealing Argentina's fate with sublime artistry. He remained peerless at that age. And 21-year-old Ronaldo, a force of nature. At Barcelona, he scored at will, unstoppable, unknown, capable of dismantling an entire defensive line single-handedly. Brilliant. The system had treated him generously. Sun Ku wasted no time. He re-entered the system and spent his remaining 200 points. Ideally, star experience cards would cover the entire 45-minute second half. He hadn't expected much, yet both draws shimmered with azure light. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the King of Duels skill card, valid for 15 minutes. King of Duels. Sun Ku blinked, momentarily bewildered. He rushed into the system to read the skill. King of Duels skill card grants 90 power amplification during 5,050 challenges. Sun Ku blurted out a startled "damn." He suspected this might be the apex reward of blue-tier lotteries. With King of Duels, he couldn't guarantee victory in every duel, but he'd hold overwhelming advantage in every clash. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Sun Ku instantly activated the King of Duels skill card. His ascent to English football stardom hinged entirely on these 45 minutes. Victory is non-negotiable. The second half of the match began, quickly escalating into a fierce battle. The players of Leyton Orient were almost engaged in a brawl with those of Southampton on the field. In the 47th minute, Southampton once again played a long pass to Lambert. This simple yet effective tactic had proven successful time and again, and they intended to exploit Lambert's strength to break through Leyton Orient as soon as possible. The stocky Lambert kept using his body to push against Joel, who gritted his teeth and held his ground, the veins on his neck bulging. Sun Ku shouted loudly towards the backfield. Joel knocked the ball out. If his teammates couldn't hold their ground, not even Messi could save the team. To win, the teammates must endure. Sun Ku's plan was to hold the position for 5 minutes before using the Bergkamp experience card to score. Finally, when the opposing players were exhausted, he would finish with the Ronaldo experience card. Joel let out a fierce roar, instantly unleashing all his strength, pushing Lambert forward, making him stagger a few steps. The football fell between the 2 players, and Joel, seizing the advantageous position, leaped high and powerfully headed the ball. The Undertaker sent the ball flying towards the midfield as Sun Ku and Schneiderlin rushed towards it simultaneously. With just a meter left to the ball, both players hesitated not and slid in. Their feet made contact with the ball simultaneously. Schneiderlin had exhausted all his strength, yet still felt a tremendous force coming from the ball. In the next moment, Schneiderlin's body turned sharply and he laid flat on the grass. Sun Ku got up and chased after the ball, accelerating toward the front. Seeing Sun Ku bravely seize possession, the Leyton Orient fans erupted into cheers once more. However, facing Sun Ku, Southampton's other midfielder Raymond dared not tackle too aggressively. Their coach Atkinson had repeatedly emphasized that Sun Ku must not be allowed to take long shots. Seeing the opponent blocking his path, Sun Ku attempted to feint and create an opening. But Raymond was, after all, an experienced player who had been in the English lower leagues for years, and he never gave Sun Ku. Sun Ku did not hesitate and immediately passed the ball to the left flank. The diminutive Cox used all his skill on the left side, creating space to deliver a cross. In the penalty area, Harry Kane headed the ball towards Risby, whose shot hit the post, sending a cold sweat down the spines of the Southampton players. Risby looked back towards the midfield in regret. At a critical moment for the team's relegation, he had not helped his team score in nearly 4 matches. When his gaze met Sun Ku placed his right fist on his chest and nodded firmly. Seeing this, Risby steeled himself and threw himself back into the game. In the live broadcast, Huang Jinxiang's side, although they are trailing by 2 goals, Leyton Orient players are in much better form than in the first half. In this attack, Sun Ku's tackle was crucial. He won back possession from the opponent. That move was very dangerous. If anything had gone wrong, it could have resulted in a serious injury. It is evident that Sun Ku is a very righteous young man. Even though he is likely to transfer to another club next season, he is still giving his all for his team. In the next few minutes, Southampton continued to use the long pass tactic to find Lambert. But now Joel was completely committed, winning a series of aerial duels against the championship's top scorer. The game reached the 50-minute mark when Sun Ku immediately activated the Bergkamp experience card. The system allowed the simultaneous use of player experience cards and skill cards. With the Bergkamp experience card activated, Sun Ku was now akin to a fortified Bergkamp. Upon activating the skill card, Sun Ku's first action was not to rush into the attack, but to organize his teammates. Taking advantage of the stoppage in play, he called 3 midfield teammates over and told them that if he advanced into the attacking area, they must tighten up the midfield. After briefing his teammates, Sun Ku immediately began to organize the midfield. He noticed something remarkable. Ever since activating the Bergkamp experience card, his vision had noticeably widened. Not only that, but countless passing ideas suddenly flooded his mind, many of which he had never considered before. Could this be the creativity of a football master? In the ensuing match, Sun Ku began to continuously create opportunities for his teammates. Within just a few minutes, Southampton players suddenly realized they had completely lost control of the midfield. They were left with only the option to play long balls directly to the front. However, in front of the invigorated Joel Lambert's prowess from the first half was hard to replicate. Even if he won the first touch, the limited number of Southampton attacking players couldn't gain any advantage. The limited number of attacking players was primarily because Southampton was already leading by 2 goals. Maintaining the score until the end of the match would ensure their advancement. Another reason was that the midfield and forward line, led by Sun Ku, exerted significant defensive pressure on them. Facing Southampton's defensive posture, Sun Ku did not rush for results. Southampton was not a weak team, and he had no luxurious midfield like Arsenal behind him. The hope of winning rested entirely on his shoulders. As long as he maintained the pressure, the goal would inevitably come. Once a goal was scored, the balance of the match would be instantly shattered. In the 58th minute, Leyton Orient organized another counterattack. After receiving the ball, Cox suddenly accelerated forward, evading Gully, who was significantly taller than him, and delivered a powerful through ball to Sun Ku. Before Sun Ku could even receive the ball, Schneiderlin came up from behind. It must be admitted that this guy, regardless of his fundamentals, physicality, or awareness, was somewhat underutilized in League One. Later, the French midfielder even transferred to Manchester United, becoming a regular starter for the team. Without the experience card, Sun Ku could at most use a long shot to send him to the ambulance, but in terms of competition, he was absolutely no match. Sun Ku couldn't solve him, but Bergkamp could easily handle him. The moment he received the ball, Sun Ku quickly spotted the gap in Southampton's penalty area. He pretended to receive the ball with his back, using his left foot. But, at the moment of receiving the ball, Sun Ku suddenly applied force with his heel. The next moment, the ball passed between Schneiderlin's legs, diagonally slipping through the gaps of several defenders and rolling into the penalty area. The force was just right. At the instant the ball rolled past the center back, Vaunt Risby suddenly appeared in the path of the ball. In an instant, the whole stadium erupted in cheers. The Leyton Orient forward put all his strength into a shot towards the goal. This guy, having lost his confidence, opted for power in the hopes of producing a miracle. However, the miracle did not happen. The goalkeeper Kevin Davis dove to the side and instinctively blocked the ball. The ball flew out of play, soaring into the stands, hitting the ceiling and landing among the fans. The furious Leyton Orient fans immediately began to sing, with the first half of the song praising Sun Ku and the latter half mocking Risby. Sun Ku shook his head helplessly. This guy's speed was indeed impressive and his instincts in front of goal were not bad, but his shooting technique was truly abysmal. In that situation, even a slight adjustment in angle would have made the goalkeeper helpless. Sun Ku forced a smile, trying to encourage the other player. The worst off was goalkeeper Kevin Davis, who was knocked down by a close-range header and lay on the ground. The Southampton team doctor rushed over, found him unharmed, and immediately applied ice to the goalkeeper's face. This commotion wasted nearly 5 minutes of time. Sun Ku suppressed his anxious feelings and arranged positions for the 2 center-backs preparing to contest the corner kick. Joel go to the far post, Yusuf and Harry in the middle, Risby attack the near post, Ill guard the penalty spot. The goalkeeper sluggishly returned to the goal line as Leyton Orient took the corner kick. The players from both sides instantly became entangled. The ball flew towards the far post, and Joel roared, rising above Vaunt to head the ball towards the near corner. The goalkeeper had already given up, but the fullback beside the post intercepted the ball with his legs. In the ensuing chaos, Vaunt was the first to rush towards the ball, swinging his lower leg to clear it from the penalty area. But at the moment he struck, his other foot also touched the ball. The king of foot skill card became ineffective, and Sun Ku was almost knocked away by the opposing player. He barely maintained his balance, lifted his head to look at the ball that had risen several meters, and used his body to shield the defender. Vaunt immediately closed in, but didn't dare to make any small moves in the penalty area. Sun Ku glanced back at his teammates' positions, focusing his gaze entirely on Harry Kane. As the ball descended, Sun Ku used the instep of his right foot to set the ball up for Kane. In an instant, all the defenders retreated into the small box, and Harry Kane and Yusuf struggled desperately to gain position. However, in the next moment, Everyone was astonished to find that Sun Qiao had completely missed the ball. Did this kid just mess up? This thought only lingered in their minds for a fraction of a second before being utterly overturned by Sun Qiao's next action. Sun Qiao let the ball pass through his legs deftly, using his heel to nudge it towards the far post. At this moment, Vaughn had already been faked into the air by his previous feint. In front of everyone's eyes, Joel leaped again. He overpowered the fullback who had rushed out from beside the post, roaring as he headed the ball into the net. Yeah. Amidst the Leyton Orient fans' frenzied cheers, Joel vigorously waved his strong arms, roaring to vent the pent-up emotions from nearly the entire half. 3-4. Leyton Orient saw a glimmer of hope for revival. In the penalty area, Sun Qiao prepared to retrieve the ball and run towards the midfield. Seeing Sun Qiao's extraordinary pass from earlier, Southampton's defense was completely stunned. This kid seemed to casually toy with Southampton. But they had no retort. This was creativity. Some are born with it, while others can practice to death with it. Seeing Sun Qiao move, the other players on the field were filled with envy. However, the Southampton goalkeeper held onto the ball, refusing to release it. Damn it! Sun Qiao exploded in anger and executed a scooping move, knocking the ball out of the goalkeeper's hands. That sly goalkeeper, quick to react, managed to grab the ball again. Just as Sun Qiao was about to lift his foot to boot the ball away, he saw the goalkeeper tilt his body and fall sideways onto the grass. Sun Qiao turned his head and saw Harry Kane holding onto the goalkeeper's legs, executing a move reminiscent of a grappling maneuver. The goalkeeper fell headfirst to the ground, still clutching the ball stubbornly, while Risby suddenly sat on him, turning to straighten his arm. Sun Qiao was startled by this scene. This was like a crucifix hold from mixed martial arts. This guy might not be great at football, but who knew he had grappling skills? In an instant, a massive conflict erupted among the players over the goalkeeper. Amidst the chaos, Sun Qiao retrieved the football from the hands of the defender, pulling along the slightly dazed Harry Kane and Risby as they sprinted back to the halfway line, escorted by teammates like Joel. At this moment, the Leyton Orient fans in the entire stadium were going wild. All the home supporters raised their scarves emblazoned with the Red Dragon emblem, singing the team's anthem loudly. Southampton players surrounded the referee, seeking an explanation. After a brief discussion, the referee showed yellow cards to Risby Yusuf and 2 Southampton players. Both sides received a warning, a compromise of sorts. Sun Qiao patted Joel's bald head, who was loudly motivating his teammates. Turning around, he shouted, "Sun Qiao, let's keep going." The two exchanged a loud high-five, and Sun Qiao glanced at the electronic timer. The match had entered the 68th minute, and his experience card was about to expire. He needed to hurry, hoping for another opportunity. In the live stream, for the fans watching, we should all have a good understanding of the situation here. Sun Qiao has played 6 matches in League 2, contributing 11 goals and 5 assists. For a young player participating in his first professional match, producing such statistics over a season is Sun Qiao averages 2 goals, 1 assist, 8 interceptions, and 3 tackles per game. He deserves the title of a genius player. Before he entered the game, Leyton Orient's performance was abysmal. However, since Sun Qiao joined the lineup, Leyton Orient had already achieved 5 consecutive victories prior to this match. From the flow of this match, it seems Sun Qiao is almost single-handedly propelling the team forward. No wonder the rumors of a 50 million signing fee sparked controversy in England. Now it indeed looks like a joke. Based on this match's performance, Sun Qiao is worth every bit of the 5 million transfer fee. Just look at that assist. This young man truly possesses talent. Huang Jinxiang smiled uncontrollably as he watched the rolling comments. On the field, when Southampton players looked at Sun Qiao again, their gazes had completely changed from before. Everyone was already aware that this kid had something special. Yet as the match progressed, Sun Qiao's performance left everyone in shock. Many of them had years of experience in the championship, with a few having played in the top 5 leagues. So they knew well that Sun Qiao could at least secure a spot in a strong championship team next season. If luck was on his side, landing a spot in a prestigious club wouldn't be surprising. As the match resumed, Southampton completely shifted to a defensive counterattack strategy. Leyton Orient was full of momentum, having already witnessed Sun Qiao's prowess in the front line. As long as they secured a draw, Southampton would ensure their promotion to the championship with no pressure to score. Going on the attack now could lead to a risk of conceding a goal. If they could hold strong and find an opportunity to sneak in a goal, the match would lose all suspense. The game resumed with Southampton focusing entirely on defense, committing only 3 to 4 players forward. Naturally, Sun Qiao became their primary target for defense. At this point, Leyton Orient's formation had shifted to 433, and Sun Qiao had moved up front. Leyton Orient quickly regained possession, with Sun Qiao positioning himself between the opposing midfielders and defenders, continuously pulling the Southampton defense with his passing. He constantly recalled the iconic moments of Bergkamp's career in his mind. Replicating the classics was the best strategy at this moment. He couldn't consider making any complex moves in the penalty area, as his teammates couldn't execute such plays. What he could do now was to catch them off guard. Sun Ku quickened his passing pace, receiving the ball and passing it to Cox on the left flank. As soon as Cox received the ball, he was immediately surrounded by two defenders and had to pass it back to Dean in the center. Smith. Seeing Smith with the ball, a flash of inspiration struck Sun Ku's mind. He immediately reached out to ask for the ball, and Smith, having come from Chelsea's youth academy, adjusted slightly before delivering a precise through ball. As soon as Smith passed the ball, Risby and Harry Kane suddenly made a run towards the flank. The moment Sun Ku received the ball, Southampton's midfielder Raymond instantly closed in on him. Just as Raymond made his move, Sun Ku suddenly nudged the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, then swiftly turned and dodged past Raymond from the left. Seeing this scene, all Leyton Orient fans jumped up from their seats, cheering loudly. Raymond was taken aback, quickly turning to make a tackle. However, Sun Ku had already escaped his reach, making Raymond's tackle appear like a mere consolation in the eyes of everyone. As Sun Ku charged into the penalty area, the two Southampton center-backs simultaneously abandoned their assignments and lunged toward him. Sun Ku seized the opportunity and decisively shot the ball toward the bottom right corner of the goal. At the moment he took the shot, the two defenders were unable to react in time to tackle back and could only dive to block the shot. However, they were still a step too late. The football zipped into the net, almost grazing the goalpost. Yeah. At the instant Sun Ku scored, all the home fans erupted in a chorus of ecstatic cheers. 4-4. Sun Ku completed a hat-trick. His goal reignited Leyton Orient's hope for survival after what seemed like a collapse in the first half. Sun Ku excitedly sprinted to the sidelines, performing a smooth slide on his knees in front of the devoted fans. He grabbed his shirt and passionately kissed the club emblem on his chest. At this moment, he and the club's fate were inextricably linked. Sun Ku vigorously waved his arms toward the stands, and his teammates rushed to join him. In the Southampton penalty area, just as the goalkeeper caught the football, Risby and Harry Kane charged forward simultaneously. Upon seeing the two, the goalkeeper reacted as if he had seen a ghost and kicked the ball towards midfield. This scene also caused the home fans to erupt in laughter. Raymond, how could you let a kid toy with you like that? Damn it. Who could have guessed he would handle the ball like that? Shut up. Keep an eye on that kid and hold the score. At this moment, all the defenders, including the goalkeeper, looked at Sun Ku's back with astonished expressions. In the live stream. Beautiful. Sun Ku has completed a stunning goal. His goal helped Leyton Orient equalize the score. Leyton Orient has seen a glimmer of hope for survival. In another match, Huddersfield is leading Dagenham. If Dagenham cannot score 2 goals in the final moments, Leyton Orient will stay in League 2 with just 1 more. This is Sun Ku's 3rd hat-trick in 6 matches, and there's no doubt he is a well-rounded midfielder. This young man is the kind of player you can never forget after watching just 1 match. I have a question: why did Leyton Orient only promote Sun Ku from the youth team at this time? If Sun Ku had been able to represent the first team since the beginning of the season, Leyton Orient would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Just look at how he handled that last goal. Oh, I'm sure everyone immediately thought of Bergkamp. Being compared to Bergkamp speaks volumes about Sun Ku's ability. Losing such a uniquely talented player is a significant blunder for the national team. Sun Ku has become the leading figure for Leyton Orient in just 6 matches, and his skills have far surpassed the level of League 2 with immense potential ahead. The match has entered the 71st minute. There is still time. Let's see if Sun Ku can help Leyton Orient pull off an incredible comeback in the last half hour. The match has resumed and Bergkamp's experience card has expired. The time has reached the 72nd minute and Sun Ku decisively activated the Ronaldo experience card. With Ronaldo on the field, it's like a missile targeting infantry. If this doesn't lead to victory, Sun Ku wouldn't even have the face to continue playing football. He might as well join his inexpensive father's renovation company and work as a bricklayer. At this moment, all the fans of Leyton Orient stood up proudly, holding up scarves emblazoned with the Red Dragon emblem. In the chorus of the home fans, the Leyton Orient players fiercely pressed the opponents. The Southampton team, once invincible in the first half, was now in disarray, quickly losing possession of the ball. With Lambert scoring 36 goals in a single season, the technically gifted Lalana, the imperious Schneiderlin, and the decisive Font. All the Southampton players displayed anxious expressions. Being the second-ranked team in League 1, 9 players from Southampton retreated to their half to participate in defense. Sun Ku circled around in the front, always closely marked by 1 or 2 defenders. Seeing no space to receive the ball, he chose to retreat and request the ball. Soon a teammate's pass found its way to his feet. The moment Sun Ku received the ball, Schneiderlin immediately, but before he could make a move from behind, Sun Ku suddenly darted sideways like a bolt of lightning, pivoting at high speed and charging directly towards the front field. As Sun Ku was about to burst forward, Raymond, not even looking at the ball, knocked Sun Ku down to the ground. Damn it! Sun Ku roared, then turned and shouted at the referee. Raymond had already received a yellow card from a previous incident. If the referee issued another yellow card, he would be sent off. The referee was slowly walking towards the incident site, appearing to hesitate. The League One is considered to have the highest intensity of competition in the world, and the officiating standards tend to be more lenient. Perhaps in the referee's eyes this foul could warrant a yellow card or not, but Sun Ku would not accept that. He turned towards the stands, constantly raising his hands to incite the fans to put pressure on the referee. In the next moment, the entire stadium erupted in furious shouts, filled with curses. This is the home advantage. The referee is human and would naturally be influenced by the home fans. Sure enough, under the pressure from the home fans, the referee called Raymond over and sent off the Southampton midfielder with 2 yellows and a red card. Seeing his players sent off, Southampton's coach Atkinson immediately substituted a midfielder for David Connolly, then angrily approached the 4th official. Slade aggressively approached as well, and the two exchanged every curse they had ever heard in front of the 4th official. The free kick was too far, so Leyton Orient continued to pass the ball to Sun Ku. After receiving the ball, Schneiderlin immediately positioned himself on Sun Ku's right. Southampton had done extensive research on Sun Ku throughout the season, and the coaching staff concluded that he would always go to the right after carrying the ball. Sun Ku chuckled inwardly, thinking that he was not someone mere mortals could analyze. After a sudden stop, he immediately chose to break through to the left, instantly shaking off Schneiderlin. As Sun Ku moved at high speed, he continuously observed his teammates' runs, adjusting the direction of the ball with the back of his right foot. This was Ronaldo's playing habit. Another defender without hesitation lunged at Sun Ku with a sliding tackle. Sun Ku suddenly stopped in motion as if frozen by a spell. He nudged the ball to his left foot as the defender slid past him. The home fans cheered fervently at this sight. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang excitedly shouted, "What a play! Sun Ku made that look so easy." Under everyone's gaze, Sun Ku rapidly pushed forward. He effortlessly dribbled past 2 Southampton midfielders, instantly penetrating the opponent's midfield. Southampton's coach Atkinson shouted from the sidelines, "Stop him at all costs." As he spoke, Southampton's right winger Gully rushed towards Sun Ku from the side. Sun Ku suddenly changed direction to the right instantly, leaving Gully behind with his speed. Gully was astonished to find that his speed couldn't keep up with Sun Ku's. As Sun Ku was about to charge into the penalty area, Gully leaped and grabbed Sun Ku's shirt. Sun Ku suddenly leaned back violently, desperately using the strength from his waist and abdomen to maintain his balance. In that brief second, he surprisingly dragged Gully forward by nearly 3 meters. Sun Ku desperately carried the ball to the right, then instantly changed direction to the left. This maneuver caused Gully to roll on the grass, and the Brazilian instinctively let go of his right hand. Seeing Sun Ku charging forward like an arrow, the referee finally blew the whistle. This moment ignited the passion of all the home fans, and everyone screamed Sun Ku's name hoarsely. As Sun Ku swiftly broke through the encirclement formed by 3 players, both Southampton center-backs displayed shocked expressions. What the hell is this kid? How did he suddenly become so fierce? Is he on drugs? In the next moment, Sun Ku had already entered the penalty area, and the 2 center-backs were hurriedly preparing to defend. Sun Ku feinted to the right, causing Southampton center-back Jedi to retreat in a panic. The moment he touched the ball, he immediately twisted his wrist and drove straight towards the goal. Just as he accelerated, Font seized the opportunity and lunged in for a tackle. With his limited experience, even if this tackle didn't intercept Sun Ku, it would at least buy time for his teammates to recover. However, he was wrong. Sun Ku suddenly changed direction to the left, and as he touched the ball with his left foot, he twisted his wrist again, turning once more to face the goal. In the next moment, he found himself directly facing Southampton's goalkeeper. At this moment, goalkeeper Kevin Davis was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Denilson. One name after another flashed through his mind. This kid actually possesses such exquisite dribbling skills. Though Kevin Davis was also a professional player, his abilities allowed him only to witness the performances of these stars on television. Sun Ku's series of dribbles completely flustered him. Kevin Davis was almost relying on his muscle memory from years of training to defend, but mentally, he was already in a panic. While he focused on judging Sun Ku's shooting direction, Sun Ku's legs suddenly moved swiftly, his body swaying with the ball. Kevin Davis was shocked to find that he could no longer see the opponent's movements. He steadied his mind, forcing himself to calm down. A pendulum shot. This kid thinks he can pull that off. Kevin Davis steadied his nerves and concentrated on observing Sun Ku's movements. This kid had only learned a few superficial skills. His center of gravity was completely off. As long as he seized the opportunity, he was sure he could stop him. Thus, at the instant Sun Ku's body swayed to the left, Kevin Davis suddenly lunged forward, blocking Sun Ku's path with his entire body. But just as he dived, Sun Ku's right foot suddenly flicked the ball to the left. With a swift motion, his left foot hooked the ball, sliding past the goalkeeper's body on the right. Seeing only the empty goal in front of him, the entire stadium erupted. Under the watchful eyes of the almost frenzied fans, Sun Ku stretched out his arms and gently pushed the ball into the net. Yeah, the home stands transformed into a sea of joy. All Leyton Orient fans frantically waved their scarves while hysterically shouting. 5-4. Leyton Orient launched a comeback from the brink of defeat, achieving an astonishing turnaround. Huang Jinxiang shouted, "Beautiful. A last-minute winner." Sun Kes goal has helped Leyton Orient overturn the odds. He single-handedly dribbled past the entire opponent's defense line. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. High-speed movement, rapid changes of direction, pendulum-style dribbling. At this moment, Sun Ku seemed to embody Ronaldo. All Leyton Orient players, including the goalkeeper, rushed towards Sun Ku from various corners of the field. They surrounded Sun Ku, celebrating and jumping with excitement. After completing the counterattack, Sun Ku let out a long sigh. He initially thought the system's assessment task would be a godly massacre of the novice village. Unexpectedly, the relegation experience turned out to be so tumultuous. As the tension in his mind eased, Sun Ku suddenly felt a wave of soreness throughout his body, especially in his knees and ankles, which throbbed painfully. He had already given his all to win this match. Moreover, having used the Ronaldo experience card, his stamina was nearly at its limit. It seemed that his small frame couldn't quite handle the monster that is Ronaldo. Seeing Sun Ku's exhausted expression, his teammates all inquired with concern. Sun Ku smiled and patted Joel's shoulder, saying, "I've done all I can, and now it's up to you to put in the effort." Joel pounded his chest and shouted, "Don't worry, I won't let them score, even if it costs me my life. Brothers for the club, for Sun Ku, we will fight until the last moment." As everyone turned to head back to the midfield, they suddenly saw Gully excitedly shouting wildly at the referee. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers. The referee, with a stern expression, pointed to the sideline, signaling Gully to leave the field promptly. With Gully sent off, Southampton was now down 2 players while trailing by 1 goal. Sun Ku. Could it be? This dog was doing something behind my back. I didn't expect that after taking the lead, the task difficulty would suddenly decrease. In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang, who had just expressed his excitement, could no longer control his volume. He nearly shouted, "Gully of Southampton has been sent off. Oh, let's see the slow-motion replay." Gully, pulling on Sun Ku's shirt with his hand, was already an unsporting foul. After being shaken off by Sun Ku, he kicked out towards him. He even threw his fallen shoe at Sun Ku. With multiple offenses, Gully was given a straight red card by the referee. This decision was indisputable. Leyton Orient is ahead in score and has the numerical advantage. Winning this match shouldn't be too difficult. Sun Ku, making his debut, has played a remarkable game. As a midfielder, he actually scored 4 goals in a single match. This kid's future is limitless. The match has resumed, and the Osborne Road Stadium has transformed into a sea of joy. Fans of Leyton Orient continually chant the names of the players, with Sun Ku's name ringing out in the chorus. Inspired by the fans, every Leyton Orient player seems to be energized. Sun Ku chooses to hold his position, utilizing the speed from his Ronaldo experience card and his own intuition to intercept in midfield. With 2 players down, the morale of the Southampton team is low, and the players on the field continuously inquire about the match status of Hartsfield and Dagenham. Meanwhile, Leyton Orient's momentum is unstoppable, as they have pinned their opponents back in their half, launching a vigorous assault. Sun Ku maintains a rhythm of charging for 10 seconds after 2 minutes of recharging. His small frame can't handle the explosive physicality of Ronaldo, and a reckless charge could leave him in tatters. Fortunately, his teammates are full of energy, diligently bullying the weaker side. In the 83rd minute, Sun Ku seizes an opportunity, accelerating to intercept a through ball from Southampton, then shifting the ball to the left flank. Cox passes the ball to himself 3 seconds later, surging towards the edge of the penalty area, then backheeling the ball to Risby in the center of the box. Risby feigns a shot, drawing out the goalkeeper before passing the ball to Harry Kane, who scores with a push. 6-4. Leyton Orient secures the victory. At this moment, both teams' players shift their attention to another match. In a crucial battle for promotion and relegation, Dagenham surprisingly draws 22 with third-ranked Hartsfield. This score holds until the end of the match, allowing Southampton to secure direct promotion to the championship, while Leyton Orient manages to stay up. If Hartsfield scores, Southampton will drop to 3rd place and face a playoff for promotion. If Dagenham wins, Leyton Orient's remarkable comeback will become meaningless. In the remaining time, both teams lack the will to fight. The referee symbolically adds a minute of stoppage time before hastily concluding the match. As the final whistle blows, fans erupt in enthusiastic cheers for the players. Next, the stadium broadcast plays commentary from another match. The viewership for League One cannot compare to the Premier League, so only select marquee matches are broadcast live, while others revert to a more traditional audio commentary style. The match between Hartsfield and Dagenham has entered stoppage time. From the commentary, both teams appear to be going all out in their attacks, with the commentators' shouts becoming increasingly frantic within a minute. Each time Dagenham launches an attack, Sun Ku feels his heart leap into his throat. To be honest, the previous match wasn't this tense. This is the first time Sun Ku experiences the helplessness of having his fate in someone else's hands. A few minutes feel painfully long, and several times he breaks out in a cold sweat from the commentator's exaggerated voice. Can't this commentator speak normally? Finally, after the long wait, that match concludes. Leyton Orient's strong comeback secures their survival. Sun Ku excitedly waves his fists towards the stands. That was incredibly thrilling. Almost simultaneously, both sets of players cheer and fans from both sides sing their team songs. At this moment, a system prompt echoes in Sun Ku's mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully passed the assessment. Task rewards have been issued to the system. Finally escaped the novice village. Sun Ku laughs skyward upon hearing the system's prompt. Although still inexperienced with the system in place, perhaps he can truly strive towards becoming a star in the English Premier League. In the next moment, Sun Ku suddenly loses his balance. What's happening? In a daze, he finds himself being lifted by his teammates and tossed into the air repeatedly. At this moment, the entire stadium erupts in a thunderous cheer. After being set down by his teammate Sun Ku embraces them one by one. Perhaps this is where his bond with everyone ends. Although Leyton Orient is not a powerful club, it is the place where Sun Ku's professional career began. Despite the team's lack of strength during their descent into the despair of relegation, everyone put in Sun Ku achieved redemption for everyone. They helped Sun Ku unlock his future. This is a precious memory. In the stands, fans from both sides cheer for each other with their songs. After a life-and-death showdown, a harmonious scene unexpectedly appears on the pitch. Slade walks out from the crowd and gives Sun Ku a hug, saying, "Kid, go take a shower, we need to attend the press conference." In the broadcast room, Huang Jinxiang exclaims, "Dear viewers, today, we witnessed a memorable match. With Sun Ku's extraordinary performance of 4 goals and 1 assist, Leyton Orient achieved an unbelievable comeback and successfully avoided relegation. I imagine many people are watching Sun Ku's match for the first time. His performance in this crucial game was impeccable. If nothing unexpected happens, Sun Ku is likely to appear in the Premier League next season. We wish him all the best in his career. A beautiful life is quietly waiting for him not too far away." In the press hall, Southampton's head coach Atkinson is in good spirits. Although they lost the match, Southampton managed to advance to the championship without any major issues. When asked by reporters to evaluate Sun Ku, Atkinson smiles and shrugs. "This kid's performance is truly astonishing. I don't know how to assess it, but I can assure you he will become a hot player in the next transfer window." The reporter then asks, will Southampton consider signing Sun Ku? "If conditions permit, we will certainly consider signing Sun Ku. His abilities can definitely hold their ground in the championship. However, considering the current situation, it will be hard for us to win in the competition." When Sun Ku and Slade enter the press hall, his face suddenly starts to flicker. Seeing Sun Ku, the reporter's cameras almost simultaneously turn to him. Throughout the press conference, nearly all questions revolve around Sun Ku. "Mr. Slade, with Sun Ku's stunning record of 13 goals and 5 assists over 6 matches, will the club spare no effort to keep him? Sun Ku is an important member of the club. We will certainly do our utmost to keep him. However, we place greater value on the player's own wishes. Maintaining a good relationship with the players is crucial. Mr. Slade, as far as I know, there are already 2 or 3 Premier League clubs interested in Sun Ku. Which team do you think he suits best? Sun Ku is still a player of the club. Oh, I won't make such assumptions. However, if he needs it, I can certainly provide him with my advice." After politely asking the head coach a question, the reporters quickly shift their attention to Sun Ku. Immediately, a reporter asks Sun Ku, "First of all, congratulations on successfully helping the team avoid relegation. Many teams are now interested in you. Can you share your thoughts?" After the joy, Sun Ku does not become complacent. He smiles calmly and says, "I am still a member of the club. Although the season has ended, I will focus on improving my personal abilities." Seeing Sun Ku's calm demeanor, the reporters reveal surprised smiles. They are astonished to find that this young man's attitude might be overly mature. If it were someone else, they might have already been eager to express their desire to join a higher-level team in the media. Of course, there are also kids who have been trained to handle the media, speaking in official tones while their eyes remain honest. But Sun Ku remains composed. As someone who has traversed worlds, he understands the importance of being cautious while things are still uncertain. What is meant to come will come. Big clubs will not speed up their progress due to one's impatience, nor will they delay their actions due to one's casual demeanor. Indeed, as he anticipated at the Kearney training ground, Wenger begins planning next season's transfer budget. If before this match Wenger was merely highly interested in Sun Ku, after watching this match, the Arsenal manager has confirmed that Sun Ku is the ideal player for his tactical strength. In his blueprint, a midfielder may lack explosive physicality, but must possess the mental capacity to control the game. At 19, Sun Ku allows him to see the shadows of Fabregas and Bergkamp simultaneously. At the same time, Everton's manager Moyes is also communicating with the club, hoping to seize the initiative among various clubs and leave a lasting impression on Sun Ku. However, he is not the first. The first call Sun Ku receives after the press conference is somewhat unexpected. On the other end, a deep-voiced middle-aged man says, "Hi, are you Sun Qiao?" After receiving a positive reply, the man's voice continues, "I'm Sam Allardyce, currently the head coach of West Ham United. I would like to have a chat with you." Allardyce. Sun Qiao did not expect that the first person to call him would be Big Sam Allardyce. This season, West Ham United has been underperforming in the Premier League and is certain to be relegated. With the original head coach Grant dismissed, Allardyce will lead the team in the Championship next season. Fans who have been following the Premier League for a long time know that Allardyce is quite an influential figure among England's coaches. This man with a deep voice is a big talent. He once led the unimpressive Bolton team into the Premier League and created a remarkable record of finishing in the top 8 for 3 consecutive seasons. During his tenure, Bolton's transfer budget never exceeded £7 million, making him the ultimate miser. Leveraging his influence, Allardyce managed to sign players like Jorge Fierro and Okocha, who were past their peaks but still possessed considerable skill. In 2016, Allardyce was appointed as the head coach of the England national team. However, this guy only led the team in one match before being caught by the English media posing as a Middle Eastern tycoon, revealing the coach's grey income and ultimately resigning. This fellow has considerable influence in England. Even Moyes, who is currently making waves with mid-table teams, is less effective than him. Allardyce continued, "Kid, I started paying attention to you 3 weeks ago. This timing may not be early, but it is certainly not too late. Your interception ability in the midfield has left a deep impression on me. You will have stable playing time in my team." The media always praises Arsene Wenger and Alex Ferguson for their talent in discovering new players, and that's something I've been doing over the years as well. I know many big clubs are keeping an eye on you, but at your current age it is very important to play matches regularly. Allardyce methodically shared his tactical philosophy with Sun Qiao, also offering him some advice. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, Sun Qiao might have been tempted to choose teams like West Ham United or Southampton. At the age of 19, stable playing opportunities are crucial. There are too many talented players who have become mediocre at big clubs. Such teams indeed benefit the growth of young talents. However, with the system in place, joining a big club would definitely be more advantageous. Even without playing opportunities, consistent training can enhance one's skills. Allardyce asked over the phone, "Kid, I've said quite a bit now. I want to hear your thoughts." Sun Qiao replied, "Mr. Sam, thank you very much for telling me all this. But it's still too early to make a decision. I plan to listen to my agent's opinion." Allardyce responded, "You're right, but as far as I know, you don't have an agent." The polite conversation was dismantled, and Sun Qiao calmly replied, "Yes, sir, I am preparing to find a..." Allardyce did not mind this, and continued, "Kid, if you want to find an agent, you only need to do one thing: keep your phone." There are many vampires in the agent industry, many who are just talkers, but there are also good people. You need to understand what you want, and then choose an agent. Alright, let's wrap this up for now. If you have any thoughts, feel free to call me. I wish you success. After hanging up, Sun Qiao reflected on Allardyce's words, and realized he indeed needed to find a suitable agent. Normally, players at this age would have their own agents. I don't know why the original owner had not found one. This might be for the best. After all, I am currently the most promising newcomer in League 2, and it is only a matter of time before an agent approaches me. Although the season has ended, Sun Qiao still plans to continue training hard to earn more points. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao immediately opened the system and added 10 points to his attributes. After obtaining the system, he had been focused on enhancing his combat effectiveness to pass the assessment. Drawing player cards and skill cards was indeed effective, but it was not a long-term solution. If he really joined a big club and performed poorly in training, the head coach might not even give him a chance to play. Being a superstar on the field while being terrible in training would definitely not benefit long-term development. Thus, Sun Qiao's focus moving forward would be on improving his personal abilities. When he opened the attribute panel, he was taken aback. Personal attributes: shot 58, a ball control 74, a dribbling 63, passing 68, long shot 100, heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 66, speed 69, strength 56, jump 67, balance 64, stamina 86, tackle 64, sliding tackle 61, anticipation 100, off-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 58. After a month, attributes like shooting, ball control, dribbling, passing, and heading had all improved. In the first 2 weeks after obtaining the system, Sun Qiao would check the attribute panel daily. However, upon noticing no changes, he stopped paying much attention. Although the increase in attributes was not significant, it still brought great joy to Sun Qiao. If this were a game, such a substantial improvement in a short time would be something only a genius could achieve. High-intensity training, intense matches, and insights gained from using experience cards could all be factors for his growth. Perhaps it was a complementary effect. It seems that he must continue with the high-intensity training. Sun Qiao clearly understood that he was not the kind of person like Ronaldo, who could shine in matches without training. To become a true star of the English Premier League, he must seize every opportunity to improve himself. Looking at the 10 attribute points at the bottom of the attribute panel, Sun Qiao was momentarily uncertain. His biggest weaknesses now were strength and vision. Should he first reinforce his shortcomings? Or perhaps focus on physical attributes and become a powerhouse? After some contemplation, Sun Qiao dismissed that idea. Among his physical attributes, only stamina stood out. Even if he added 10 points to explosiveness, speed, strength, jump, and balance, it wouldn't be remarkable. What about trying a technical build focusing on dribbling and becoming a dribbling prince? That wouldn't work either. Without physical abilities as a foundation, focusing solely on skills would make him a silver bullet without much impact. After repeated contemplation, Sun Qiao finally decided to allocate all points to passing. Regardless of which direction he chose, passing was the lifeblood of a midfielder. No head coach would use a midfielder with subpar passing skills. Even without outstanding physical abilities, strong passing skills could still secure a player's place in high-level leagues. Take Arsenal, for example. Over the years, apart from Vieira and Parlour, many midfielders had average physical abilities, yet they managed to play beautiful football. Midfield maestro Xavi's athleticism could only be described as mediocre, yet he was the brain of the Spanish team and Barcelona. Although Sun Qiao's overall abilities still had many shortcomings, adding points to passing was undoubtedly the right choice. With that in mind, Sun Qiao immediately used his mind to select the plus sign next to the passing attribute, adding all 10 points to passing. Passing 6,878. After completing the attribute allocation, the evaluation on the attribute panel immediately changed from excellent player in the championship to leading figure in the championship. Indeed, the significant enhancement in passing ability changed Sun Qiao's evaluation. Sun Qiao converted his attributes into player stats in a football manager game, realizing that he was indeed qualified to become a core player in the championship. With this in mind, Sun Qiao was instantly filled with confidence for the future. His next task was to train diligently and find a reliable agent. Then join a big club. Wild growth. The day after the match, the sports media in England summarized the season. The media believed that Charlton's combination of ball control and direct passing, which led to their early championship win, proved that a technical style of play could also find its place in the rough and tumble of English football. The battle for second place between Southampton and Huddersfield was also much talked about, as both teams featured super strikers capable of scoring 30 goals in a single season. The dramatic reversal in Southampton's last match, where they initially held a significant advantage but ultimately secured direct promotion, was a hot topic. Many media outlets dedicated considerable space to describe this match, and whenever it was mentioned, Sun Qiao was inevitably brought up. The Times, claiming to be the UK's leading newspaper, stated that Sun Qiao's emergence greatly altered the perception of Chinese players in the English football scene. They believed that as long as systematic training is accepted, Chinese players could fully establish themselves within the English football framework. The article briefly compared the football environments of the top 3 Asian nations, noting that Japanese football starts with campus football and possesses a well-developed system allowing Japanese players to enter Europe as finished products. They argued that both Chinese and South Korean football struggle with league systems that are insufficient to support a football powerhouse. However, the small size and intense survival pressure in South Korea mean that from the moment they become professional players, they have no fallback, which leads to a generally competitive nature among South Korean players. Moreover, South Korean football has consistently achieved commendable results in Asia, so when children show talent, parents are generally supportive of their football pursuits. South Korean players typically only need to be semi-finished products to secure a foothold in Europe, while among Chinese adult players only a few manage to establish themselves, as most lack the physical stamina to survive in European football. The most suitable age for Chinese players to come to Europe is during their youth training period, as they can then stand on equal footing with European players. The professional football media outlet 442 discussed this match from a pure football perspective. They viewed Sun Qiao as a mentally strong young player. Though his physical attributes might not be outstanding, he could exhibit astonishing energy during matches. The article also pointed out that Sun Qiao possesses breathtaking long-range shooting ability and strong anticipation skills, suggesting his ideal position should be a defensively oriented role in a 3 midfielder formation. To secure a place in the Premier League, he must improve his passing accuracy and consistency. The article listed Sun Qiao's erratic passing accuracy over 6 matches, which they believe is a technical shortcoming he must address. The Daily Mail deemed Sun Qiao's stats of 13 goals and 5 assists over 6 matches to be astonishing, indicating his strong attacking potential. They stated that such a phenomenon is hard to find in the Premier League, and Sun Qiao must establish stable positioning next season to ensure consistent playing time. The Sun, on the other hand, took a more gossipy approach, listing all the clubs that had scouted Sun Qiao based on. When the data was released, Sun Qiao was taken aback. 11 Premier League teams had observed Sun Qiao's matches, While 16 championship teams had sent scouts to learn about him, later about half of the teams withdrew from the competition, realizing they couldn't compete with the bigger clubs. This data was indeed shocking, and the Sun predicted Son Qiao's reasonable market value to be between 3 million and 5 million. However, if multiple clubs bid simultaneously, Son Qiao's transfer fee could potentially reach around 8 million. After resting at home for half a day, Son Qiao returned to the club's training ground in the afternoon. The ideal of being a star in the UK is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Even with a system in place, Son Qiao is still a complete worker. Given his current ability, even if he joined the Premier League, he would certainly be a solid substitute, only getting starting opportunities in cup matches. To have stable playing opportunities, he might have to wait for a competitor in the same position to get injured. This is clearly not the outcome Son Qiao desires. He must strive for more appearances next season. Otherwise, not only would it affect his rate of improvement, but being selected for the Olympic representative team would also be problematic. Although the current generation of English players isn't particularly strong, it is only relative. Not being able to live up to his value when young, leading to a late bloom in his career, is something Son Qiao absolutely cannot accept. He does not intend to waste time. What Son Qiao did not expect was that more than a dozen people showed up at Leyton Orient's training ground. However, it became clear that the income of League One players within the entirety of the UK is only comparable to that of the middle class, which is still not a sustainable situation. Moreover, League One players' contracts are generally signed for 2 years, and if they lose form, their income can drop significantly. Under such living conditions, most League One players cannot afford to spend lavishly. They will surely take vacations, but it won't be like Premier League players renting yachts and applying sunscreen on the beach with their girlfriends. During training, Son Qiao heard that several unmarried players were discussing renting a motorcycle on a beach in Southeast Asia and finding a black pearl to enjoy a few weeks of fun. One can only say that different people have different ways of living. As long as they are happy. It must be said that the coaching staff at Leyton Orient is also very dedicated. Even though the season has ended, they are still diligently arranging training sessions for the players. According to the club's regulations, the holiday starts on May 30th, with everyone training for 3 days and resting for 1. After the training session, Slade eagerly called Son Qiao to his office. Son Qiao, considering your current abilities and outstanding performance this season, I am here to offer you a contract extension on behalf of the club. This is the best treatment the club can currently offer, and we hope to retain our best players. Son Qiao took the contract and carefully reviewed the main terms, which were indeed appealing. A weekly salary of 6,000, a signing fee of 2,000, as well as considerable match appearance fees and bonuses for goals and assists. The new contract is for 4 years with a 10% increase in weekly salary each year. If Leyton Orient can achieve promotion to League One, Son Qiao's weekly salary will rise to 1,200. For a club that has always been in League One, this is definitely a star player's treatment, a guaranteed top salary. Leyton Orient is a well-structured club, but Son Qiao has already formulated a clear future plan. Mr. Slade, I cannot give you an answer at this time. Thank you for your trust during this period. Son Qiao did not speak too harshly, parting amicably without saying anything offensive. There is no need for adults to harm each other's feelings in their communication. Slade said regretfully, I understand. If you wish to stay with the club, we will always welcome you with open arms. If you have any doubts when choosing a club, feel free to come to me. I believe you should find a mature agent. This choice is very important for you. Although the contract renewal negotiations did not yield progress, they ended on a harmonious note. Son Qiao felt that he indeed needed to find a reliable agent of professionals should handle professional matters. In the following days, Son Qiao's phone was nearly bombarded by championship clubs and various agents. When faced with various championship clubs, Son Qiao deflected them by claiming he would discuss things once his agent was in place. His most important task ahead was to interview a reliable agent. Indeed, it was an interview. Son Qiao compiled a list of agents who had called him and inquired about their reputations with the head coach and teammates. After screening, 10 individuals stood out from the long list and entered the interview stage. In the following days, Son Qiao interviewed 10 agents who had passed the preliminary screening. The agents spared no effort in front of Son Qiao. Each of these guys boasted about their top-notch abilities, embellishing their skills to the point where the earth could hardly contain their egos. Each of the 10 agents had their own advantages. Some were skilled in financial management, others had unique connections and brand endorsements, and some maintained close relationships with clubs in the Super League and the Middle East. Some agents even laid out detailed future plans for Son Qiao. Those who tried to entice Son Qiao with money averaged no more than 15 minutes in the interview. As a time traveler from 12 years in the future, did Son Qiao really need their help with financial management? Although he wasn't a successful person in his past life, he could execute a strategic combination of buying Matai stocks or investing in properties in China. If he wasn't worth over 100 million in 10 years, he would have no face to call himself a time traveler. Those agents who offered detailed growth plans could generally last half an hour, but Son Qiao was not very satisfied. The few agents generally provided Sun Ku with a down-to-earth growth route step by step. However, Sun Ku didn't need to take it slow. Even if he joined Real Madrid now, he could soar within 2 seasons. What he needed was to familiarize himself with the strengths and weaknesses of various clubs, to grasp first-hand information that would allow him to secure stable playing time in a 5-star club in a short period. As a time traveler with prophetic abilities, Sun Ku certainly had high standards and demands when it came to choosing an agent. None of the agents in this round were top tier, so Sun Ku intended to keep looking. Thus, in the same coffee shop, many ambitious agents entered the private room only to leave with disappointed faces, their photos appearing in the local tabloids. Sun Ku was not anxious. The Premier League season would not end until late May. With the goals and transfer budget for the next season in place, the coaches of various teams would soon take action. The preparation period for the new season would not begin until July, so there was plenty of time. The transfer window would only open on the first day of July, and Sun Ku was prepared to keep looking. Sure enough, he did not wait long before the big shots in the agent world began to launch their attack on Sun Ku. After a training session, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Sun Ku, this is Mino Raiola. If you have time, we can meet tomorrow noon at the coffee shop you often go to. What do you think?" Hearing Raiola's name, Sun Ku was somewhat surprised. He had previously thought the agents he met were not top tier, and now a top agent had truly come. As a time traveler, Sun Ku probably understood this football mogul better than Raiola himself. Even if they couldn't reach an agreement in the end, meeting a top figure in the football world would still be worthwhile. Raiola was undoubtedly the most inspirational figure among the ambitious. This guy did not come from a prestigious background. His father was a pizza shop owner. This guy had the experience of being a professional player in his childhood, and when he realized he couldn't become an excellent professional player, he decisively changed his path and pursued a law degree in college. During his time in college, Raiola mastered 7 languages. At the age of 19, he bought a McDonald's near the school and sold it to a real estate developer, making a profit of $1 million in the process. At 20, Raiola decided to enter the football world, resolutely abandoning his 2 years of law studies. He relied on his eloquence to discuss how to operate a club with the president of a local club in a bar, even mocking those who did not understand football. The club president, perhaps caught up in the moment, pointed at Raiola and said, "If you think you can do it, then go ahead." As a result, Raiola became the technical director of that club, responsible for finding suitable staff. This work experience did not cause much of a stir, but it confirmed that he could indeed make a name for himself in the agent sphere. For years later, at the age of 25, Raiola completed the first transfer of his agent career. The subsequent story is well known. Raiola represented numerous star players and orchestrated countless high-profile transfers. He found Arsenal for Bergkamp, brought Nedved to Serie A, and facilitated Ibrahimovic's tour among the top clubs in Europe. In the following years, this guy would oversee Pogba's transfer to Manchester United for over €100 million, earning a whopping €25 million in commission from that transfer alone. His vision was quite sharp. Later stars like Haaland, Donnarumma, De Ligt, and Verratti all became his clients. An ordinary person without a prominent background constantly corrected his life path and ultimately became a pivotal figure in the football world. Such a person is undoubtedly a leader in today's world. Sun Ku's interest in Raiola far exceeded the desire to sign a contract. The next day, Sun Ku sat down with the plump Raiola. At first glance, Sun Ku could tell that this fat man must have fatty liver. Raiola started with a flowery self-introduction and then looked into Sun Ku's eyes and said, "Kid, I've watched all your matches, and maybe you don't even realize it, but you possess potential on the football field that most professional players lack. I know you've been training hard. You want to achieve something. You want the world to see you. In this regard, we are very similar. You should also see the vast market of China behind you. That is your immense advantage. In my opinion, you should choose Serie A, as the match times in that league coincide perfectly with 9 p.m. in China. He'll choose a mid-tier team for you so you can quickly enter the side of the Chinese audience. In just 1 season, you could secure endorsements worth millions. At that time, we can choose a wealthy Premier League team. You will definitely receive top-notch treatment, and we can stay there for 3 years. If you perform well, I can send you to Madrid, perhaps to Real Madrid, or maybe Atletico, but it won't be bad." Sun Ku quietly listened to the blueprint being drawn for him by Raiola, and then mentally marked an X. This plump Raiola was very enthusiastic, and his words were quite actionable. Sun Ku believed that Raiola indeed had such capability. However, Raiola did not consider the issue from Sun Ku's perspective. He saw himself as a child wanting to take control of his own life. How could this be possible? An hour later, Sun Ku smiled faintly and shook hands with the embarrassed Raiola to say goodbye. Raiola truly did not expect to be eliminated in this manner. He still wanted to find another time to talk with Sun Ku, but was politely declined. "Kid, could you let me know the reason for my rejection?" Before leaving, Raiola asked helplessly. Sun Ku flashed a sunny smile and said, "Sir, it has nothing to do with you. It's my own reason." Soon news of Raiola being rejected by a young player spread like wildfire. Then came Mendes, who only lasted 20 minutes in the cafe. Perhaps wanting his clients to see his determination, this similarly powerful agent acted quite aggressively. Mendes clearly had no intention of allowing Sun Qiao to take charge. This meeting ended on an unfriendly note. It was evident that the two big shots did not intend to communicate with Sun Qiao on the same level. Sun Qiao did not gain any valuable insights from these two inspirational figures. It was awkward. Next, Sun Qiao received calls from Lucy in Italy and Struid in Germany. Sun Qiao's communication with these two individuals did not even lead to a face-to-face meeting. Among the 5 top agents in the world, Sun Qiao had already contacted 4, and none had produced ideal results. Otherwise, he could find an agent with less fame but strong professional ability. Perhaps because he was just a League One player, the big shots had no intention of establishing an equal relationship with him. This was bound to be their loss. Just as Sun Qiao was about to look for a compliant puppet among the agents he had met, he received a phone call. The caller introduced himself as Barnett, and Sun Qiao thought for a moment before suddenly realizing this guy would become the top football agent in the UK, Jonathan Barnett. Barnett. In the current football scene, Raiola and Mendes can be considered the Messis and Ronaldos of the agent world. Raiola is proficient in multiple languages and can find his way into every football powerhouse. Mendes has deep roots in the Portuguese market and has also signed many Brazilian players due to language connection. Lucci is a major player in Italy, but due to the dwindling influence of Serie A and the declining level of Italian players, his impact in the football world has naturally diminished. Struth has significant influence in the Bundesliga, but the limitations of his business scope also affect his impact in football. In England, Barnett can only be considered a moderately influential agent. The foundation of English football is deep, and the agent industry has formed a scale many years ago. Some well-known players under Barnett include Bale and Ashley Cole, Joe Hart, Lalana, and Luke Shaw. It was only 2 years later that Barnett would make his name orchestrating Bale's high-priced transfer to Real Madrid, thus entering the ranks of the elite. According to Sun Qiao, Barnett is a cunning and tough negotiator with sharp language and a resolute attitude, embodying a spirit of fighting fiercely for his players' interests. His style is similar to that of Raiola, both putting the players' interests first. However, while Raiola prefers to secure higher profits for players through transfers, Barnett is more inclined to keep players at a club for the long term. In the private room of the cafe, Sun Qiao found it amusing to see the well-dressed Barnett, who appeared somewhat nervous. The two sat face to face, and surprisingly, the Mediterranean Barnett was the more apprehensive one. To bridge the gap, Barnett asked which brand of coffee was better at this cafe. Sun Qiao placed a bottle of mineral water on the table and smiled, saying, "I only drink water." Barnett chuckled awkwardly, and the expression of the waiters standing beside them was quite entertaining. This middle-aged man with a receding hairline attempted to break the ice. "Hi Sun, the weather is nice today," which suggests we are in for a great day. Starting off with small talk about the weather, a classic British approach. Sun Qiao nodded with a smile hopefully. This guy probably heard about Mendes and Raiola hitting roadblocks, and he opened with a plain self-introduction. Sun Qiao hoped to achieve a breakthrough today. Of course, it all depended on attitude, performance, and fate. If the other party didn't meet his expectations, he would have to move on. Sun Qiao was already prepared for the worst, planning to find a less experienced but obedient agent to handle things temporarily. Both were observing each other's expressions. Barnett completed his self-introduction and added, "Kid, my daughter is also 19 this year, but you possess a maturity that is rare for someone your age." Barnett left a good first impression on Sun Qiao. He was not domineering or showy. Coming from a wealthy background, Barnett's family ran a spinach company. This old chap probably wanted to change his lifestyle, which is why he became a football agent. His background piqued Sun Qiao's interest. 12 years later, Brighton, through its astute recruitment strategy of buying low and selling high, soared to become the top black shop in the Premier League. Their owner hails from the spinach industry, and this guy upgraded the recruitment model from scout recommendations to big data player selection with impressive results. As far as Sun Qiao knows, only spinach companies currently possess a complete player database. However, that's a story for later. Sun Qiao cut straight to the point. "Mr. Jonathan, I believe we understand each other quite well. I want to ask you a question. Which club suits my characteristics better?" Barnett was taken aback, not expecting Sun Qiao to jump straight to the point. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "As far as I know, there are 7 clubs that are clearly interested in you: Arsenal, Tottenham, Everton, West Ham United, Norwich, Southampton, and Charlton. The most suitable for you are Arsenal and Charlton." He continued, "At Arsenal, you might need some time to get into the matches, but at Charlton, you should be able to secure a position immediately. Moyes will give you playing opportunities, but you need to prove yourself right away. You should have stable playing opportunities at West Ham United, Norwich, and Southampton. However, given your performance in the last League One match, I believe you have a good chance at Arsenal. Arsene is a very patient head coach, and you have a better chance of growing there. I wouldn't recommend joining Tottenham. It would be hard for you to get the opportunity there." But based on past transfer market performances, Arsenal might not offer the price that Leyton Orient wants. Arsene is very cautious about budget control. Sun Qiao nodded with a smile. This was the response he wanted to hear. Watching Barnett carefully analyze his transfer prospects, Sun Qiao suddenly felt a déjà vu of Zhuge Liang's strategizing. It was somewhat amusing. But it must be said that this little chubby guy had thoroughly analyzed the transfer prospects. It's important to note, Barnett may not have the same prophetic knowledge as Sun Qiao, but he analyzed the Premier League situation quite accurately. Most importantly, throughout the conversation, this guy never mentioned money. Instead, he focused entirely on Sun Qiao's future development. Raiola also acted for his own benefit, but unfortunately, he did not delve deeply into the English football scene. Sun Qiao felt that Barnett was a breath of fresh air in the agent circle. Although this little chubby guy had a high hairline, a short neck, and a big belly, he was quite reliable in handling affairs. Looking at the sincere Barnett, Sun Qiao said, seriously, I plan to go to Arsenal, but I need a guarantee of my playing time in the contract. If Arsenal can offer a competitive price, the club should not set obstacles. Barnett's fleshy hand tapped the table a few times as he said, I'll do my best, but Arsenal is a top Premier League club, so it will be somewhat difficult. I can negotiate for some playing time, like aiming for 20 appearances, averaging 45 minutes per match, so you can at least become a key substitute for the team this season. Hearing Barnett speak so detailedly surprised Sun Qiao. He didn't expect this guy to analyze things so thoroughly. When he made requests, the other party could implement the terms so meticulously. It's important to note that ideals are abundant, but reality is often not so beautiful. Given that no agency contract had been signed yet, Barnett's practicality was quite commendable. Sun Qiao speculated that this rich second generation pursues either the realization of personal value or making big money. In any case, he would not be after trivial profits. It turned out this guy really succeeded. The year Sun Qiao traveled through time, he saw in the news that many players under Raiola had flocked to Barnett, and this guy's commission exceeded £100 million. Having recognized the other party, Sun Qiao simply made a decision. He solemnly extended his right hand to Barnett. Pleasure to cooperate. Did you bring the contract? Barnett was momentarily taken aback, then took out a contract from his briefcase. He didn't expect the negotiation process to go so smoothly. To be honest, Barnett hadn't prepared to finalize things in one meeting before coming. The news of Mendes and Raiola hitting roadblocks had spread throughout the agent circle. Barnett had communicated with an agent who had met Sun Qiao. That agent said he was brushed off by Sun Qiao in less than 10 minutes. Before coming, Barnett was a bit anxious, although he wasn't sure what this young man wanted based on his experience with young players over the years. As long as he was professional enough, sincere enough, and genuinely thought about the players, even the most rebellious kids would have no reason to reject him. Unexpectedly, things were resolved just like that. Sun Qiao took the contract and examined it carefully. The terms were simple, written in plain language with both parties' rights and obligations clearly stated. Barnett could collect commissions from the club during negotiations and complete the transfer endorsements and a series of specific matters according to Sun Qiao's requests. Sun Qiao didn't know how other agents operated, but he thought the contract Barnett provided was quite good. After signing the contract, Barnett continued, Sun, I've heard that Arsenal will sell Fabregas this summer, and they will definitely try boldly in the midfield position. You can rest assured that I'll handle the transfer matters for you. After the negotiation, the two parted ways. The next day, many newspapers in London published news about Sun Qiao and Barnett signing a contract. Barnett, the son of a tycoon, signs with Chinese talent. The new midfield star is about to enter the Premier League. Sun Qiao rejected all well-known agents. Only Barnett successfully signed the Chinese talent. Barnett adds another formidable player under his wing. The Chinese talent is about to enter the Premier League. For a time, both Barnett and Sun Qiao became quite popular. Barnett's reputation soared as he signed the Chinese talent, recognized as the most difficult to handle in the agent circle. Sun Qiao could tell from the news that Barnett had likely paid for the publicity. This guy's self-marketing ability is indeed impressive. Subsequently, Sun Qiao could focus on training, handing over all transfer matters to Barnett in a luxurious villa in London. Hello, Mr. Arsene. Good afternoon. Yes, I am now Sun Qiao. I have communicated with Sun Qiao, and we both believe that Arsenal is the most suitable club for him. He admires you greatly, and even says you are the only indispensable person at Arsenal. Yes, this kid likes Arsenal, but that doesn't necessarily mean he will go to Arsenal. I have already been contacted by 6 clubs, and Tottenham said they would match any offer made by Arsenal. Yes, you have always been rather stingy in the transfer market, which is the biggest difficulty in this transfer. Will you do your best to negotiate? Very well, this is a good start. If you want to secure Sun Qiao, you should work on the personal treatment. Jack Wilshere signed a new contract and earns £50,000 a week. I believe Sun Qiao's ability is not inferior to his. What? You think Sun Qiao lacks Premier League experience? Sir, the most ridiculous thing in this world is that the player you scouted has succeeded, yet that player never played for Arsenal. The team's wage structure is something you should be concerned about. I just want to clarify how much you can offer. I also don't want to waste each other's time. You are only willing to offer 20,000 a week. West Ham can match that price, and they guarantee Sun Ku playing time. Tottenham can go up to 30,000. Oh, why should we choose Arsenal? Sun Ku will have greater growth at Arsenal. That's not certain. You must guarantee opportunities for Sun Ku in the contract. My client's demand is 20 appearances with at least 10 starts. If my client reaches 40 appearances, his weekly wage should rise to 50,000. That's our bottom line. Sorry, Everton just called. Let's pause here. Have a good day. After hanging up, Barnett immediately called a familiar media outlet. The next day, the transfer column of 442 published a news item. Arsenal and Sun Ku agree on personal terms. The Chinese talent is set to join the Premier League. Upon seeing this news, other clubs were suddenly restless. Soon Everton was the first to offer £3 million for Sun Ku, while Leyton Orient stated they would consider multiple offers before making a decision. Seeing this offer, Barnett revealed a satisfied smile. This is a good start. Do not underestimate this mere £3 million. The transfer market in 2011 was not the same as 12 years later. This price was not a bargain. That year, any transfer over £10 million was big news. Many veterans who had fought in the Premier League for years had transfer fees of only a few £1,000,000. 12 years later, the market value of a second-tier player can easily reach £30 million. To acquire a top-tier player, you need at least £50 million to even begin negotiations. In 2011, only Messi and Ronaldo had prices over $100 million. The values of other players had plummeted dramatically. Barnett became a top agent 2 years later through Bale's transfer fee exceeding $100 million, as that price was shockingly impactful. Although there were no explosive transfers in the transfer market, that season the summer transfer window fundamentally changed the landscape of the Premier League. Manchester City's financial power continued to wreak havoc in the Premier League, as they brought in Aguero for £38 million from Atletico, Samir Nasri for £24 million from Arsenal, and Clichy for £7 million. Through their operations in the transfer market, that season they filled gaps in their squad, giving the club the strength to challenge for the Premier League title for the first time in history. Faced with Manchester City's exorbitant salaries, both Nasri and Clichy chose not to renew their contracts, with only a year remaining, forcing Wenger to sell them to City at a low price. Enticed by the high salaries, any player that Manchester City was interested in would basically force their clubs to sell. Aguero's transfer marked a turning point for Manchester City. After this transfer, many top players joined, transforming a team once mocked across England into the most successful club in the Premier League for the next decade. Meanwhile, the transfer market this season severely wounded Arsenal, who lost Fabregas, Nasri, Clichy, and Ebu, leading them into an era of struggle to even secure a top 4 finish. That year, Liverpool's Sol joined from Sunderland for £16 million, while 18-year-old Lukaku joined Chelsea for £20 million. Tottenham resisted Real Madrid's advances, managing to keep their midfield core Modric. After losing core players, the frugal Wenger brought in the future tactical director Arteta for £10 million from Everton, and the physically gifted but tactically limited Gervinho for £10 million, as well as Chamberlain from Southampton, who had yet to prove himself in the first team, and finally spent £1 million on Charlton's promotion hero Jenkinson. In these years, Arsenal lost significant players every season, while Wenger struggled to keep the club afloat using transfer profits to pay off club debts. Time swiftly moved to mid-June. Everton's 4 signings all came from loans. Moyes had been living frugally, and his only target this summer was to bring in Sun Ku. As July approached, various teams began to accelerate their transfer activities. Arsenal offered £450,000 for Sun Ku, while Wenger remained thrifty. Unexpectedly, Southampton, who had been observing, made an offer of £500,000. This team had personally experienced Sun Ku's capabilities, thus daring to challenge Arsenal. At this moment, the frugal Wenger offered £510,000, drawing ridicule from the media. The professor once made an even more outrageous move in transfer history, offering £40 million plus £1 for Suarez, which completely infuriated Liverpool. This also reflected Arsenal's severe financial issues. If a different coach were in charge, Arsenal would probably struggle to maintain their status as a Premier League giant. As if to slap Arsenal in the face, Tottenham unexpectedly made a £600,000 offer at this time. Harry Kane was loaned to Leyton Orient in the second half of the season, and Tottenham scouts provided match reports on players to the club for every game. With the scouts' strong recommendation, Tottenham prepared to annoy Arsenal at a crucial moment. The £600,000 offer created a record for Leyton Orient in selling players, and the club immediately agreed to the transfer. With this offer, clubs other than Arsenal withdrew from the competition. After all, Chelsea only spent £500,000 to bring in Courtois. This price was beyond the psychological expectations of many clubs. Seeing such a result, Sun Ku was somewhat stunned. He never expected things to develop at this pace. He was sure that Tottenham was definitely not his ideal team with Modric, Van der Vaart, Parker, Sandro, and Livermore there. he would be the sixth choice in midfield. Tottenham had also previously snatched players Arsenal had their eyes on only to leave them sitting on the bench. However, the seasoned Barnett smiled and said, "We don't need to rush to reject Tottenham. We can negotiate first and see how Arsenal reacts." Sun Qiao nodded. Although it was his first time experiencing such a moment in two lives, he understood the principle of leveraging his worth. Indeed, while Barnett was negotiating personal terms for Sun Qiao with Tottenham, Wenger was pacing angrily in his office. "Their midfield doesn't lack players. Oh, why gamble on a player we have our sights on? They don't want us to get the player we want to. I will not let them succeed." As two local rivals from North London, Arsenal and Tottenham have always had a thoroughly hostile relationship, with both sides wishing the other would disappear from this world. When Barnett returned from negotiations, the first thing he did was leak the negotiation details to the media. The next day, Arsenal submitted a final offer of £700,000 to Leyton Orient. Wenger stated in an interview, "This is our final offer. No matter if Tottenham increases their bid or Leyton Orient agrees, this is the last offer." The professor rarely went head-to-head in the transfer market. This offer not only expressed his sincerity, but also showcased his stance. Leyton Orient immediately agreed to Arsenal's offer, but they were also hesitant to reject Tottenham, as a casual agreement from them could bring in a young player capable of contributing 10 goals for free. Leyton Orient's total expenses for the year were only around £300,000. Being able to hold on to Tottenham's leg was naturally a great opportunity. The battle between Arsenal and Tottenham over Sun Qiao turned what would have been an unremarkable transfer in terms of price and player notoriety into a focal point for all of Europe. Almost all of Europe was curious about who Sun Qiao really was. Finally, after 2 hours of tug-of-war, Barnett walked out of the Coney training ground and proudly dialed Sun Qiao's phone. "Sun Qiao, the negotiations are settled. That guy Arsene is quite resilient, but I didn't give in for free. The contract is for 4 years with a weekly wage of £30,000 and a signing bonus of £600,000. This season Arsenal promises you 20 appearances including 10 starts. If you play 50 times for Arsenal, your weekly wage will increase to £60,000. If there are no issues, you can undergo a medical examination tomorrow and then sign the contract." Upon hearing the contract details, Sun Qiao was also immensely surprised. Without a doubt, this contract was a substantial deal for a young player who had not yet proven himself in the Premier League. He smiled and said, "Well done, Jonathan. You reply to Arsenal, and I will go for the medical examination tomorrow." Soon, Arsenal's official website updated with the transfer news. Sun Qiao has fully signed with Arsenal. This young man is bound to have a bright future. To the right of this news was a photo of Sun Qiao signing with Wenger. Below the news was a highlight reel of Sun Qiao's matches with Leyton Orient. The violent aesthetic of his powerful shots instantly sparked anticipation among many Arsenal fans. His way of handling the football against Southampton evoked memories of the Ice Prince for many old fans. Although Sun Qiao has yet to prove his strength on a higher platform, Arsenal fans hold an open attitude towards him. After all, it was Fabregas who failed, leaving Wenger with no options. Moreover, Arteta is the one replacing the underperforming Fabregas, and even if the fans are unhappy, they can't blame Sun Qiao. The only concern among fans is whether this young player can adapt to the intensity of Premier League matches. After all, the English Championship and the Premier League are not the same world. Although the physical confrontations in the Championship are unrivaled in English professional leagues, the quality of the matches is not on the same level as the Premier League. In the Premier League, players need to execute technical moves at high speed and with high physicality. Every player possesses exceptional strength. In the English league system, only one player out of every 20,000 can play in the Premier League. In terms of strength, every player is an elite chosen from a pool of 200,000. Meanwhile, the national Olympic team of Huagua lost 14 on aggregate to Oman in the second round of the Asian Olympic qualifiers. Not even making it to the final 12 teams can be seen as just following in the footsteps of predecessors. The Asian qualifiers are divided into 3 stages, with the first stage being a competition where weak teams battle each other. Seeing this scene, Huagua fans erupted once again. If the national team could just let Sun Qiao join the Olympic team, it definitely wouldn't play like this. If Sun Qiao could help Leyton Orient avoid relegation on his own, why couldn't he help the Olympic team qualify? Countless fans flooded back to the official website, venting their anger at the national team's inaction. This time, the Football Association completely disabled comments, retreating into their shell. Sun Qiao, who could frequently appear in highlight reels in England, had naturally reached a level of popularity in Huagua. The Football Association specifically coordinated with various media to downplay Sun Qiao's transfer. If they could avoid reporting it, they would. If not, just give a small piece of news. They wanted to use a method of burying their heads in the sand to prevent people from learning about Sun Qiao's news. A group of people born in the era of print media naively believed that if authoritative media did not report it, no one would pay attention. They believed the main force of the internet was young people. The enthusiasm of young people comes quickly, but fades just as fast. After all, the internet only has a 7-day memory, and this matter would soon pass. But adults' times have changed. They thought that by finding some trolls they could make the public ignore Sun Qiao. Most of them hadn't even watched Sun Qiao's videos. So when fans expressed their indignation online, they could only disable the comment section. Throughout the summer, Sun Qiao remained at Leyton Orient's training base. By mid-June, Joel Lee ended his vacation early and hurried back to the training base. When this guy saw Sun Qiao, he rushed over and gave him a bear hug without saying a word. Sun Qiao, my agent told me that Everton is preparing to sign me. Moyes repeatedly watched Leyton Orient's matches before bringing in Sun Qiao and eventually settled on Joel Lee. They planned to bring him in as the team's fourth center back. Leyton Orient opened the green light for the transfer, selling him to Everton for £1.5 million. Southampton, on the other hand, had their eyes on the speedy Cox who darted around the field and signed him for £1.6 million. Harry Kane's performance was recognized by Tottenham Hotspur, and he will be loaned to Norwich, promoted to the Premier League for the next season. Sun Qiao did not expect that his actions would change the fates of many people. Joel Lee received a handsome signing fee, with his weekly salary rising to £1,500. If nothing unexpected happens, Cox will follow Southampton to the Premier League. As long as he works hard, he will definitely be noticed. Throughout the summer, while others enjoyed their vacation, Sun Qiao focused all his energy on training. In less than 2 months, he accumulated 16,000 points in the system. On the last day of June, Leyton Orient fans naturally came to the training base to bid farewell to Sun Qiao. Fabregas left Arsenal carrying the title of a traitor. Sun Qiao, on the other hand, left Leyton Orient with blessings and applause. Due to his presence, Leyton Orient received a transfer fee of £1 million this summer. This amount is equivalent to 3 years of the club's operating expenses. With this money, Leyton Orient can quickly enhance their combat effectiveness. If managed properly, they won't have to fight for relegation anymore. Coach Slade was appointed as the football director by the club for discovering Sun Qiao. He found a more suitable position for himself. That night, Sun Qiao opened the system. Looking at his attribute panel, Sun Qiao decided to spend all his points on improving his attributes. He used 8,000 points to raise shooting strength and vision to 60. At that moment, the system provided a notification that for attributes in the range of 6,070, each point increase would require 3,000 points. After a moment of consideration, Sun Qiao allocated the remaining 6,000 points to increase his dribbling by 2 points. As a midfielder, passing, ball control, and dribbling are essential attributes. After finishing the adjustment, Sun Qiao observed his attribute panel with a smile. Shooting 68, ball control 74, dribbling 65, passing 78, long shot 100, heading 64, set piece 60, explosiveness 66, speed 69, strength 60, a jumping 67, balance 64, stamina 86, tackling 64, sliding tackle 61, a anticipation 100, off-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. This is much more like it. The system still evaluated him as a leading player in the championship. Sun Qiao confirmed that as a Premier League player, even if his abilities were lacking, there were no obvious shortcomings anymore, which was crucial. Otherwise, even the coach might hesitate to let him play. Regardless, once the transfer window opens tomorrow, he will become a member of Arsenal. Although today's Arsenal is far from the championship team that set the record for 14 unbeaten matches, Sun Qiao believes that this is the team that suits him best. If he is surrounded by star midfielders, it might take him 2 to 3 years to have his chance. Too long. Having lived 2 lives, Sun Qiao does not want to waste time on the bench. If he cannot secure stable playing time at Arsenal, he might miss out on the England Olympic team, thereby losing the system rewards. One misstep leads to another. He needs to make everyone see his value and seize the limited professional career to experience life. With his points reset, Sun Qiao is ready to face a new life with a fresh attitude. Early the next morning, Sun Qiao drove his used Ford to the Coney training base. After all, he is no longer with Leyton Orient, and it is inappropriate to continue using their training grounds. Barnett has already spoken to Wenger, and starting today, Sun Qiao can conduct personal training at Coney. Entering the training base, Sun Qiao felt as if he had stepped into a grand estate. Unlike Leyton Orient's training base, which could be seen from end to end, Coney's training base was vast and seemingly endless. The base has 3 pitches for the first team, reserve team, and U18 team, along with 1 pitch for friendly matches among the 3 teams. Deep within the base are sauna rooms, swimming pools, gyms, treatment rooms, massage rooms, and dining facilities. It took Sun Qiao 7 or 8 minutes just to drive to the garage, showcasing the grandeur of a Premier League giant. In his 2 lives, Sun Qiao felt like a poor boy arriving in a big city. The club sent dedicated staff to take Sun Qiao into the locker room, opening a locker that was already equipped with gear specially prepared for him. After changing into an Arsenal kit, Sun Qiao walked towards the football field arranged specifically for him. He was eager to find out how much the point system would change after joining a 5-star club as rated by the system. The moment he touched the football, the system immediately provided a notification. Sign-in successful today, earned 500 points. Hearing the system's notification, Sun Qiao exclaimed, "Wow. This is truly a different way of living." In Leyton Orient, Sun Qiao worked tirelessly and could only earn 300 points a day. At Arsenal, just touching a football earns him 500 points. An hour later, the system provided another notification. Trained for 1 hour, earned 50 points. At this rate, even without playing matches for a month, he could earn 30,000 points. Calculating this way, he could gain 10 attribute points in a month. At this growth rate, that old man Wenger would have no reason not to give him playing time. To accomplish the system's assessment task, Sun Qiao used all his points to enhance his combat effectiveness. This season, Sun Qiao's goal is to improve his personal abilities and become a genuine Premier League player. Thinking about this, Sun Qiao immediately felt an endless surge of energy. The future is promising. On the first morning at the Coney training base, Sun Qiao's experience was simply perfect. After training for an hour, a tall, bald man approached. Sun Qiao recognized this guy. He was assistant coach Steve Bold. Bold smiled and said, "Hey, the boss has something to attend to this morning, so he sent me to let you know. This morning I'll take you through some practices, but since the season just started, let's take it easy, ha." Thus, for the next hour, Bold showed Sun Qiao what it meant to take it easy. The two of them entered the indoor training room, where Sun Qiao saw 5 pillars, each topped with a light. Bold smiled and said, "Kid, step inside. Oh, let's play a little game. Once I start the machine, you'll run according to the instructions of the lights. Then I will randomly pass the ball to you. You need to stop the ball and find the lit pillar to pass the ball to it. Let's begin." Confirming that Sun Qiao understood the training requirements, Bold immediately started the training. The moment the green light lit up, Sun Qiao began to accelerate. Sun Qiao continuously accelerated between the pillars, which were only 10 meters apart, and the sequence of the green lights was completely random and lasted very briefly. If he hesitated for even a moment, the green light would immediately turn red, accompanied by a warning sound. After several accelerations, Sun Qiao felt he had lost his sense of direction. Catch the ball. Find the green light. Sun Qiao caught the ball and hurriedly searched for the green light. However, when he saw the green light and kicked, it had already turned red. "Kid, can't you find the green light before stopping the ball? From catching to passing, you have a total of 3 seconds. You're too slow. Do you know? Our requirement is to push the ball in front of the opponent's goal within 7 to 8 seconds. Are you really going to waste 5 seconds all by yourself? Run faster. Kid, take a 5-minute break." 15 minutes later, looking at Sun Qiao's flushed face, Bold smiled and said. Sun Qiao placed his hands on his thighs, panting heavily. In just 15 minutes, he had lost count of how many short sprints he had done. Dashing back and forth around the 5 pillars, he now felt a sense of dizziness. The break time was fleeting, and Sun Qiao continued to immerse himself in training. Although there was enough time to adjust during training breaks, Sun Qiao still found himself gasping for breath from the high-frequency short sprints. An hour later, when Bold announced the training was over, Sun Qiao collapsed onto the ground. "Ha, how do you feel?" Bold asked with a smile. Sun Qiao forced out a faint smile and replied, "Time is like a wild donkey, but just runs away in an instant." Hearing Sun Qiao's response, Bold was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Ha, that's a great description." Bold looked at his watch and said, "There's still some time left. Let's play a little game." After he finished speaking, he brought out another device that looked somewhat like a machine used in flying disc shooting competitions. These little guys will randomly shoot mini soccer balls, and your task is to predict their trajectory and intercept them. You must clear the ball immediately, and of course it's best if you can pass it to a fixed spot. Let's begin. For the next 10 minutes, Sun Qiao gritted his teeth, continuously intercepting the soccer balls shot from the machine. Seeing Sun Qiao, whose stamina was nearly at its limit, still managing to predict the direction of the soccer balls without missing one, Bold showed an approving expression and kept making notes on his clipboard. "Well done, training session is over. Go take a shower and join me at the cafeteria." 10 minutes later, looking at Sun Qiao, who was completely soaked, Bold announced the end of training. Seeing Bold's smug expression, Sun Qiao couldn't help but ask, "Is that it?" Bold was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha, being young is great. Kid, you've got guts. If it weren't for the boss reminding me not to push too hard on your first training, you definitely wouldn't say something like that. Get a good sleep after lunch, or we'll meet again in the afternoon, ha." Hearing Bold's boisterous laughter, Sun Qiao suddenly felt that a huge price would have to be paid for his pride. Back in the changing room, Sun Qiao took a refreshing hot shower. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt that showering at Arsenal was more invigorating than at Leyton Orient. Exiting the shower room, Sun Qiao unexpectedly ran into a staff member. This staff member changed Sun Qiao into a brand new team uniform and smiled as he took away his dirty clothes. "Wow, this is what a star-level treatment looks like." The Leyton Orient team had no extra staff apart from the coaching staff and medical team. Since coming here, Sun Qiao had always brought his dirty clothes home to wash, and then brought them back. Sometimes after exhausting training, he had to train in dirty clothes. Coming to Arsenal truly felt like a different way of living. On the way to the cafeteria, Bold briefly introduced the situation at the Coney training base. The first team, apart from the coaching staff and players, also had 10 scouts and 8 medical team members. The reserve team and U18 squad were separately equipped with coaching and medical teams. The training base also had 2 gardeners, 10 staff members, 4 nutritionists, and 3 facility managers. What a heavenly configuration this is. Sun Qiao's eyes were opened. At the entrance of the training base was a news building open to the public featuring 10 interview rooms and a press hall that could accommodate 100 media personnel. Entering the cafeteria, Sun Qiao saw the 62-year-old Wenger. At that moment, he had to exert all his effort to suppress his excitement. Having lived 2 lives, he finally had the chance to witness the professor's grace and demeanor. Sun Qiao immediately extended his right hand, and the old man gave him a warm hug. Despite being 62 years old, the old man still stood tall. Sun Qiao, who was 185 meters tall, had to slightly tilt his head up to make eye contact with him. "I've heard from Jonathan that you've been training all summer. I really like your approach to football." After they sat down, Wenger was the first to start the conversation. Sun Qiao expressed his hope to keep up with the team's rhythm through training. Wenger nodded. "Don't worry, the club spent $7 million on you not just to get back at Tottenham. I have a clear development plan for you. During your time at Arsenal, you will definitely see rapid improvement. At the beginning, there may not be many opportunities to play, but you will gradually earn them. My plan is to have you start in 2 cup matches, and if the Champions League group stage goes smoothly, I will also give you a starting opportunity. I've noticed that all your training has been done with the ball, which is excellent. All training for a professional player should revolve around football. Kid, do you have any questions?" Sun Qiao thought for a moment and asked, "Boss, what position do you plan to position me in? I also want to hear your evaluation of me." Wenger smiled. "These 2 questions can actually be answered together. In my opinion, your advantage lies in your superior predictive ability during defense compared to players of your age. This ability allows you to excel in intercepting the ball. Your unknown defensive ability is good, but for the most part your vision is focused on what's directly in front of you. I also want to overlook your excellent stamina and remarkable long-range shooting ability. Based on Steve's feedback, you have good short-distance passing and control ability, but you always prefer to pass the ball to teammates within your line of sight. My initial positioning for you is as a playmaking defensive midfielder, but if you show potential in other areas, I will make corresponding adjustments." That's the professor for you. He spares no praise when complimenting others, but speaks in circles when discussing their shortcomings. Without an attribute panel, Sun Qiao would probably need to ponder for a while to understand Wenger's meaning. Noticing that Sun Qiao accepted his rating, Wenger smiled and said, "Sun Qiao, I would like to ask you a few questions." Sun Qiao readily agreed, and the old man immediately asked, "Your intensity during confrontations at times far exceeds your physical level. I want to know how you manage that." The inevitable had arrived. Sun Qiao knew that using the star experience card would one day lead to similar questions. He pretended to think and said, "Sometimes I confront with a desperate mindset. I always tell myself that if I fail this time, there won't be another chance." Wenger nodded appreciatively and asked, "You have demonstrated breakthrough abilities that surpass the English Premier League in 2 matches, but I haven't seen that in other games. Can you perform those technical actions normally in training?" Sun Qiao shook his head. "I believe that is the physical ability that erupts when I am on the brink of despair. Oh, when I look back at the match footage, I am also startled by myself." Wenger nodded thoughtfully, and Sun Qiao noticed a hint of disappointment flicker in the old man's eyes. Perhaps it was because of the $7 million investment. Sun Qiao smiled and said, "I believe that as long as I've performed those actions before, it represents my potential to complete them. As long as I focus on training, I will have the opportunity to master those actions further." Wenger nodded and then shifted the topic, but every sentence remained focused on football. Although Sun Qiao was the only one training today, the cafeteria still prepared a player meal for him. Pasta, steamed fish, boiled chicken breast, raw vegetables, and yogurt. Wenger also asked Sun Qiao for his opinion on lunch, to which Sun Qiao replied with a faint smile, "It's bland, but serves an important purpose." Wenger nodded. "Is there pork in your diet?" Sun Qiao shook his head. "Boss, I haven't eaten pork for a long time." "If you always eat pork, you'll play like a pig." This was the professor's saying of wisdom. After saying this, both of them burst into laughter. For the next 3 days, Sun Qiao was almost driven to doubt his life by Boulder in the training ground. This guy dedicated 3 to 4 hours every day specifically to train Sun Qiao. During the indoor passing and receiving training, Boulder held a long rod with an inflatable hammer attached to it. "Kid, is this little thing giving you trouble, eh? Is this the most talented player in League One? I can win the best player even if I play in League One now. Is this all you can do?" Every time Sun Qiao made runs without the ball or received a pass, Boulder would relentlessly hit him with the inflatable hammer while chanting, There was no way Sun Ku would give in. After each training session, he would leave Boulder with a line, "Is that it?" Nothing more. Each time Boulder would burst into laughter, and then in the following training sessions he would find new ways to torment. Since Boulder appeared, Sun Ku woke up every day with his whole body aching, and several times after training, he wanted to turn around and go home to sleep. If it weren't for wanting to take advantage of the system, he probably would have given up. Fortunately, the Kearney training base had top-notch recovery measures. Sun Ku would enjoy a sauna session every day and receive half an hour of massage. The club's benefits were not to be wasted. To ensure he trained for 10 hours a day, Sun Ku never left the soccer ball at his feet upon arriving at the training base. Through repeated practice, he discovered that the system fully recognized his ball training model. Unexpectedly, Wenger noticed Sun Ku's insistence on accumulating 10 hours of training daily. One night, after extra training, Sun Ku encountered Wenger in the garage. The two exchanged greetings, and Wenger immediately asked, "Sun Ku, I've noticed something. Your daily training time hovers around 10 hours. Is this a habit you've developed?" Sun Ku truly did not expect the old man to observe players with such meticulous detail. He immediately responded with a serious and nonsensical remark: "Talented players just need to maintain good condition, while others have to work harder to compensate for the gap in talent." Wenger replied with concern, "Injuries are a professional player's greatest enemy. During the league period, I only arrange one training session per day. If you get injured and return to training, you will need to put in even more effort to get back to square one. I do not recommend players undergo high-load training." Sun Ku continued to reason. "Cristiano maintains a large training schedule every day, which makes him one of the best players in the world. I ensure I get 11 hours of sleep every day, and I keep a close eye on my health. Don't worry, boss." Hearing Sun Ku's words, Wenger finally revealed a smile, indicating his approval of Sun Ku's statement. The old man was a workaholic, arriving at the training base at 8 in the morning and being the last to leave at night. Seeing a young man who devoted all his energy to football under his wing, he was naturally very pleased. In his view, a player who trains hard has a much lower injury risk than those nightclub princes. With a long future ahead, Wenger planned to slowly help Sun Ku understand his philosophy. On July 5th, the entire Arsenal team gathered. Sun Ku saw the smiling tower coach, the still handsome Rosicky at 30, the taciturn Sagna, and the proud and cool Van Persie. Looking at Arsenal's lineup, Sun Ku felt a surge of admiration for Wenger. The depth of this lineup, which could ultimately become a top-4 powerhouse, was truly remarkable. The first team had a total of 25 players, but they could not have 2 players for every position. In this lineup, only 4 players were over 30 years old. Sun Ku counted and found that there were actually 10 players under the age of 23. The most worrying thing was that half of this lineup were injury-prone players. Sun Ku recalled that at the start of this season the team was already plagued with injuries. Faced with such a predicament, Wenger could only urgently call up young players from the reserve and youth teams. If Sun Ku remembered correctly, the 28 defeat against Manchester United occurred this season. Arsenal had a disastrous start to the season, but ended up 3rd in the league after a mad push at the end. Sun Ku counted and found that Arsenal's midfield had a total of 8 players: Diaby, Rosicky, Arteta, Song, Ramsey, Wilshere, Coquelin, and himself. As Vieira too, Diaby had suffered over 50 injuries in his career, making him a true glass king. At 25, a Diaby was like an old car that needed extensive warm-up before starting. After a major injury at Dortmund, Rosicky found that certain muscle groups in his thigh became particularly stiff with high-intensity exercise. Tower coach was already 29 this year, and he seemed physically frail. Ramsey had broken his leg early last year, and Wilshere was also injury-prone. Looking at it this way, only Song Gongming and himself seemed relatively durable. The opportunity to play was the main reason Sun Ku chose Arsenal. As long as he continued to improve, he would definitely gain ideal playing time this season. On the first day of training camp, Wenger announced the summer preparation plan in the conference room. Arsenal's summer preparation journey was extremely complex. First, they would tour Asia, playing against the Malaysian team and Hangzhou Greentown in respective matches. Then they would go to Germany for a friendly match against Cologne. Following that, they would return to London for the Emirates Cup and even play a friendly match against Benfica in Lisbon before the season started. This preparation plan only indicated that Arsenal was indeed short on funds in recent years, though otherwise they wouldn't choose to tour Asia to make quick money. If finances were sound, they could easily choose a more scenic place in Spain, Portugal, or Italy to focus on training for 2 weeks, and then play a few warm-up matches. Of course, as the head coach, Wenger clearly knew better than himself what needed to be done. This was the dilemma of a skilled cook unable to make a meal without rice. Arsenal spent $420 million building the Emirates Stadium, of which $210 million came from high-interest commercial loans that required annual repayments of $18 million. After building the new stadium, Arsenal also needed to renovate the old Highbury site, which cost a total of $135 million. In the past 4 seasons, Arsenal had to repay over $20 million in loans each year. Additionally, they had to undergo solvency checks annually. A slight oversight could lead to penalties or even relegation due to financial issues. Sun Qiao fully understood the old man's behavior of acquiring players at low prices and selling them high, even selling core players year after year. All of this was for the future of the club. Once training began, Boulder couldn't focus all his energy on just Sun Qiao actually felt a lot lighter. Due to just finishing the holiday, the training load assigned by the team was generally low. There had been a few practice matches, but because of Sun Qiao's presence, Wenger reluctantly changed the rules. In the small field matches of 7 versus 7 or 9 versus 9, Sun Qiao, with his maxed out shooting ability, was undoubtedly the king. He could bombard the goal from any position on the field. Captain Vermaelen tried to block the shots only to be hit on the ankle by Sun Qiao's strike and sidelined for 5 days. Sun Qiao didn't expect that he had unwittingly set off a wave of injuries at Arsenal. The next day, Wenger helplessly announced, "In practice matches you must enter the designated area to shoot." After just a week of training at the Kearney base, Arsenal embarked on their money-making journey. The first warm-up match was against the weak Malaysian team, which posed no challenge to Arsenal in terms of strength or intensity. In the first half, the cautious starting players only scored 3 goals in absolutely inadequate tally. In the 60th minute of the match, Sun Qiao came on as a substitute. After coming on, he partnered with Rosicky and Coquelin. Sun Qiao's task was simple: to sweep through the midfield and pass the ball to his teammates. Although primarily playing a defensive role, Sun Qiao seized every opportunity to launch attacks. Being in Southeast Asia, the short Malaysian players had never seen anything like it. They couldn't defend against him, nor could they match him in physical confrontations. In just 30 minutes, Sun Qiao took 6 shots and scored 4 goals. This shooting percentage would be considered excellent even on a basketball court. The Malaysian players looked at Sun Qiao as if he were a monster. The match ended with Arsenal easily defeating Malaysia 120. After the match, Wenger approached Sun Qiao with a smile and said, "Your long-range shooting ability is astonishing. I can see you've already added it to your arsenal. If you can efficiently score goals, then opponents will definitely tailor strategies to counter you. I believe you should constantly try shooting after changing direction while advancing. This will keep you a constant threat." Sun Qiao discovered that the old man was a coach who loved discussing tactics with players. Some in the team liked to try hard, while others wouldn't change even if told 1,000 times. For instance, Gervinho and Walcott. Sun Qiao felt that these two had at least 90 of their brains unused. Next, Arsenal would fly to Huagua for the second leg of their Asia tour. Huagua had numerous Arsenal fans, and with Sun Qiao's appearance, tickets for the Iwu Mehu Stadium, which could hold 3,500 people, sold out within a day. This was the first time Huagua fans would watch Sun Qiao play live. Before the match, many fans were eager to see what level a top-tier player with pure Huaxiao blood could display. After concluding their journey in Malaysia, Arsenal adjusted for just 1 day before flying to Hangzhou. Naturally, the arrival of Arsenal was taken very seriously by the Chinese. Firstly, as the level of the national football team has continuously declined over the years, many top clubs often send their second teams even for commercial matches. In 2008, Barcelona sent a mixed lineup of first and second team players to China. The big names of the first team either did not play or strolled around on the pitch. The youngsters from the second team played aggressively, crushing the domestic strong team Shenzhen with a score of 90. In 2010, when Barcelona returned to China for a commercial match, they simply sent the second team without pretense. Although many players in the second team would eventually make a name for themselves in La Liga, it was not exciting for the fans. Secondly, many Chinese teams do not understand the significance of commercial matches. Many players treat such matches as opportunities to prove themselves, charging in with full force. Meanwhile, the 5 major leagues were just entering their preseason, increasing the risk of injury. Even if top clubs sent their main players, they often just played casually for most of the time. Then in a sudden burst of energy for a few minutes, they would score 3 goals against the hosts. In such matches, both sides felt they were wasting time. In contrast, top clubs preferred to play warm-up matches against other European giants in China. Chinese fans often lack a sense of involvement in these matches. However, this time was significantly different, as the event organizers added 2 clauses when signing the contract. Firstly, key players from Arsenal's last season must play in the first half. Secondly, Sun Qiao must start and play for at least 60 minutes. To meet these conditions, the organizers paid Arsenal nearly $4 million in appearance fees. This figure was learned by Sun Qiao from club staff and should be accurate. If it weren't for the club facing significant financial issues, Arsenal would never take the risk of disrupting their summer preparation and the possibility of player injuries to play a match. Arsenal's total expenditures over the year approached $100 million, and coupled with loan repayments, they had to ensure an income of $120 million each year. In this context, recruiting low-cost players and young talents was Wenger's only option. Even with such a lineup, Arsenal had to qualify for the Champions League every season or their finances would collapse. Before the match, Chinese media paid a lot of attention to this game. They wanted to see how Hangzhou Greentown, who had advanced to the AFC Champions League last season, would fare against the fourth-place team from the Premier League. Additionally, the media was eager to know the level of the Chinese player signed by Arsenal for $7 million. Sun Ku had contributed 13 goals and 5 assists in 6 matches in League One, making quite an impact. Against the backdrop of money-driven football, many media outlets and football figures were discontented. How could Sun Ku, who had only made a name for himself in League One, command such a high transfer fee? Was it just because he was a product of English youth training and a player with a local registration? Many even insisted that numerous Chinese players were not lacking in ability, they just couldn't apply for work permits due to the national team's low world ranking. It was simply because of the national team's low influence that clubs in the 5 major leagues viewed Chinese players through tinted glasses. The Sports Weekly even considered this match a litmus test for Chinese players. If the players from Hangzhou Greentown could prove their worth in the match, it might open the door for more Chinese players to stay. This line of thinking seemed ridiculous, but in that era many shared this perspective. However, Chinese football was not lacking in understanding. General Fan expressed in an interview, many people do not understand the current state of English football. Surviving in League One is not easy. Many still hold on to the stereotype of long passes and high balls in English football, which has changed. The level is quite high. Over the years, only 3 of us have played in the Premier League. Sun Ku being noticed by Arsenal certainly has its merits. We should seek to understand more. We need to face the gap between ourselves and countries with developed football. Anyone who has watched the last round of the League One broadcast should know that Sun Ku is a player who can change the course of a match. Don't even mention Arsenal. If Leyton Orient came to play seriously, we wouldn't be able to hold up. General Jean stated Arsenal is still in the preparation phase. Their current form cannot guarantee their competitiveness in the Premier League. It is said that Sun Ku has maintained high-intensity training this summer. We should observe the details of the match closely and learn from the operations of top players before, during, and after the game. As a result, the comments of the 3 individuals immediately attracted online criticism. General Fan was labeled as a remnant of the past. Huang Jinxiang was accused of surrendering before the battle. Zhang Jun was accused of opportunism. On July 15th, the Uemehu Sports Center was packed to capacity with no empty seats. In the locker room, Wenger reminded Sun Ku to keep calm if he faced targeted defense. Sun Ku smiled and nodded. This old man understood quite well. In the player tunnel, Van Persie patted Sun Ku on the back and said, "Kid, if you're not confident with long shots, you can play it down the middle to give me a chance for a rebound." During internal practice matches, Sun Ku particularly enjoyed passing to Van Persie, and the Dutch striker regarded him well. They often exchanged opinions during passing drills. To be precise, whoever could help Van Persie score was someone he was willing to communicate with. Sun Ku was grateful that he had invested all his attributes in passing, otherwise Van Persie wouldn't have even acknowledged him. In his past life, Van Persie had an explosive season where he almost single-handedly led a depleted Arsenal to numerous victories, ultimately securing a Champions League spot. To put it bluntly, this season Van Persie was essentially the father of Arsenal. As the match began, Hangzhou Greentown fielded 4 foreign players in the central axis, 1 center-back, 1 midfielder, and 2 forwards. The other Chinese players were mostly making up the numbers. Sun Ku only recognized Du Wei on this team. Some other players looked familiar, but he couldn't recall their names. After the match started, Sun Ku suddenly found himself the target of the opponent's focus. When Arteta and Song received the ball, the Greentown players were cordial and respectful. However, as soon as Sun Ku received the ball, he was immediately met with tight marking. The player he was matched up against kicked and pushed from behind, while the supporting player lunged in with a 2-meter sliding tackle. Within 5 minutes, Sun Ku was brought down 3 times. Witnessing this, Wenger angrily protested to the referee from the sidelines. The referee blew the whistle but did not issue a card. Seeing the eager Greentown players, Sun Ku's first thought was to take the ball and unleash a powerful shot. He wanted to solve the problem with brute force. But this was his first time collaborating with starting players. Disregarding everything would completely defeat the purpose of the match. Sun Ku calmed himself down, repeatedly recalling the training scenes with bold. As the match resumed, Sun Ku intentionally reduced his dribbling. If after each reception, he would pass the ball immediately. This adjustment made Arsenal's attacks flow smoothly. The defending players struggled to find opportunities to commit fouls. Greentown players could only continuously foul to disrupt Arsenal's attacks, while Arsenal relied heavily on passing to penetrate Greentown's defense. In the 11th minute, a Greentown defender hurriedly cleared the ball. Sun Ku intercepted it in midfield and passed it to Walcott on the right flank. At the moment he touched the ball, Little Tiger carried the ball down the wing, but lost control after 2 changes in direction, forcing himself to the byline. Sun Ku sprinted to catch up, finally reaching the edge of the penalty area. Walcott shook off his defender and passed the ball back to Sun Ku. Sun Ku immediately sent the ball into the penalty area. Van Persie received the ball, feigned a shot, and as the defender extended his leg, he nudged the ball to his left side. Arsenal's star made no adjustments and immediately curled a shot with his left foot into the far corner. His shot flew straight into the top left corner of the goal, and the Greentown goalkeeper did not even react. 10. After scoring, Van Persie did not celebrate, but turned and gave Sun Ku a pat on the back. Clearly, scoring in such a match did not stir his emotions. After the goal, Arsenal players began to press high in the attacking half. In the 17th minute, a Greentown player received the ball in the backfield. Seeing the passing lanes blocked, the defender hurriedly cleared the ball. The quality of this clearance was abysmal, and before reaching the halfway line, Sun Ku intercepted it. He immediately passed the ball to Arteta and continued to surge forward. Arteta returned the ball to Song, who then passed it to Sun Ku from mid-range. Before receiving the ball, Sun Ku observed his teammates' positions, and Van Persie suddenly started moving from the edge of the penalty area. The moment Sun Ku touched the ball, he brought it to his right side and lofted it into the penalty area. The Greentown defenders were poorly positioned, and by the time they noticed Van Persie's movement, they could only defend with their eyes. Arsenal's forward shot without stopping the ball, sending the football into the net once more. 20. Seeing Van Persie's shooting skills, Sun Ku marveled in his heart. This guy truly had the touch. He played just as well as he could. After scoring a spectacular volley, Van Persie was in high spirits and ran over to give Sun Ku a hug. Conceding 2 goals in less than 20 minutes, the morale of the Greentown players plummeted. In the next 20 minutes, Arsenal scored 2 more goals through Walcott and Gervinho. These 2 speedsters completely outclassed the domestic players. Meanwhile, Greentown players rarely completed a pass without losing the ball, forced to kick it forward and let the 2 foreign players fend for themselves. In the 41st minute, a Greentown foreign player received the ball in the forward area. Facing Koscielny, the Honduran forward accelerated, trying to exploit his speed against Arsenal's center back. As a result, this player rushed into the penalty area, and Koscielny got a touch on the ball to dispossess him. Sun Ku immediately tracked back to receive the ball. Without stopping, he directly transferred it to the right flank. Sagna took a step forward and passed the ball to Arteta. Arteta immediately passed it to Walcott on the right. Little Tiger received the ball and promptly cut inside, instantly shedding his defender. This time he did not hold on to the ball, delivering a cross into the center of the penalty area from the edge. Van Persie received the ball in the middle, but 2 Greentown center backs swarmed him. Van Persie wanted to go for it, but noticing a teammate open at the edge of the penalty area, he immediately passed the ball out of the box. He turned to see Sun Ku receiving the ball and quickly dodged. During training, Van Persie had seen Sun Ku's powerful shooting, fearing that he might get hit by one of Sun Ku's cannon-like shots. This was no joke. In the next moment, Sun Ku raised his right foot high outside the penalty area and struck the ball fiercely. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. The football pierced through Greentown's defense and flew into the bottom left corner of the goal. Wow! Upon seeing this shot, the entire stadium gasped. 50. At this moment, Greentown players looked at Sun Ku in disbelief. During Sun Ku's powerful shot, many players didn't even see what happened before the ball flew into the net. The Greentown goalkeeper did not move at all, standing awkwardly on the goal line, as if nailed to the turf. Arsenal players rushed over, laughing and patting Sun Ku on the back. Watching Sun Ku's performance, the Sports Channel commentator said somewhat bitterly, "Today the fans in Hangzhou should be very satisfied, as Arsenal has brought everyone a delightful display of beautiful football." In the face of Arsenal's fluid teamwork, the Greentown players were completely powerless to resist. Although Sun Ku has only joined Arsenal for half a month, he has integrated very well, contributing 1 goal and 2 assists in just the first half. Sun Ku showcased his immense potential. Even at just 19 years old, he has demonstrated abilities far exceeding those of domestic players. All we can do is envy and wish this young man a wonderful professional career. Every progress Sun Ku makes allows us to see the ceiling for Chinese players rising, and that is enough. At halftime, Sun Ku and Walcott walked shoulder to shoulder for a while, then discussed the running routes with Van Persie, a scene repeatedly mentioned by the host during the break. At this moment, nearly 10 million fans in Hua will learn about the information of this friendly match through In the halftime highlights of the Sports Channel, Sun Ku was seen running around the field with a defender, displaying a scene where he could take whatever he wanted, which was replayed continuously. In the locker room, Arshavin, Squalasi, Chamberlain, and other substitute players were preparing to come on. Sun Ku noticed that Arshavin actually liked him quite a bit, often finding reasons to chat with him. This short but tough winger once left a remarkable mark at Arsenal. Wenger once wanted the Tsar to play in the middle, but after a few matches the latter disliked the feeling of chasing the ball and returned to the wing. This actually benefited Van Persie, as the Dutch striker moved to the center position. His data skyrocketed, quickly placing him among the elite strikers. In the locker room, Van Persie proactively approached Wenger, asking if he could play for another 15 minutes. Strikers often have the obsession of completing a hat-trick, and he was just 1 goal away. Moreover, Van Persie and Sun Ku had developed a good understanding and wanted to try again. Wenger nodded, advising him to be careful not to get injured. Before the second half began, when Wenger was setting tactics and signaling for Son to make a run, Ramsey and Wilshere took turns filling in. Hearing this, the teammates subconsciously glanced at Son. It seemed Wenger intended to cultivate Son as a B2B type midfielder, giving him ample space to move. The extensive running was due to Son's good stamina. However, everyone felt that Son had taken Fabregas' role. Faced with a lineup of midfielders on the team, the old man truly managed to distribute playing time evenly. Nevertheless, there was a persistent feeling that the head coach seemed to prefer Son. After the second half began, Van Persie's left and right flanks were replaced by Arshavin and Coquelin. Arsenal's wingers stormed into the attacking half, but the quick advance with a pass to the center came to a halt. However, this did not mean an opportunity for the Green City team. On the contrary, Arsenal pulled the opponent's defense apart with lateral transfers. Just 5 minutes later, most of the Green City players instinctively retreated to their half. The attack had completely collapsed, and they could only park the bus in their own half. Even when parking the bus, it was still like a bus with shattered windows leaking wind everywhere. In the 53rd minute, Arsenal continued to make lateral passes outside the Green City penalty area 30 meters away. Son received the ball on the right side of the penalty area. After being toyed with during the first half, the Green City players no longer dared to get close. Seizing the change in the opponent's mentality, Son adjusted the ball slightly and immediately took a long-range shot. Bang! With a loud bang. The goalkeeper had just jumped, his body already extended when the football entered the net. 60. Amid the cheers, Son was surrounded by his teammates. His teammates laughed and patted him a few times, wanting to share in his luck. Only Van Persie was in a hurry. Time is running out, let's quickly coordinate one more play together. He'll grab a hat-trick and you assist for a hat-trick. We'll finish just in time for a shower. Son smiled and nodded. No problem, just wait for it. 4 minutes later, Son received the ball again on the right flank. After getting the ball, he glanced at the goal and a defender immediately rushed up. Son lightly nudged the ball, feigning a shot. This time the defender remained steady, not rushing forward. Son had an excellent anticipation. With just a glance at the defender's movements, he clearly understood his intentions. The defender widened his legs and slowly approached Son. If Son shot, he would immediately block the shot. Even if Son chose to break through, he could sidestep and block Son's path in the first instance. He displayed an attitude of the enemy does not move, I do not move. Seeing the opponent's reaction, Son's lips curved slightly upward. This guy had some brains, but due to his own level and vision, it was just that. In the next moment, Son's calf suddenly exerted force, sending the ball diagonally through the defender's legs into the penalty area. The defender reacted quickly, immediately tightening his legs. But how could he move faster than Son? Even with all his might, he did not touch the ball. Instead, due to his excessive force, he ended up lying on the grass, completely becoming Son's background. The Green City players always judged Son's actions based on the way Huawei players played. They could never imagine that Son could deliver such a devilish pass. His leg motion while passing was minimal, but the power of the ball far exceeded the defender's expectations. The ball skimmed along the grass, entering the penalty area from the right side. The first reaction of the Green City players was to turn around and look for the ball, but Van Persie gave them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the Dutch striker burst out from the side, appearing in the path of the football. Without making any adjustments, Van Persie raised his right foot, which he was not proficient at, and smoothly pushed the ball towards the far corner. At that moment, even the goalkeeper and defenders could not react, only watching the ball roll into the net. 70. After completing his hat-trick, Van Persie was quite pleased. He rushed to the sideline and performed a small slide on his knees towards the Arsenal fans. After getting up, Van Persie turned and pointed at Son, who was running towards him. The two shared a warm embrace. At that moment, all the fans in the stadium erupted in cheers. The commentator on the sports channel excitedly exclaimed, "Beautiful." Son's assist can be described as stunning, helping Van Persie achieve his hat-trick. Son handled this ball like a Latin American player. The Green City players were completely unprepared. It's hard to imagine that a player from League One could display such a high level of tactical skill. 1 goal and 3 assists. This was Son's performance in less than 60 minutes, and he had already found his place in Arsenal. When the match reached 60 minutes, Wenger immediately substituted both Van Persie and Son. Looking at Van Persie and Son walking off the pitch shoulder to shoulder, Wenger couldn't hide his smile. In the last 30 minutes, Son chatted and joked with his teammates while watching them ravage Green City's goal. Influenced by Son and Van Persie, the substitute players diligently brought beautiful football to Huawei fans. However, the price of beauty was a double-digit score difference. After the match, Wenger appeared at the post-match press conference with Son. This was part of a commercial match. At the press conference, the media's questions mainly focused on 3 aspects. First, how does Arsenal plan to fill the gap left by Fabregas? Second, what other recruitment plans does Arsenal have? Third, how does Wenger evaluate Son's performance? Can he provide enough playing time for Sun Qiao? Wenger, known as the Professor, once again demonstrated his eloquence. Cesc is our captain. Besides Barcelona, it is difficult for any team to find a player who can replace him. Due to the personal wishes of the player, we accepted this transfer. Our midfield has both experienced players and young players with great potential. We can still play the football we want. With a sense of curiosity, Sun Qiao listened attentively. Wenger's statement actually contained a hint of sarcasm. Barcelona does not lack loyalty, yet they went to great lengths to bring Arsenal's captain back. When asked about other recruits, Wenger began to play Tai Chi. The transfer window has not closed, which means that anything is possible. If there are players on the transfer market who can enhance the team, we will certainly evaluate the transfer, but the price will not exceed our expectations. From the current situation, the help that players can bring to the team is greater than the available players on the transfer market. Hearing this, Sun Qiao almost laughed. The last statement was a variation of the best players are already in the squad. When talking about Sun Qiao, Wenger did not spare any praise. Sun Qiao has just arrived at the club, and his integration into the team has surpassed the coaching staff's expectations. He is a very pure player, and his work ethic is admirable, so I am not surprised by the speed of his progress. Sun Qiao will have opportunities this season, but it is still too early to talk about this now. We bought him mainly because of the potential he showed at a competitive level. His market value is merely an added bonus. It's like we wouldn't buy a book just because of a beautiful bookmark. Everything depends on the content of the book. In the subsequent interviews, when the media found that Sun Qiao could answer questions in fluent Mandarin, they were immediately impressed. Sun Qiao did not have much experience facing the media, but as a member of society, he was well aware of what the media wanted to hear. After answering a few questions, the media liked this sunny young man with a beaming smile who spoke carefully. The next day, the media finally admitted that Sun Qiao was a man the national team could not have. The summer training continued, and Arsenal played friendly matches against Cologne Boca Juniors and New York Red Bulls. After a month, Sun Qiao was forced to learn a lot of medical knowledge due to his teammates' continuous injuries. For example, the hamstring, which took out Diaby, Rosicky, and Wilshere all at once. The injury wave of 2011 came earlier than ever. After more than a month of preparation, Arsenal gradually stabilized amidst the upheaval of losing Fabregas, Nasri, and Clichy. In 7 warm-up matches, regardless of how Wenger arranged the lineup, Arsenal consistently held overwhelming advantages in the games. Of course, the strength of these warm-up opponents was not on the same level as Arsenal. After being appointed captain, Van Persie appeared to have matured considerably. Sun Qiao remembered that last season this guy had suffered a serious injury after playing just 3 league matches, and the new signing Chamak had performed exceptionally well, making Arsenal fans momentarily forget Van Persie's existence. In the eyes of many, Van Persie had already been labeled as a player who wasted great talent, being caught between high expectations and low performance. However, after recovering from his injury, he scored 18 goals in the remaining league matches, setting a new personal record for goals in a single Premier League season. At this time, most Arsenal fans had mixed feelings about Van Persie. Everyone hoped he would perform better, yet they dared not hold too many expectations. After all, the Dutch striker was already 28 years old, and no one could expect a player at that age to suddenly become phenomenal. As a cornerstone of Arsenal, Van Persie's presence played a significant role in maintaining the stability of both the club's internal and external environments. Perhaps even Wenger did not expect his temperamental captain to dominate the field. In such an environment, Sun Qiao got closer to Van Persie, which many saw as an odd pairing. Even though several fragile midfielders in Arsenal were constantly getting injured, the sheer number of players available was still advantageous. After the Asian tour, Arsenal was linked with many players. Midfielder Jadson from Shakhtar Donetsk, Chelsea defenders Alex and Cahill, Blackburn defender Samba, Hamburg winger Elia Costa, Rican international Ruiz, Everton defender Jagielka, and Birmingham defender Dan. From the perspective of 2011, these players could all be considered decent. Sun Qiao knew very well that at best these players could only serve as rotation options for Arsenal. Later developments proved that these players did not make much of an impact. At this time, the whole world knew Wenger had sold 3 important players and had money in his pocket. Everyone also knew that Wenger desperately needed to buy players. Thus, they marked high prices on targeted players, as selling them would not incur any losses. Sun Qiao heard that Wenger had contacted Shinji Kagawa, Marek Hamsik, and Eden Hazard in succession. However, all had to be given up due to exorbitant asking prices. Therefore, with just 3 days left before the league started, Arsenal still had not signed any players. This situation surely could not satisfy Arsenal fans, who composed a rap. The rap began with the voice of Chairman Kroenke, saying it was right for Cesc to leave, and now you have lost now. It seems you will buy some players, probably all named Squalasi. It has been 6 years since we last had a trophy. You can't even secure the Emirates Cup, now you are losing my trust. If Arsenal does not improve, you should call your friends at Paris Saint-Germain. At the end of the song, the singer mimicked Wenger's voice. I am too busy, the rain in London has soaked Gervinho's hair. I know you do not want to let Nasri leave for free. In fact, finishing fourth is even better than winning the championship. Don't forget we still have Sun Ku and Frimpong. Do not worry, I have long-term plans. After the song was released, it immediately garnered a massive number of clicks. However, many fans still believe that Wenger remained the best choice for Arsenal. Sun Ku felt a mix of amusement and frustration when he saw himself being used as a target to mock Wenger. Some people's value is only recognized when time changes. Of course, carrying the great British star system on his back, Sun Ku was well aware of the principle that one should seize the opportunity to become famous early. According to the internal logic of the system, performing better leads to faster improvement. With a system backing him, any thought of becoming great later is merely a delusion. Over the past month, Sun Ku exerted all his efforts trying to accumulate 10 hours of training time every day. Even on match days, he still sought ways to gather enough training time. In the 7 warm-up matches apart from the game against Hangzhou Greentown, Sun Ku only started in the match against New York Red Bulls. In other matches, Wenger usually brought him on in the second half. After a month, Sun Ku had exchanged for 10 attributes. With just 2 days left before the first round of the Premier League, all the first-team players of Arsenal were gathered in the meeting room. During the past month, everyone had been playing actively and had not missed many matches. After the excitement, the time for serious competition was approaching. During training, Wenger had treated everyone well, but no one knew who would be his main choices after the recent changes. Although the framework for the main players had mostly been established for many young midfielders, if they could not even make it to the substitute bench in the absence of Arteta, Wilshere and Diaby, their prospects at Arsenal were quite bleak. Even though Sun Ku had mentally prepared himself, he still felt quite anxious at that moment. Sure enough, when Wenger entered the meeting room, there was no smile on his face. Hearing a few French players speaking in their language, Wenger immediately scolded, "I will say it again, everyone in the team must speak English." This made Sun Ku feel a bit nervous. To ease his tension, he opened the system and repeatedly checked his attributes. Shooting 60, a ball control 74, dribbling 70, passing 78, long shot 100. Heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 69, speed 70, strength 60. Jumping 67, balance 64, stamina 86, tackling 64, sliding tackle 61. Anticipation 100, off-the-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. Overall evaluation, qualified Premier League player. In 4 months, Sun Ku's abilities had improved from being excellent in the Championship to being qualified in the Premier League. Although it was only 2 small tiers, it was a vast difference in a player's career. It is well known that while both the Premier League and League Two are professional leagues, the distinctions between each level are very clear. As football enters the commercial era, everything can be seen clearly from an economic perspective. In League Two, the weekly salary of starting players hovers around 1,500, a tough existence for working people. In League One, the salary range for players has begun to widen, with starting players earning between 3,000 to 5,000 solidly in the white-collar bracket. In the Championship, even a poor club can offer players a weekly salary exceeding that of top players in League One, with top earners making between 2,000 to 3,000. In the Premier League, clubs like Arsenal ensure that as long as young players can stabilize in the first team, even if they never make it to the substitutes bench throughout the year, their weekly salary starts at 1,000. Of course, this income refers to the present. By 2023, just flipping through the youth team roster of any club's U18 squad, any promising player could easily earn thousands a week. For a professional player, moving from the Championship to the Premier League is a turning point in fate. From the perspective of a longtime FM player, Sun Ku was confident in his technical attributes. Even if his attributes do not improve in the future, he would not lack for clubs in the top 5 leagues throughout his life. Many starting midfielders in the Premier League could be evaluated technically as being on par with him. Their awareness is not significantly better, just their physical attributes far surpass his. This is the biggest bottleneck preventing Sun Ku from becoming a starter at Arsenal. However, Sun Ku believed that after this season, even without relying on the lottery system for tricks, he could secure a starting position in most Premier League teams. Wenger mentioned some important points for the matches and immediately began announcing the starting lineup for the first round of the Premier League. Goalkeeper Szczesny. Defenders Sagna, Koscielny, Vermaelen, Gibbs. Midfielders Rosicky, Song. Attacking midfielder Ram. The starting lineup did not bring many surprises. The players included were all expected. The only small surprise was that the recovering Walcott did not make the starting list. Next, the names of the 7 substitute players would be announced. At this moment, many held their breath. Fabian, Giroud, Jenkinson, Chamberlain, Walcott, Chamak. At this moment, Coquelin, Sun Ku, and Frimpong from the Youth Academy were all taking deep breaths. Wenger's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 players before saying Sun Ku. Hearing his name, Sun Ku let out a sigh of relief. Wenger told the 3 players U3 will start in the 3rd round of the League Cup. After the meeting, Wenger called Sun Ku aside and said you must stay healthy after the league starts. I reserve my opinions on your current training intensity, but will not interfere. However, if your body becomes too fatigued, I will stop your post-match extra training. The season needs to be focused on matches. I hope you can understand. But I want to emphasize I really admire your professional attitude. You are a good kid. Sun Ku smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. I am aware of that." He did not expect that his rank would actually be ahead of. It should be noted that this kid had trained in League One for a season last year, and his paper strength was certainly above his own. It seemed the old man had high hopes for him. Not bad, not bad. August 14th. St. James Park. 45,000 fans arrived at the stadium an hour early. With half an hour left before the match, Newcastle fans had already started mocking Arsenal as a training camp for amateurs. Arsenal lost 3 key players during the summer transfer window, and when right-back Ebu asked for a hefty sum, Wenger countered by selling him to Galatasaray. With the season about to start, Arsenal had not purchased any players capable of matching the strength of Premier League giants. They only brought in nearly 30-year-old players like Arteta, Chamberlain, Gervinho, Jenkinson, and Sun Ku. Fans would not consider things from Wenger's perspective. Seeing the club's strength significantly diminished, they directly lambasted Arsenal. At this point, even Arsenal fans had to admit that the club they supported had essentially lost its competitiveness for the Premier League title. With low morale and outnumbered, Arsenal fans were almost being ground into the dirt by Newcastle fans. Prior to this match, Arsenal faced considerable scrutiny from the media and fans. At the pre-match press conference, Newcastle's head coach Alan Pardew even openly provoked Wenger. With a hint of mockery, Newcastle's head coach said, "To be blunt, I believe Arsenal has already withdrawn from the title race before the season even begins. They have sold many good players, but haven't brought in anyone of equal quality, which is a huge loss. I am well aware of Arsene's situation, but enhancing the team's competitiveness is the coach's responsibility, and his transfer activities this summer can only be described as disastrous. Last season's rotational players are now in the starting lineup, and Arsenal's strength will undoubtedly decline significantly. They are no longer the best team in the Premier League. In my opinion, only the 2 Manchester teams have the strength to compete for the title this season. Arsenal, Tottenham, and Liverpool will all have to fight tooth and nail for Champions League qualification. Newcastle has acquired several good players this summer, significantly enhancing our strength. We are now capable of defeating Arsenal. Perhaps their young players have a bright future, but they are still far from reaching that height. I doubt that by the time they meet Arsene's expectations, he will still be able to keep those players. The reality is clear. The purpose of a Premier League giants coach should be to win titles, not just to help the team profit from player transfers." In an interview, Alan Pardew also mentioned Sun Ku and Jenkinson when discussing Arsenal's acquisitions. Arsene has brought in the best right-back from League One, but his ability is clearly insufficient to cope with the intensity of the Premier League. If Sagna cannot play, that young man will have to start, which would be a disaster. Sun Ku is a very promising young player. Our financial capabilities cannot acquire him, but Arsene cannot expect him to help the team this season. We spent $4.5 million to acquire Xabi from Lille and under $4 million for Tayot. Their immediate impact far surpasses that of the young player. From this perspective, Arsene did not spend money where it was needed. Facing Pardew's provocation, Wenger smiled and said, "When a lion has not eaten well all summer, it may appear weak, prompting a pack of jackals to pounce, and the strongest among them steps forward. Having never seen a lion, he believes he can easily slay that weakened beast. At the end of the battle, the remaining jackals wait at a distance for the lion to feast before sharing in the carcass of their companion." The professor is indeed a professor. He can curse without using foul language. In the locker room, assistant coach Bold reviewed tactical details with everyone once again. Arsenal players' eyes were glued to the tactical board, but it was hard to say how much they could truly absorb. Sun Ku was listening intently. Having joined the club for over a month, he was still in a state of intoxication. In simple terms, he was just an ordinary person eliminated from the Hwagwa football system in his past life. Unlike the prodigies around him, Sun Ku had experienced the hardships of an ordinary person, making him cherish this moment even more. Arsenal's tactics are not complicated. They aim to stretch the opponent's formation through passing. Once Newcastle shows a gap, midfield players immediately make runs utilizing Gervinho to tear apart the opponent's defense. Then through a combination of wide and central play, they aim to break through the opponent's line. This possession-based tactic places high demands on the players in control. As Bold concluded the tactical briefing, Wenger stepped into the center of the locker room. "Today's opponent is tough. They have many physically strong and spirited players, and I need to remind you of a few points. Do not get entangled with the opponent and make sure to move the ball to open space at the first opportunity. Keep your focus on the match. They will do everything possible to influence our emotions. We need to play at our... We must maintain a fast pace throughout the match. Do not fear mistakes. We are the stronger side, and we need to control the tempo. I have chosen you to play because you meet the team's requirements. Do not feel pressured. that is what the head coach. Unlike the usual training where details are explained in depth on match day, the professor is concise and to the point, though he may not stir passions like Klopp or resonate deeply like Mourinho. Sun had to admit that the old man's charisma is not inferior to that of any historical head coach. After his words, the teammates' emotions visibly calmed down. The sense of security Wenger instilled in the players is irreplaceable by any world-renowned coach. In the ESPN live broadcast studio, Jean Jun spoke with a full and resonant voice. Hello, dear viewers. I am Jean Jun. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Premier League for the 2011-2012 season. After nearly 3 months of waiting, we finally welcome the new season of the Premier League. During the off-season, the transfer market was bustling. Manchester City continued to splash the cash, spending $75 million to bring in Aguero, Nasri, Kolarov and Savic, becoming Europe's biggest spender. Chelsea closely followed with $70 million, signing Mata, Lukaku, Mikel, Courtois, Romeu, and Piazon, showcasing spending power that rivals Middle Eastern tycoons. Liverpool spent $59 million to acquire Downing, Henderson, Charlie, Adam, Coates, Bellamy, and Jose Enrique, among many others. Can these players help Liverpool achieve a resurgence? Defending champions Manchester United reinforced their squad further by bringing in Aston Villa's Ashley Young, Atletico's main goalkeeper De Gea, and Blackburn's tough player Phil Jones. Queen's Park Rangers are the club with the most transfers this season, bringing in 13 players and selling 12. The team must gel under immense relegation pressure, which is a daunting task. Today we will bring you the match between Arsenal and Newcastle. Arsenal spent a total of $44 million on transfers this summer, but due to the loss of Fabregas, Nasri, Kolarov, and Ebu, fans are not satisfied with the club's summer activities. Fans believe that after selling important players, the club did not bring in players of equal quality. In this situation, it is uncertain what kind of results the professor will deliver in the first match. Newcastle, on the other hand, used all the funds from selling players to bring in reinforcements, including Cabe, Oberton, Demba Ba, and Santon, strengthening the team's capabilities. Before the match, the two head coaches engaged in a war of words. Alan Pardew challenged the traditional Premier League giants, while the professor's response was equally sharp. Let's see both teams' starting lineups. Arsenal has lined up in their usual 442 formation. Goalkeeper Szczesny. For defenders from right to left, Sagna, Koscielny, Vermaelen, and Gibbs. The two defensive midfielders are veterans Rosicky and Song, with Ramsey ahead of them. Left winger Gervinho. Right winger Arshavin. The center-forward position is filled by Van Persie, who found his scoring touch in the second half of last season. Newcastle United has also lined up in a 442 formation. Goalkeeper Krull. Defenders Simpson, Colaccini, Steven Taylor, and Ryan Taylor. Midfielders Barton, Cabe, Tayot, and Gutierrez. Forwards Amiabai and Demba Ba. I believe everyone is very interested in Sun Kest's situation. This young man, who has been a dominant force in commercial matches in Huawei, appears on the 18-man roster. Can Arsenal relieve the pressure on the club with a victory? The answer will soon be revealed. The new season is here. Are you ready? Let's get excited together. On the stand, Sun sat in a row with 6 other teammates. The stadiums of Premier League teams are all standard football stadiums without the substitute benches set up in comprehensive sports venues. In such a stadium, the players on the field can clearly hear the roars of the fans, and the players on the substitute bench have basically blended into the crowd of supporters. The away fan section is usually located at the corner opposite the main stand, so even before the match started, Sun Kest's name had already been closely associated with numerous words starting with F. Playing away is a significant test of a player's mental fortitude. If someone with a weaker mentality were to play, they might already be mentally broken before even kicking the ball. Once the match began, Newcastle's players charged like frenzied bulls. As soon as an Arsenal player hesitated, they rushed in for some close combat. The Arsenal players had long been well prepared. During last week's training session, the substitute players led by Sun had knocked down the main players countless times. Whenever Van Persie received the ball outside the penalty area, Sun would generally take down the opponent along with the ball, causing the Arsenal captain to repeatedly take deep breaths to manage his emotions. As expected, as soon as Arsenal kicked off, Van Persie was immediately brought down fiercely by Tayot after running just outside the 40-meter area. Van Persie turned to appeal to the referee, and the Newcastle fans immediately erupted with a loud chorus of boos. Arsenal, however, remained unfazed and almost scored right from the start. In the second minute, Gervinho received the ball only to be cornered by 2 Newcastle players against the sideline. The flying bird collided with the defender, sending the ball 10 meters away. The speedster Arsenal brought in this season took the ball to the edge of the penalty area, then passed it to Ramsey, and Van Persie made a run, but Ramsey hesitated and passed the ball sideways to Rosicky. Rosicky took a long shot from outside the penalty area with the ball narrowly missing the left post. Newcastle players took advantage of Arsenal's 2 center-backs' height disadvantage, repeatedly lofting the ball into the opponent's penalty area. Vermaelen and Koscielny stood firm and cleared the ball out of the box. In the 8th minute, Arsenal seized another opportunity during the transition from defense to attack and surged forward. Gervinho crossed the ball from the wing, but Van Persie, making a late run, was intercepted by Colaccini. After the match began, Van Persie felt quite uncomfortable. Gervinho either tried to go solo or forced a cross. A header was clearly not a comfortable way for Van Persie to receive the ball. In the 18th minute, Gervinho crossed again, but the clearance by Newcastle's centre-back, Taylor, hit Colaccini. The ball rebounded to Van Persie, who sidestepped the defender and took a shot near the penalty spot. However, luck was not on the Dutchman's side. His shot hit the right post and went out of play. On the substitute bench, Sun Koo, who had already jumped up, regrettably held his head in despair, feeling it was such a pity. The Newcastle players, having survived a close call, were not deterred, but instead ignited their fighting spirit. With the encouragement of the home fans, they also created 2 good shooting opportunities. In the 30th minute, Song lost the ball after being dispossessed, but this fellow remained calm and quickly committed a foul, earning a yellow card to stop the opponent's counterattack. A few minutes later, Arsenal won a corner kick in the attacking zone. Goalkeeper Krul made a mistake while coming out, and Koscielny's header from 5 meters in front of the goal was cleared by Simpson. Seeing this scene, even Wenger couldn't help but lean back in surprise. During first half stoppage time, Colaccini chased out of the penalty area and kicked Van Persie twice, receiving a yellow card from the referee. At halftime, Arsenal had missed 3 excellent scoring opportunities, and Song received a yellow card as well. Although Newcastle's challenges were quite fierce, this team consisted of seasoned veterans who judged the limits of fouls very well. In the locker room, Wenger focused on encouragement, and everyone was in good spirits. After all, having lost 2 core players in the front line, no one was quite sure how well they could perform. Based on the first 45 minutes, even against a seasoned team like Newcastle, Arsenal was still able to dominate. This was no small feat. It is worth noting that Newcastle is not a soft persimmon. In last season's Premier League, Arsenal led by 4 goals at halftime, only to be dramatically equalized by Newcastle in the second half. As the second half began, Newcastle started continuously committing fouls to disrupt Arsenal's passing. Pardew saw that the not-so-strong Demba Ba was ineffective in the attacking front, so he substituted in former Manchester United winger Obertan. In the subsequent match, both teams exchanged attacks and defenses. Newcastle's tough guy Barton began to play his role as a troublemaker, fouling frequently on the right side while hurling trash talk. This guy had a keen sense of the referee's fouling standards. Every foul seemed subtle, but was actually quite malicious, executed with hidden strength. Indeed, Arsenal's young players quickly fell for Barton's tricks. In the 51st minute, Gibbs was brought down by Barton, who then fell heavily onto Gibbs while feigning concern. Gibbs was still too naive and couldn't hide his feelings at all. A minute later, Barton charged at Gibbs with the ball. Without hesitation, Gibbs lunged with a flying tackle, taking both the man and the ball into the air. From Barton's sudden fall, it was clear he anticipated Gibbs would tackle him. This guy was truly stubborn. Such a style of play was like adding blood to a knife's edge. If Gibbs raised his leg and received a month-long ban in exchange for Barton's leg, his career would be pretty much over. Seeing Barton getting tackled, Newcastle players rushed in and surrounded Gibbs. Some confronted him directly with insults, while others engaged in petty moves from below. Arsenal players were not accustomed to such scenes and were significantly slower to react than their opponents. They only thought of pulling Gibbs out from among the Newcastle players after he had suffered. 2 minutes later, the referee called both captains over and issued a stern warning, then gave Gibbs a yellow card. Barton began to feign innocence and confusion, and over 40,000 Newcastle fans immediately erupted in boos. Soon Barton was tangled up with Song, pushing him down to the ground. This guy leaned on Song's waist and stood up, laughing loudly, acting like a seasoned thug. Quickly, Song, who was already on a yellow card, retaliated. After knocking the other player down, he stepped on his calf. Barton clutched his leg and appealed to the referee, cursing Song loudly. At this moment, all Arsenal players were on high alert. If Song were to be sent off now, the balance of victory would surely tilt immediately. Fortunately, Song's retaliatory action escaped the referee's sight. Even so, Wenger, standing at the sidelines, could only shake his head in frustration. The series of conflicts completely disrupted the rhythm of the Arsenal players. Under Cabet's organization, Newcastle's attack began to show promise. They created 2 scoring opportunities in quick succession, and Arsenal's goal was under severe threat. In the 60th minute, Arsenal's corner was cleared and Gutierrez charged up the field with the ball. Taking advantage of the opponent's delayed reaction, Rosicky simply pulled on the opponent's collar and brought him down. Yellow card. After an hour of play, the technically skilled Arsenal had received 3 yellow cards, while the rougher Newcastle had only 1 yellow card. Some lessons truly need to be learned through hardship. Seeing the situation getting a bit out of control, Wenger decisively substituted Walcott for Arshavin. After Little Tiger came on, Arsenal's attack came to life again. In the 67th minute, Tayod, unable to keep up with Arsenal's passing and movement, simply brought Ramsey down early. Yellow card. 3 minutes later, Arsenal earned another free kick in the attacking zone, but Van Persie's free kick just missed the target. Just as everything seemed to be favoring Arsenal, the match took another turn. In the 75th minute, Gervinho fell in the penalty area, but the referee gave no call. Suddenly, Barton rushed over, accusing Gervinho of diving while pulling him up from the ground. Gervinho got angry and turned around, slapping Barton. In an exaggerated manner, Barton fell to the ground, and amid the thunderous boos of the home fans, the referee showed Gervinho a red card. Barton and Szczesny clashed and were both cautioned with yellow cards. Seeing Gervinho sent off, the home fans erupted in thunderous cheers. In the broadcast studio, Arsenal players are a bit out of control. Before this red card, they had already established an advantage. Gervinho's red card was completely unnecessary. So far, Arsenal has been shown 1 red card and 4 yellow cards, while Newcastle players have only received 3 yellow cards. In the last 3 encounters between the two sides, Arsenal had a player sent off in each match. They should learn some lessons from this. Arsenal originally had the advantage, but with 1 player less, the game could easily turn around. Seeing this scene, Jean couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He knew very well that after losing 1 player, Arsenal would lose what could have been a sure victory. To win, they could only hope for Lady Luck's favor. At this moment, Son hurriedly ran down to the sidelines to warm up. There were still a few minutes left in the match, and both Song and Rosicky were carrying yellow cards. After Ramsey moved to the left, only Song and Rosicky remained in the center. This kid Song was quite solid. 30-year-old Rosicky had old injuries. This guy probably wouldn't last until the end of the match. Right? Regardless, Son had to be prepared. He originally thought the two sides would remain deadlocked and the old man wouldn't dare to let him play. But judging by the situation, his chance to play had suddenly arrived. Wenger paced back and forth on the sidelines, glancing at Son 3 times. Seeing Rosicky's movements becoming increasingly sluggish, Wenger clenched his fist and finally made a decision. To be honest, he really hadn't anticipated the match would develop to this point. The professor had initially thought that Arsenal would at worst struggle to score, and then he would let Son come on to take a chance. The impression left by Leyton Orient's comeback against Southampton was simply too profound. It was almost etched in his bones. Otherwise, Wenger would never have spent £7 million on a young player with only 6 appearances and no notable highlights in the youth team. In the 81st minute, the 4th official raised the substitution board, number 24 on number 7 off. Number 24 is Son Kest's number for the new season. The reason he chose it was simply because he had no other options. All the good numbers had been taken, and Arteta took number 8. When he joined the team, Koscielny had number 6, number 16 belonged to Ramsey, and number 18 was taken by Squillaci. All the auspicious numbers were already occupied, which made Son, who believed in science before his time travel and in fate afterward, quite distressed. Even the unlucky number 13 was taken by Szczesny. The team still had numbers 9 and 11 available, and Son shamelessly asked for number 9. Wenger subtly indicated that Son taking number 9 was likely to bring bad luck. After all, football can be quite superstitious. Son had no interest in number 11 at all. Since he couldn't get an auspicious number, or one symbolizing the world of football, he simply leaned toward basketball. He originally wanted to choose number 23, but wanted to pay tribute to the Black Mamba. How would a living person feel knowing they were being remembered? Son didn't care about that. He reminisced instead. Standing by the sideline, he decisively activated the blue button for a tenfold draw in his mind. The points were hard-earned money, so he used the blue button to try his luck. For things that could be done cheaply, he tried to avoid waste. Not a single one was drawn. He clicked the blue button again for another tenfold draw. After 9, thank you for your patronage, he drew the peak version of Wu Lei. Son did another tenfold draw and got the peak version of Ochoa. No system, brother. Don't mess with me. Looking at the Wu Lei and Ochoa obtained with 3,000 points, Son felt a pang of pain. If he hadn't participated in the lottery, those points could have been a permanent attribute point. It's not that he looked down on these 2 experience cards, but they were unsuitable in the current environment. With the team down a player, his mission was to strengthen the defense. What if he went in and let loose only to end up being overrun? The old man would definitely not trust him again. Newcastle United is no pushover in the English Championship. This team has quite a few skilled players, and their speed in transitioning between offense and defense is hardly slower than Arsenal. Son remembered that Newcastle performed impressively this season, ultimately finishing in 5th place, nearly eliminating Tottenham, which centered around the Monkey King. At this moment, it would be best to draw a midfielder like Kenny Matuidi would also do. As for those 2 cards, as long as time is long enough, there will be a time to use them. Seeing Rosicky already running towards the sideline, Son decisively drew a horizontal line and clicked the orange lottery button in his mind. The winning rate for the orange lottery is clearly higher, and the quality of players is also superior. Making his debut, he had to leave a lasting impression on the old man. The earlier idea of using the blue lottery to face a top team felt somewhat small-minded. If one wants to achieve great things, one cannot spend small amounts of money. After drawing 2 consecutive disappointments on the third click of the lottery button, the orange light finally lit up. A 23-year-old Pirlo, the top playmaker of the early 21st century. Exceptional passing, a calm mind, and a broad vision. The perfect organizer for the number 10 position positioned behind the number 6. Although in Sun Kes' view this type of player has many flaws in a 2-midfielder formation. But there was no time to hesitate. At that moment, Wenger, who had been standing beside Sun Qiao, reminded him, after you go on, don't make forward runs. Your task is to intercept medium to long-range passes and immediately pass the ball to the right, always anticipating ahead. Seeing Sun Qiao nod vigorously, Wenger patted his shoulder. A few seconds later, Sun Qiao high-fived Rosicky and quickly ran onto the field. Once on the field, Sun Qiao leaned close to Song and said, if you get double-teamed, pass the ball to me. Song nodded slightly, showing that he still had some concerns about this new recruit. In the preseason, Sun Qiao had performed adequately without using the experience card. Although there were occasional standout moments, it was still somewhat challenging to appear in such a situation. Look, Arsenal has brought on a kid, they have no one left. Take out that Huagua guy, and we've secured the win. Charge. Let's take them down. Seeing Sun Qiao come on as a substitute, Newcastle fans' emotions soared. In the fiercely competitive Premier League, many coaches prefer to use experienced veterans. The reason is that very few young players can withstand pressure in critical moments. In the world of football, there's no saying like newbie on the road, please take care of me. It's all about the newcomers. Seeing Sun Qiao take the field, Arsenal fans looked perplexed. Why bring on a kid with no Premier League experience at this time? Why not include Coquelin in the squad? He performed well last season at Lorient. Arsene is too self-assured, he will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. Amid the noise, Sun Qiao glanced at the electronic timer. As the match resumed, Sun Qiao immediately activated Pirlo's experience card. In the live broadcast, Arsenal makes a substitution. Wenger replaces Rosicky with Sun Qiao. Being able to come on at this time shows Wenger has high expectations for Sun Qiao. Can young Sun Qiao withstand the pressure and help Song organize the midfield? Let's wait and see. Newcastle took the kickoff, passing the ball around before sending it to the left flank. Left midfielder Gutierrez received the ball, while Walcott returned to defend in his half. Gutierrez feinted and then pushed the ball a few meters ahead. Walcott attempted to turn and accelerate, but was knocked off balance by the opponent. Seeing Walcott closing in, Gutierrez decisively crossed the ball into the box from a 45-degree angle. Arsenal's penalty area suddenly descended into chaos, but fortunately Szczesny rushed out decisively and punched the ball out of the box. As Song received the ball just outside the penalty area, Xabi came up from behind. He turned to break through on the left side, but found himself blocked by Barton. Xabi was closing in from behind, and it seemed the two were about to double-team Song. Protecting the ball, Song used his peripheral vision to spot a teammate beside him and immediately backheeled the ball out. Seeing the strength of the pass, Sun Qiao knew that the porcupine-like Coyote would definitely come charging at him. With no time to think, Sun Qiao hurried towards the ball and quickly nudged it to the left for Ramsey. As he completed the pass, Sun Qiao quickly turned to evade. Sure enough, in the next moment, Coyote rushed. That lunge was incredibly fierce. Sun Qiao felt as if a gust of wind had swept past him. After making the pass, Sun Qiao immediately dashed toward the midfield. After Ramsey received the ball, Newcastle's right back Simpson immediately charged at him. Ramsey didn't waste time. He quickly passed the ball to Sun Qiao before the opponent's defense was set. After receiving the ball, Sun Qiao saw that Ramsey, Song, and right-sided Sagna had all opened up space. Just when everyone thought Sun Qiao would play it safe and maintain possession for his team, Sun Qiao's body suddenly shifted slightly to the right, his right leg lifted high, and his right foot whipped the ball like a whip. The football drew a small arc, flying towards Newcastle's penalty area. Upon seeing Sun Qiao handle the ball this way, Wenger's brow immediately furrowed. With the team already down a player, it was precisely the time to control the tempo. Sun Qiao's kick essentially handed the ball back to the opponent. Van Persie's technical style is not suited for high balls. Expecting him to score under the defense of two center-backs and the goalkeeper is indeed asking too much. At that moment, Wenger regretted the decision he made on instinct. But then in the next moment, the football, as if equipped with a remote control, suddenly stopped its arc in the air and slightly veered to the right. Watching the trajectory of the ball in the air, the two Newcastle center-backs wore expressions of surprise. This kid's long pass was both urgent and floating, and it could actually change direction in midair. Could this kid strike a knuckleball? At this thought, both Newcastle center-backs were startled. In their years in the Premier League, they had never seen an English player with such footwork. Left-back Taylor was currently in a state of utter embarrassment. At the moment he turned, Walcott had already taken off. In an instant, they had opened a gap of 2 to 3 meters. Taylor's face twisted in a grimace as he desperately chased after him, but the gap between them only widened. Accompanied by Walcott's sprint, the away fans erupted in long-awaited cheers. In the next moment, the football An Qiao pass landed right in front of Walcott. The little tiger controlled the ball with his right leg, adjusted it, and immediately took a shot. A crisp sound. A sigh of disappointment. The football narrowly missed the far post. On the sidelines, Wenger raised his hands in regret, then offered applause to An Qiao. To be honest, An Qiao's pass, akin to a stroke of genius, far exceeded Wenger's expectations. For some reason, Wenger always felt that An Qiao's performance in matches was consistently better than his training level. It turns out his intuition seemed to be accurate. At that moment, Wenger suddenly had a premonition that perhaps this kid could help the team secure a victory away. In the studio. What a pity. An Qiao's long pass traced a line resembling an S. His pass deceived all the defenders, almost helping his teammate score. Unfortunately, Walcott's control was too far from his body, and his second adjustment was also unsuccessful, ultimately wasting An Qiao's pass. Seeing the entire process of An Qiao's pass, the phrase "light dance fluttering" emerged in my mind. Do you feel the same? If An Qiao can maintain the quality of his passes, Newcastle players will find it difficult to launch an attack on Arsenal without distraction. The emotion of Jean Jun was ignited by An Qiao, and his voice instantly rose. On the field, Walcott knelt on the ground in regret. After a few seconds, he quickly got up and applauded An Qiao. Van Persie gave a thumbs up directly to An Qiao. With this pass, the doubts of his teammates about An Qiao were greatly alleviated. Everyone was afraid he would be at a loss when he came on and make a mistake in the backfield. Unexpectedly, An Qiao not only resolved Son's difficult ball immediately, but also delivered a brilliant pass to the front. This guy made his debut in the Premier League not only without stage fright, but also daring to make moves. No wonder the head coach was willing to spend £7 million to bring him out of the League One. The match continued, and the Newcastle players were undeterred. Under the exaggerated gestures of head coach Alan, part of the Newcastle players charged toward Arsenal's territory like bulls. With An Qiao and Song anchoring the midfield, and the tireless Ramsey assisting from the flanks along with Walcott, who still had 80% stamina. Facing Arsenal's sitting in the pit style of play, Newcastle players felt a bit powerless. Although they had one more player on the field, as long as the ball was at Arsenal's feet. No matter how fiercely they pressed, they simply could not take the ball away. Especially An Qiao, who drove the Newcastle players crazy. Every time the ball reached his feet, he often completed the pass while running. Without even needing adjustment time, how could they take the ball? Anticipating. Didn't Newcastle players know what anticipation was? But at these moments it seemed as if An Qiao had foreseen everything. He immediately kicked into high gear, nudging the ball to his teammate. Just a gentle change in the ball's direction left Newcastle players grasping at air. At such times, Newcastle players felt like clowns. In the 89th minute, Newcastle launched an attack from the left, trying to force Walcott into the quagmire of defense, continually exhausting his stamina. After receiving the ball, Gutierrez decisively chose to run straight down the flank, dragging Walcott with him. This time Walcott did not choose to give in. The two battled along the sideline for nearly half an hour, with Little Tiger kicking up a real fire. He slid into Gutierrez, bringing the ball under his control. However, as soon as he stood up, Gutierrez regained possession of the ball, using his physical advantage. The two tangled on the spot for nearly 10 seconds, and Gutierrez, having played for nearly 90 minutes, was close to exhaustion. He protected the ball and turned to pass it to the trailing Xabi. Just as Xabi was about to receive the ball, Van Persie suddenly emerged from behind. Newcastle's midfielder hurriedly leaned against Van Persie and passed the ball to Tayot in the front. But at the moment of passing, Xabi's face suddenly changed, and he turned to chase after Van Persie. Before his left foot could touch the ball, An Qiao had already started moving. Seeing An Qiao successfully intercept Tayot, hurriedly turned back to chase. Looking at the porcupine-like Tayot, An Qiao estimated that before he could reach the long-range shooting area, this guy would catch up to him. So he took a bold step forward and signaled Walcott to push up. Walcott was now the marquee for Arsenal's counterattack. Newcastle players knew the ball would be passed to him, but no matter what, they could not catch up. After catching up to the ball, An Qiao gently adjusted to the right, and then curled the ball toward the right flank. Before An Qiao passed the ball, Walcott had already made his move, and An Qiao's ball landed perfectly between two Newcastle players on the left flank, both of whom could not stop Walcott's advance in time. Little Tiger took a touch with the ball, then accelerated, leaving Newcastle's left back Taylor behind. Taylor couldn't even reach the opponent to commit a foul. In the face of true speed, all the so-called technique and awareness are mere clouds. However, while Walcott was enjoying himself, he completely overlooked the actively moving Van Persie. Little Tiger waited until he reached the small penalty area before taking his shot. The ball was blocked by Krull with his right leg, and Colaccini cleared it to the halfway line. After another sigh, Wenger on the sidelines spread his arms, revealing an expression of helplessness. Meanwhile, Van Persie, who had been waiting for the pass, was nearly beside himself, shouting angrily at Walcott. Walcott lowered his head, pretending not to hear. This guy was brilliant one moment and ghostly the next. When he was brilliant, he ravaged the opponent's defense. When he was ghostly, it was like today. In midfield, Song and Qiao engaged in direct confrontation, their bodies intertwined, looking like conjoined twins. In the end, it was Song who got to the first ball, kicking it to the nearby Sun Qiao. No one could deny that after losing Fabregas and Nasri, Arsenal had greatly benefited from Song's outstanding performance. To Sun Qiao, Song was the backbone of Arsenal's defense this season. This guy had previously lived in Fabregas' shadow, assisting him and doing the dirty work. But Song had played himself into worth this season, otherwise so many teams wouldn't be interested in him. Manchester City and Barcelona wouldn't be looking to poach from Arsenal if he were useless. After Sun Qiao received the ball, Xabi immediately pressed in from behind. The fourth official raised the board, signaling 5 minutes of stoppage time. Sun Qiao pretended to go past the opposing defender, and Xabi quickly clamped his legs. At the moment he clamped his legs, Sun Qiao gently nudged the ball with his right foot, getting past him. Xabi turned to charge at Sun Qiao, who used his right foot to pull the ball back, feigning a breakthrough from the left. Xabi took a step across, blocking Sun Qiao's path. But at that instant, Sun Qiao again hooked the ball back with his right foot from behind. At this moment, Sun Qiao had only one thought: Pirlo was absolutely top-notch. Much more so than it appeared on television. After getting past Xabi, Sun Qiao charged forward with the ball at full speed. Seeing this scene, the Arsenal fans, who had been silent for most of the match, erupted in cheers. Although they didn't know much about Sun Qiao, everyone knew this kid had a solid foot and an exceptional long-range shot. At this moment, Qiao and Xabi were both sprinting back toward the backfield. Qiao was too far away and Xabi lacked speed. Seeing that neither could catch up to Sun Qiao, Newcastle's centre-back Taylor simply decided to rush out of the penalty area. Seeing this, all Arsenal fans stood up. Even Wenger instinctively clenched his fists and leaned forward. Sun Qiao carried the ball while signaling his teammates to push up. With Walcott and Ramsey on the field, Newcastle's two fullbacks dared not retreat to the center. Sun Qiao observed the positioning of the defensive players and made his decision. He glanced at the goal and suddenly lifted his right leg. Seeing he was about to shoot from distance, centre-back Taylor immediately dove at his feet. Premier League centre-backs were all tougher than the next. Seeing the opponent rushing up, Sun Qiao immediately changed direction to the right. Taylor was momentarily faked out, but still closely followed Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao realized this guy was waiting for his long shot. Once he threw out his big move, he would definitely try to tackle. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao's right foot suddenly made a light flick. The ball arced over centre-back Colaccini's head. Newcastle's centre-back jumped with all his might, and the ball just grazed over his head. Missing the header was an unforgivable mistake for a centre-back. Colaccini suddenly had a bad premonition. Van Persie had already slipped out of his sight. When he turned to look back, cold sweat instantly broke out. Van Persie received the ball in the penalty area, his body swaying continuously. Krul was faked out twice, completely losing his balance. Van Persie got past the goalkeeper and, using all his strength, shot the ball into the net. Yeah. In an instant, the Arsenal fans, who were at a disadvantage in numbers, managed to outshout the Newcastle fans, who vastly outnumbered them. At that moment, all Newcastle fans looked around in confusion. They were completely bewildered. Even though their team had a one-player advantage, why had it turned out like this? 1-0. Sun Qiao's assist helped Van Persie score the first goal for Arsenal. By this time, the match had already reached the 91st minute. After the goal, Van Persie excitedly ran for dozens of meters, then performed a long-distance slide on the sideline. On the sidelines, Wenger raised his fists in excitement. The furrowed brow that had been tense throughout the match finally relaxed. Inside the penalty area, the Newcastle players stood with their hands on their hips, dazed. They looked incredulously at Sun Qiao's back. This guy actually managed to deliver such an exquisite pass in a tight space. All Newcastle players had one thought: their team lost because of this kid. Good ball. Sun Qiao's pass tore apart Newcastle's defense and helped Van Persie score. After a hard-fought battle, Arsenal finally opened the scoring in the first minute of stoppage time. There's not much time left for Newcastle. Can they create a miracle like last season? Sun Qiao, coming off the bench, became the turning point of this match. This young man was not intimidated by the big stage. He not only helped his teammates stop Newcastle's attack, but also delivered 3 exquisite passes. Unexpectedly, after crossing 2 levels, this young man's performance is still impressive. In the broadcast hall, Jean Jun's tone grew higher and higher. He excitedly shouted, "Could Sun Qiao become Fabregas' replacement? I think it's quite possible." On the sidelines of the field, Van Persie raised his arms in response to the jeers from the home fans, even placing his right hand to his ear. The Dutch striker desperately vented his long-suppressed emotions, appearing to be bursting at the seams. Thus, Sun Qiao witnessed the scene of 40,000 people simultaneously cursing a single individual. It was quite the visual. Sun Qiao then ran to the away section, vigorously waving his fists at the Arsenal fans. "Hey, this kid has some skills. Yeah, those few passes were absolutely brilliant. Forget about that Judas. Without him, we are still a Premier League powerhouse." The Arsenal fans quickly warmed to Sun Qiao's actions. On the sidelines, Wenger, with a serious expression, signaled his players to fall back into formation. The match was not over yet. It was not the time to celebrate. Only a victory secured in hand could be considered a victory. Not far away, Newcastle's head coach Alan Pardew was yelling. Pardew shouted hysterically, "Everyone push forward. Kick the ball toward the goal. Explode." As the match resumed, only Walcott remained in the attacking half for Arsenal. Even Captain Van Persie had returned to the halfway line to assist his teammates in defense. It was indeed true that the captain's responsibility forged a strong sense of ownership in Van Persie. After the kickoff, at least 6 Newcastle players moved into Arsenal's penalty area. The ball reached Gutierrez's feet, and without hesitation, Newcastle's left winger launched a diagonal long ball. In the penalty area, players from both sides were jumbled together. Newcastle's centre forward Amiabai and Vermaelen both leapt into the air. Vermaelen couldn't outjump his opponent, but he successfully disrupted the other's header. Amiabai's header had a good angle, but lacked power due to Vermaelen's interference. Szczesny managed to palm the ball out of the small box with one hand. Players from both sides turned to look for the ball, and Sun Ku appeared at the drop point, launching the ball forward with a powerful kick. His clearance was cleverly angled, flying straight toward the right corner flag. Newcastle players struggled for a long time to chase the ball. Right-back Simpson hadn't even had time to react before being knocked down by the charging Walcott. Little Tiger certainly played that ball with his head. Just as Newcastle players were preparing to take a free kick, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Wenger substituted Crayon Shinchan Giroud for Ramsey. Seeing the board, Ramsey decisively began to perform, confirming his substitution repeatedly before leisurely jogging toward the sidelines. The foul-mouthed Barton angrily rushed over to Ramsey, cursing as he pushed him toward the sideline. This provoked a massive chorus of boos from the entire St. James Park. Ramsey, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickened his pace, but Barton remained relentless. At that moment, Sun Ku rushed in, placing himself between the two. Sun Ku unleashed a torrent of foul language he had picked up from East London. As an old hand, he would never stand by and watch his teammate being bullied. If Ramsey engaged in a dispute at that moment, the referee would definitely show a yellow card. He was indeed wasting time. Sun Ku didn't care much about that. He was just hoping both sides would gather together and waste even more time. Faced with Sun Ku's relentless insults, Barton was instantly furious. "What the hell is this kid's problem? He comes right out swinging at my whole family." The two continued to shove each other on the field, with Sun Ku being careful about the scale of his actions. Each time it was his opponent who pushed him first, prompting him to push back. Barton had a yellow card already. Even if the referee gave him a harsh penalty, it would still be worth it. Sure enough, players from both sides quickly surrounded, and Van Persie immediately pushed Barton down. Sun Ku became the target for Newcastle's focus, but it was nothing more than being pushed around. No big deal. As the conflict ended, the time had already reached 94 minutes. The referee showed yellow cards to both Van Persie and Simpson, while the main culprit Barton was held back by his teammates, all the while shouting curses at Van Persie, Sun Ku, and Song. In the earlier fracas, Song had also stepped on Barton's foot amidst the chaos. Sun Ku, meanwhile, was hanging onto Vermaelen's arm, pretending to rush at Barton. Vermaelen held Sun Ku back, shocked by the fervor he displayed in wanting to charge forward. This kid is really something. After Giroud's arrival, Arsenal set up a defensive wall. After 2 rounds of attack and defense, the time hit 95 minutes. The referee seemed prepared to add more time, prompting Wenger to panic. The professor rushed to the fourth official and exclaimed loudly, "Look at your watch. Injury time has long been up. Can you lot have some sense of time? Is this Newcastle's privilege?" Hearing his words, Alan Pardew, nearby, was visibly irritated. Pardew was suddenly furious. "Why do you not have a clue about injury time? That's because you lot have been wasting time. Don't act all innocent here." Wenger was directly enraged, pushing Pardew with both hands. Seeing Wenger dare to lay hands on him, Pardew's anger flared. He grabbed Wenger by the tie. Wenger deftly used his long arms to lock onto Pardew's neck. The two tangled together, and it was unclear who slipped, but both fell onto the grass. Pardew was still tugging at the tie, while Wenger took advantage of the moment to get up into a mounted position. "Damn, the old man is incredible." Seeing the old man display such skill, Sun Ku was astonished. At that moment, both coaching staffs rushed in to separate the two men. Alan Pardew, who had mingled in lower league matches in his youth, was still shouting. The professor, with an angry expression, was adjusting his tie. However, in the blink of an eye, Boulder was already wrestling with the opposing assistant coach. The referee showed a red card to each of the two assistant coaches, looking quite overwhelmed by the situation. The final stages of the match were chaotic, and the referee, steeling himself, added 2 minutes of injury time before blowing the full-time whistle. Yeah. Arsenal fans in the away section erupted in cheers. Sun Ku raised his arms high. His debut match was nothing short of perfect. As an experienced player, Sun Ku would absolutely not miss the opportunity to bond with his teammates. He embraced each of them, looking just like a veteran who had been with the team for 5 years. In the broadcast hall, seeing Sun Koo and Van Persie share a super strong hug, Jean Jun expressed his amazement. Wow, it's clear that Sun Koo has settled in quite well at Arsenal. Coach Wenger trusts him. Captain Van Persie supports him. His teammates care for him. Of course, all of this is based on Sun Koo's own abilities. He stepped onto the field in a challenging situation completely unfazed by the Newcastle fans' atmosphere. Sun Koo not only bolstered the team's defense, but also delivered crucial passes, providing Van Persie with an exceptional assist. We saw that Sun Koo stood up for Ramsey during the match, confronting Barton directly. He exhibited a very strong demeanor after coming onto the pitch. In my view, Sun Koo's first match was nearly flawless. This victory is crucial for the Arsenal team, which has faced much scrutiny. Only at the end of the season will we know the significance of these 3 points. Youngster Sun Koo broke through the opposition, and General Van Persie claimed a top player's head amidst the chaos. To know how things unfold next, please stay tuned for Jean Jun's live coverage of the Premier League. While in the changing room, Sun Koo was mocking Walcott's 2 left feet. Song was playing the role of the sidekick, while Ramsey listened with great interest, and the other teammates were cheering. Walcott, bare-chested, argued loudly. If it weren't for my injury, just healing, I would have scored a hat-trick already. Their fullback is so rubbish, I could easily take him down. Szczesny turned on the mockery mode, saying Walcott was boasting without a draft. The two of them started to playfully tussle, nearly knocking over Gibbs. Suddenly Szczesny had a brilliant idea and found a tie to wear. Walcott understood instantly, and the two reenacted the conflict between their coaches, causing the changing room to burst into laughter. At that moment, Van Persie walked into the changing room, holding a trophy. The Dutch striker was awarded the man of the match for his last-minute winner. As the team captain, Van Persie encouraged the whole team with many morale-boosting words. Sun Koo felt that this guy must have practiced for a long time. On the field, Wenger and Alan Pardew symbolically shook hands and turned away. In English football, it is considered an important etiquette for both head coaches to shake hands before and after the match. If one refuses to shake hands without any explanation, it will be repeatedly mentioned by the media, and serious cases can even lead to punishment from the FA. Despite their long-standing rivalry, Wenger and Ferguson still had to go through this process. After the match, both head coaches attended the post-match press conference. Many years ago, it seemed that both head coaches would appear together at the press conference. Thus, the press conference became a birthplace for memorable moments. The two head coaches would start to bicker at the slightest disagreement. Once civil discourse failed, it often escalated to a showdown. It is said that during that period, many head coaches would change into sportswear before attending the press conference, and even warm up. This approach clearly did not benefit the development of football, so later both sides accepted interviews separately. Given the atmosphere between Wenger and Alan Pardew today, wouldn't an interview together lead to a rematch? After the match, Alan Pardew angrily headed to the press hall. When asked to comment on the match, Alan Pardew, feeling frustrated, said, "We lost the game, but I don't think this result reflects the process of the match. We had an extra player in the final moments and dominated the field, but that goal ruined everything. This is football, we should look forward, but I believe a draw would have been a more reasonable result." Soon a second reporter asked, there was a confrontation between Gervinho and Barton. Gervinho was sent off with a red card, but Barton received no punishment. What do you think of this incident? Alan Pardew replied expressionlessly, "First of all, Gervinho dove, I have no doubt about that, and it would infuriate the opposing players. The incident was caused by deceit. That guy dove first, and then hit Barton in the face. I believe the referee made the right call." The third reporter immediately followed up, "You said before the match that Sun Koo was not worth $7 million. After this match, do you still think so?" Alan Pardew awkwardly smiled and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "What I mean is that it's tough for us to compete with top clubs for such players. We cannot afford the risk of a failed investment. If we only consider this match, the kid performed well. But the season has just started, who knows what will happen." When asked to evaluate Arsenal's chances of winning the title this season, Alan Pardew scoffed, "It's difficult. They spent some money this summer, but it hasn't filled the gaps left by departing players. From today's match, I believe both teams are on the same level. You could say our strength has improved, or that Arsenal's. I lean towards the idea that both things are happening simultaneously. They sold their best players to rivals, giving the best players to their competitors, and they do not have enough depth to win the title." When asked about the conflict between the two, Alan Pardew claimed that Wenger initiated the contact. "I didn't expect him to do that. His players were wasting time, so it was reasonable for the referee to add time. His behavior was quite rough, though I think he lacks class." A few minutes later, Wenger appeared at the press conference with the first reporter still inquired about the match evaluation, but this guy relayed Alan Pardew's comments to Wenger. Wenger replied with a slight smile, "Determining the strength of teams based on the scoreline is inherently a ridiculous thing. We led in possession by 10 percentage points, had 8 more shots than the opponent, and had 5 more clear scoring opportunities. I find it hard to agree with such a statement." The opponent's efforts today were solely to avoid conceding. Their goal was merely to secure a draw. All their attacking opportunities came in the last 15 minutes, which is when this became a match fought for victory. You can understand that disregarding physical condition 10 Arsenal players could score against Newcastle every 15 minutes. We encounter similar situations in most matches, which perhaps indirectly reflects our standing in the league. Parking the bus. This is just one of many defensive tactics, and our opponents played like this for the first 75 minutes while we only used it for 5 minutes. That is a fact. When discussing Gervinho's red card, the old man was very protective of his players. I think I saw more than the referee. Either both players should have received yellow cards, or they should both have received red cards. That action was not severe enough to warrant 2 minutes on the ground. Was it a dive? I don't know. Some say he was touched, others say he wasn't, but I will believe my player. I will review the footage carefully, and I will appeal. When answering previous questions, Wenger maintained a professional smile. But when talking about Son, the old man's face couldn't hide his smile. You might think it's crazy to let a young man who has never played in the Premier League come on at that moment. I believe in him, but that does not mean I think he will perform well. Just because he is on the field, football is filled with uncertainties. If I hadn't put him on, perhaps the team would have missed out on a victory, and he would have lost a chance to grow. Every decision can lead to different outcomes. I'm glad Son showcased his potential. He completed his tasks well and provided 3 world-class passes, which was a pleasant surprise. He will certainly receive more playing opportunities, but it doesn't mean he will immediately be a starter. I will follow a gradual approach. What's important is that he is part of my future plans. Son returned home and read about the press conference online. I have to say the old man speaks quite well. This old man, who grew up on the Franco-German border, embodies a mix of French arrogance, German meticulousness, and British eloquence. A rough man would definitely struggle to converse with Wenger. Football is the favorite sport of the working class in England, but there are also many white-collar workers. The old man's temperament and linguistic style satisfied both groups. Thus, neutral fans like him, while rival fans despise him to the core. During dinner, Son discussed his investment plans with his cheap old dad. After a month, Son's account now held over 6,000. After tax, he received 5,000 as a signing bonus, 1,000 in post-tax income, and 2,000 for tattoo consultant fees. In total, 6,500. That brat Joel's total career earnings likely don't surpass what Son has now, let alone his savings. Since joining Arsenal, Son has hardly spent money outside of transportation costs. The club provides match gear as well as lunch and dinner. Regular health checks for starting players are also covered, and even clothing has corresponding sponsors. If he doesn't mind matching outfits, Son can easily wear club-provided clothing. As for why the teammates buy their own clothes, it's either because they have clothing endorsement brands, or they are financially well off. Although the old man tightly controls wages, top-tier players are not short on money. Regarding Nasri and Clichy's transfers to Manchester City, one major reason is that Manchester City offered money far exceeding their income level. As for the nonsense about honor, it's just talk. Who goes to work for free? Those grandiloquent reasons are merely a facade for the obsession with money. Speaking of which, that fool Son Heung-min is the most sincere. Many years later, this old fool will admit in the media that he went to Barcelona just for the money. Why for the money? Because he can't save much. Why can't he save money? Because he needs to support a big family. A child who emerged from a slum in Cameroon, managing to cross classes to become a top star, must have the entire family supporting him. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't even be able to afford training fees, and who would see his potential? Once he earns big money, giving back to the family would be the natural thing to do. Son later admitted that when he saw Barcelona's contract, his first glance went to the income clause. An annual salary of 5 million euros. Okay, transfer. When Barcelona brought him in, they made it clear that he wouldn't get much playing time. Son Heung-min didn't care because the money was right. Because Arsenal's current situation dictated that Wenger wouldn't give him that much money. This guy is indeed not very noble, but he is clear about his shamelessness. Looking at it this way, isn't it even more ridiculous to pay 5 million euros to return to a club where you can't even be a starter? Son's current goal is very simple: to ensure that his income has stable high return yields. There's no need to think about those high return ventures. He neither has the qualifications to enter that realm nor the energy to research it. Currently, the most stable investment method is real estate. Yes, it's London real estate. Son's father is engaged in home renovation design work, as most residences in London require high-end renovations, and countless properties need refurbishing every year, along with quality inspections for rental properties. Son's father's company has dozens of employees, and they are overwhelmed with work every day of the year without rest, and the company is continuously expanding its workforce. The data in the industry that Son's father holds indicates that less than 40 of people in London own their properties. Big cities are the same. Aside from the locals, most newcomers cannot afford the high costs of homeownership. In 2011, the average pre-tax income in London was 28000. This means that most incomes are below the average. Sun Qiao and 40 ordinary people from East London would be put together. The average income reaches 28000. This does not mean that those 40 individuals truly earn the average amount. Thus, real estate has great potential in London. As long as the world doesn't end, this situation will continue indefinitely. Sun Qiao calculated a figure: an apartment with a usable area of 80 square meters would cost around 200 including taxes, with monthly rents ranging from 100 to 1500. With rent continuously rising, the cost could be recouped in about 10 years. Moreover, Sun's father's company also has property rental services, which gives his cheap old dad an extra boost. 12 years later, London's property prices could triple and rents would skyrocket. At the rate of 3 properties per month, the assets Sun Qiao accumulates over these years would allow him to live a comfortable life after retirement. Of course, this is the most laid-back way to live. There will definitely be better investment methods in the future and new businesses will emerge. But for now, this is how it is. During dinner, Sun's father repeatedly asked Sun Qiao the same question 3 times: have you thought it over? Upon receiving Sun Qiao's affirmative answer, his cheap old dad showed a satisfied smile. His son has grown up. He can think about the family. Sun Qiao smiled and said, a man living in this world must bear the responsibility for his family. If even Song, that old brat, can understand this, how could he not? Having determined the direction of investment, Sun Qiao confidently entrusted his funds to his thrifty father. After experiencing high-intensity training for 5 consecutive days, Sun Qiao returned home each day, forcing himself to watch a match before sleeping. As the first round of the Premier League concluded among the Big Six, only Manchester City decisively defeated Swansea, while Manchester United and Tottenham both won their matches with great difficulty. Chelsea and Liverpool struggled to break through their opponents' solid defenses, ending their first match of the new season with a draw. Indeed, the Premier League is a hellish challenge. In this way, Sun Qiao felt that there was a significant problem with his strategy. If he continued to play matches according to the rhythm of drawing lots for performance, most of the season would rely on skill cards. After a season at most, he could only raise all attributes to 70. This pace of growth was simply too slow. More importantly, each match showcased different technical characteristics, which could not be sustained, inevitably leading the head coach to misjudge his abilities. With such peculiar circumstances, continuing down this path would undoubtedly draw attention. After a training session, Sun Qiao made a decision. That decision pertained to the usage of the skill drawn by lottery. First, against opponents weaker than Arsenal, he would absolutely not use experience cards. In the Premier League, he would only draw cards when facing Manchester's 2 giants. For the Champions League matches, he would only use them in the first knockout round, ensuring that once Arsenal reached the Champions League quarterfinals, their use would be prohibited. Second, even when using skill cards, he could only consume points earned from the previous week, with all other points added to attributes. Third, at other times, star experience cards could only be used in additional training. The first 2 rules were easy. As for the addition of the third rule, it was mainly because Sun Qiao discovered that each time he used an experience card, he could still have some insights within 2 days. Experience cards indeed allowed him to gain a form of experience in a short time, which benefited his skill development. However, excessive reliance on the lottery system would definitely impact his improvement. Sun Qiao repeatedly read the instructions of the lottery system, which stated that the purpose of experience cards was to help the host experience the playing habits of other players. Yet Sun Qiao felt that by using experience cards, he was merely impersonating others, risking losing his style during the growth phase and becoming unrecognizable. Misusing this lottery system could turn it into Pandora's box, necessitating early restrictions. Otherwise, it would lead to a mental dependency, always wishing to invoke the gods at critical moments. This was inappropriate. Therefore, Sun Qiao planned to clear his points before the second round of the league. Arsenal's second-round opponent was Liverpool, and the third round's opponent was Manchester United. This was a hellish schedule that a newly promoted team would encounter. To make matters worse, Arsenal faced 5 pieces of bad news in a row this week. Gervinho's appeal failed, resulting in a 3-match suspension. Song was banned for 3 matches by the FA for stepping on Barton during a match. Starting left-back Gibbs was injured in training, with an optimistic estimate of returning by the end of September. Rosicky suffered a hamstring injury with recovery time yet to be determined. Koscielny was also injured in training. Adding to the injured Arteta, Wilshere, and Diaby, Arsenal had only 4 midfielders available. Wenger had prepared 9 midfielders for the team at the start of the season, but unexpectedly lost more than half by the end of the first round. Even worse, the left flank only had young Tolori, while the right flank was left with only Jenkinson. In the center-back position, Arsenal now had 4.5 center-backs. With Squillaci already injured, if Vermaelen and Koscielny were to be injured as well, Wenger would have to field the 18-year-old Spanish center-back Miguel. This was the current situation of Arsenal, both internally and in terms of the schedule, had turned into a hellish difficulty. The old man had been frowning for the past few days. Sun Qiao heard from Barnett that Arsenal had been frantically contacting players in the transfer market. Wenger wanted to loan Kaká, but Real Madrid offered an exorbitant loan fee for the player. It was said that Arsenal made an offer for Ren Villa which Ren agreed to, but the player demanded a weekly wage of 1,000. Wenger's intended signing Mata ultimately transferred to Chelsea for 26 million. Additionally, the old man also inquired about the price of Hazard from Lille, with the asking price set at 33 million. The signing of the temperature difference indeed lived up to its reputation. Barnett also leaked that Arsenal was preparing to sign a left-back named Santos and was keeping an eye on Mertesacker. It was heard that the old man had also set his sights on Monaco striker Park Ji-young, and the trajectory of history was overlapping. Now the whole world knew Arsenal was short of players, so at this time buying players would mean that the clubs of the target players would demand high prices. The only consolation for Sun Qiao amidst all this bad news was that he made it into the starting lineup for the first time. Within a week, Arsenal had been linked with countless players. However, distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. The old man must rely on the current lineup to face the upcoming two tough battles. At the pre-match press conference, Wenger was repeatedly asked about transfer matters, with the most questions regarding the transfers of Fabregas and Nasri. These two transfers were not finalized until the summer training, leaving Wenger to recruit players while other clubs had already set their season plans. Wenger helplessly stated, "It has been a difficult summer. We have lost two of our most influential players. Thankfully, everything is over now. I do not wish for a player to be thinking about where to go tomorrow while playing for Arsenal, but unfortunately, that is not something we can decide." When asked about Sun Qiao appearing in the starting lineup, the old man said after the last match he has understood the situation in the Premier League. "Well, I believe he can handle his position. Our current goal is to maximize the potential of the existing lineup. We must focus on the present and look." August 20th. Emirates Stadium. When Sun Qiao saw that Suarez was not on the starting list in the locker room, he breathed a sigh of relief. That guy was truly terrifying. If he played, he would likely create countless memorable moments. Even if Arsenal were to crumble today, Sun Qiao would have no way to deal with it. Last night, he spent 1,500 points from his account in one go, increasing 5 attributes. Explosiveness 6,970. Balance 6,468. As an experienced player of FM, Sun Qiao understood that the most important task of a deep-lying playmaker was to evade defensive players and smoothly distribute the ball to teammates. The key attributes affecting evasion ability are dribbling, explosiveness, and balance. The system defines balance as flexibility and coordination. In the game, Xavi's dribbling and balance are nearly maxed out, so even defensive players cannot catch him even if they are right next to him. All the data in this game is compiled based on players' real profiles, which can greatly reflect a player's ability. As a result, the game's developers received a Royal Second-Class Medal, and the Ladies' Charm Medal is also of that level. Sun Qiao had heard in his past life that many coaches contacted scouts from this game company to help find players. This included Wenger and later Rooney. He took another look at his attribute panel. Shooting 60, controlling 74, dribbling 70, passing 78, long shots 100. Heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 70, speed 70, strength 60. Jumping 67, balance 68, stamina 86, tackling 64, sliding tackle 61. Anticipation 100, off-the-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. Evaluation: qualified player in the Premier League. Today, Sun Qiao wanted to see what he could achieve with his current abilities. As the time to take the field approached, Wenger still demanded that the players maintain possession of the ball. Sun Qiao felt that it might be difficult to control. Liverpool's paper strength was at least as strong as Newcastle's. It wouldn't be easy. In the broadcast studio, Jean Jun's magnetic voice sounded again. The players have entered the pitch. Let's see the starting lineups of both teams. Liverpool deployed a 451 formation. Goalkeeper Reina. Defenders Kelly Carragher. Midfielders Quit Henderson, Lucas, Charlie, Adam Downing. Striker Carroll. Arsenal deployed a 433 formation. Goalkeeper Szczesny. Defenders Sagna, Koscielny, Vermaelen, Jenkinson. Midfielders Ramsey, Coquelin. Left winger Arshavin. Right winger Walcott. Striker Van Persie. Liverpool spent 59 million this summer to sign 5 players, and they also brought in veteran Welsh speeds. They were held to a draw by Sunderland in the first round, and today Downing, who joined the team for 20 million, rotated in to replace Suarez. Arsenal's starting lineup saw 5 position changes. Last round starters Gervinho and Song are serving suspensions. Rosicky and Gibbs are injured, and Sun Qiao and Jenkinson are making their first career starts. With the season just beginning, Arsenal faced a wave of injuries. It remains to be seen whether the 3 young midfielders can withstand the relentless pressure from Liverpool's British-style midfielders. The Emirates Stadium, which can accommodate over 6,000 spectators, was nearly full. Except for a few extreme fans who displayed banners questioning the team, most fans still expressed their support with cheers. As the match began, Arsenal barely completed a few passes before Ramsey lost the ball to Lucas, the Brazilian defensive midfielder. After completing the tackle, Lucas immediately passed the ball to the right. Seeing Liverpool pass the ball directly to the right, Son could only lament. Jenkinson was no match for Indeed Quit, who could run even faster than Park Ji-sung, kept stopping and accelerating with the ball, and once he found an opportunity, he immediately crossed the ball. In the box, the 193-meter-tall Carroll headed the ball fiercely towards the goal, facing two defenders. After a gasp, the football flew just above the crossbar and out of bounds. Son let out a sigh of relief. That was close. It was evident that this season's Liverpool played standard British football. Two energetic wingers, and then a centre forward stationed in the opponent's penalty area. This tactic was simply a natural counter to the current Arsenal. Koscielny and Vermaelen, both standing at 183 meters, were half a head shorter than Carroll. 19-year-old Jenkinson, who played in League One last season, had no time to adapt this season before facing Quit, who was undoubtedly the main target for Liverpool's attacks. Winning this match would truly depend on luck. Szczesny took a short goal kick to Sagna, who was immediately pressured by Downing. Sagna glanced left, and Carroll had already blocked Koscielny's position. Sagna dared not return the pass to the goalkeeper. Seeing Son move up to receive the ball, he immediately sent a low pass. Just as Son got the ball, Henderson came rushing in from behind. The future legendary captain of Liverpool was only 21 years old, but he had already played 2 seasons as a starter for Sunderland. Henderson immediately leaned against Son. Son stood firm with his legs, enduring the impact from the opponent. Seeing this scene, Wenger clenched his right hand into a fist. Son felt that this guy's physique was just like that. Son had not dared to move during the previous impact, fearing being knocked away. But was that all there was to it? Then he was determined to have a go at Liverpool's future legendary captain. Son swayed his body to the left, then turned and used his left foot to bring the ball towards the center. Just as he made his move, Henderson suddenly stepped forward, attempting to poke the ball away. At that moment, Wenger's nails dug into his flesh. If this ball was intercepted, Henderson could take 2 steps into the box and unleash a powerful shot. The old man was a bit afraid to look further. But then the next moment, Son's left foot swerved around the ball as he turned, using his right foot to carry the ball forward. Henderson missed. Seeing Son change directions and shake off Henderson, the Arsenal fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Son had just taken a step forward when Charlie Adam and Downing charged towards him simultaneously. High press. Son glanced up and saw Walcott running along the touchline towards him. With no time to think, Son forcefully sent a through ball to the right. Walcott reached the halfway line, and Liverpool's left back Enrique rushed towards him. The moment Walcott touched the ball, he pushed it nearly 10 meters ahead. Without hesitation, Enrique charged at Walcott with full force. Seeing that the two were about to collide, Walcott quickly sidestepped to the right, avoiding the opponent's fierce charge. Amidst the cheers of the Arsenal fans, Walcott swiftly sprinted towards the ball. Meanwhile, Liverpool's defensive midfielder Lucas also rushed towards the ball. Just as it seemed Walcott was about to make contact, Lucas decisively went for a tackle from 2 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Walcott managed to touch the ball first, then jumped up just in time to evade the opponent's tackle. Watching Walcott charge into Liverpool's penalty area alone, all the Arsenal fans stood up in excitement. Son eagerly looked forward, wondering if they could secure a minimum goal right from the start. Amidst the cheers of home fans, Walcott made a diagonal run into the penalty area. Drawing out the centre-back Adger, he deftly flicked an overhead ball over Carragher's head. Van Persie made a backward run, aiming for the far post, and delivered a parabolic header. This header was quite reliable, but unfortunately, it narrowly missed the goal. After a sigh, the Emirates Stadium erupted with cheers. Wenger leaned back regretfully, then smiled, and seeing Van Persie heading the ball over Jean-June, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Ah, what a pity." Van Persie almost opened the scoring for Arsenal, and Walcott's pass was very clever. This attack was orchestrated by Son, who evaded Henderson in the backfield, successfully launching this offensive. After the confrontation between Son and Henderson, Arsenal fans immediately began singing taunts at Henderson. Son couldn't quite understand why the fans had such quick reactions. After Arsenal's lightning counterattack, Liverpool players were hesitant to push forward recklessly and began to engage in positional warfare with Arsenal. Vermaelen and Koscielny quickly found ways to deal with Carroll. Whenever Liverpool's wingers sent in high balls, the two would work in tandem, one obstructing and delaying the opponent while the other contested for the header. After all, Carroll was not top class and had suffered a serious knee injury. As a center forward, he weighed only about 80 kilograms, but had good mobility. Son knew a bit about Carroll, as he had only scored more than 10 goals in a single season in the Premier League throughout his career. He was one of Liverpool's most disappointing signings in history. Carroll couldn't get the first touch, getting frustrated as he shouted loudly in the penalty area only to elicit laughter from Arsenal fans. The match then entered a stalemate phase with Henderson desperately contesting for the second ball against Sun Qiao. However, after several confrontations, Henderson was astonished to find that Sun Qiao managed to get to the second ball ahead of him each time. This surprised him. He felt that Sun Qiao's athleticism was not particularly remarkable, yet he always seemed to accurately predict the landing point and simultaneously anticipate his movements. In the 15th minute, Arsenal gained another attacking opportunity. This time the ball was passed 7 times, first to Arshavin, and then Ramsey switched it to the right. After receiving the ball, Walcott cut in along the edge of the penalty area and immediately turned to drive the ball towards the right side of the box. He revealed all his intentions to those present, and everyone understood what he was about to do next. However, the saying, "speed is the ultimate weapon in martial arts," holds true without exception. The little tiger used his speed to effortlessly bypass the defenders, pushing himself to the edge of the small penalty area. Seeing that there was no angle left, Walcott swung his right foot and struck the ball fiercely. After a gasp of astonishment, the ball soared into the stands. Walcott's explosive display reminded Sun Qiao of Liszt, as they seemed to be of the same type of player, although Walcott's physical abilities had reached the pinnacle. To be honest, having so many direct opportunities to face the goal in a single match, the stats wouldn't look too bad. His dribbling moves were like a programmed sequence, performing specific actions in particular scenarios while the opponents were utterly helpless against him. This was quite frustrating. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun said nervously that was close. Arsenal organized another highly threatening attack, but unfortunately Walcott squandered this golden opportunity. Liverpool, despite having possession, was almost scored against twice by their opponents. Their teamwork should be. As a Liverpool fan, teacher Jean Jun maintained an objective and restrained commentary. However, hearing his tone gave one the impression of thanks for the airplane buddy. In the first 15 minutes, Liverpool played like a mortar squad, continuously sending the ball to both flanks. Then they kicked towards the goal, hoping Carroll could make an impact. Meanwhile, Arsenal players obediently adopted a defensive strategy, looking for opportunities on the right flank. If 2 players marked Walcott, they would seek Van Persie in the center. In any case, Arsenal's counterattacks had thoroughly troubled Liverpool. Sun Qiao and his teammates wanted to maintain possession, but found it difficult. Realizing that crossing tactics were ineffective, Liverpool players began frequently sending through balls into the penalty area. In the 20th minute, Liverpool surrounded Arsenal, passing the ball around. Adams suddenly sent a diagonal pass to the right side of the penalty area, where Quit bumped into Jenkinson at the edge of the box and sent a through ball towards the small penalty area. Koscielny and Carroll both rushed towards the ball, with the former already in position. But Carroll suddenly exerted all his strength to crash into Koscielny, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Ignoring everything, Carroll rushed towards the ball and struck it into the net. Sun Qiao and his teammates immediately turned to signal to the referee that Carroll had committed a foul from behind. The referee decisively ruled the goal invalid due to the clear foul. However, when everyone turned to look at the penalty area, they found Koscielny lying on the ground, clutching his ankle in pain. The team doctor rushed to Koscielny, inquiring about his injury. The French center-back attempted to stand up, but ended up sitting back down on the grass after a brief attempt. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao felt that the old man's mind must have been ringing in panic at that moment. This was because only Miguel remained on the Arsenal bench as a center-back. This guy was a year younger than Sun Qiao. Soon Miguel nervously ran onto the field. This time Sun Qiao and Coquelin completely withdrew to the vicinity of the penalty area. Sun Qiao helped Miguel with defensive duties, while Coquelin assisted Jenkinson in dealing with Quit. During the dead ball situation, Sun Qiao observed his teammates. Sagna was slightly sweating, while Jenkinson's shirt was almost completely soaked. Quit showed Sun Qiao what true stamina looked like. This guy had been sprinting short distances and was about to exhaust Jenkinson completely. To state it frankly, in terms of tormenting others, Quit was even tougher than the Black and Tough. The first half felt as long as a harsh winter, but at least Arsenal managed to prevent the opponents from scoring. That was quite an achievement. In Liverpool's starting lineup, aside from Henderson and Kelly, who were newcomers, the rest were seasoned veterans. In contrast, 7 players in Arsenal's starting lineup were all under the age of 23. It felt as if they were being toyed with. In the locker room, Wenger could only provide psychological guidance to everyone. There was nothing he could do, as he didn't know how to adjust. The substitutes on the bench included Chamak, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Fabianski, Traore, Frimpong, and Generis. What else could he do? Making adjustments might just lead to a flamboyant failure. Sun Qiao leaned against the locker and took 5 minutes to recover his composure. The most arduous part of the first half was set pieces, as Liverpool's rough players charged into Arsenal's penalty area, pushing and shoving. After the half, Sun Qiao felt that his arms were even more sore than his legs. As the second tallest player on the team aside from the goalkeeper, Sun Qiao had to mark character during set pieces. This guy was insufferable with trash talk, had a lot of strength, and an awful temper. In short, it was tough. For An Qiao, the training value of this match far exceeded that of previous games. He just hoped to solidify the defense and see if Walcott could succeed in his repeated attempts on goal. It was proven that life rarely goes as one wishes. In the 55th minute, Liverpool earned a corner kick in the attacking third. Carroll's header was saved by Szczesny, and Quitt's follow-up shot was blocked by Vermaelen. Downing shot, and An Qiao used the human secret technique, human meat sandbag, to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. Outside the box, Lucas took a swing at Ramsey. Ramsey instinctively turned, and the ball hit his back. It traced a strange arc and flew into the far corner of the net. 0-1. Arsenal was trailing at home, and the Emirates Stadium, which had been buzzing with excitement, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, An Qiao felt helpless. A man must be tough on himself. Without points there can be no lottery. However, unexpectedly, 10 minutes later, Wenger's decision changed the course of the match. In the 65th minute, the fourth official on the sidelines raised the substitution board. Wenger replaced Ramsey with the 18-year-old Frimpong, further rejuvenating Arsenal's lineup. At this moment, apart from the loyal Arsenal fans, few people likely knew who this seemingly clueless young black. Arsenal had exhausted their midfield reserves. After his serious injury, Ramsey's growth had slowed, and he was firmly contained by his counterpart Lucas, showing no performance at all. Wenger realized that continuing to play like this would only make his team more passive. Since Ramsey was clearly unable to perform, it was better to let An Qiao give it a try. After all, losing by 1 goal or 2 goals meant the same. As the match resumed, Liverpool immediately passed the ball to Henderson. Henderson saw Frimpong and made a sharp change of direction to break through. In professional football, inexperienced young players and just substituted defenders are often the primary targets of the opposing team. The somewhat naive Frimpong was naturally the focus. Even though Henderson's speed wasn't exceptional, he showed no hesitation in overpowering Frimpong. What followed was quite thrilling. Frimpong suddenly accelerated, instantly catching up to Henderson. The young Arsenal player executed a sliding tackle, disrupting Henderson's breakthrough. Coquelin intercepted the ball before Quitt could, passing it to Jenkinson, who was immediately pressured by Quitt. Seeing Quitt charging towards him, Jenkinson shuddered and kicked the ball forward without thinking. This long pass made An Qiao groan internally. In terms of physical confrontation, he couldn't match Lucas. He currently viewed himself as a technical midfielder and had no intention of battling physically. Sure enough, as soon as An Qiao found his position, Lucas pushed up from behind. Lucas' method was simple. He shoved An Qiao forward by 1 or 2 meters and then headed the ball out of danger. At this moment, An Qiao could only lower his center of gravity, curling his body to withstand Lucas' pressure. This way, even if he managed to hold his position, his height was significantly reduced, which wouldn't work in the long run. An Qiao exerted all his strength to arch his body backward, but Lucas suddenly pushed hard, sending him back. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck An Qiao. Just before the football flew overhead, An Qiao used all his strength to keep retreating. While exerting force, he quietly sensed Lucas' state. Lucas' strength weakened slightly. This was a buffer. This guy was going to charge into him. Sure enough, Lucas used all his strength to crash against An Qiao's back. But, in the next moment, just as Lucas charged in, An Qiao suddenly sidestepped. Losing his footing, Lucas stumbled forward, nearly falling flat on the ground. Seeing An Qiao manage to stop the ball on the grass, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted in cheers. Having shaken off Lucas, An Qiao faced only the Liverpool defense. As An Qiao surged towards the penalty area, Arshavin, Van Persie, and Walcott all started to accelerate almost simultaneously. Inside Liverpool's penalty area, centre-back Adger rushed towards An Qiao. As everyone speculated about An Qiao's next move, he suddenly slowed down, making slight adjustments less than 30 meters from the goal. He lifted his right leg and struck the football with force. Bang! A loud explosion followed. The ball instantly deformed and flew toward the goal at an imperceptible speed. Adger instinctively stretched his leg, but missed, while Carragher on the left side of the goal followed the ball's trajectory and headed toward it. The two central defenders for Liverpool were fierce players. However, the actions they took based on their professional judgment didn't touch the ball. Reina reacted the moment An Qiao shot, but just as his body unfolded, the ball was already approaching the goal line. Reina could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. Seeing An Qiao's long-range shot find the back of the net on the left side, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted. In the gaze of Arsenal fans, An Qiao leaped high, vigorously raising his fist. 1-1. At this moment, all the Arsenal players rushed towards An Qiao, surrounding him. Some were ruffling his hair, others were patting his back. The crowd surrounded An Qiao, showering him with praise. On the sidelines, the professor showed a smile for the first time during the match. He clapped his hands and then waved his fist. Not far away, Dalglish looked up at the sky, holding his head, then kicked a nearby water bottle out of frustration. In the studio, Jean June looked at the close-up of the embarrassed Lucas, revealing a helpless smile. Lucas' mistake led to Liverpool's goal. He should have been more vigilant. To be honest, even if that ball allowed Sun Ku to head it successfully, it wouldn't have given him a clear run in the 30-meter area of the goal. The Liverpool coaching staff should have repeatedly emphasized not to give Sun Ku a chance for a long-range shot. Arsenal found it very difficult to get shooting opportunities in the second half, and this goal stabilized the Gunners. Lucas. After playing as a Hawk for a lifetime today, he let the Hawk peck his eyes out. Sun Ku looked up at the electronic timer. The match had reached 69 minutes. If the current score could be maintained until the end, Sun Ku felt it would be completely acceptable. Arsenal was already in a passive state, and Suarez from Liverpool had yet to come on. Whether they could hold on to the score was uncertain, so they had to remain unchanged in the face of changes. After the match began, Liverpool continued to be aggressive. However, while Carroll was demonstrating his prowess in the first half and the second half due to fatigue, he was completely suppressed by Vermaelen. This guy clearly had a rich nightlife and lacked systematic training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such limited physical reserves. This soft player wasn't terrifying, the most frightening player was still sitting on the bench. If Suarez were to come on as a substitute, I wonder if Frimpong and Sagna could withstand his elusive breakthroughs. I hope he stays on the bench for the whole match. Arsenal had few attacking opportunities, but Liverpool was also wasting chances. As the match progressed, they had only 3 attacking methods. First, a single-point explosion tearing open Arsenal's defense from 1 point. Second, crossing from the flanks, allowing Carroll and his teammates to attack through the middle. Third, penetrating behind the center-backs with speed to create opportunities. After 70 minutes of play, Arsenal players had begun to develop resistance to this simple and crude English style of play. In the 75th minute, the player Sun Ku feared the most. Suarez came on as a substitute. The £20 million signing Downing had barely made an impact in this match. In Sun Ku's impression, this was an unsuccessful signing. Downing's characteristics seemed only suited for being a key player in mid-tier clubs. Not top-tier enough. But Suarez was truly top-tier. Unlike Downing's position as a wide midfielder, Suarez immediately stood in the left-winger position. Liverpool's star forward had his first touch, but when he broke through, Sagna managed to deflect the ball out for a corner. After his teammate took the throw-in, Suarez received the ball again. Sagna lowered his center of gravity, ready to match him in speed. Seeing Sagna's tight defense on the right side, Suarez immediately chose to cut inside. As he brought the ball towards the center, Frimpong suddenly emerged from the flank and slid into Suarez from the side. With a yelp, Frimpong brought Suarez down to the ground. The referee signaled for a free kick without issuing a card. Liverpool earned a free kick about 30 meters. Charlie Adam stood over the ball, loudly expressing to the referee that guy's foul was definitely a red. He should be dealt with. After saying this, Charlie Adam instinctively touched his nose. Noticing the expressions of the opposing players, Sun Ku felt something was off. Suarez was out of sight. Realizing this, Sun Ku, who had retreated into the 30-meter area of the penalty box, immediately moved to the right, while glancing with his peripheral vision at Suarez's position. Just then, Charlie Adam suddenly took the free kick. Amidst the astonished gasps of Arsenal fans, Charlie Adam suddenly swung his calf, delivering a remarkably discreet through ball from mid-range. Seeing this pass, the Arsenal players immediately panicked. They followed the direction of the ball and saw Suarez cutting into the penalty area. If he received the ball in that position, the outcome would indeed be a foregone conclusion. When people are nervous, their vision narrows. Upon witnessing this pass, the Arsenal players were essentially in a state of panic. However, in the next moment, Sun Ku appeared in everyone's line of sight. Charlie Adams' pass was swift and urgent, and Sun Ku barely had time to run into position. In a moment of urgency, he decisively slid in 2 meters away from the pass line. Although he did not notice the opponent quickly taking the free kick in time, Sun Ku's toe poked the ball. As Sun Ku poked the ball towards the sideline, the Arsenal fans instantly erupted in cheers. From the stands, one could overlook the entire pitch, offering a godlike perspective. Thus, the fans were well aware that if Sun Ku failed to intercept, Arsenal would be in trouble. Sitting on the grass, Sun Ku had not even caught his breath when he suddenly saw Sagna rushing towards the sideline. He immediately got up from the ground and pushed off the ground with his legs to run towards the center. Sagna intercepted the ball on the sideline and immediately passed it forward along the line. After receiving the ball, Walcott immediately transferred it to the center, where Sun Ku was already in position. He had already observed his teammates' positions before receiving the ball. Arshavin was closely marked by Kelly, while Van Persie burst out of the penalty area. Without hesitation, Sun Ku immediately sent the ball to the center, then accelerated around Lucas. At the moment Van Persie received the ball, he passed it to Coquelin on the other side of the pitch. Coquelin paused briefly before swiftly directing the ball towards the right side of the penalty area. On the right side of the penalty area, Sun Ku was just ahead of Lucas by a body length. He positioned himself to block Lucas, gently nudging the ball into the penalty area with his left foot at the moment of reception. This seemingly elegant pass lacked sufficient forward momentum, causing Walcott, who was cutting into the penalty area, to panic and use the handbrake. The little tiger spun around halfway and retrieved the ball. This sudden turn of events caught the Liverpool defenders off guard. Left back Enrique flew 2 meters out, while Adger hesitated halfway through his cover. He wanted to press, but was also wary of Walcott getting to the byline to cross into the center. Reina lowered his center of gravity, fixating on Walcott's every move. Under the gaze of everyone in the stadium, Walcott feigned a cut inside, before suddenly striking towards the near. Reina was almost in a crouching position and had no idea that Walcott's shot hit the only defensive blind spot. The ball flew over Reina's head, and he didn't even have time to raise his arms. The ball had already entered the net. 2-1. The goal is in. Thanks to Walcott's goal, Arsenal took the lead in the 78th minute of the second half. Before this goal, Liverpool had been awarded a free kick, and Charlie Adam chose to take it quickly. In theory, this handling of the free kick was already quite discreet, but it was still spotted and intercepted by An Qiao. Through this transition from defense to attack, Arsenal tore through Liverpool's defense with their passing. And the crucial interception by An Qiao provided the assist for Walcott. This young man in his first start in the Premier League contributed with 1 goal and 1 assist. He first forced Lucas into a mistake during a challenge, then prevented the opponent's quick free kick, and completed the assist. I must say the professor's insight is indeed remarkable. In the next few minutes, let's see how Liverpool will respond. They were supposedly the more advantageous side, yet they were overturned after taking the lead. This is the charm. As Jean June analyzed the situation on the field with a powerful voice, the Emirates Stadium had turned into a sea of joy. Walcott opened his arms and ran around the pitch in an S shape. Most of his teammates laughed and followed him foolishly. An Qiao meanwhile clapped his hands and slowly walked back to the half. The match had reached the 80th minute and his stamina was already over half depleted. In the last 10 minutes, they would certainly have to endure the torrential attacks from Liverpool. The other Liverpool players were relatively manageable, but Suarez was truly terrifying. Taking on 2 opponents was usually Suarez's routine. Last season in the doubleheader against Manchester United, Suarez single-handedly tore through their defense. His outstanding performance led Liverpool to a 3-1 victory over last season's league champions. This guy definitely has magic. Sure enough, after the kickoff, Liverpool shifted their attacking focus to the left. Suarez, upon receiving the ball for the first time, dribbled past Sagna and took a shot that flew sideways off the crossbar and out of play. An Qiao glanced towards the sidelines where Wenger stood with a serious expression, seemingly deep in thought. Come on, old man, think of something. At this moment, the safest strategy would be to shift to an 811 formation, using a flood tactic to drown out Suarez and run down the clock. Just 10 more minutes, it's for 3 points, no shame in doing so. But the problem is the old man wasn't saying anything, and everyone couldn't just adjust the formation on their own. Even if they were to park the bus, they still needed the head coach's approval. On the field, Suarez continued to wreak havoc on the duo of Sagna and Flanagan. This guy was like a rubber man, able to suddenly change direction while breaking through at high speed. His waist was truly impressive. In the 82nd minute, after a series of feints on the wing, Suarez suddenly cut inside, and Flanagan rushed in with a fierce tackle, bringing the opponent down. Suarez definitely did not dive on this play as he landed face first on the grass. The Liverpool striker suddenly jumped up from the ground and charged at Flanagan, shoving him forcefully. An Qiao and Sagna rushed over at the same time, positioning themselves between the two. Liverpool players demanded a red card from the referee, who turned to call Suarez and Flanagan over, issuing each of them a yellow card. Suarez suddenly went wild, shouting and pointing at Flanagan, hurling a barrage of insults. Flanagan responded in his Ghanaian dialect. The Arsenal players stood by watching the spectacle, hoping the two would argue until the match ended. Liverpool players hurriedly reminded Suarez to get back to the game. Charlie Adam took the free kick, and the 192-meter-tall Miguel won the first touch. Suarez charged outside the penalty area and launched a powerful shot, connecting with Flanagan in the process. The referee indicated that Suarez had committed a foul, and the aggrieved Flanagan charged in to berate him. The two went head-to-head, exchanging a wave of dialect insults. In the 85th minute, Flanagan once again brought Suarez down on the sideline. The referee showed him a second yellow card. 2 yellows turned into a red. Arsenal had a player sent off in both of their first 2 matches this season. Would they have to play a man down again? Seeing this scene, An Qiao began to doubt if he had joined a second-rate Arsenal. Blackburn and Stoke City were no match for Arsenal. This was surreal. Under the old man's instructions, An Qiao dropped back to a defensive midfield position, while Arshavin moved to play as an attacking midfielder. In the 87th minute, Suarez repeatedly evaded the defenses of Sagna and An Qiao. Fortunately, Coquelin abandoned his left side marking and tackled the opponent's shot. During the subsequent 3 consecutive corners, Arsenal's goal was on the verge of collapse, yet it stood firm. 90 minutes were up with 3 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Suarez once again evaded two defenders, and in the 92nd minute Miguel came up to provide cover. Liverpool players made consecutive horizontal passes and quick shot from the penalty spot. An Qiao thought this time they were going down. Unexpectedly, the ball flew just outside the post. What a stroke of luck. As the referee blew the final whistle, An Qiao collapsed onto the ground. This was truly exhausting. Thankfully they won. This seemed to be the first time he didn't rely on experience cards in an official match. This is a good start. The match concluded, and Wenger led the players in a lap around the field to thank the fans. An Qiao, who played the entire match in the Premier League for the first time, felt as if his legs could barely lift. I'm not exaggerating, the intensity of the Premier League is truly top-notch. Although I tried to avoid physical confrontations while possessing the ball, it was impossible to evade body contact in defense. What makes the Premier League formidable is not just the physical clashes, but the ability to handle the ball during rapid transitions between offense and defense. Liverpool players may seem muscular and simple-minded, yet their minds operate at lightning speed. If it weren't for An Qiao's top-level anticipation, he would surely be a major liability on the field. After completing a lap before everyone could return to the locker room, An Qiao received some good news. He was chosen as the best player of the match. Beautiful. When the stadium announcer declared the best player, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted in cheers. The feeling of being cheered by nearly 60,000 people can be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Teammates surrounded An Qiao, giving him hearty pats, and this time they truly hit him with force. After the match, everyone laughed and ran back to the locker room. An Qiao shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, truly a bunch of rowdy kids. It had been a long time since he experienced such a passionate and youthful life. Wenger approached with a smile, patted An Qiao on the shoulder, and said, "Congratulations, you played very smart today. Although there are still many shortcomings, I can give you a score of 9. After speaking, Wenger pointed to a spot not far away and said, "Get ready, you have to do an interview. I think someone wants to chat with you, so I won't disturb you." An Qiao followed Wenger's direction and saw Suarez standing not far away. Is this guy looking? Is there a mistake? To his surprise, Suarez really approached, patted An Qiao on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you played excellently. How long have you practiced your long shots?" An Qiao may not appear robust, but his long-range shots are indeed powerful, which piqued Suarez's interest. As the two chatted, they took off their jerseys. An Qiao narrated the story of his diligent practice while draping his shirt over his shoulder. Suarez simply turned his shirt inside out and put it on. Isn't it a bit uncomfortable to wear it? From this action, it could be inferred that Suarez had a rather tough childhood. The two exchanged a few words, shook hands, bumped shoulders, and then walked back in their respective directions. An Qiao had to return to the locker room to put on a shirt before heading to the interview. On the way to the players' tunnel, a blonde woman in a black top and a form-fitting skirt ran over and said, "Hi, Mr. An Qiao, I'm Riley, a reporter from Sky Sports. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing her extend her right hand, An Qiao smiled and greeted her back. The reporter, named Riley, scanned An Qiao from top to bottom with her eyes like a scanner. After glancing at An Qiao's face and then at his upper body, her gaze became increasingly suggestive as she stared directly at him. An Qiao instantly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. He quickly withdrew his right hand, pointing toward the players' tunnel, indicating that he needed to head back first. On the way back, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Her gaze seemed like it was trying to penetrate into him. "Forget it, perhaps it's just my inexperience making me overthink." After changing into a shirt, An Qiao returned to the makeshift interview area set up beside the field. To his bemusement, he found that the reporter, named Riley, had taken off her jacket and was only wearing a white shirt. The buttons were not done up properly, revealing quite a lot. Riley, with her baby face, struck a suggestive pose, leaving An Qiao completely stunned. Fortunately, the interview was short. He managed to get through it by saying a bunch of cliched phrases. After the interview, Riley extended her right hand again, congratulating An Qiao while subtly bending her wrist. The spring scenery was boundless. An Qiao noticed that during the handshake, she was using her index finger to caress his palm. She also slipped him an "This is outrageous." An Qiao withdrew his hand and hurried back to the players' tunnel. On the way, he glanced at the note. It contained a string of phone numbers and some suggestive phrases. This incident made An Qiao realize once again that in the highly commercialized Premier League, temptations are everywhere. As a time traveler from the future, he had seen quite a few gossip stories. Various models, reporters, third-tier actresses, and minor celebrities were all vying to establish relationships with players. Some wanted to climb the social ladder, while others aimed for instant fame and increased exposure. Even more so, some had dated countless professional players, raking in attention. After all, the achievements gained from hard work over the years might not be as quick as a fleeting romance. To marry a well-paid professional player is naturally a shortcut to wealth for these women. Even if they encounter a playboy, they can still earn a wave of attention. That's what you call earning money in the front and earning personal attention when broke. Of course, as a professional player, An Qiao greatly valued his reputation. He was certain that becoming a world-class star was merely a matter of time. A good public image meant more commercial opportunities, and Sun Qiao had long contemplated these matters. Back in the locker room, Sun Qiao immediately accessed the system to check his points. Sign-in reward 5, goal reward 500 points. Assist reward 500 points. Best player of the match 1,000 points. Wow. In a single Premier League match, he earned a total of 2,500 points. To grow rapidly, one must indeed come to a big platform. If he were still at Leyton Orient, he would have to work hard just to earn 700 points at most. The difference is staggering. At the end of this week, he could add 3 attribute points. Thinking about this, Sun Qiao pondered whether he should take it easy in the next round of the league to secure those attribute points. He remembered that in his past life during this season, Arsenal, fielding a weakened squad, suffered a humiliating defeat to Manchester United, losing that match by a staggering score of 28. With such a large gap, even with the system, it was unlikely to turn things around. Just as Sun Qiao hesitated, the sound of the system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Main mission released. Task name: Rise to Fame. Task content: help Arsenal remain unbeaten in the next round of the league. Task reward: advanced red lottery module 5 draws. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Sun Qiao's spirits lifted immediately. Since binding with the system, it had issued a total of 3 tasks. The first was successfully helping Leyton Orient avoid relegation, for which he was rewarded with 10 attribute points. The second was a long-term task requiring him to be selected for the final British U23 team, which would grant him a permanent skill. The third task was 3 draws of the red lottery module worth 30,000 points. Since binding with the system, Sun Qiao had never used the red lottery module. It was too expensive. On days without matches, he could only earn a mere 1,000 points after exhausting himself each day. He couldn't risk losing 10 days of effort by clicking the red button. That would be a gambler's behavior. Gamblers rarely end up well. Now, the opportunity finally arrived. This was 50,000 points. Sun Qiao required nearly 2 months of training 10 hours a day to earn that many points. Using a week's worth of points to gamble for 5 chances at the red lottery sounds worth the risk. At the press conference, a reporter immediately asked Dalglish a sharp question. Mr. Kenny, before this match started, you probably didn't expect your Liverpool team to lose to an Arsenal side featuring 7 players under 23, did you? Dalglish chuckled in anger. Yes, I thought we would win against Arsenal by at least 3 goals. They created some threatening counterattacks in the first half, but it became difficult to create chances again in the second half. When we scored the first goal, the players were still highly focused, and I thought more goals would come in quick succession. No one expected that an accident would change the course of the match. Lucas made a mistake, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with his choice at that moment. It was a normal defensive play. Before the second goal, we had a chance for a quick free kick, and we should have relied on that opportunity to score the winning goal, but instead we were countered by our opponent. We had nearly 10% more ball possession than our opponent, and our number of shots was twice that of theirs. Sometimes you have to admit that's football. A good process doesn't guarantee a good result. Another reporter quickly followed up. In the 2 goals you mentioned, Sun Qiao played a crucial role. Do you think this is a Dalglish shook his head with a faint smile. I don't think so. If a similar thing happens once, we can comfort ourselves like that, but when it happens again, I can't ignore his presence. Some young players' potential is shown in their physical prowess, while others exhibit it through technical abilities. Only a small number of players can be recognized for being smarter on the field than others. Although Sun Qiao is an opponent player, that doesn't hinder my admiration for him. A third reporter immediately added, you have given him a high evaluation, but Liverpool did not pursue Sun Qiao this summer. Dalglish nodded. Although I did not bring in this young man, that doesn't mean he is not outstanding. In my opinion, Henderson has already gone through 2 complete seasons, and Charlie possesses excellent distribution ability, making them more compatible with the team's style. Our goal is to return to the Champions League, and I must choose players who can bring immediate impact to the team. If it weren't for Arsenal's extensive injury list, Arsene would have found it difficult to place this young man. It has been proven that this kid has withstood the test, but he still needs to provide stable performances. Dalglish was the most successful manager in English football before Ferguson. He won a total of 8 league titles, 3 Champions League titles, 1 FA Cup, and 4 League Cups with Liverpool, both as a manager and a player. Had he not chosen to take a break during his prime, perhaps the Premier League would still be dominated by a 2-horse race. Upon his arrival, Wenger was asked the most about Sun Qiao. The professor smiled gently and said many opponents believe Sun Qiao is an excellent long-range shooter and interceptor, but they overlook a player's mental strength. In fact, Sun Qiao has been improving since joining the team. His greatest value lies in his understanding of football, which is precisely what opponents find hardest to defend against. Importantly, this young man has maintained an extremely disciplined work ethic. Many know the significance of this, but few can achieve it. Regardless of how astonishing Sun Qiao's performance is on the field, I would not be surprised. If he can maintain his current rate of improvement, he will become the best midfielder in the world. After exiting the press hall, Wenger quickly learned from staff that a female reporter wanted to charm Sun Qiao. Wenger entered the locker room and pulled Sun Qiao, who was receiving a massage with an ice pack, to a secluded area. "I heard you're about to become a woman's trophy. Is that true?" Sun Qiao didn't expect the old man to ask so bluntly. "Well, she took off her jacket during the interview and gave me a long free show, but unfortunately you guys could only see her lifting the microphone on television," Wenger asked sternly, and then Sun Qiao replied with a smile, "She handed me a note with a number on it, but I threw it away. If you want it, I can fetch it for you. Hopefully that trash is still there." Upon hearing Sun Qiao's words, Wenger burst out laughing. "Kid, you overestimate a 62-year-old man's skills and underestimate his sense of shame. I no longer have a midfielder. I will give you a physical examination tomorrow. If the situation isn't good, I'll send you home after training next week." On the way home, Sun Qiao was driving a 100,000-pound Bentley, weaving through slightly crowded streets. This was a gift from his thrifty dad, who said the image one presents to the public should match their social status and wealth. Any significant mismatch will not earn respect. He found this statement quite reasonable. Many wealthy individuals display an image that is merely a facade. Some people let everyone see that their wardrobe contains only one type of clothing, but what they don't know is that he has hundreds of wardrobes, each designed to hold only one style. Some let everyone know that they've donated their assets to a foundation, but what they don't realize is that the foundation was established by them. Some claim they have no interest in the past, but in the morning they have breakfast with big shots in Ginza, in the afternoon they fly back to attend meetings, and in the evening they toss a kilogram of chips onto the gambling table. Once again at the dining table, Sun Dad and Sun Qiao discussed a matter. There is a foolish son from a wealthy family who lost some money on NASDAQ and is eager for cash flow, preparing to sell an apartment building. The apartment building is located in Acton, west of London, 20 stories high, with 200 rooms valued at £23 million. That kid is ready to sell for £18 million, and I have some savings accumulated over the years. If I use my company and your contract at Arsenal as collateral, it should be fine. Such opportunities are rare, so I wanted to discuss it with you. I calculated that the rental income from that apartment can cover the monthly payments. Oh, what do you think?" Sun Qiao did not expect to realize his 15-year plan of being a landlord in the very first year. Moreover, he didn't anticipate that the monthly payment could be used this way. Without hesitation, Sun Qiao agreed readily. "Sun Dad added, this apartment building will be our joint property. Once the loan is repaid, it will be transferred to your name. These details will be written into the contract, so we won't need to go through other processes later." After traveling through time, Sun Qiao found himself once again burdened with a mortgage, something he never expected. The owner of that apartment was simply a 21st century British aristocrat. This matter confirmed one thing for Sun Qiao: his cheap old dad indeed had only one son. The next morning, Sun Qiao arrived at the Kearney training base feeling sore all over. Someone had already noticed his parking spot. As soon as he stepped out of the garage, staff immediately took him for a physical examination. Aside from some mild fatigue, there were no other issues. Sun Qiao discovered that he had actually grown 1 centimeter taller. Not bad. If he could grow a little more and enhance his jumping and heading, could he not explode on the front line? Just thinking about it seemed promising. In matches, scoring goals and providing assists both come with rewards, but assists depend on the player's shooting skills. If, like yesterday, Walcott only aimed for joy with minimal returns, the benefits would be scarce. But if he had the ability to score, wouldn't he accumulate points faster by scoring goals? No doubt about it. Yet for now, he could only focus on the present. Before long, Wenger arrived at the medical room to inquire about Sun Qiao's condition. Seeing that Sun Qiao had no major issues, Wenger insisted that the fitness coach lead him through rehabilitation exercises, then requested Sun Qiao to have a massage in the therapy room. Wenger was now afraid that any sudden movements from Sun Qiao would add another injury to the team's midfield. At that point, it would truly be difficult to make something out of nothing. Now, whenever he saw a player fall during training, Wenger's heart would skip a beat. After exhausting Sun Qiao's morning time, he found Sun Qiao back at the training base around 2 in the afternoon. Wenger called Sun Qiao aside and asked, "Kid, today is a day off. You could sleep in at home, or do something you usually enjoy but don't have time for, like gardening, keeping fish, or playing video games." Sun Qiao laughed and replied, "Boss, I usually just enjoy." Wenger found himself at a loss for words, pondering, "Have you ever considered what life would be like if one day you couldn't?" Sun Qiao thought for a moment and replied, "I would probably lie on the beach for a month, then go to places I never had the chance to visit. I definitely wouldn't pursue a coaching career." Wenger initially thought he had found a kindred spirit and wanted to casually chat with Sun Qiao about football. He didn't expect that football was utterly absent from Sun Qiao's retirement plans. Sun Qiao suddenly remembered something and said, "I might buy a club in a lower league and try to manage it." He still had half a sentence unspoken. "Anyway, I know very well who can make it in the next 12 years. Wenger smiled and said, "If I retire, I might become a football commentator and possibly open a youth football school." Wow. The old man is already quite aged, yet he plans to juggle 2 endeavors after retirement. Truly boundless energy. Wenger was also remarkable. To prevent Sun Qiao from training, he took him to his office to read the newspaper. During this time Sun Qiao kept a football at his feet. As long as he engaged in football-related activities, the system would keep timing him. As someone who traveled back in time 12 years, Sun Qiao hadn't bought a newspaper since middle school. This thing feels somewhat out of touch with the era he lived in. In reality, in this world, everyone could already watch various news through their phones. However, most Europeans still maintain the habit of reading printed materials, especially the British, where every household needed a newspaper. Not reading the newspaper daily felt like being abandoned by the world. Sun Qiao primarily read news related to himself in the newspaper, glossing over other news. 442 gave a player rating for the second round, and Sun Qiao received an 8.2 in yesterday's match, being the only player to score above 8. The paper listed his statistics: running distance of 12 kilometers, 89 passing accuracy, 4 threatening passes, 6 interceptions, and 3 tackles. These were impressive statistics, yet it was clear that physical confrontations and aerial duels were not his strengths. However, the newspaper also pointed out Sun Qiao's shortcomings. They believed Sun Qiao was a player who enjoyed playing with his brain, but his passing style was somewhat one-dimensional, usually limited to straightforward passes. The criticism seemed quite fair, though it might become less accurate in due time. The Sun seemed to have gotten wind of information regarding Arsenal players and dedicated a significant amount of space to introduce the young talents in the first team. They described Sun Qiao as having an immense passion for football, doing football-related activities all day long aside from eating and sleeping. Other media outlets also devoted considerable space to evaluate Arsenal's current situation, as the Gunners managed to defeat a well-stocked Liverpool with a makeshift lineup, which surprised the English football scene. Upon entering Wenger's office, Sun Qiao discovered that the old man was indeed playing FM. The current version, FM 2012, had not yet been released, and the old man was still playing last year's edition. Wenger pulled out Sun Qiao's data and said the data for adult players in this game is usually quite accurate, but they often downplay younger players. By the next version, your data should be adjusted accordingly. Sun Qiao glanced at his in-game stats. Indeed, the game's predictions for young players' current abilities were reliable. That was probably how he appeared before binding the system. For the next few days, Sun Qiao continued to train for 10. He had to grit his teeth and persist in reaping the rewards of the system. After all, he was only 19. No matter how exhausted he felt, he could recover fairly well by the next day. Being young is great. During these days, Sun Qiao also witnessed the verbal sparring between Ferguson and Wenger for the first time. The Sun interviewed both sides and published their daily statements in the newspaper. Sun Qiao had a small doubt, because in this day and age there were already social networking platforms. The two could easily bypass intermediary media and spar through their social accounts. The current situation was that the Sun seemed to consistently add seasoning to the dialogue between the two. Moreover, it would take them at least a day to receive each other's responses, which was not efficient at all. In the past, travel was slow and letters took a long time. One could only criticize someone once a day. In this battle, Ferguson struck first. During a media interview, he stated the Arsenal lads are playing hard, but their head coach is quite unreliable. A qualified head coach should finalize important transfers by the end of June and complete reinforcements by mid-July. I heard they are still rummaging through the transfer market. It's simply ridiculous. The next day, Sun Qiao read Wenger's response in the newspaper. The old man said, "We all know the intention behind his words. I won't pay any attention to others' comments about Arsenal. What they say does not affect us." On the third day, Ferguson continued to fire back. They always talk about winning this, and that yet in reality, they haven't won anything in 6 years. I think he should understand a common sense. A head coach's responsibility is to bring trophies to the team, not how to make the balance sheet look pretty. He's as devout as an old steward. He's becoming increasingly strange. After seeing the content of this interview, Sun Qiao felt that old Ferguson was being quite unkind, specifically picking at others' wounds. He wondered if the old man Wenger could counterattack him. In the face of Ferguson's provocation, Wenger replied calmly, "These words do not anger me. He is like a child who has never been taught etiquette." I truly wonder about the significance of Ferguson's words. He must be under great pressure with the impending battle. It must be said that the professor's defensive strategy is indeed commendable. The verbal sparring between the two was vividly portrayed, with Ferguson lunging like a hungry tiger, while Wenger effortlessly sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick to Ferguson's rear. In the following 2 days, their frequency of interviews noticeably increased, hinting at a form of indirect. Ferguson spoke again. "Wenger loves children. He cannot stop mentioning them, but that does not mean the starting lineup consists solely of children. If we face this season with such a lineup, Arsenal has already lost its competitive edge. I feel quite at ease." Wenger quickly responded, "Ferguson's words can be interpreted as relying on a bunch of children. You cannot win anything with that. 16 years ago, he faced a similar situation. We should be able to review the footage to see what he said back. In order to achieve his goals, he is willing to resurrect words he uttered when others insulted him back then, which perhaps indicates his deep desire to win from a certain perspective." After Wenger finished speaking, Ferguson immediately retorted, "He is conflating concepts. At that time, Manchester United lifted the Premier League trophy twice within 3 years, and we also won the league championship that year. That was a group of young men who could compete to leave the city with a champion club. What achievements has Arsenal had over the years? Without guaranteed results, they have already begun to lose core players. Wenger should accept reality and lower his expectations for signing players. This is the current state of Arsenal. He carelessly nurtured young players, yet the children he raised chose better clubs after achieving success. It sounds absurd, but that is the reality." Wenger on that day relayed a message to Ferguson through the media. Perhaps Ferguson has forgotten that among the young players he once coached, the best one chose Real Madrid. The reason being that he wanted to smash the opponent's head in the locker room, which is quite surprising. Humans are a higher species, and the greatest difference between humans and animals is that humans can control themselves. This time Ferguson completely exploded. "Just wait, I will make him silent at home. Even if we lead by a large margin, my players will show no mercy. Perhaps we will score 10 goals, or perhaps 20 goals. I am eager to know if he can still remain graceful then." Before Chelsea's rise, the Premier League was a battle between Manchester United and Arsenal. Although in most seasons Manchester United could outpace Arsenal, Ferguson still regarded Wenger as his greatest rival. After the wealthy took over Chelsea, the landscape of the Premier League transformed into a red-blue battle. Yet during the times Manchester United and Arsenal clash, Ferguson would always tease Wenger. Moreover, the professor is someone who never suffers in verbal exchanges. He never concedes even an inch to Ferguson and has never agreed to Ferguson's invitation for a drink. It is evident that there is considerable conflict between the two in the football world. However, mutual animosity does not equate to a complete denial of each other. After Ferguson's retirement, the two quickly escaped from their dreadful working relationship and transformed into two old men who appreciate each other. Although Arsenal achieved a commendable 2 consecutive victories this season, the English media still overwhelmingly believes that Manchester United can easily dismantle the Gunners at home. There is no denying that Arsenal's lineup is simply too poor. After a week of preparation, Arsenal received good news that Rosicky and Giroud met the requirements to play. However, on the day before the match, Sagna suddenly felt discomfort in his thigh during training, forcing Wenger to reluctantly place him on the bench. In such a state, Arsenal faced the most crucial match of the season. Unless something unexpected occurs, Manchester United would deliver a heavy blow to Arsenal with a lopsided scoreline. The defeat in this match brought Wenger to the greatest crisis since coaching Arsenal. However, Sun aimed to create a bit of unexpectedness in this match. August 28th, Old Trafford Stadium. Sun, having lived 2 lives, arrived at the world-renowned Theatre of Dreams for the first time. Although the Emirates Stadium is already a first-class modern stadium, Old Trafford can fully be described as majestic. In London, where every inch of land is precious, there are many Premier League teams coexisting in one city. They are crammed together, and in terms of scale, they naturally cannot compare to Manchester United in the Northwest. Clubs like Leyton Orient are so small that their stadiums are even built between residential buildings. The statue of Sir Matt Busby, the Munich clock, the museum, and the 4 stands named after the club's legendary figures all tell the glorious history of this club in recent years. 40 minutes before the match, the Arsenal youngsters, who have truly become the young guards, walked into the stadium. Over 70,000 Manchester United fans, guided by the broadcast, sang the uplifting club anthem in unison. The atmosphere of the singing, with Manchester United fans chanting slogans while applauding startled youngsters like Jenkinson, Traore, Miguel, and Oxlade-Chamberlain. Sun, however, felt little. The worst outcome would merely be a 28 scoreline. With his system bringing in unexpected factors, could the outcome really be worse? To be honest, upon seeing Manchester United's starting lineup, Sun thought it was merely average. The lineup wasn't as intimidating as he had imagined. Looking back, Manchester United's lineup over the past 2 years was just about the same. In the locker room, Wenger didn't resort to the typical motivational speeches. He simply encouraged everyone not to take this match too seriously. A season has 38 rounds of league matches. Even if we lose one match by 10 goals, it won't have a fatal impact on the overall season's outcome. We must acknowledge that this might be our weakest moment of the season. The opponent may be eagerly anticipating humiliating us. But regardless, the result of one match cannot kill us. They thought we couldn't win against Newcastle, but we did. They believed we would lose to Liverpool, yet we were still the victors. I also ask you to walk out of the locker room with your heads held high. That is what concerns me. What you need to do is to fight them to the end. The old man's speech initially simmered like a small fire, then suddenly ignited. The previously oppressive atmosphere was instantly replaced by the shouts of the youngsters. Sun pondered that if this match did not result in a devastating blow, these Arsenal kids might grow even more in the future. Sometimes a person can live solely on spirit, If Manchester United hadn't overturned the 12-point deficit, perhaps Manchester United would have signed numerous experienced players in their second season, and could the class of '92, which Manchester United takes great pride in, become a tale of glory? No one knows. Before entering the players' tunnel, Van Persie loudly encouraged his teammates. At this moment, Sun Qiao opened the system. After a week, Sun Qiao had accumulated 9,500 points. Without hesitation, Sun Qiao immediately clicked the orange button 9 times in the lottery system. In an instant, 3 orange beams of light flashed by. Upon seeing the lottery results, Sun Qiao clenched his fist. Awesome. In the players' tunnel, both teams' players are staring straight ahead. After entering the tunnel, there is no exchange of words between the players. The Manchester United players hold their heads high. Even with just a glance, Sun Qiao can clearly feel the unyielding aura emanating from the Premier League giants. All signs indicate that Manchester United is fully prepared to go all out against Arsenal before the match. After all, the two clubs have accumulated too much resentment over the years. Manchester United has always considered Arsenal, aside from Liverpool, as their greatest rival. With Van Persie, Arshavin, and Rosicky leading the charge for Arsenal, the atmosphere in the players' tunnel becomes extremely oppressive. At the very least, they cannot show weakness at this moment. The ball boys beside the players are momentarily stunned, as the usually noisy players' tunnel is now filled with a tense atmosphere. As for the noisy neighbors, their current ranking can only come after Arsenal. Soon the entrance music begins to. When the referee signals for both teams to enter the field, Sun Qiao feels he is not quite ready, but what is meant to happen will always happen. Anyway, he is determined to perform at his best today, letting everyone do as they please. In the broadcasting hall. Good evening, dear viewers. I am Jean Jun. Welcome to the live broadcast of the third round of the Premier League. Today we bring you a focal battle of this round, where Manchester United faces Arsenal at home. Both teams have achieved 2 consecutive victories in the first 2 rounds of the league. Though both have 2 consecutive wins, the circumstances of the two teams are vastly different. The defending champion Manchester United has strengthened their already championship-winning squad by introducing De Gea, who has proven himself at Atletico Madrid, and core player Ashley Young from Aston Villa. Their already powerful lineup has received further reinforcements. However, Arsenal is facing a significant crisis in its history. After a lengthy tug-of-war during the off-season, Arsenal ultimately lost 2 core players, Fabregas and Nasri. In addition, main left-back Clichy and right-side rotation player Ebu have also left the team. From the preparation period until now, Arsenal has not found replacements. Worse still, Arsenal has unexpectedly encountered a bizarre injury wave at the start of the season, with many players sidelined due to injuries. After the first 2 rounds, Gervinho and Frimpong were both sent off, and Song was suspended by the FA for stepping on an opposing player, leaving all 3 unable to participate in the matches. English media have even dubbed this Arsenal team as a cursed one. Let's take a look at the starting lineup of Arsenal, and you will understand the severity of their crisis. Wenger has once again deployed a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Szczesny, aged 21. The 4 defenders are Jenkinson, Koscielny, Giroud, and Traoré. Among them, Jenkinson is 19, Koscielny 25, Giroud 24, and Traoré 20. The 2 defensive midfielders are 19-year-old Sun Qiao and 20-year-old Coquelin. In front of the 2 is 30-year-old Rosicky. To his left is 30-year-old Arshavin, and to his right is 22-year-old Walcott. The center forward is 28-year-old Van Persie. From the players' ages, we can already feel the severity of the crisis facing the Gunners. In Arsenal's starting lineup, only 3 players are older than 25, and 6 players are even younger than 23. With slight adjustments, this lineup could be suitable for Olympic-level competition. Compared to the last match, Arsenal is missing Vermaelen and Sagna in this game. What kind of performance can this young guard deliver? Even Professor Wenger himself probably has no confidence. Now let's take a look at Manchester United's starting lineup. Goalkeeper De Gea. Defenders Smalling, Phil Jones, Evans, Evra. Midfielders Nani, Cleverley Anderson, Ashley Young. The forwards are Rooney and Welbeck. Although Manchester United also has players missing, their starting lineup remains strong. On the bench, they have Ferdinand Giggs-Park, Jisung Berbatov, Hernandez, and Fabio. Dear fans, can you match the names I just mentioned with the faces of these young players? In the center of the field, Arsenal players stand shoulder to shoulder, forming a circle. Van Persie shouts loudly, "Guys, you may think that today's opponents are different from usual, but honestly, I don't feel they are stronger than us. There is an objective gap, but we are not afraid of them." The teammates respond positively, but Sun Qiao can clearly sense the panic in their eyes. "Captain, I think we should establish some rules before the match. First, no matter how the game goes, we cannot blame our teammates, only encourage. Second, no matter what happens, we cannot give up. Third, maintain communication." As someone who lived in society for 30 years in his past life, Sun Qiao added a few more points after Van Persie finished. In his first year as captain, Van Persie couldn't grasp the situation and had no good solution. Upon hearing Sun Kes' words, he immediately repeated the rules and led everyone in a chant. Soon both teams took their respective positions. The match hadn't even started yet, but the overwhelming presence of the Red Devils fans drowned out the Arsenal supporters. Listening to the passionate shouts of the Manchester United fan, Sun could distinctly felt his heartbeat. He took a do not panic. Do not show weakness. The more nervous, the quicker the demise. I have skills, what is there to fear? Just go for it. As Sun Ku internally rallied himself, the referee, Webb, blew the whistle to start the match. Today Sun Ku drew 3 orange cards, and with the previously drawn Wu Lei, his experience card time could only cover 60 minutes. After the kickoff, Sun Ku decided to observe the situation first. Every second counts. After the match began, Manchester United passed the ball to the left wing. Seeing Ashley Young with the ball, Jenkinson felt his legs wobble. He had never seen such a scene, especially against the left-wing king from Aston Villa. Ashley Young feinted several times before suddenly accelerating. Jenkinson hurriedly followed suit. Ashley Young stopped and accelerated repeatedly, creating space within a few moves. Ashley Young immediately crossed the ball, landing in the penalty area. Welbeck jumped high, heading the ball. Rooney took off in a burst of speed, shaking off Giroud, and at the edge of the penalty area, he side-footed an airborne shot that nearly grazed the crossbar before flying out of bounds. After a moment of awe, the Manchester United fans instantly applauded their star player. This guy who looks like Shrek truly has explosive power far beyond what ordinary defenders can match. As an old player of FM, Sun Ku remembered Rooney's explosive power and speed in the game during the past 2 years, both hovering around 17 max value 20. Converted to Sun Kes' personal attributes, that's around 85. Terrifying. Arsenal took a goal kick and Sun Ku immediately passed the ball to Rosicky, who was standing in the gap in the opponent's midfield. The 2 Manchester United midfielders did not press. They held their positions steadily, allowing Rosicky to move freely. Just as Rosicky searched for a teammate, Rooney suddenly pressed forward. In a hurry, Rosicky passed the ball back to Coquelin. The latter shifted the ball to the left flank, but his intentions were too obvious. Phil Jones rushed out of the penalty area and intercepted the pass. He passed the ball to the right, and Nani faced Traoré with a flurry of skillful moves weaving down the flank. Young Traoré was no match for him. He lost his position in no time. Nani powered through on the wing, and Koscielny barely managed to clear the ball out of bounds. After trading attacks a few times, Arsenal could still hold their ground against Manchester United in the midfield, as Cleverley and Anderson were not top-tier players. However, Arsenal's 2 fullbacks were showing signs of being overwhelmed right from the start. In the 5th minute, Arsenal was under severe pressure on the right flank. Jenkinson, after receiving the ball on the right, suddenly decided to take on Ashley Young unknown. This young man, who has never faced the harsh realities of life, was easily read by his opponent. Ashley Young quickly trapped Jenkinson against the sideline. Jenkinson attempted to kick the ball off Young's shin to earn a throw-in. Unexpectedly, Ashley Young countered with a rebound, sending the ball off Jenkinson's leg back towards the defense. Welbeck immediately surged in from the side, and Jenkinson could no longer hold on, passing the ball back to. At the moment he passed the ball, Sun Ku thought it was over. This was a standard suicide pass. Rooney instantly accelerated, taking the ball forward 4 or 5 meters. Giroud turned to position himself, but Rooney pushed through, charging toward the ball. If he reaches the ball, he would be unknown with the goalkeeper. At that moment, Sun Ku chased in from outside the penalty area. Despite using all his strength, it was still hard to intercept Rooney from the side. If I don't use the experience card now, it'll be a disaster. Sun Ku immediately activated the Canty experience card in his mind. Here we go. With the activation of the experience card, Sun Kes' speed noticeably increased. Just as Rooney touched the ball, Sun Ku suddenly slid in. Both players' shoes made contact with the ball, and Rooney flew 2 meters forward, landing on the grass. Meanwhile, the ball remained at Sun Kes' feet. Canty is incredible. Sun Ku quickly got up, passed the ball to Coquelin, and then sprinted wildly towards the left wing. Despite the intimidating appearance of Manchester United's 2 wingers, they do have weaknesses. The right flank is particularly problematic. Nani is a slacker, and Smalling lacks speed. Turning is hardly better than the clumsy Maguire of the future. Having made up his mind, Sun could charge forward. The Manchester United midfielders were appealing to the referee, believing a penalty should be awarded. Meanwhile, Rooney got up and turned to chase after Sun Ku. Manchester United players did not expect Sun Ku to play so boldly. With a sudden change of direction, Sun Ku easily bypassed Nani. Facing cleverly, he pretended to pass the ball to Rosicky. In the next moment, at the moment of touching the ball with his right foot, Sun Ku suddenly twisted his wrist, using his speed to overpower the Manchester United midfield. Seeing this, Jean Jun shouted, "Sun Ku has completed the interception. He is charging down the wing." Sun Ku changes direction. Good. Wow. He has gotten past cleverly. Smalling is retreating. Sun Ku pushes the ball forward. He has bypassed Smalling. Wow. This is a big deal. Smalling fouls Sun Ku. Referee Webb decisively calls for a penalty. Arsenal has earned a penalty under extreme pressure at the start of the match. Son Kest's brilliant solo run has torn through Manchester United's entire right flank. Manchester United players are paying the price for their laxity. Old Trafford Stadium. Son Kest's climbed up from the pitch vigorously, waving his right arm. Arshavin and Walcott ran over simultaneously, excitedly patting Son Kest's shoulder. Van Persie patted Son Kest on the head, and then gave him a hug. Son Kest felt that this guy's heart rate had at least skyrocketed to 130. He didn't know whether it was because of seeing himself break through excitedly, or the pressure of the penalty kick was too great. What just happened? Did we just get pulled in by this kid? This bastard must have eaten gunpowder, damn it. Why didn't we take him down sooner? At that moment, the Manchester United fans who had just been full of momentum were in an uproar. Meanwhile, the Arsenal fans traveling with the team suddenly became jubilant. The Manchester United players looked at Son Kest with incredulous expressions. This kid actually dared to take on an entire flank by himself. And succeeded. What a stroke of bad luck. If they had no impression of Son Kest before this time, he was deeply etched in their minds. At the edge of the penalty area, Rooney was furious. He walked towards his teammates, immediately unleashing a barrage of highly offensive curses. At the Manchester United bench, Ferguson was chewing gum vigorously, his face turning red. Not far away, Wenger and Bold exchanged glances. Thinking of Ferguson's expression as he desperately suppressed his anger, the professor almost burst into laughter. The broadcast camera kept switching between the faces of several Manchester United players on the right flank. The anxious Nanny, the grim-faced Cleverly, and the shaking Smalling. In the studio, Jean June excitedly said, in the 6th minute of the game, Arsenal was awarded a penalty. Manchester United applied enormous pressure in the first 5 minutes, which is actually a sign of conceding a goal. I didn't expect this. Youngster Son Kest with his fiery passion broke through Manchester United's right flank. We can see the astonished looks on the Manchester United players' faces. They didn't expect this young man to have the courage to go unknown. What's important is that he did it. From the slow-motion replay, we can see that Rooney immediately got up from the ground and rushed back to the defense after conceding the goal. He tried very hard, but unfortunately, it was still a step too late. We see Captain Van Persie holding the ball approaching the penalty spot. Let's see if he can score the first goal for the team. On the field, Van Persie placed the ball, took a few steps back, and his face was expressionless. But Son Kest knew very well that this guy's inner thoughts were far from the calm exterior. As the referee blew the whistle, Van Persie began his run-up, decisively shooting with his left foot towards the lower left corner of the goal. Seeing Van Persie shoot, Son Kest silently thought it was bad. The Dutch forward aimed for stability and didn't open up the angle. After all, De Gea's goalkeeping skills were no joke. Sure enough, De Gea's body suddenly sprang to the right, blocking the ball out of the small penalty area. Upon seeing this, the Manchester United fans immediately cheered. But the next moment, the cheers from the home fans suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. In the penalty area, Son Kest, who had predicted the ball's landing, rushed towards the ball, like a predator locking onto its prey. De Gea, who had just made the save, sprang up from the ground and blocked Son Kest's path. Son Kest didn't expect this guy's reaction in front of the goal to be so quick, and his shooting angle was basically gone. What to do? There was no confidence in hitting the angle. With no teammates around. Forget it. Hit it hard for a miracle. Son Kest estimated the angle between himself and Van Persie's positions and aimed for De Gea's chest with a powerful shot. Trust Van Persie one more time. After all, he was the one closest to the goal. In a rush, Son Kest had no other choice. Son Kest didn't expect to hit too hard, kicking De Gea right in the face. In an instant, the ball rebounded into the center of the penalty area. Players from both teams turned their heads to look, and Van Persie stepped to the left, volleying with his foot. The ball traced a small parabolic arc, flying into the goal from the right side. Yeah. Just as Van Persie scored, the Arsenal fans in the away stand jumped up simultaneously. Son Kest let out a sigh of relief. Although the process was flawed, the result was still commendable. Van Persie was still unaware that he would become the hottest forward in Europe this season. After scoring, Van Persie roared and excitedly rushed towards the Arsenal fans stand, performing a solid slide on his knees. Son Kest patted De Gea's shoulder and said sorry before running in Van Persie's direction. Van Persie turned around, saw Son Kest, and immediately hugged him, saying, "Kid, well done." Wow. Having been with the team for almost 2 months, it was the first time Son Kest heard Van Persie compliment someone. This unexpected goal should change the course of history. With this goal as a foundation, Arsenal at least wouldn't be beaten by Manchester United with an 82 scoreline. Son Kest looked up at the stands and immediately spotted the stern-faced Ferguson. The old man's face was as red as a ripe tomato, contrasting sharply with everyone else. Ferguson's expression was extremely gloomy. Son Kest guessed that the wind-up was probably charging. Not far away, the Arsenal bench was peaceful. Wenger was smiling and clapping his hands continuously, and the coaching staff behind him looked relieved. 1-0. In the 6th minute, Arsenal took the initiative and broke through the opponent's goal first. In the broadcast hall, Van Persie shoots, blocked by De Gea. Son Ko follows up, hits the goalkeeper. Van Persie chips it. It's a goal. 10. Arsenal took the lead in the 6th minute. Son Ko played an important role in this goal once again. He rushed into the penalty area to follow up immediately. Although his shot was blocked by De Gea, it indirectly created an opportunity for Van Persie. Van Persie's adjustment ability is good. He didn't let the opportunity slip away. After conceding, Manchester United players gathered together, and Rooney was in the middle excitedly waving his arms. De Gea was still lying on the goal line, taking a long time to get up from the pitch. The match resumed and Manchester United tried a few times in the middle with Son Ko making extensive runs, almost causing several mistakes for the opponents. Rooney was anxious. He really wanted to take on Son Ko unknown. He patiently shifted the ball to both flanks. Arsenal's two fullbacks still couldn't withstand the opponent's breakthrough. Seeing Traoré and Jenkinson being pressed down, Arsenal's midfield had to retreat. When the opponent spread the ball to the flanks, Coquelin and Son Ko rushed to the side to help those two babies. Rosicky and Arshavin could only follow back. In this way, Arsenal could only rely on Walcott and Van Persie to tie down the opponent's defense. Although Arsenal couldn't push forward, Manchester United couldn't score either and could only continuously pass around Arsenal. For a time, the match settled into a stalemate. Manchester United players could only seek long shots from the outside, but the quality was generally poor. Arsenal could only rely on Walcott alone to harass the opponent's defense, but the experienced Evra did not let him gain much advantage. In the next 15 minutes, neither team's attacks were very reliable. In the blink of an eye, Kant's experience card had completed its mission. But Manchester United players tried to avoid Son Ko's side as much as possible, passing the ball to the right flank. Coquelin was struggling on the left, his chest visibly heaving. Son Ko and Coquelin switched positions, resulting in Manchester United starting to support the left flank. In the 24th minute, Manchester United broke through on the left. Ashley Young shook off Jenkinson and immediately crossed the ball into the penalty area. Koscielny leaped in the air to head the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Son Ko, who was defending in the penalty area, immediately rushed out. Seeing Son Ko, Rooney almost lost his cool again. He desperately suppressed his rising blood pressure, turned and passed the ball to Anderson behind him, then used his body to block Son Ko. The two bodies collided slightly, and Son Ko was almost knocked away. He managed to sidestep Rooney, barely saving face. However, delayed by Rooney, Son Ko was already too late to block Anderson's passing lane. Anderson didn't stop the ball and flicked it into the penalty area with one touch. Son Ko felt this pass was basically a random kick. But unexpectedly, this pass, with no technical content, caused a major incident in front of the goal. In the penalty area, Welbeck positioned himself in front of Koscielny, both of them tussling as they ran forward. In front of the not-so-strong Welbeck, Koscielny suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. With no one to defend him, Welbeck headed the ball effortlessly, and Szczesny could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. 1-1. Son Ko shook his head helplessly. This kind of defense was very ridiculous. Welbeck equalized for Manchester United. Anderson's lofted pass bounced in the penalty area, and Koscielny failed to keep up with his man, allowing the opponent to easily score a header. Welbeck has scored in 2 consecutive rounds. Last season, he was on loan at Sunderland and scored a total of. Arsenal has no effective responses on both ends. After conceding Manchester United's offensive surge, Son Ko opened the system, pondered for a moment, and activated the Matuidi experience card. Today he drew 3 cards in total, canning Matuidi and Xavi, marking a stroke of luck. In addition, there were also the experience cards of Wooley and Ochoa drawn earlier. Competing with Manchester United for stamina in the first half, then controlling the ball in the second half, when both sides' stamina declined. This strategy should be fine. With the Matuidi experience card activated, Son Ko's running range instantly expanded. But Manchester United was really stable. They just targeted the area where Coquelin was. When Son Ko went to the left, they played on the right. In the 28th minute, Manchester United came back again, with Rooney and Ashley Young switching positions. He found space on the left and immediately crossed the ball. Son Ko leaned against Welbeck at the far post and cleared the ball out of the penalty area. Cleverly passed the ball to Ashley Young. Young approached and immediately pressed forward. However, after faking a pass, Ashley Young suddenly pushed the ball sideways and launched a curling shot towards the far corner of the goal. Ashley Young shoots and it goes in. 21. This is also the first time in his career that he has breached Arsenal's defenses. This curling shot was too beautiful, as Szczesny had no chance. After conceding, the morale of the Arsenal players visibly dropped. Their defense seemed a bit fragile. Young player Coquelin couldn't defend against Ashley Young's long-range shot outside the penalty area, which found the dead corner. At this moment, the camera shifted to Wenger, whose expression was already somewhat dejected. He drank several sips of mineral water to cover up his embarrassment. Son stood with his hands on his hips, his mind racing. He had to think of a way. Not far away, Walcott and Jenkinson had already had a dispute. The tasks assigned by the system are all hell level. The Arsenal players gathered together, and Arshavin found Sun. Later, when you get the ball, you can continue down the left flank, and he'll move to the center. Sun nodded, knowing that his trial card would expire roughly at the 4-12-minute mark. He had to muddle the waters as much as possible before it expired. The match resumed, and the Arsenal players began to pass the ball in the center. The Manchester United players were not in a hurry to press. They held their positions in the midfield and defense, waiting for Arsenal players to make mistakes. Whenever Arsenal's two fullbacks got the ball, Sun's heart would leap into his throat. The Manchester United players gradually closed in towards the center, forcing Arsenal to distribute the ball to the flanks. The two teams engaged in a tussle in midfield, at which point Rosicky's role became evident. He continuously fouled in the front line during Manchester United's transition, delaying their attack. In the 35th minute, Arsenal maintained possession in midfield. Sun seized the opportunity after receiving the ball, delivering a direct pass to Rosicky before swiftly making his way down the left flank. As Rosicky touched the ball, he passed it to the left, and Sun, upon receiving it, suddenly accelerated. Nani rushed in from the side, and Sun actively sought contact. Nani lost his balance in an instant, barely managing to brace himself with his hand on the grass, turning to appeal to the referee. This action immediately drew boos from the Manchester United fans, who were displeased. Sun drove down the left flank, with Cleverly standing in his way. Sensing that the opponent would foul, he immediately slowed down. Almost simultaneously, Arshavin moved into the center. Sun passed the ball to Arshavin, bypassing Cleverly and sprinting towards the front line. Cleverly was desperately chasing Sun from behind, but the gap between them was widening. Arshavin quickly passed the ball to the left and moved towards the center. Meanwhile, Anderson simply abandoned Arshavin, teaming up with Smalling to block Sun on the left. Seeing the opponent's positioning, Sun felt an opportunity arise. The next moment, he suddenly made a sharp cut towards the center. Arshavin swiftly darted to the left, taking Smalling with him. Rosicky moved into the center, marking Evra. Walcott decisively cut into the penalty area, drawing Evans away. Van Persie moved towards the left side of the penalty area, causing Phil Jones to follow him. In an instant, the collective movement of Arsenal's midfield and forward players caused chaos in Manchester United's defense. Sun found the opportunity to confront De Gea directly. Faced with this fleeting chance, he adjusted the football to his right side and took a powerful shot. A loud bang echoed. Anderson and Cleverly both slid in from the sides, but it was too late. After the football deformed dramatically, it suddenly shot towards the right side of the penalty area. Before shooting, Sun deliberately glanced at the left side of the goal. De Gea slid to the right, but when he saw the trajectory of the long shot, the successor to Van der Sar, appointed by Sir Alex, had his pupils constrict in panic and hurriedly lunged to the left side of his body. However, even this world-class keeper, known for his goal line skills, had no chance after making a misjudgment. He missed the optimal window for a save. The football zipped past his eyes and flew into the goal. Watching it soar almost a meter out of the net before gently settling inside the goal, he felt a lingering disbelief. Lying on the ground, De Gea looked disappointedly at the goal. Yeah. The next moment, the Arsenal fans erupted in hysterical cheers once again. 2-2. Sun's long-range shot helped Arsenal equalize once more. After scoring, Sun raised his arms in triumph. His Arsenal teammates rushed to him, excitedly embracing him from all directions. At this moment, Ferguson could no longer sit still. He walked to the edge of the pitch, loudly berating his players. "We've been overturned in this manner twice already. You're all like a bunch of wooden mannequins." At this point, the Manchester United defenders were also arguing with the four defenders, questioning Cleverly and Anderson about why they couldn't keep up with Sun. The two retorted, implying that the four defenders were just standing around. Ferguson was not pleased, while Wenger was quite happy. The Arsenal manager smiled and clapped continuously at the sidelines. The gloom from a few minutes ago had vanished. Beautiful. Sun's goal helped Arsenal equalize again. This is his signature goal-scoring style, executed very crisply. From the slow-motion replay, it can be seen that Sun feinted before shooting, causing De Gea to misjudge. This Arsenal young player seems to be on fire today. The tireless movement of Arsenal's midfielders created a perfect scoring opportunity for Sun. Manchester United's coach Ferguson is furious. His team clearly holds a significant advantage. Not only did his team fail to extend the lead, but they also allowed the equalizer, which left him quite frustrated. Based on the replay, Arsenal's assault took only 8 seconds. In those 8 seconds, Sun not only linked up the team's attack, but also completed the final goal. Honestly, such performance is truly astonishing. The score is tied at 22, and both teams are back to square one. For the viewers at home, are you surprised and delighted? The match restarted, and Manchester United's organization appeared somewhat chaotic. They opted for more direct passes or attacks from behind. Sun Qiao thought that the opponent probably didn't expect him to go toe-to-toe with the Arsenal team primarily composed of youngsters. Naturally, frustration and impatience were emotions that arose in this context. Under the pressure of these emotions, Manchester United's tactics gradually became simple and brute force. They were hoping for another mistake like that of Giroud to quickly end the battle. This one-dimensional attacking approach ironically provided Arsenal with more opportunities to possess the ball. Although Manchester United continued to apply considerable pressure on Arsenal, the latter's attack began to show improvement. Now it was about which team could score the third goal first. Whoever took the lead would gain a significant psychological advantage. To be honest, Sun Qiao felt that the starting players from Manchester United did not represent the true strength of last season's Premier League champions and Champions League runners-up. The absence of Vidic, Carrick, and Valencia diminished Manchester United's strength. It's just that Arsenal's roster was even more depleted. Both teams played at a fast pace with transitions from defense to attack, typically completed within 10 seconds. Van Persie and Rooney squandered a chance each as the first half approached the 40th minute. With the time until the trial card's expiration drawing closer, Sun Qiao felt eager to act. To avoid losing, he needed to leverage his athletic abilities while he still had them. Looking around, he set his sights on Anderson. As the 2007 Golden Ball winner of the World Youth Championship, Anderson, with his dreadlocks and portly figure, appeared on the street. If one covered his face, no one would believe he was a professional player. A professional athlete whose primary food source was McDonald's would have a limited ceiling. From his performance on the field, Anderson didn't seem to be pressured by the score. On the contrary, he appeared quite happy. He was enjoying his current state, ensuring to excel in both elegance and leisure every time he received the ball. Soon Anderson got the ball again. He stopped the ball at his feet and made continuous feints in front of Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao played along, getting toyed around. Finally, after satisfying his whims, this guy decided he was done. After pulling Sun Qiao to the left, Anderson made a backheel pass to Sun Qiao's right side. But just at the moment he kicked the ball, Sun Qiao suddenly turned and dashed in 2 steps, executing a sliding tackle aimed at the line along which the opponent passed the ball. The football ricocheted off Sun Qiao's leg and bounced nearly 5 meters forward. Anderson hurriedly rushed towards the football, while Sun Qiao sprang up from the ground, charging towards the ball. The two of them were racing for the ball. Sun Qiao had the edge. He used his left foot to poke the ball behind Anderson, leaving the Brazilian midfielder stunned. Anderson's dreadlocks fluttered like dandelions in the wind. After the series of moves, he finally lost control over his fate. His turn was only halfway done when Sun Qiao had already flashed past him. Anderson tried to reach out, but it was too late. Sun Qiao charged towards the right flank and cleverly immediately advanced to contest him. Jones nervously watched the situation, ready to press at any moment. Just then Sun Qiao suddenly passed the ball to Rosicky on the right. Evans, who had been focused on Sun Qiao's side, turned just in time to see Rosicky slip the ball past him into the penalty area. Indeed, right in front of him. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao couldn't help but be amazed. The former midfield core of Dortmund was indeed top-notch. The timing of that pass was perfect. Too early would be rushed, too late would be intercepted. Simply brilliant. As Evans turned to chase the ball, Walcott instantly slipped past him. Walcott, upon reaching the football, found himself unknown, and his sudden acceleration tore through Manchester United's defense. Taking advantage of the moment, as the two brushed past each other, Evans reached out and tugged on Walcott's arm, then clipped him with his right leg. He thought everything was unnoticed, but Walcott had long since moved past his naivety. After being bumped, Walcott held on for a moment before falling to the ground. He turned around, angrily appealing to the referee. Webb unhesitatingly pointed his right hand towards the penalty spot. Walcott went down in the penalty area. How will the referee rule? Penalty. Arsenal has been awarded their second penalty of the match. Let's check the slow-motion replay. Evans indeed made a move. Sun Qiao's interception caught the Manchester United players off guard, and this Chinese young player has once again become the source of Arsenal's attack. Amidst the passionate commentary of Jian Jun, the broadcast cut to Ferguson's face. His expression had turned dark purple. Sir Alex was completely enraged. Sun Qiao, satisfied, patted Walcott on the head, and the latter reciprocated the gesture. Van Persie did not join the celebration. He took a deep breath. Facing the second penalty, his heart rate spiked again. Sun Qiao approached him, covering his mouth, saying, "This guy is quick on his feet. Be decisive when taking the penalty." Van Persie nodded. "I know what to do." Sun Qiao smiled silently, still showing off at this moment. Sun Qiao placed his hand on Van Persie's wrist, feeling as if someone was drumming. Van Persie took a deep breath. "What the hell?" Sun Qiao patted the other's shoulder. "I can feel a vigorous life force." Watching Van Persie step up, Sun Qiao felt nervous. The Dutch striker at 28 had just reached his peak. If he found his rhythm in this match, he might truly break through the Premier League. As Van Persie stood in the penalty area, Old Trafford fell silent. In the broadcasting hall, Jian Jun adjusted his glasses. "This penalty will be taken by Van Persie. Previously his penalty was saved by De Gea. Although it eventually went in, he must have felt unsatisfied. Let's see if he can help Arsenal take the lead with this penalty. The referee Webb blew his whistle. Van Persie exchanged glances with De Gea and then began his run-up. Van Persie starts his run. It's in. His shot hit the upper right corner of the goal. De Gea guessed the direction correctly again, but there was nothing he could do. 3-2. Arsenal takes the lead away from home. I'm afraid no one expected that a depleted Arsenal would put Manchester United in such a difficult position. Van Persie sprinted towards the away fans, shouting loudly and wildly tugging at his shirt. At that moment, the Arsenal fans in the away section erupted. Son Koo ran over to Van Persie and patted him on the back, but it was still far from a time to celebrate. In his previous life, Son Koo had witnessed Manchester United dominate Arsenal throughout the match. The Manchester United players kept pressing hard, even with a significant lead, mercilessly hammering Arsenal. Logically, if a team was winning by 3 or 4 goals, the players would adjust their intensity. But in that match, the Manchester United players kept charging and hitting hard from start to finish. It was evident how much Ferguson wanted to crush Wenger. As the match restarted, Manchester United launched a frenzied attack. Son Koo and Coquelin were pushed back to the edge of the penalty area. In the 43rd minute, Rooney headed the ball towards goal, while pushing against Koscielny, and Szczesny made an incredible save. Son Koo cleared the ball off the sideline. A minute later, Manchester United earned a corner. Phil Jonas' header hit the crossbar and bounced out. Son Koo's side, the last few minutes were truly unbearable. If they could return to the locker room with a 1-goal advantage, there might still be hope for this match. At this moment, the 4th official raised the substitution board. 2 minutes of stoppage time in the first half. Just as the Arsenal players saw a glimmer of victory, Jenkinson accidentally brought down Ashley Young while defending against him. Manchester United was awarded a free kick in a left central position. Rooney and Ashley Young stood over the ball simultaneously. After the referee's whistle, Rooney pushed the ball to Ashley Young. Young returned the pass lightly. Rooney curled a shot with the inside of his foot, and Son Koo rushed out from the wall, his whole body launched into the air. However, Rooney's action was simply too quick. The free kick sailed over Son Koo's head, heading for the upper left corner of the goal. Szczesny was airborne trying to reach it. His fingertips grazed the ball, but it didn't change its course. Son Koo could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the upper left corner of the goal. 3-3. Rooney spread his arms and sprinted towards the corner, vigorously waving his right arm. The previously somewhat silent Old Trafford erupted with a tsunami of cheers. Son Koo shook his head helplessly. That free kick hit the dead corner. It was hopeless. The first half ended, and both teams headed to the locker room. Ferguson loudly said in front of Wenger, "Well done, let's really give it to them in the second half." Wenger chuckled lightly, hurrying a few steps to block Ferguson in the player tunnel. In the locker room, Son Koo took off his shirt and lay on the massage table, estimating that he had run nearly 7 kilometers in the first half. Coquelin lay directly on the floor. This guy was not in much better shape. Van Persie smiled and patted Son Koo on the back. "Well done." After that, he handed Son Koo a sports. Wenger signaled everyone to adjust first, and then discussed the tactics for the second half with the coaching staff. Son Koo lay there planning how to allocate the experience cards for the second half. Should he use the Xavi experience card right away? What about after that? Arsenal's lineup was too thin, with both wings leaking badly. Koscielny was quite reliable, but lacked height. Giroud couldn't even handle Welbeck losing his face. Arshavin, still under 30, seemed to have lost his sharpness. Rosicky was indeed impressive, but he had persistent minor injuries. He couldn't be relied upon to carry the team. And on the bench, Arsenal only had Ramsey. On Manchester United's side, there were still many stars like Berbatov, Park Ji-sung, Giggs, and Ferdinand. Under mental strain, physical stamina would continue to decline. These young Arsenal players should be under immense pressure today. Son Koo had to save Xavi for after the 65th minute, which would help the team survive the peak physical exhaustion. He could anticipate that Ferguson would definitely bring on Park Ji-sung in the second half. Once the Korean came on, he would immediately use the Xavi experience card. During this time, if there was a chance, he would use the Wu Lei experience card to fill in. That was the only option. After all, he was going all out today. With 5 minutes left in the halftime break, Wenger encouraged the players for their first half performance. The old man laid out a few tactics on the board. First, if Manchester United made personnel adjustments on the right in the second half, Coquelin would help Troy defend and Rosicky would withdraw to the center. Second, if the team executed a counterattack, Van Persie would move to the left to take on Smalling, and Walcott would move to the center to seize the opportunity. Given Arsenal's current lineup depth, the old man was indeed doing his best. Van Persie was in high spirits, loudly encouraging his teammates to fight Manchester United to the end. Before stepping out of the locker room, Wenger smiled, gently encouraging the players, "I am very satisfied with your performance. No matter the outcome, we must leave the field with our heads held high." The second half began with Manchester United applying high pressure in the attacking third. In the 49th minute, Jenkinson let his man slip, and Ashley Young charged into the penalty area to shoot at the near post. Szczesny blocked the ball with his foot, but Ashley Young headed the ball toward the far post, and Koscielny successfully cleared it on the right. The defensive pressure on Arsenal remained high, but Traoré on the left flank gradually found his footing. In the 49th minute, Nani received the ball on the right and passed it after a quick move. Traoré held his position and then passed the ball back to Koscielny. Koscielny passed to Coquelin. Under pressure from cleverly, Coquelin fed the ball to Sun Koo, but Rooney immediately pounced. Sun Koo couldn't turn and could only carry the ball to the right. Dribbling sideways in the backfield was dangerous, but he had no choice. Sure enough, Rooney suddenly accelerated, sprinting a few steps before launching a tackle. Sun Koo noticed the opponent's weight suddenly dropping and quickly nudged the ball to Jenkinson. As soon as the ball left his foot, Rooney's shoe came crashing in. Sun Koo hurriedly turned in midair, but ended up being completely lifted off the ground. The referee's whistle blew, and he showed Rooney a yellow card. Sun Koo wasn't injured, it just hurt a bit from the fall. It was clear that Rooney was still brooding over being robbed of the ball in the first half. Jenkinson was quite clever and immediately kicked the ball over. Sun Koo immediately passed the ball to Rosicky in midfield. Arsenal directed the ball towards the left. Arshavin crossed it, and Van Persie shot at goal, but De Gea dove to catch the ball. In the 55th minute, Welbeck and Giroud contested a header near the penalty area, but Giroud made a foul in midair and Welbeck twisted his ankle, being replaced by Little P. Hernandez. Manchester United was awarded a free kick in a corrected position in the penalty area. Sun Koo thought to himself, this is bad. Sure enough, Rooney replicated his first half free kick. The ball again flew into the upper left corner of the goal. This time Szczesny misjudged the direction and didn't even make a save. 4-3. This goal left the Arsenal players utterly speechless. However, using Xavi's experience card now probably wouldn't work. Manchester United relentlessly attacked down the flanks, and Sun Koo still couldn't find an opportunity. Even if Sagna were on the field, Sun Koo would be confident in controlling the midfield. But Jenkinson wasn't from Arsenal's youth training, his passing ability didn't meet the standard. As the match resumed, Arsenal could only seek breakthroughs on the left. Arshavin suddenly accelerated, shaking off Smalling. At the moment he received the ball, he managed to get Phil Jones behind him, creating an unknown chance. However, this guy was too eager for success. He forced a close-range shot that didn't even hit the target. Then, Sun Koo was speechless. Manchester United fans immediately erupted in laughter. Arshavin was clearly affected, and when Smalling had the ball, he flew in for a tackle from the side. Smalling rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Sun Koo's heart jumped to his throat. This better not be a red. Upon seeing this, Wenger shook his head helplessly. Manchester United players immediately surrounded Arshavin, and Rooney rushed in to push Arshavin to the ground. A conflict immediately erupted between the players. Sun Koo pushed Rooney from behind. The latter already had a yellow card. Moreover, this guy had an unusually volatile temperament. Can we get rid of him? Rooney turned around, saw Sun Koo, and immediately flew into a rage, charging at him. Fortunately, Evans tightly held Rooney back, dragging him away. The referee called the instigator over, first showing Arshavin a yellow card, then giving Rooney a warning. This left Sun Koo very disappointed. The referee was being too lenient. In such a situation, even letting Arshavin and Rooney exchange cards would be a huge gain. After the match restarted, both teams began to intensify their actions. This was precisely what Sun Koo wanted. If everyone played calmly, even giving Arsenal a Xavi wouldn't help them. Only when both teams lost emotional control could there be a chance to turn the tide. Sun Koo noticed a problem. After being tackled by Arshavin, Smalling's movements seemed less agile. Could he pull something off? In the 58th minute, Arshavin feinted past Smalling and swept a low ball into the penalty area. Phil Jones cleared the ball to the sideline. As the ball approached the sideline, both teams relaxed. But then in the next moment, Sun Koo suddenly sprinted to the sideline and slid to keep the ball in play. Just as Arshavin was about to cross, he activated the Wu Lei experience card. Sun Koo got up and immediately surged towards the flank, while Arshavin moved horizontally. Here's the chance. Let go. This is your moment. Sun Koo suddenly dribbled forward furiously, and Smalling approached. Phil Jones began to shift to the right, ready to cover. Smalling dared not rush in, and he wanted to retreat while engaged in combat. But Sun Koo suddenly nudged the ball forward by 7 or 8 meters. Ball and man separated. Smalling turned around, and Sun Koo rushed past him in an instant. Sun Koo desperately chased the ball, ready to contest it with Phil Jones. Seeing he couldn't win against Sun Koo, Phil Jones decisively lunged for a tackle. At the crucial moment, Sun Koo got a step ahead and nudged the ball to the right towards Arshavin. Directly charging into the penalty area, Arshavin didn't stop the ball and immediately pushed it into the box. Watching this, Wenger clenched his fists tightly. Inside Manchester United's penalty area, Sun Koo was now directly facing the goalkeeper. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the goalkeeper. De Gea, today I'm going to take you down. Sun Koo charged into the penalty area unknown. Jean-Jun shouted excitedly. Inside Manchester United's penalty area, Sun Koo faced De Gea directly. De Gea rushed out to intercept. Sun Ku remained calm, taking a lateral step. De Gea hurriedly turned around. At that moment Sun Ku suddenly made a bold decision. During the lateral dribble, he suddenly twisted his wrist, pushing the ball between the opponent's legs. De Gea never expected that the opponent would dare to target his near post. He instantly squeezed his legs together. But it was already too late. The ball rolled through his legs and into the net. 4-4. Yeah. At that moment all Arsenal fans erupted in cheers. Manchester United fans, however, were left in shock. They never expected that their team would be penetrated 3 times in a row by a kid from League One. At this moment, even Wenger raised his arms in excitement. Sun Ku clenched his fist excitedly, and then spread his arms wide to embrace the cheers of his teammates. At that moment all Arsenal players in the midfield rushed to Sun Ku's side. The Manchester United players in the penalty area stood with their hands on their hips, utterly bewildered. It was supposed to be a one-sided game. How did it turn out like this? Our right flank was torn apart by a kid. We play like a pile of dog shit today. Ferguson glared at the pitch in anger. In the broadcast hall. Beautiful. The ball is in. Sun Ku's goal has once again leveled the score. He penetrated both the small and large goals of De Gea. De Gea looked a bit flustered. This goal was truly embarrassing. Arsenal has come back from behind 3 times. This young team shows great resilience. Among this young lineup, Sun Ku is undoubtedly the brightest star. He scored 2 goals and was involved in all 4 of the team's goals. Manchester United must have never expected that they would struggle against Arsenal like this. I wonder if Ferguson remembers 15 years ago when his class of 92 players came back from a 12-point deficit. In the end, they triumphed over the star-studded Newcastle United in a direct confrontation and lifted the Premier League trophy that season. 15 years later, a vibrant team has emerged again. Can they replicate the miracles of the past day? After conceding a goal, Ferguson decisively he replaced Smalling with Ferdinand. Veteran Ferdinand took the center-back position while Phil Jones moved to the right flank. He then substituted Park Ji-sung for Nani. Although Park Ji-sung was no longer the formidable player he was 4 years ago, his committed attitude could compensate for the defensive shortcomings on the right flank. This way Manchester United finally patched up their gaping hole on the right. In an era where only 3 substitutions were allowed, to be able to make 2 changes at once, especially on the same flank, was significant. This clearly indicated that Ferguson had reached a breaking point. From Sun Ku's perspective, Manchester United's right flank wasn't all that great. It was just that the players had absolute obedience to this legendary coach. Football relies on unity, and this Arsenal team, which was once crushed by Manchester United in an 80 defeat, wasn't that bad after all. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rank 3rd in the league without significant reinforcements. But that doesn't mean Sun Ku would underestimate Manchester United's combat power. Nor does it imply that Manchester United is truly devoid of fighting spirit. After Park Ji-sung came on, Rooney began to frequently move along the right flank. Arsenal's left side was instantly under severe pressure. Both Rooney and Park Ji-sung were the kind of players who would relentlessly harass the ball carrier at the slightest chance. Once Park Ji-sung entered the field, Arshavin immediately retreated to the back line to help Traore and Coquelin share the defensive burden. At this moment, Sun Ku could only hope his teammates would perform well. If 4 players were to concentrate on the left flank, it would only take a minute for Ashley Young and Everett to tear through Jean Jun. After receiving the ball, Sun Ku began to cooperate with Jenkinson, opening a breakthrough on the right. In the next match, both teams focused their attacks on the right flank. Sun Ku and Ashley Young engaged in a chase on the right. To prevent being counterattacked after conceding a goal, Sun Ku could only push down the right flank. In the 62nd minute, Sun Ku received the ball and broke through along the right side. He passed the ball to Walcott on the flank, who after receiving the ball, slashed into the penalty area. Faced with the double pressure from Evra and Anderson, Walcott passed the ball to Rosicky, who immediately cut inside. Rosicky looked at Walcott and passed the ball to Van Persie on the left. Facing the 33-year-old Ferdinand, Van Persie took a lateral step to the left and shot decisively. Ferdinand moved a step sideways, decisively stretching his leg to block. Van Persie suddenly twisted his wrist, curling the ball towards the far corner from between the opponent's legs. De Gea deflected the ball with one hand, and Evra kicked the ball out of bounds. Meanwhile, on Manchester United's right flank, Rooney and Arshavin were engaged in a fierce physical battle. Arshavin couldn't withstand Rooney and had to resort to frequent fouls. Arsenal was still walking on the edge of a knife. As the match entered a stalemate, Arsenal's defense encountered issues again. In the 70-minute mark, Manchester United pressed Arsenal in the front court. After a series of lateral passes, Rooney received the ball in the center, turned, and passed to Fernandes on the left side of the penalty area. The latter slanted the ball to the right. When Sun Ku turned around, he felt a chill run down his spine. Park Ji-sung pressured Traore in the penalty area and received the pass. The player who should have been in this position, Giroud, was missing. Park Ji-sung even had time to adjust before taking. The result was evident. Manchester United regained the lead. 5-4. At that moment, the entire Old Trafford stadium erupted in cheers. Facing the somewhat dazed Giroud, Son could only clap his hands and encourage him to hold on. If this kid couldn't hold on, no one else could. In the broadcast hall, Jean helplessly said, "Giroud, oh, Giroud, how could he lose his position on that ball? Making such a huge mistake at such a critical moment is simply unacceptable. This goal conceded could render the entire team's efforts in vain." At this point, I wonder if Arsenal will be able to grit their teeth and level the score again. So far, both teams have scored 9 goals combined, just 2 goals shy of the Premier League's single-match score. In the 2007-2008 season, Portsmouth defeated Reading 74, a record that has stood ever since. This match doesn't include stoppage time, leaving 18 minutes left. I wonder if this offensive battle can continue to produce goals. In the 73rd minute, Son played his final card, the Harvey experience card. When his own strength couldn't match the level of the platform he was on, the experience card became his greatest offensive weapon. The match resumed, and Van Persie passed the ball back. Arsenal's captain raised his arms, loudly motivating his teammates. He saw that under Rooney's pressure, Rosicky passed the ball back to Son behind him. Rooney decisively charged towards Son. Son passed the ball sideways to Coquelin, and Hernandez immediately rushed up. "Pass the ball forward, don't pass it back in the defense." Before Van Persie's voice could fade, Coquelin passed the ball back to Koscielny. Seeing this scene, Van Persie's heart immediately climbed to his throat. Coquelin had no choice. His midfield teammates were surrounded by Manchester United players. After all, this was only his second season in his career. Although he played over 20 matches for L'Oreal last season, the pressure of a relegation battle in League One couldn't compare to that faced at Arsenal, especially since they were up against the Premier League giants Manchester United. After Koscielny received the ball, Manchester United's formation pressed up again. Today's Manchester United was determined to go all out against Arsenal. Koscielny got the ball, and Park Ji-sung chased after him. He originally intended to kick the ball forward, but seeing Son calling for the ball, he chose to trust Son. As soon as Son received the ball, Rooney came up from behind. Son suddenly felt as though he had gained a new skill, turning left while carrying the ball, darting suddenly. Rooney couldn't keep up. After shaking off Rooney, Son continued dribbling forward. Anderson came in, passing the ball to Coquelin before moving forward to receive it. Son felt that not only did he understand how to position himself, but even his pace had changed. Once again receiving the ball, Son quickly passed it to Rosicky. Under Cleverly's close marking, Rosicky returned the ball to Son with a single touch. After receiving the ball, Son immediately dribbled sideways with Anderson chasing from behind. Son quickly passed the ball to Arshavin on the left, and then suddenly made a forward run. Arshavin immediately passed it back, and Son adjusted himself on the spot after receiving the ball. He realized that while passing and advancing, he had somehow made it into the 30-meter area of Manchester United's goal. One must say his teammates' ability to comprehend far exceeded Son's expectations. Though they might not play like Xavi, they understood how to play the game. Son felt he had suddenly found the direction for his career efforts. On the sidelines, Ferguson looked at the pitch in astonishment, even forgetting to chew his gum. Not far away, Wenger had his hands tucked inside his tracksuit, looking at Son with an indescribable smile. In front of the gaze of all the fans, Son raised his right leg high and struck the ball fiercely. Bang! Hearing that explosive sound, Ferguson's eyes twitched instinctively. It felt as if Son's strike had hit his nerves. With a loud bang, the football kicked by Son flew towards the goal. At the critical moment, Phil Jones, who had rushed in from the right, threw himself in front of the ball, using his body to block it out of the penalty area. Cleverly and Anderson charged towards Son simultaneously. Son rushed towards the football and extended his leg to stop it. At that moment, Walcott made another run into the penalty area. Seeing himself about to be surrounded by 3 players, Son immediately passed the ball into the penalty area. Walcott, positioned just outside the small box, received the ball perfectly, allowing for a sudden shot. The little Tiger shot the ball into the near corner. 5-5. At that moment, the entire away stand erupted in cheers. The Arsenal players rushed to the front, embracing each other tightly. Van Persie embraced Son tightly, shouting, "Beautiful. Well done." On the sidelines, Wenger smiled and raised both hands, then high-fived the coaching staff in succession. "This is the football I wanted." Wenger did not expect that his future-oriented signing would have such a significant impact in the very first season. The tactics executed by his players were exactly what he had been pursuing all these years. However, young English players naturally had disadvantages in ball control. That is why he had been scouting promising young talents from La Liga and League One over the years. Fabregas was his best work, yet the returning to Spain sentiment made him long for the beaches of Iberia and childhood companions. Seeing that Xavi was already 31 years old, Fabregas thought that returning to Barcelona would allow him to take over Xavi's role and embark on a glorious journey. Little did he know his golden years were spent at Arsenal. Not far away, Ferguson suppressed his raging anger and spoke to the somewhat flustered players. "We let a boy run riot. I see disgraceful panic on your faces, but you all need to pull yourselves together. That boy named Sun Ku orchestrated the team's attacks, so we need to mark him tightly. The solution is simple. As long as he is in the backfield, Wayne Rooney needs to stick to him. If he moves to the midfield, you better stick to him like gum on a shoe. He has been running like a madman for 70 minutes. You need to keep wearing him down, and if things go wrong, take him down. It's that simple. This is not the time to worry about appearances. If we lose to this Arsenal team at home, we will become the laughingstock of the world." In the broadcasting hall, Jean Jun shook his head while laughing. "Incredible. Arsenal has equal." Sun Ku played a crucial role in this goal and assisted Walcott. From the professor's expression, he should be very pleased with this goal. The Manchester United players must be feeling uneasy. They have invested all their energy in attacking today, playing with an open style. Although they scored 5 goals, they also conceded 5. Arsenal's defense is somewhat shaky, but their midfield and forward players displayed high football IQ. Coquelin, who trained in League One for a season, possesses a certain toughness, as well as good ball control. Rosicky and Arshavin demonstrated exceptional tactical skills during the previous attack. Walcott's incision into the penalty area caught the Manchester United players off guard. Captain Van Persie scored 3 goals in the first 3 matches, showing strong momentum. But the most impressive is still Sun Ku. Since joining Arsenal from Leyton Orient, he has contributed 3 goals and 3 assists in the first 3 rounds of the Premier League. For a young player, his start at Arsenal has been nothing short of perfect. As the match has progressed to this stage, both teams' physical stamina is likely nearing exhaustion. Should we still push for more? If they concede a goal and lose in the last stages, neither team would find that acceptable. For Arsenal, a draw is clearly an acceptable outcome. Manchester United might not accept a draw, but against an Arsenal side performing beyond expectations, do they dare to take risks? Sun Ku desperately wants to win, but he absolutely cannot accept a loss. If they lose this match, all their efforts of the day would be in vain. Spending points equivalent to 3 attribute points and risking the side effects of fluctuating abilities, he simply cannot accept a loss. As the match restarted, Sun Ku suddenly felt something was off. Whenever Arsenal had the ball, Rooney stuck to him like a second skin. This greatly increased his exertion in receiving the ball. He often had to sprint short distances just to receive a pass from his teammates. Rooney, Hernandez, and Park Ji-sung were desperately following him. With his physical stamina already severely depleted, Sun Ku could only make a quick pass. Once he received the ball, Manchester United players would do everything they could to disrupt him. The pace of the match became fragmented. Sun Ku was brought down 6 times in the following 10 minutes. In the 82nd minute, Sun Ku exerted all his strength to pass the ball to Rosicky, who was in space, and the latter immediately played a through ball to Van Persie in the penalty area. The Arsenal captain, entangled with the defender, gave his all to take a shot, but it was successfully saved by De Gea. With this attack ending, Sun Ku felt some discomfort in his calf muscles. This was a sign of cramping. Today he had already endured canny Matuidi and used Lation once. Even with Sun Ku's exceptional fitness, it was a bit hard to bear. At a critical moment, he must not cramp. Sun Ku could only take it easy. Just when he thought his body could not handle more, Coquelin cramped up. Taking advantage of this time, Sun Ku hurried to the sidelines to drink a sports drink. He noticed that the Manchester United players were also not in a hurry to restart the game and were drinking water on the sidelines. It feels promising. Coquelin struggled on the field for a few minutes before finally being substituted by Ramsey. The match reached the 86th minute. In the subsequent play, both teams' stamina was already drained and the pace of the match began to slow down. At this time, Sir Ferguson made a misjudgment. Fearing a last-minute steal from Arsenal, he proactively withdrew the formation. Arsenal players began to pass the ball around in Manchester United's half. 90 minutes of play was up with 4 minutes of injury time added. In the dying moments, both teams managed to take a shot. With the referee's whistle, Arsenal players excitedly raised their arms. Sun Ku simply lay down on the grass, breathing heavily. He felt completely drained. In the broadcasting hall, Jean Jun looked on with admiration. The match is finally over. Sun Ku is utterly exhausted. After contributing a total of 10 goals, the two teams finally shook hands. From Ferguson's expression, he should find this result somewhat hard to accept. Before the match, English media believed that the injury-ridden Arsenal would be an easy target for Manchester United. But from the actual situation, Manchester United seemed a bit overconfident. Arsenal is not as weak as they imagined. Throughout the match, Arsenal fell behind 4 times, but equalized 4 times, demonstrating remarkable resilience, led by the professor. Besides Sun Ku, veterans like Van Persie, Arshavin, Rosicky, and Koscielny also played very important. I believe that once the injured players return, Arsenal can gradually get back on track. However, if they want to achieve something this season, they will likely need to reinforce their defense. After the first 3 rounds of the Premier League, Manchester City leads with 3 wins. Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Wolves are tied with 7 points, ranked 2nd to 5th. After 3 rounds, only 5 teams remain unbeaten. The Premier League has kicked off with a storm with undercurrents swirling. If Manchester United wants to defend their title, they will need to engage in fierce competition. With a significantly improved roster, Manchester City defeated Spurs with a score of 51. Chelsea, after being held to a draw in the first round, has achieved 2 consecutive victories. Arsenal, fueled by the passion of youth, has defeated Newcastle and Liverpool and even snatched a point from Manchester United. Youth is wonderful, full of limitless possibilities. As the saying goes, let them be strong. Ooh, I have my own Arsenal. This concludes the commentary for today's match. Thank you all for watching. See you next week. On the sidelines, Ferguson and Wenger met. Son sat on the grass watching the 2 old men shake hands and pat each other's shoulders. No way. How is reality so different from my imagination? Why are you 2 so harmonious? Why not argue? Why not tear each other apart? The newspapers are practically bursting with insults. Why is there a sense of mutual respect when you meet in private? This scene greatly diminished Son K's interest. Not far away, Ferguson said somewhat unwillingly, isn't it quite satisfying to escape back to London with a point? Wenger scoffed, you should be praying to get at least a point in London. Don't talk nonsense. At that time I will be about to win the championship. Oh, what difference does it make to give you a point? That kid played well. If it weren't for having too many midfielders, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to pick up the pieces. This kid is good, but he would be wasted under your guidance. Ferguson, there is still time. How about we grab a drink? I don't drink when taking the aircraft carrier. I really envy you, the fishing boat tycoon. Ferguson, we shall see. In the stadium, just as Son stood up, he heard the system's prompt sound. Congratulations, host. The task has been completed. The task reward has been issued. Please check. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Son eagerly entered the system. The red lottery system displayed a hint. Without a moment's hesitation, Son decisively chose 5 consecutive draws. Having bound the system for over 4 months, this was his first opportunity to experience a supreme-level lottery. 3 flashes of red light passed, and Son suddenly became anxious. 5 draws, 3 wins. Can I get a max-level passing skill? Tomorrow I'll show off in front of the old man. Old Trafford Stadium. Son was momentarily dazzled by the festive glow. After 5 or 6 seconds, the system's notification sound chimed again. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point in passing attribute. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 9,000 points. Congratulations, host, you have permanently acquired the Master of Organization skill of Perlo. Upon hearing the system's notification, Son exclaimed, damn. Is this what it means to have exceptional luck? Son eagerly fiddled with the system and finally found the skill description in the attribute panel. Master of Organization. After receiving the ball, you can complete mid-range passes after a brief adjustment period. Passing distance range 30 to 50 meters with a 90 success rate. Short adjustment time. 90 success rate within effective range. Is this considered a divine skill? In addition, 1 point in passing attribute was also awarded. At this moment, Son K's passing attribute had increased from 78 to 79 points. According to the system's point allocation rules, from 50 to 60, it requires 1,000 points, and from 60 to 70, it requires 3,000 points. This single point in passing attribute is worth at least around 1,000 points. The key is that the system requires all attributes to meet 70 before further point allocation can continue. Even if the points were sufficient now, Son could not allocate points to the passing attribute. This single point of attribute holds far greater value for Son than 1,000 points. The Master of Organization skill cannot even be measured by the quantity of points. In FM, the passing attribute of the reverse method is at maximum value, yet I haven't seen this guy excel in long passes. The passing attribute of the heartthrob is also nearly at maximum value, but his long passes have a noticeable wind-up, requiring ample preparation time to ensure accuracy. Looking at it this way, today has indeed been a huge gain. However, from this 5 consecutive draws, Son also saw the rewards of the past. From priceless skills to attribute points starting at 1,000 points, and then to a reward of 9,000 points. The disparity in reward value is simply astronomical. The most ludicrous part is the 9,000 point reward, akin to a scratch card. Spending 1,000 points to draw 9,000 points is probably the norm of pure luck. As Son daydreamed, he followed his teammates to the away stand to thank the fans. In professional football, fans are the lifeblood of a club. Fans spend real money to watch matches throughout the season, not just free tickets from the organization. An ordinary British person earns over £1,000 a week, spending several £100s to watch a game, truly making them the providers. Especially the die-hard fans who travel with the team for away games. The round trip usually takes up most of the day for this match. Son arrived a bit late, but the Arsenal fans immediately erupted in cheers. The Arsenal players were in good spirits today, all eager to sign autographs and take pictures. At this moment, the stadium's broadcast announced the best player of the match. Son was once again awarded. Upon hearing the announcement, Arsenal fans cheered once more. The Manchester United fans displayed great sportsmanship, also cheering for Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao walked towards the makeshift interview area where the interviewer was again a female reporter. Fortunately, she was not the troublesome one from last time. I must say the female reporters from Sky Sports are all stunning in terms of both figure and appearance. This female reporter was dressed in sportswear, at least 7 meters tall, with a sweet appearance. She seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the questions, repeatedly reviewing them before the interview. Female reporter, congratulations on being named the best player in the match against Manchester United. Aren't you very happy? Sun Qiao, to be recognized at the home of the defending champions, is naturally great news. Although many key players were missing, we played quite well, and we fully deserved this draw. Arriving in England, Sun Qiao noticed that the biggest difference between Europeans and Americans is that people are never modest. If you are humble, people will either think you are too inward or that you are truly incapable. Most people cannot understand the communication style of belittling oneself. Sun Qiao deliberately made his manner of speaking resemble that of a carefree fool. Female reporter, we noticed an issue: your performance fluctuated greatly during the match. For example, in the last match you had very few assists and rarely attempted to break through, but in this match you continuously gave up your position to break through on the wing. Sun Qiao tilted his head, displaying an expression of fearlessness. I usually adapt my approach based on different opponents. In the match against Newcastle, I entered the field when the team was a player down, so I needed to create opportunities for my teammates. In the second match, there were some changes. I executed a crucial interception and then scored smoothly. In this match, we needed to be more passive, and to maintain competitiveness, I had to be different. Maybe that is After answering the questions, the female reporter handed her phone to the photographer, wanting to take a photo with Sun Qiao. If the previous female reporter had a long pass style, this one is all about tiki-taka. Short passes and subtle penetration. With her arms wrapped around Sun Qiao, her head resting on his shoulder. And the occasional unintentional touches. Hee. Facing the camera, Sun Qiao displayed a sunny smile. When the photographer signaled that the photo session was over, Sun Qiao immediately restrained his smile, holding the trophy, and turning to leave. He noticed that the camera was still on. At this moment, one must have an attitude. If there were any ambiguous actions, the English media would really not treat you as a person. One photo, one video, and they can fabricate the looks of your children. Back in the locker room, Sun Qiao chatted for a while with his teammates before checking today's point situation. Before the match, Sun Qiao had a balance of 500 points, and the red lottery earned him 9,000 points. Today he signed in on match day for 500 points. Goals 1,000 points. Assists 500 points. Best player of the match 1,000 points. He earned a total of 3,000 points on match day. In total, he earned 12,500 points. Sun Qiao examined his attributes and quickly made a decision on point allocation. Passing 6,870. Stealing 6,466. After completing the point allocation, Sun Qiao pondered over his attribute panel. Shooting 60, stopping 74, dribbling 70, passing 79, long shot 100. Heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 70, speed 70, strength 60. Jumping 67, balance 70, stamina 86, stealing 66, tackling 61. Anticipation 100, off-the-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. Skill master of organization. Overall evaluation, a commendable Premier League player. Wow. The system's evaluation of himself has actually improved by a small stage. From binding the system to now, Sun Qiao has transformed from an excellent championship player into a commendable Premier League player. This can basically be seen as an increase in strength by a level. Of course, if it weren't for the system raising his long shot and anticipation to max level, the original strength would probably only allow him to play in League 2. Looking at it this way, the Great British Star system is indeed impressive. Since he has acquired a permanent skill, Sun Qiao plans to reduce the frequency of draws. To be honest, the players drawn from the blue module are not necessarily much better than him now. Moreover, a single draw easily consumes nearly 1,000 points, which is a bit wasteful. After all, his overall attributes are currently too low, and it's not too difficult to improve one attribute. Riding the team's bus back to London, Sun Qiao got into the car of his cheap old dad. The two of them arrived at the apartment building that Sun's dad was about to eat at. After all, Sun Qiao had mortgaged his player contract to the bank, and he must sign to confirm. From hundreds of meters away, Sun Qiao could see this apartment building. The building has a total of 20 floors, with the bottom 10 floors designed as large rooms, with several small rooms specifically for student apartments. Floors 11 to 18 feature one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartments, and the layout and decor of the rooms far exceeds Sun Qiao's imagination. It belongs to the category of fully furnished apartments. The top two floors have only one unit each, occupying an entire floor. Just looking at the space and decor style, Sun Qiao knew it wasn't cheap. This should be the legendary presidential suite. Standing at the top floor and looking out the window, one can overlook a vast expanse of scenery within 1,000 meters. However, having lived two lives, Sun Qiao still couldn't experience that sense of superiority of powerful figures overlooking the masses in novels. He felt that living at such a high position, if an accident occurred, the probability of dying was far higher than on lower floors. Perhaps his cultivation is still insufficient. Sun's dad was particularly happy today and introduced Sun Qiao to the people around him while signing, "My son plays for Arsenal." He was named the best player in today's match against Manchester United. After saying these two sentences, he didn't need to explain, and others would fill in the blanks themselves. It seems that his cheap old dad's planning ability really has some merit. Seeing this building, Sun Qiao once again had substantial doubts about the behavior of the British elites. If he didn't make a fuss, this building could probably allow him to live comfortably for a lifetime. China has always been proud of its substantial real estate holdings. It seems the British are similar. Why do so many young people adhere to the value of not buying property and liberating themselves? It's not because it's cool or has attitude. Rather, they can't afford it, so they liberate themselves. From what Sun Qiao understands, those wealthy individuals who can easily afford properties usually also have children. Moreover, often not just one. Do the wives of wealthy families endure the pain of childbirth better than ordinary people? These questions all found answers at this moment. Without loans, the money-making capability of this building could probably allow someone to have 4 or 5 children. Even more would be bearable. After all, money is not an issue. Completing the loan procedure, Sun Qiao looked at the first piece of his future business empire, feeling an indescribable sense of change. On the first day of his crossing, Sun Qiao was thankful that he no longer had to repay loans. Unexpectedly, after crossing, not only did he not suffer any hardships, but he also became the owner of a building. Of course, once he truly becomes the great British star, all of this will be trivial. Returning home in the evening, Sun Qiao received calls from many old acquaintances, including Harry Kane, Joel Lee Cox. It was evident that these old pals were genuinely happy for him. Harry Kane, who had been loaned to Norwich from Tottenham this season, was already impressive for making appearances in the Premier League at just 18 years old. Joel Lee had come off the bench once and performed decently. Cox had become the starting left winger for Southampton. Slade had taken on the role of football director at Leyton Orient, and Sun Qiao felt this position suited him well. In the evening, Sun Qiao and his family sat in front of the television to watch the highlights of the day's matches. The match between Manchester United and Arsenal occupied nearly 10 minutes of the 1-hour highlight reel. The host constantly used exclamatory phrases to describe Sun Qiao's performance. This young man actually pierced through Manchester United's right flank by himself. A long-range shot. The ball is in. Sun Qiao's footwork is truly solid. Sun Qiao broke through again from the left, and his pass helped the team earn the second penalty of the match. A unknown shot. Beautiful. This kid's form is simply outstanding. Sun Qiao's pass allowed Walcott to equalize the score. The match has ended and Sun Qiao has delivered 2 goals and 1 assist. He also helped the team earn 2 penalties. His performance today was impeccable. The scene shifted to the post-match press conference. Ferguson looked displeased. Sun Qiao's performance. This kid worked really hard today. He nearly ran his socks off. I believe he is the best performer of the month. This kid is impressive. Why didn't I bring him in? Every coach has their own methods. If I could go back a month, would I buy him? I think so, but I'm not a wizard. No coach can buy all the best players. When asked about Arsenal's performance, Ferguson replied with displeasure, "If Arsenal could play like this against other opponents, they would probably be champions by now. Every team plays their hearts out against Manchester United, but they can only manage 1 good game a season." Wenger, during an interview, couldn't resist mocking Ferguson. Manchester United's squad is more complete, but our performance is better. If they could play like this in every match, the league title would probably not be theirs. When asked if Sun Qiao could replace Fabregas, Wenger smiled at the journalist. "I know what you want to hear. You can't wait to hear me say something foolish, but I won't be like Alex and show up to a press conference." After this statement, the press room erupted in laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Wenger said seriously, "In my opinion, every player is unique. I don't intend to train Sun Qiao in the direction of Cesc. He definitely does not want me to restrict him from advance. Comparing a young player just entering the Premier League to a world champion is not fair. I won't put too much pressure on Sun Qiao. However, based on this match's performance, Sun Qiao is the most outstanding midfielder I have seen among 19-year-olds. Wenger's art of language left Sun Qiao greatly astonished. The old man had gone around in many circles. It essentially conveyed one meaning: Sun Qiao's performance was outstanding, surpassing that of Fabregas at 19. However, the way the media reported it seemed superficial. The old man's statements were filled with conditions, leaving no room for the media to exploit. The next day, various media outlets in England extensively reported on the match. The Times: Sun Qiao delivered a phenomenal performance in yesterday's match. He demonstrated through action that with systematic training, Chinese players also have equal opportunities to establish themselves in the Premier League. His performance has opened the door for suitable Chinese players to enter the English youth training system. 442 gave Sun Qiao a score of 10 after the match. This young player contributed 2 goals and 1 assist in this match, playing a crucial role in all of the team's goals. His running distance reached 13600 meters. Under the high pressing of the defending champions, his passing success rate was 89, with 7 interceptions and 2 steals. For a 19-year-old player, such a performance could earn 12 points, but the maximum score is only 10. The Daily Mail, Sun Qiao's performance once again validates the Arsenal coach's eye for talent. A player who scored 3 goals and provided 3 assists in the first 3 matches of the league only cost Arsenal $7 million, another excellent transfer. Wenger has had countless classic recruitment cases during his coaching career. He discovered the later World Footballer of the Year George Weah while coaching Monaco, signing Kolo Touré for 1.5 Robin van Persie for 2.75 million and Fabregas through youth training compensation. Additionally, the Arsenal coach has brought in players like Bergkamp, Vieira, Henry, and Ljungberg for transfer fees well below their later market values. Wenger's precise control over the financial budget has given Arsenal the courage to build the Emirates Stadium. This transfer is another success in Wenger's coaching career. The Sun broke the news regarding the Arsenal management, claiming that the club's higher-ups have set very strict requirements for Wenger. Since the construction of the Emirates Stadium, the club has implemented a stringent salary system, clearly stating that the club's highest salary cannot exceed €1 per week. They only provide Wenger with a budget suitable for a mid-table Premier League club, yet they require the team to qualify for the Champions League. This wage system is the main reason players like Nasri Adebayor and Clichy left. The media also joked, the not-so-generous salary has intensified Fabregas' desire to return to Barcelona in pursuit of honors and high wages. Wenger has had many meetings with the higher-ups, but the club is unwilling to spend big money to bring in top stars. The money Wenger has can only recruit second-tier players. Once this news broke, all Arsenal fans expressed their support for Wenger. They demanded that the club spend money to bring in players worthy of Arsenal, otherwise they would find ways to lower the club's valuation. Meanwhile, in China, Sun Qiao had already become a highly sought-after star player. 6 months later, NBA Chinese player Jeremy Lin made headlines with performances that shocked various circles in the United States. Even though the NBA's popularity in China had significantly waned, Chinese fans still went wild over the Lin. Sun Qiao's popularity far surpassed that of Lin's sanity. There was no denying it, football is the world's #1 sport. The Premier League is the best league in the world, and Arsenal is one of the best clubs in the Premier League. Fans vaguely saw hope for Chinese football in Sun Qiao. The media saw newsworthiness in Sun Qiao. People in the football industry found a point of reference in Sun Qiao. The hope in children's eyes took on a clear shape. Young girls saw Sun Qiao's sunny and handsome appearance. The image of him not dating but working hard became a role model in the sports arena. As a result, various brands in China, including clothing, shoes, shampoo, and food, approached Barnett for collaboration. Upon hearing that so many brands wanted him as a spokesperson, Sun Qiao immediately thought about getting a brand from each major category. It wasn't that he loved money, it was just that the funds for his father seemed a bit tight. Since acquiring that apartment building, Sun's father left home earlier than him in the morning and sometimes came home just after him at night. In his memory, Sun's father was quite a middle-class man. Even with a considerable business volume, he would always return home for dinner on time. On weekends, he would take Sun's mother out for some private time. However, recently, he had completely transformed into a struggling boss. Sun Qiao guessed he must have stretched his finances a bit after paying the down payment. Most Chinese parents, once they have children, pour all their energy into their kids. Everyone feels that enduring a bit of hardship is nothing as long as they don't let their children suffer. As a 30-something time traveler, Sun Qiao could roughly understand his father's mental state. The original storyline should have been that his father ran a company and left some inheritance for his son. Even if the original host had spent years in the lower leagues of England, he could still ensure his son would not have to worry about food and clothing. After his son retired, whether in football work or taking over his father's business, he wouldn't have to fret over basic livelihood. However, the plot's direction had completely diverged from what his father had imagined. Sun Qiao suddenly became a hot new star, ultimately joining a prestigious English club. If that could be tolerated, the key was that his son was thriving in the Premier League. In the past, when people introduced him, they would call him Boss Sun. Now, when people introduce him, they directly refer to him as Sun Qiao's father. Moreover, the responses were noticeably more enthusiastic than before, sometimes even described as fervent. This left Sun's father feeling somewhat dejected. Being the pillar of a family was both a man's responsibility and pride. Sun's father had always thought of himself as the family support, a towering mountain. Who would have thought that a small hill next to the mountain would suddenly rise up, seemingly surpassing him and reaching for the clouds? This sudden shift made Sun's father feel a loss of presence. If things continued like this, he would be living a life free from worries at an age when he should be striving. This rhythm fell off. so Son's father decided to challenge his own limits. Taking bigger steps inevitably led to some issues. Watching his father fuss over himself made Sun Qiao feel a bit heartbroken yet amused. If a few endorsements could help his father out, that would be great. Barnett acted quickly and sent Sun Qiao some branded. Sun Qiao glanced at Li Ning Hailan Home, 7 Wolves Taiping Bird Jinba Men's, where Jumawang, Wa Cha Cha Sunflower Seeds Eli. He didn't expect to be so popular with all sorts of brands coming to him. Wait a minute, why is there also Golden Throat Treasure? After thinking it over, Sun Qiao decided to give up on the food industry. If there were any issues with that, his brand effect would collapse. Sun Qiao told Barnett that they could discuss sportswear and suits further, but the rest was a no-go. Upon returning to the club, Sun Qiao felt that Wenger too seemed a bit off. After the third round of the Premier League, it was time for the international break. This was good news for Sun Qiao. He had 13 days of rest until the next match on September 10th. After these 13 days, he could gain 4 attribute points. He would become stronger. The experience card could enhance his combat power, but Sun Qiao regarded it merely as a transitional product. During this transitional period, his primary goal was to become a key player in Arsenal's first team. What is a key player? If Arsenal plays 55 matches in a season, he must appear at least 40 times with more than 30 starts. The emergence of the experience card was to gain the recognition of the head coach. First impressions are indeed very important. If he had no highlights and faced Manchester United, it could lead to a collapse. Once Wilshere, Arteta, Diaby and Song return, he would have to compete with Ramsey, Coquelin and Frimpong for a spot on the bench. As a player with potential, Sun Qiao could not accept such a result. Now that his goal was basically achieved, his main task was to develop rapidly and first raise all attributes to 70. To reach an overall attribute of 70, he still needed 72 points. At the rate of 10 attribute points per month, he would not complete this until the end of March next year. If he worked hard for a few more months, being selected for the Olympics would not be a problem. Next year, the London Olympics would coincide with the European Championship, and among the 3 overage players, only Giggs was a midfielder. From Sun Qiao's impression, the other selected midfielders for the Olympic team were only average in strength. If all went well, he could possibly appear alongside Giggs on the Olympic stage. At that time, he would acquire another skill. He was getting stronger. With a clear plan for the upcoming season's goals, Sun Qiao was highly motivated every day. He noticed that Wenger, who usually had a serious expression, had been smiling for the past 2 days. Logically, with the transfer window closing soon, the old man should have been frowning. Something was off with the old man. One night, after finishing extra training, Sun Qiao saw Wenger smiling as he walked into the garage. He pretended to joke and asked, "Boss, is something good happening these days?" Wenger nodded with a smile. "Everything is progressing in a positive direction. You'll find out in a couple of days." Wow. The old man was keeping it a secret. Seeing Wenger's attitude, Sun Qiao vaguely felt something was not right. Following the trend of history, Arsenal would sign the mediocre Brazilian left-back Santos, the Bremen centre-back Mertesacker, and the Monaco forward Park Chu-young in the last days of the transfer window. Among these 3 players, except for Mertesacker, who was decent, the other 2 were just mediocre. This would be a transfer done while holding one's nose with nothing to be happy about. Could it be? Was the course of history experiencing a butterfly effect? It was very possible. Anyway, there were only a day or 2 left until the transfer window closed, so Sun Qiao was not in a hurry. In the following 2 days, English media reported extensively on Arsenal's transfer news. Names like Mvila, Kaka, Hazard, Mertesacker, and David Silva were all linked with Arsenal. On August 31st, while Sun Qiao was drinking water during training, he saw a tall, blonde man over 1.8 meters walk into the medical room accompanied by agents and staff. Sun Qiao felt this person looked familiar, but couldn't recall his name. After the player entered the medical room, Sun Qiao found a staff member to inquire about the situation. The staff member said the boss is preparing to loan Capdevila for a season. Capdevila. Hearing this name, Sun Qiao suddenly recalled. This guy was the main left-back for Spain during the 2008 European Championship and the 2010 World Cup. He could really run. Capdevila was the only player in Spain's starting lineup at the South Africa World Cup who came from a club other than Barcelona or Real Madrid. He was practically a nightmare for right-wingers. Only players of Robben's caliber could handle him. According to Sun Qiao's memory, this guy should be getting on in years, right? Sun Qiao searched for the player's information on his phone and confirmed that he was indeed not young anymore. He was already 33 years old. In Arsenal's left-back position, only Gibbs was usable, and he was rather injury-prone. Bringing in this veteran on loan was probably a safety net. If this continued, would they also bring someone in for the right-back position? After all, only Sagna was usable there, and having Jenkinson on the field was terrifying. Sun Qiao then asked Bold about it, and the other laughed heartily. Someone else will be coming soon, and tomorrow a big fellow might be coming. Sun Qiao urgently asked how big. Bold laughed and gestured as big as this building. Sun Qiao, seeing Sun Qiao's anxious expression, Bold was quite satisfied. Maicon will also come for a medical exam soon. Maicon, the once world's #1 right back. He was getting on in years as well. Thankfully, he was only 31 and was also on loan. Son checked on his phone again. This guy had been plagued with injuries last season and even had an arthroscopic surgery after the Copa America in July. He would likely need some rest. Arsenal must have spent quite a bit on him. At that time, Maratti was still the owner of it. This owner particularly liked micromanaging. For several years, Inter Milan changed quite a few players each season. The first team at Inter Milan was often overly bloated with 4 to 5 goalkeepers. Maratti was a man of emotion and he bought players he liked to play for the club for 2 years. He had previously brought in Baggio and Figo who were long past their prime. Anyway, this guy was unpredictable. During the 2 years, when the special one coached Inter Milan, he bought whoever he wanted. Sometimes for the sake of friendship, he would sell players at a low price. Whether it was due to Maicon's surgery or not, he was no longer in the plans of the Inter Milan coach. Capdevila and Maicon met in the medical room, and the two greeted each other with smiles. Son realized that the trajectory of history indeed did not coincide with his past life. When he returned home that night, he saw some surprising news online. Arsenal offered $29 million for Thiago Silva, which was rejected by AC Milan. Soon Silva submitted a transfer request. Afterward, the news followed up on this transfer, and Arsenal raised the transfer fee to $31 million. AC Milan allowed the player to negotiate a contract with Arsenal. No way. If Son remembered correctly, this guy had surely broken the record for the highest transfer fee for a center-back. The current record was held by Manchester United's Ferdinand, who was signed for nearly $30 million, shocking the entire world at that time. He never expected that just a few years later this record would be broken again. On September 1st, Silva really came for a medical exam. Wenger's actions left the English media in shock. It should be noted that Wenger had not spent this much on transfers for many years, and it was only for a defender. The transfer fee for Silva was not much different from that of Fabregas, which surprised many. Everyone was engaged in heated discussions about this transfer, and the happiest were the Arsenal fans. Many fans believed that the 3 transfers in the last 2 days were very pragmatic. Arsenal not only reinforced their defense, but also had the experience of older players to better help younger players grow. However, many media outlets questioned this transfer. In their view, Capdevila was too old, Maicon too fragile, and Silva too short. These 3 transfers might not meet Wenger's expectations. Some media even joked that Wenger had finally bought some old men. Everyone was speculating whether the introduction of older players would become a norm in the future. Ferguson commented on this transfer again. In my opinion, these 3 transfers have their specific purposes, but that alone is not enough. In many positions, the strength of the starters and substitutes is vastly different. If they want to achieve good results, Arsene must pray for the player's health every day. Arsenal should have brought in a midfielder with heading ability rather than a player who is just over 1.8 meters tall. In reality, Ferguson had a point. Vermaelen and Koscielny were already the shortest center-back pairing in the Premier League. Even if Silva was a world-class center-back, facing teams like Stoke City, height would indeed be a disadvantage. Regardless of how everyone commented, Son was certain of one thing. The signings made by the old man these past 2 days were a qualitative change compared to his past life. In his previous life, Brazilian left-back Santos did not meet Arsenal's requirements at all. After having a successful season in League One, the Monaco forward barely played and was considered useless. At that time, Mertesacker became Arsenal's starting center-back, but this over 2-meter-tall giant was a standard. As long as the opponent attacked from the side, turning around would be almost impossible. Besides Silva representing Brazil in friendly matches, the other 2 had not been called up by their national teams, leaving ample room for challenges. At the press conference for the new players, a reporter asked Wenger why he did not reinforce the midfield and forward positions. Wenger smiled faintly and said, "Thiago is a player that every coach hopes to sign. We happened to encounter such an opportunity, and thus it came to pass. Such players are hard to find in the transfer market, so we chose to act. In other positions, we have plenty of person." Another reporter asked Wenger, "Do you think having such a squad will challenge Wenger's expectations for this season?" Wenger smiled and said, "I think stopping the transfers here is just right, because we've got the best player in the world." Upon hearing the old man's remarks, Son suddenly felt the wonderful aspect of returning to the past. The old man expressed once again that the strongest person was already in the squad. This time Son felt hopeful. However, it would still take the test of matches to determine the weight of these 3 transfers. During the offseason, something else happened. Son was named Player of the Month for August. Son felt this award was quite significant for him. First, the system rewarded him with 2,000 points. Second, with this award, when he took endorsements, his market value would likely increase. In the official selection of the Premier League's best player for August, Son triumphantly surpassed Dzeko, Rooney, and Van Persie to claim the title. Upon hearing the news, Son was momentarily taken aback. According to the Premier League's tendencies, it is quite challenging for a newcomer like Son to emerge victorious unless he performs exceptionally well. He initially thought that Dzeko would be the award winner, as such selections largely depend on team performance. Manchester City achieved a perfect record in their August matches with Dzeko scoring 4 goals in a single game against Tottenham, earning a rating of 10. It is indeed difficult to shake off such a formidable opponent. The official evaluation from the Premier League stated despite Sun K's team being short-handed and facing strong opponents, he demonstrated exceptional organizational skills, helping the team secure 2 victories and 1 draw. His average rating across the 3 matches was 8.7. This player ranked first in the Premier League for interception success rate and key passes, and his diligent running made a significant contribution to the team's defense. If they say so, Sun Qiao feels no objections. After all, he was an important player in all 3 matches, so winning this minor award seems justifiable. The points and increased visibility from this award are quite tangible. Compared to being named Player of the Month, Arsenal's maneuvering in the transfer market left him truly astonished. Sun Qiao could hardly believe that Wenger had brought in Thiago Silva. Yet it happened. Sun Qiao learned from the staff that Silva's weekly salary reached 1.0, along with a 7 million loyalty bonus and a 10 cut from the transfer fee for any future transfers. Indeed, the caliber of a world-class center-back is different. The loyalty bonus alone could buy another player like himself. In 12 years this would be nothing, but in 2011, it was exceptionally high. It's quite surreal. It's unclear why the club's upper management opened a special pathway for Silva's transfer fee and salary. As a result, Arsenal not only spent all the money earned in the transfer market, but also incurred a loss of several tens of millions. With the transfer window closing, Arsenal became the club that spent the most in the summer transfer window. Including the loan fees for Capdevila and Macon, Arsenal spent a total of 79 million. Of course, in his past life during this season, Wenger also spent nearly 30 million on the last day of the transfer window, but the hurriedly bought players didn't turn out well. Silva completed his signing and immediately joined the Brazilian national team for a friendly match. However, Sun Qiao still felt the impact of the transfer. Capdevila's defensive prowess is truly top-notch. Although this veteran's explosiveness has declined, he remains physically strong and possesses elite stamina. During training matches, Walcott faced significant challenges against this old-timer. Capdevila's defensive experience always made Walcott uncomfortable. Moreover, this old-timer has a special skill, but once he gets close, Walcott's speed diminishes significantly. Maicon has just returned to training, so it's hard to discern his capabilities, but this guy's ball control is truly impressive. He can handle any ball with ease. During the off-season, Sun Qiao continued his routine of early mornings and late nights. The only major news recently was the UEFA Champions League group draw. It must be said that UEFA truly tailors its arrangements. Among the 4 Premier League clubs, Manchester United's group opponents are Benfica, Basel, and Galatasaray. Chelsea's group opponents are Valencia, Bayer Leverkusen, and Genk. Manchester United's group is essentially a free pass. Although Chelsea faces teams from La Liga and the Bundesliga, as long as they don't make mistakes, advancing from the group shouldn't be a problem. As for Arsenal, they encountered League One runners-up Marseille, Greek champions Olympiacos, and Bundesliga's second team Dortmund. Arsenal's overall strength is naturally superior, but there are no weak teams in this group. This means that to secure first place, Arsenal cannot afford to slack off in any match. Otherwise, they would have to relive the days of being eliminated in the first round against Bayern 5 years ago and Barcelona 3 years ago. It must be said that being drawn into the group of death is truly frustrating. However, for Arsenal, this group is still acceptable. On the other hand, Manchester City simply cannot accept this. They, as a 4th-seeded team, have drawn Bayern, Napoli, and Villarreal. This is the standard group of death. The Premier League newcomer entering the Champions League truly experienced UEFA's warm hospitality. Of course, Manchester City entering the group of death is good news for their Premier League rivals. The City team that dominated the first 3 rounds would need to expend considerable energy to cope with the Champions League group stage. If they play 1 match a week, a financially strong team like Manchester City can typically resolve most matches within an hour. In the 3rd round, Tottenham attempted to confront them head-on, but ended up being defeated 51. After 4 seasons of rejuvenation, Manchester City has now positioned itself as a top-tier team in the Premier League. They can now confidently say, "I am here to compete for the title." 3 days before the off-season, Thiago Silva returned to the team. The skills of the best center-back in Serie A are truly exceptional. Aside from standing at only 183 meters tall, he has virtually no weaknesses. Moreover, this guy's physical attributes are indeed top-notch. After a few days of interaction, Sun Qiao discovered that Silva's temperament is very calm, always positioning himself correctly in defense, and he is particularly adept at covering. The veteran's summer transfer dealings are indeed masterful. If the team can reduce injuries, they might be able to contend with the Manchester Giants. Before he knew it, the date had arrived at September 10th. Arsenal hosted the Premier League newcomer Swansea. This Swansea team has many familiar faces. Their head coach is Rodgers, who later coached Liverpool and nearly won the Premier League. Under Rodgers, Swansea uniquely played a possession-based game in the Championship, and ultimately secured promotion through a brutal playoff. Before the match, Rodgers' father passed away, and he was represented by an assistant coach. Swansea's left winger Sinclair, due to his outstanding performance, later joined Manchester City, but failed to make an impact. This speedy winger was also selected for the British U21 team. Additionally, Joe Allen from Swansea later transferred to Liverpool and also made it to the U21 team. If Sun Koo wishes to be part of the U21 team, he must compete against this small but skilled midfielder adept at possession. Swansea's left-back Taylor and centre-back Cocker, who was loaned from Tottenham, were also selected for the U21 team. This team is not particularly strong, but they are certainly not weak either. Arsenal's injury list remains long, with Wilshere's injury recurring, likely taking another 2 weeks to recover. Vermaelen, Diaby, and Squalasi are also in rehabilitation. In addition, Gervinho and Song are unavailable due to suspension. Fortunately, Gibbs, Sagna, and Arteta have returned from injury. Wenger lined up Sagna, Silva, Koscielny, and Capdevila in defense. Sun Koo and Ramsey played as double pivots with Arteta positioned in front of them, while the front three remained unchanged. Finally, Arsenal's lineup resembled that of a Premier League giant. Before the match began, Wenger specifically instructed Sun Koo, "The opponent's wingers are very fast, so I hope you can hold your position and protect the right flank." Sun Koo nodded, saying, "No problem, boss." He was just afraid that the old man would ask him to push forward or run along. He truly lacks that capability. After 12 days of training, Sun Koo accumulated 1-0 points, plus the remaining 2-5-0 points from the end of the third match and today's sign-in points, giving him a total of 5 attribute points. Among these, tackling increased by 4 points and strength increased by 1 point. Shooting 68, ball control 74, dribbling 70, passing 79, long shots 100. Heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 70, speed 70, strength 61. Jumping 67, balance 70, stamina 86, tackling 70, sliding 61. Anticipation 100, off-the-ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. Skills master organizer. Overall evaluation, a commendable Premier League player. This data looks significantly better, but there is still some imbalance. During this period, Sun Koo relied on fully mastered anticipation to compensate for his lack of physicality. Moreover, after being positioned as a defensive midfielder, he spent most of his time doing gritty work with no improvement in off-the-ball movement, creativity, or vision. These are tasks that Arteta should be handling. This month, Sun Koo's primary objective is to enhance his strength. There are too many physical monsters in the Premier League, and some physically formidable players can easily overpower 10 others. He at least cannot crumble at the first touch. Arsenal kicked off first, and Swansea's players immediately the ball reached left-back Capdevila's feet, and Swansea's speedy right winger Dyer rushed up to him in the blink of an eye. Faced with a double team, Capdevila swiftly maneuvered and passed the ball to the approaching Ramsey. As soon as Ramsey received the ball, Swansea's muscular midfielder closed in from behind. After a body contact, Ramsey nearly fell flat on the grass. Sun Koo quickly moved in from the side to support, and Ramsey hurriedly released the ball. Once Sun Koo gained possession, Joe Allen came closing in from behind. Confronted with a potential competitor for the U21 team, Sun Koo did not rush to receive the ball. Instead, he used his body to lean against the opponent, shifting the ball from the left side to the right. This was a skill he had learned from Wilshere during the summer training camp, which Sun Koo practiced repeatedly for a month and happened to use today. Joe Allen's physique is not strong. While receiving the ball, Sun Koo leaned into him forcefully before going for the ball. Seizing the moment when the opponent leaned back slightly, Sun Koo stopped the ball and immediately passed. Both Swansea midfielders surged toward the half, leaving space for Arteta. The ball arced over Swansea midfielder Britton's head and landed at Arteta's feet. Arteta promptly advanced into the attacking area and, taking advantage of the opponent's instability, slipped the ball into the left side of the penalty area. Arshavin shot directly without adjustment, and the ball nearly grazed the right post before flying out of the goal. After a sigh, the home fans immediately applauded their team. Arshavin looked up to the sky in exasperation and then turned to give Arteta a thumbs up. Arteta in turn applauded Sun Koo. Silva shouted in the backfield in broken English, "Sun Koo, well done." During these 10 days of training, the teammates had witnessed Sun Koo's prowess in long-range passing numerous times. At this moment, the Swansea players seemed a bit bewildered. They had carefully studied the footage of Sun Koo's first 3 matches, noting that his primary methods of advancing were through dribbling and short passes. His medium to long-range passing was merely average. Thus, after the kickoff, Swansea's midfield players resolutely charged forward. They did not expect that this guy actually had such a skill. With this development, the Swansea players hesitated. Should they continue with the predetermined tactics? Swansea's tactics are purely ground-based, with their attacking players all standing below 1.8 meters. Apart from Joe Allen, the other 2 midfielders are quite stocky. Arsenal has a powerful bloodline dominance over such teams. In the British Isles, Arsenal is the pinnacle of possession football. Unlike Barcelona's tiki-taka, Arsenal's possession play is all about constantly pushing forward, relentlessly threading the ball through the gaps between the opposing players. In simpler terms, this style of play is about striking true. Barcelona's tactics are much more complex and highly selective of players, making them nearly impossible to replicate. Fabregas couldn't fully integrate into Barcelona. Meanwhile, in the English league, several teams with tactics remarkably similar to Arsenal's ground game have emerged over the past few seasons. Currently, Swansea is one such team with tactics and player configurations that closely resemble Arsenal, though their players are of a more modest caliber. In the 4th minute, Arteta, Arshavin, and Van Persie executed a series of intricate plays near the penalty area. Arteta aimed for the far corner with a push shot inside the box, but was thwarted by goalkeeper Vorm. In the following minutes, both teams' players began to duel in the midfield. The midfielders seemed to be in a contest, repeatedly contesting for the ball, and then breaking through the center with possession play. In the 7th minute, An Qiao seized upon a flaw in Britain's pass from the opposing defensive midfield, intercepting the ball from the hovering, attacking midfielder Augustine. After receiving the ball, he immediately passed it to Sagna, and then made a forward move. Sagna quickly returned the pass, and at the moment An Qiao touched the ball, he sent it back to Arteta in the attacking area. Arteta turned and sent another through ball, but Ramsey's shot went wide. 10 minutes later, Swansea began to direct their passes to the flanks. They immediately passed the ball to the right side to Dyer, while An Qiao loudly reminded Ramsey to keep an eye on the left flank. Dyer dashed past Capdevila like a gust of wind. However, after their physical contact, Capdevila seemed to cling to Dyer. Dyer's speed suddenly dropped, and by the time he exerted all his effort to shake off his defender, Ramsey had already brought the ball to his feet. Realizing that they couldn't hold their ground against Arsenal, Swansea quickly reverted to a defensive counterattack. In the 15th minute, after receiving the ball, An Qiao turned and diagonally passed to the right, where Walcott outpaced Taylor and surged into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Vorm, the Little Tiger opted for a chip shot. Just as the ball seemed destined for the net, centre-back Cocker leaped to clear it off the line. Swansea's best chance in the first half came in the 27th minute, when Augustine's free kick flew sideways off the crossbar. While Swansea's players were still encouraging each other, Szczesny dashed to the sidelines, receiving the ball from a ball boy who had been waiting for a while, and quickly passed it to Silva. Silva immediately passed the ball to An Qiao, who stood on the right side of the midfield, while the suddenly aware Swansea midfielders hurried back. Walcott charged down the right flank. Van Persie moved to the right from the center of the penalty area, while Arteta positioned himself just outside the box on the left. Swansea's formation was thrown into disarray, with defenders all shifting towards Walcott and Van Persie. However, the next moment, An Qiao sent a crossfield long pass that was both swift and lofty. Swansea's right back, Rangel, hurriedly turned to locate the ball. As he turned, Arshavin on the left was already advancing the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. The 191-meter tall Cocker stepped up to defend, while Arshavin passed the ball to the nearby Arteta. The latter did not take a moment to adjust, sending the ball past Cocker into the penalty area. At the instant Cocker completed his turn, Arshavin had already zipped past him, unleashing a powerful shot into the near corner. The goalkeeper made an attempt to save, but there was no way to block Arshavin's close-range blast. 1-0. After scoring, Arshavin excitedly pointed towards An Qiao and then dashed towards the sideline, executing a forward dive on the grass. As An Qiao was about to raise his hands in celebration, he was unexpectedly tackled from behind by Sagna. Walcott rushed over from the side, diving onto him. Arshavin circled around and came over, slapping An Qiao's face while shouting "Yura." Seeing his teammates all coming to celebrate, An Qiao was bewildered. "No, it wasn't even my goal. If anyone should be celebrated, it should be Arshavin. I wanted to show off, but instead I was pinned to the ground by a bunch of people. What is this all about?" On the sidelines, Wenger clenched his fists and stretched them back and forth, which was his celebratory gesture. It could rival Shearer's farmer-style celebration. He turned and smiled at Bold, saying, "What a wonderful arc." In the stands, Arsenal fans began to sing praises. They simply replaced Fabregas' name with An Qiao's. Some fans even held up a banner that read, "Fabregas is just a worker, An Qiao is our future." In the remaining time of the first half, Arsenal kept Swansea pressed in their half. In the 44th minute, Swansea finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Dyer faced Capdevila and pushed the ball out 15 meters. Capdevila had pushed him against the advertising boards, yet he still managed to slip away. Dyer struck the ball into the penalty area, and Swansea striker Graham surged into the box. However, just as the cheering Swansea fans thought their team would get a clear chance, Silva suddenly overtook from behind, positioning himself right in front of Graham. Szczesny pounced like a hungry tiger, cradling the ball in his arms. In an instant, the Emirates Stadium erupted in cheers. Seeing Silva's explosive move, An Qiao couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Top-tier center-backs are truly exceptional. Even when given 2 meters, they can effortlessly recover. If it had been Koscielny, he probably would have let it slip. At halftime, Arsenal returned to the locker room with a 1-goal lead. Son K's few exquisite passes became the focal point of discussion among his teammates. Silva remarked to Son Qiao, "Your mid-range passing is just as good as Pirlo's." Son Qiao flashed a smug smile, boasting about the daily practice that honed his passing skills. Real Pirlo, isn't it? The daily practice is genuine. Son Qiao now adds 500 mid-range passes to his training regimen each day, but it feels much more satisfying to achieve it in one shot. In the second half, the match between the two teams resembled a UFC fight. Arsenal had taken control, dominating Swansea while delivering blows to their opponents. Swansea, while protecting their vital areas, sought to escape, rarely finding opportunities to retaliate. In the 59th minute, Walcott received the ball with his back to the goal in the penalty area, while Taylor kept making minor fouls behind him. The little Tiger suddenly lost his temper, turning and slamming into Taylor before attempting a powerful left-footed shot. Just as he took the shot, Taylor bumped him from the side. Walcott lost his balance and barely managed a shot which was blocked by centre-back Williams. Seeing this, the Arsenal fans grew displeased and instantly shouted penalty. Goalkeeper Vorm retrieved the ball and threw it towards the right side to Rangel. Amidst the thunderous shouts of the crowd, Vorm's throw felt like a cold shot in the midst of a bombardment. The throw hit Rangel, who was turning to look at the referee, and the Swansea players glanced to the right, suddenly starting to urgently alert Rangel. They saw Son Qiao rushing towards their right back, but his calls were completely drowned out by the Arsenal fans' roar. The cold shot accurately struck Rangel's heel, and the Swansea right back immediately understood why Son Qiao was desperately running towards him. He hurriedly turned, but it was already too late. Son Qiao decisively lunged, sliding the ball into the penalty area. Among the panicked Swansea players, Van Persie suddenly dashed out of the box and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. His shot hit the upper corner of the net. 2-0. Seeing this, the referee, who had been hesitating moments ago, instantly pointed towards the center circle. Fortunately, the goal was scored, otherwise he wouldn't have known what to do. To prevent his teammates from piling onto him, Son Qiao quickly rushed to tackle Van Persie, who was heading for the sidelines. His teammates, in a moment of excitement, instantly pinned Van Persie to the ground. Son Qiao looked up at the stands where the entire Emirates Stadium was pulsating. The anticipation was truly top-notch. Seeing Vorm's posture as he lunged for the ball, Son Qiao knew that today would be eventful. Meanwhile, Vorm and Rangel were entangled, and their discussion quickly escalated into mutual expletives. On the sidelines, Wenger smiled and high-fived Bold before returning to his coaching seat. As the match reached the 65th minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Seeing the number 24 on the board, Son Qiao was momentarily puzzled, then smiled. Look at this treatment. In a situation where victory was assured, the old man's first protective substitution was for himself. Even the Dutch striker had to wait behind him. This is the status. As Son Qiao left the field, the Emirates Stadium erupted in a wave of enthusiastic cheers. On the sidelines, Wenger draped his coat over Son K's shoulders and explained with a smile, "Don't think too much. I'm substituting you early to save your energy for the match in 4 days." Son Qiao nodded with a smile, "I understand." The match ended with Arsenal defeating Swansea 20, securing 3 points at home. In the final 25 minutes, Arsenal maintained control of the match's rhythm. They ground the game to its conclusion, showcasing the eco-friendly style of play that top teams must master. The imitation Arsenal was merely a junior in the presence of the real deal. At the post-match press conference, Wenger was asked about Son K's performance and replied with a smile. "Young players always need time to find their place, and he played today like a seasoned veteran. Those passes, a player's ability on the football field isn't magic conjuring apples, it already exists. When a player's effort level is 3 times the average, their rate of improvement will also correlate positively. He's been working with admirable dedication, making it hard to overlook his presence." Wenger's imagination once again helped Son Qiao overcome the side effects of the experience card. After the match, looking at the 1,000-point reward, Son Qiao felt a bit regretful. If he hadn't been substituted early, he might have snagged the best player on the pitch. But he could accept it, considering the schedule of playing twice a week, it was a case of thin profits over many sales. In 4 days, Arsenal would face their first opponent in the Champions League, Borussia Dortmund. That night, lying in bed thinking about playing in the Champions League for the first time, Son Qiao felt a little excited. He had originally planned to fall asleep in seconds, but ended up taking 3 minutes. September 14th. Son Qiao beheld the magnificent Westfalenstadion. The evening stadium was adorned in a golden hue by the lights. From a distance, it resembled a colossal gold mine. However, as thick smoke billowed from the stadium's top, it cloaked the arena in an air of danger. He also saw the tall and handsome Klopp, the somewhat insecure Lewandowski, and the composed Kagawa. This club on the brink of bankruptcy finally glimpsed the dawn of revival after a prolonged struggle. Although they still could not shake Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga, they had found a breakthrough on the competitive level. Last season, Borussia Dortmund won the Bundesliga title again after 9 years and returned to the Champions League after an 8-year absence. The two clubs both striving to repay their debts encountered each other, which made Sun Qiao feel that fate is quite remarkable. This stadium, standing 62 meters tall and capable of accommodating up to 8,000 spectators, demonstrated its intimidating presence from the moment Arsenal warmed up. A massive poster appeared on the main stand, instantly winning the cheers of the home fans. The poster displayed Borussia Dortmund's emblem encrusted on a crown measuring roughly 20 meters long and several meters wide. The area around the crown was decorated in a golden hue. Wenger reminded the players, when we mark their defensive midfielder, someone must immediately keep an eye on Hummel's movements, as he is a center-back capable of initiating plays from midfield. Don't let the ball linger in one spot for too long. Today's opponent possesses abundant stamina and excels at creating situations where they outnumber us. They might employ their wingers to cut inside, pressuring our defensive midfielder toward the center, and then use their fullbacks to attack from the flanks. At that moment, we should prioritize exploiting the space behind them. Once Dortmund players lose the ball, they will immediately initiate a counter-press, so as long as we transition quickly, we can surely find gaps in their defense. Once they regain possession, they will undoubtedly pass the ball forward. If we lose the ball, other players need to be aware of the opponent's positions. Wenger clearly articulated Dortmund's primary tactics, which were their winning Formula 1 that even Bayern struggled to counter. Despite the coaching staff having emphasized it countless times during the meeting, the old man reiterated the tactic. He observed Sun Qiao's expression while emphasizing the tactics, as Sun Qiao played a crucial role in his strategy. Wenger's decision to include Sun Qiao, who had no prior match experience, in the starting lineup stemmed from his recognition of Sun Qiao's interception and ball distribution capabilities. Sun Qiao listened intently. He had previously watched Bundesliga matches quite well, and it was only after his arrival in this world that he began to watch match footage intensively. The current Lewandowski was still under 23 years old, merely a substitute for Barrios at the club. However, coincidentally, Barrios suffered an injury during the Copa America, and Klopp placed Lewandowski in the starting position. Last season, Lewandowski scored only 8 goals in the Bundesliga, but this season his statistics suddenly, if Sun Qiao recalled correctly, Lewandowski surpassed 30 goals this season, joining Van Persie in the ranks of elite strikers. Naturally, even with such an explosion, they could only occupy the second tier of the world in terms of goals. The current world football scene has entered the era of Messi and Ronaldo, both in their prime years. From 2008 to 2017, the FIFA World Player of the Year award alternated between the two. During this decade, both the president and Messi claimed the title 5 times, each standing on equal ground in terms of individual honors. In terms of club honors, Messi's trophies could hardly be contained even with a hand truck, while the president's tally was not as numerous, but still considerable. In 2014, Messi was just one step away from winning the World Cup, achieving the highest level. In 2016, the president led the Portugal team to the European Championship final, hoisting the Henri Delaney Trophy with his teammates. Messi subsequently won the FIFA World Player of the Year title twice more and completed his collection with the Copa America and World Cup late in his career, transforming from Messi to King Messi. I don't know how others view it, but in a country with a tradition of disparaging others, Ronaldo became known as Xiao, the one who was trampled into the dust. When Sun Qiao watched analyses of war films in his past life, he once heard a memorable phrase that he still recalls clearly: belittling your opponent does not make you stronger, instead it lowers your own standards. Consider Lou Ferrin breaking the monopoly of black athletes in short-distance events at the Athens Olympics, winning the Olympic championship with a world record. He was celebrated, reaching the height of a national hero. People idolized him, the media praised him, and business. However, after Lou Ferrin retired post-2008, he suddenly transformed into a heinous criminal in people's mouths. Of course, the tragic fate of heroes is a recurring theme in the world of sports. The English have few rivals when it comes to sabotaging their national team. With such thoughts, Sun Qiao entered the player tunnel only to snap out of his chaotic reflections when the Champions League theme song played. Kick Barcelona, kick Bayern Munich. Our factory has collapsed. Amidst the exhilarating melody and the serene voices akin to a choir, both teams' players walked onto the field. At that moment, the crown on the main stand suddenly ascended towards the top of the stand, and the home fans erupted into a thunderous cheer. Borussia Dortmund seemed to question Arsenal in this moment. I won the championship last season. Did you? Arsenal had essentially fielded their best lineup. Szczesny secured his position as the starting goalkeeper. Sagna, Silva, Koscielny, and Gibbs were the first choices in their respective positions. Sun Qiao and Song formed a double pivot with the coach, who was willing to take a pay cut to join positioned ahead of them. Gervinho and Walcott served as the left and right wingers respectively. Leading the line was the Dutch striker who scored 4 goals in the first 4 rounds of the Premier League. Dortmund's formation was 4,231. Weidenfeller guarded the team's goal. In front of him stood Piszczek, Subotic, Hummels, and Schmelzer, the 4 ironclad defenders. Dortmund's double pivot consisted of Kel and Bender. Kagawa played further forward compared to the coach. On either side of him were Grosskreutz and Götze. Lewandowski led the line. After the match began, Arsenal initiated an attack from the right flank. Facing Schmelzer, Walcott aimed to break through to the penalty area along the sideline. However, the lad's mind seemed to fail him, and he accidentally carried the ball out of play. Dortmund passed the ball on the ground to the midfield where Bender received it, and Song pressed the opponent continually. Bender, participating in the Champions League for the first time, remained calm, took a step toward the center, and passed the ball to Kagawa. Kagawa touched the ball once and passed it to the left midfielder Kel. Kel received the ball, nudged Sun Ku, and immediately broke through from the outside, attempting to establish a connection with the great cross. Just as he was dribbling, Sun Ku suddenly extended his leg, nudging the ball behind Kel. Kel hurriedly turned to chase the ball, while Sun Ku positioned himself, their arms already intertwined. The great cross acted first, passing the ball back to the defense. Hummels directly sent the ball forward to seek out Lewandowski, who stood at the forefront. Lewandowski attempted to outmaneuver Silva, but Silva, strong at the core, pushed him a step forward. At that moment, the ball descended perfectly, and both players leaped simultaneously. The slightly shorter Silva managed to secure the first touch with his leap. The ball flew towards midfield, where the not-so-strongly built coach leaned against the slimmer Kagawa. He did not stop the ball, but directly passed it to Sun Ku. Sun Ku nudged the ball forward a few meters with his chest, with Kel tightly marking him. He seized the opportunity and flicked the ball into the gap between Hummels and Schmelzer. Walcott appeared in the gap and swept the ball toward the center. Van Persie, delayed by Subotic, failed to secure the first touch. At the far post, the hot-headed striker followed up and powerfully directed the ball toward the goal. His header had decent power, but the angle was too straightforward, landing directly in the arms of goalkeeper Weidenfeller. After Weidenfeller secured the ball, he rushed toward the edge of the penalty area, initiating an attack by throwing the ball to the midfield. As Bender received the ball, Song collided heavily from behind. Bender lost his balance while moving at high speed, but just as he fell, he nudged the ball to the right side toward Götze. Götze immediately passed the ball to the center, where Lewandowski dropped back to receive it. Seeing Lewandowski draw Silva out, Kagawa dashed forward. Lewandowski promptly flicked the ball, but Kagawa, receiving it with his back to goal, had it poked away by Koscielny just as it landed. However, the ball inadvertently returned to Lewandowski's feet. At that moment, only Silva stood before Lewandowski. Witnessing this scene, Sun Ku envisioned Lewandowski executing a deft flick and a shot into the corner. Unfortunately, there were too many videos out there. However, the current Lewandowski lacked the confidence to take on Silva. Unexpectedly, he passed the ball to the left side, where the great cross Grosskreutz unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball soaring into the stands. A few minutes later, Dortmund seized the opportunity from the ball lost by the hot-headed striker, passing it to Hummels, who had sprinted to midfield. Hummels took a step and unexpectedly sent the ball behind Arsenal's two center-backs with the outside of his foot. As the two center-backs turned to look, Kagawa had already created a 2 or 3 meter gap between himself and Arsenal's defense. While Dortmund's attacking midfielder was not particularly fast, his initial 5-meter burst was indeed fierce. Kagawa controlled the ball with his chest adjusted with a step and immediately shot. But just as he took the shot, a defender suddenly slid in from the side. Sun Ku rushed in from the side. Kagawa did not expect anyone to close in so quickly and hurriedly adjusted his action, passing the ball leftward by a step. Sun Ku used both his hands and feet, keeping pace with the opponent for 2 or 3 meters. Kagawa, somewhat flustered, nudged the ball leftward by 3 or 4 meters, aiming for the near corner. But just as he lifted his leg, Silva charged in from behind and kicked the ball out of play. Klopp on the sideline regrettably looked up, then promptly applauded his players. Silva lifted Sun Ku and loudly exclaimed, "Great defense." The Brazilian center-back embraced Sun Ku, while Szczesny came over to pat Sun Ku on the back before quickly returning to the goal line. Wenger clapped and smiled. His choice of Sun Ku over Ramsey and Rosicky was based on his recognition of Sun Ku's predictive abilities. Looking back now, his choice appears to be the right one. Inside the Sky Sports studio, soccer commentator Martin Tyler exclaimed, "What a brilliant chase back." Perhaps before the match, many believed that the experienced Rosicky should be included in the starting lineup. But this young man has proven his worth with his defensive efforts. His chase back delayed Kagawa's unknown chance, buying time for his teammates. On the pitch, Sun Ku brushed off the grass from his body. Borussia Dortmund was indeed sharp, as every pass they made found the Arsenal players in the most uncomfortable positions. Although his previous defense was quite messy, at least he managed to stop it. Ever since he decided to allocate all his points to enhance his attributes, he positioned himself as the first line of interception, aiding the team's transition between offense and defense. When faced with the opponent's passes that tore through the defense, he had to entangle the ball holder immediately. In the subsequent match, both teams showcased their ability for rapid transitions between attack and defense. Both teams had good shooting opportunities, but neither could convert them into goals. The 15th minute. Arsenal took a throw-in on the left flank and Van Persie combined with Walcott for a 1-2, but his shot inside the box was blocked. Walcott managed to poke the ball ahead of Subotic, causing chaos in the Dortmund defense. Hummels made a clearance mistake hitting Walcott. Facing Weidenfeller, Walcott shot from the small box. However, this close-range effort was bravely saved by Weidenfeller with his arm. In the 20th minute, Arsenal also faced danger in front of their goal. Dortmund once again sent the ball forward with Silva Union against Kagawa. At the moment the opponent initiated their attack, the Brazilian center-back swiftly poked the ball away. Bender intercepted it just before Song passing it to Götze. Götze carried the ball laterally and used the outside of his foot to send it into the box. Lewandowski burst into the area holding off Sagna to receive the ball. Instead of shooting immediately, he dribbled the ball towards the upper right corner. Szczesny rushed out but was deceived by Lewandowski, who then decisively chose to shoot. Koscielny's tackle missed the ball and Lewandowski's shot flew towards the goal. At that moment the Signal Iduna Park erupted. The Dortmund fans had already started to rise in celebration of a goal. But then, Sun Ku, who had tracked back to the goal line, leaped horizontally, using his foot to block the ball that was about to enter the net. At that moment the entire stadium let out a collective gasp. In Arsenal's penalty area, Sun Ku pushed away his teammate who wanted to celebrate and shouted, "Watch your mark." Today's Dortmund players were incredibly fierce, and Sun Ku felt that these guys were not considering their physical stamina at all. Amidst the cheers of the home fans, the Dortmund players attacked Arsenal like they were possessed. Arsenal faced a series of injuries at the start of the season, with at least 2 or 3 positions adjusted in the starting lineup for every match. In terms of teamwork, Arsenal spent most of the first half at a disadvantage. In the following matches, Dortmund had several scoring opportunities. Arsenal played a bit awkwardly, but thanks to everyone's collective defensive efforts, they prevented the opponent from scoring at home. This situation persisted until the 30th minute when Dortmund's attacking speed slowed down. After all, they were human and needed to catch their breath. Dortmund players had been running back and forth for the first 30 minutes. Even beasts need to drink water. In the next 10 minutes, Dortmund's attacking speed slowed down. As Arsenal caught their breath, their offensive momentum gradually improved, and both teams began to contest in midfield. In the 42nd minute, Kapustka passed the ball to the left side of the box, where Gervinho successfully contested for it. Van Persie dashed into the box and took a shot, but the ball was blocked out of the area by Weidenfeller. Schmelzer began to advance down the left flank, while Dortmund's 2 wingers suddenly converged. Sun Ku pressed his position to midfield to prevent this guy from executing a 1-2 into the attacking area. Just as Schmelzer approached the midfield, Walcott suddenly rushed up from behind and tackled the ball away from him. Upon receiving the ball, Sun Ku immediately made a passing motion along the right flank, prompting the tall Schmelzer to turn and chase Walcott. But then, in the next moment, Sun Ku gently nudged the ball forward and lifted it into the box. The 2 central defenders of Dortmund had just run out of the box and upon seeing the pass immediately turned back towards the box. However, at the moment they turned, the already launched Van Persie sprinted past them. Van Persie stopped the ball in front of him in the box, and without waiting for the goalkeeper to react, immediately curled it with his right foot into the near corner. The ball curved past the charging Weidenfeller, almost sliding into the inside of the goalpost. 1-0. At that moment, Signal Iduna Park was in uproar. Dortmund fans were stunned in the stands. They had thought that their team, having the upper hand, would score first. Unexpectedly, Van Persie's shot helped Arsenal take the initiative and score first away from home. The Dortmund defenders stood with their hands on their hips, helplessly watching Van Persie slide on his knees. Van Persie usually shoots with his left foot, so Weidenfeller's line of attack was directed towards his left. But unexpectedly, this guy also managed to curl it with his right foot. In the Sky Sports studio, commentator Martin Tyler shouted, "Beautiful." Dortmund made a mistake in the back. Their left back was not alert enough and got tackled by Walcott. Schmelzer was then deceived by Sun Ku's feint, and the latter's pass pierced through Dortmund's defense. From the previous shot, it's clear that Van Persie's shooting ability with his right foot is not inferior to his left. The goalkeeper was somewhat presumptuous. Although Sun Ku did not participate much in the attack in the first half, he played a huge role in defense. Without this young man, the team that opened the scoring would likely have been Dortmund. From this goal, we can see that Sun Ku and Van Persie have a great understanding. The 2 reached an agreement almost just by exchanging glances. On the sidelines, Wenger raised his fist and then confidently applauded his players. After conceding, Dortmund attempted to push forward, but the Arsenal players had already withdrawn their formation to the back. At halftime, Arsenal returned to the locker room with a 1-goal advantage. When Wenger returned to the locker room, the Arsenal players were all laughing. Wenger smiled and applauded the players, then signaled for everyone to take a break. Seeing this scene, the old man suddenly realized that since the start of this season, except for the match against Newcastle, in every other match during halftime his players seemed to be in a cheerful mood. It is worth noting that such a scene was rare last season. Last season, whenever his team struggled offensively, some players began to complain about fate. Van Persie often complained that his teammates' passes made him uncomfortable, and Fabregas would complain about a lack of support whenever he faced a more physically demanding matchup. In April last season, Arsenal was still in second place in the league. Wenger had originally thought his team could at least compete with Manchester United. Unexpectedly, a crisis suddenly erupted in the locker room at the end of the season. Several players complained about their low salaries and the club's lack of ambition. This caused unrest in the locker room. As a result, Arsenal unexpectedly faltered in the final rounds of the matches, finishing only in fourth place. However, after the start of this season, it seemed everything was different. Van Persie's form suddenly improved. After scoring goals consecutively, the Dutch striker suddenly transformed into a responsible captain. Not only could he help teammates solve problems, but he also began to be strict with himself. No one understood Van Persie better than Wenger. Wenger first noticed Van Persie when he was dominating at Feyenoord. At 19, Van Persie scored a crucial goal in the UEFA Cup final, leading his team to victory over Dortmund and lifting the trophy. This story sounds like a classic tale of a superstar's rise. In reality, Van Persie's career has not been smooth sailing, mainly due to his bad temper. The Dutch striker was a typical rebel in the youth team, having a strained relationship with the head coach. The primary reason was that Van Persie, who was still playing as a winger at the time, saw nothing but breakthroughs and goals. He completely ignored the team's tactics, with his first thought being to dribble past defenders whenever he got the ball. Ironically, his dribbling ability was particularly strong, and his powerful shots following successful dribbles became his signature moves. At that time, Van Marwijk simply sent Van Persie back to the youth team, but a few weeks later the youth team head coach actively requested to bring him back. Even in the national team, Van Persie remained a problematic player. His focus was solely on the goal, even if teammates could score directly into an empty net. Whether he passed the ball depended on his mood. Otherwise, Wenger would not have been able to sign him for only €2.75 million. Wenger pondered for a long time and seemed to have subtly found the answer to the prodigal's return. Since the summer friendly matches, Van Persie's mood had been quite good. After the league started, he firmly grasped the qualities of a captain. This change seemed to be closely related to Son. Wenger rarely saw the aloof Van Persie actively trying to build relationships with teammates. Before the first round of the league, this guy even took the initiative to create opportunities for Son Qiao. Wenger observed that at this time Arsenal players seemed to unconsciously lean towards Son Qiao's side. Whenever Son Qiao spoke, everyone's faces would immediately turn towards him. Perhaps no one realized this problem, but Wenger saw it clearly. Thinking that one of his future-oriented plans had instantly taken effect, Wenger couldn't help but smile. This kid has actually become the center of influence for the team. While Son Qiao was chatting and boasting, he was unaware that the old man was evaluating him using artificial big data. Now he finally understood what it felt like to play 2 matches in a week. Playing 2 matches within 4 days was manageable in terms of physical stamina, but it was difficult to get into a spirited state instantly. Today the backline held firm thanks to the significant role played by Son Gongming. This guy's toughness is undeniable, along with his organizational skills. Son Qiao clearly understood that the old man put him on the field to complement Son. Son took on the unknown responsibilities while Son Qiao swept through the midfield. After the second half began, the Dortmund players launched their second wave of attacks. Dortmund's youthful surge was indeed sharp, and Arsenal did not engage in a hard-fought contest, retreating their defense to the halfway line. Dortmund's left central midfielder Kyle always tried to find a breakthrough against Son Qiao, even though this guy was bulkier than Son. However, every time they faced off, unknown Son Qiao managed to disrupt the ball first. Arsenal's direct play down the flanks made things uncomfortable for the Dortmund players. The relentless advances of Reyes and Walcott proved troublesome for Dortmund's 2 fullbacks. Schmelzer couldn't hold his ground, and Klopp had no choice but to instruct Big Cross to fall back. The physical confrontations in the match became increasingly intense, with Van Persie and Subotic exchanging borderline fouls that left both players quite angry. Most of the second half unfolded in a tense and serious rhythm, the only interlude being the 60th minute. Reyes attempted to clear the ball in the penalty area, but was blocked by Big Cross, resulting in Reyes lifting the ball and performing several headers in front of everyone. Big Cross became furious and knocked Reyes over, receiving a yellow card from the referee. When it was Arsenal's turn to attack, Walcott pretended to be out of energy, and just when Big Cross thought he was about to ascend, Walcott skillfully tripped him from behind. After a few more minutes, Big Cross cramped up, and Klopp substituted him with Perisic. Years later, this middle-aged man was still a young boy at that time. Seeing that Kyle couldn't find an opportunity against Son Qiao, Klopp brought on Kuba. In their first encounter, Kuba decisively nutmegged Son Qiao. As soon as Son Qiao noticed his opponent's sudden acceleration, he knew he couldn't match that speed. Without hesitation, Son Qiao took him down. As the match reached the 75th minute, Kagawa and Van Persie were substituted due to fatigue. Dortmund brought on a player named Zidane, who caused some trouble in the attacking third. In the last 20 minutes, both sides had a golden opportunity. Subotic's close-range shot in the penalty area was miraculously caught by Szczesny, while Walcott's shot from inside the box went far wide. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Faced with a Dortmund team that was armed to the teeth, the fully assembled Arsenal squad found themselves somewhat passive. However, against a Dortmund team that was also making its Champions League debut, Arsenal seized the opportunity at a critical moment. Dortmund players executed nearly all pre-goal actions correctly, but faltered at the crucial moment of shooting. Sun Ke witnessed the team create so many high shots during the match, yet still maintained such fluid passing and coordination. If it were Dortmund 2 years from now, Arsenal would indeed be in trouble. At the post-match press conference, Klopp remarked with a hint of regret, "To be honest, we didn't perform poorly today. We had the upper hand for most of the time, created more opportunities, but our ability to capitalize on chances was significantly inferior to our opponents. If I were to evaluate this match, I would say a draw would have been a more acceptable score." When asked about Wenger, Klopp smiled and said, "Mr. Arsene has achieved remarkable feats, and many regard him as a benchmark. He has a strong control over the team, and achieving the same level of success as him is the goal of most coaches." When talking about Sun Ke, Klopp generously praised him. "When I first learned about him, there were already at least English clubs interested in him. Our financial resources cannot compete with Premier League giants like Arsenal and Tottenham. He adapted quickly and excelled in the defensive midfield position. I see a lot of potential in him, but the position he currently holds will better cultivate his ability to read the game." A reporter asked Wenger, would fixing Sun Ke in the defensive midfield position stifle his talent too much? Wenger replied with a calm smile, "I always try to balance the team's needs with the player's characteristics. This position maximizes the player's strengths. Of course, nothing is set in stone. These matters test the judgment of the head coach. I have more than once rebuilt a team, so I am confident in grasping the key elements." After the match, Sun Ke made a new discovery from the points system. In addition to match day and assist rewards, there was also a higher tournament reward worth 500 points. One cannot deny the high level of the Champions League. The first opponent in the group stage already put a this season. Dortmund's standard is much higher than that of Liverpool and Newcastle. The other two opponents in the group are unlikely to match Dortmund, but they are not weak either. After a simple meal at the hotel, Arsenal flew back to London. Sun Ke returned home well past midnight. Before leaving, Wenger specifically reminded him, "I don't want to see you at the training base tomorrow morning. Oh, it would be best if I don't see you at all. You're already a big kid and shouldn't need constant worry, understand?" Sun Ke could only nod with a mix of laughter and exasperation, feeling that this would hinder his training. Since the old man wouldn't let him go in the morning, it was just right to sleep in. After crossing into this world, Sun Ke had never slept in a day except during the off-season. However, while he was dedicated, he must not sacrifice his health. Sun Ke usually went to bed around 10 o'clock, so returning home late meant he could sleep until he woke up naturally. Turning off the alarm, Sun Ke lay in bed and closed his eyes, falling asleep instantly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 11 in the morning. Upon arriving at the training base, he found that his teammates who started yesterday had not come. It wasn't because everyone was lazy. Today was originally a rest day. If it weren't for the sake of earning points, Sun Ke likely wouldn't have been this diligent. Arsenal's next match was only 3 days after the Dortmund game. Today was a rest day, tomorrow would be a training day, and the day after they would head to Lancashire to play Blackburn. 2 consecutive away games in 3 days. That's the treatment of a Premier League giant. This is why a Champions League team must have 2 squads of similar strength. One squad can be pushed to the limit, but they might face massive injuries in the season or suffer a significant drop in form during crucial moments. Moreover, the difficulty of playing Blackburn may not necessarily be easier than against Dortmund, because the next opponent is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Blackburn started the season with 1 draw and 3 losses, firmly at the bottom of the table. However, the outcome of matches in the Premier League is not predicted based on previous results, but rather based on the team's characteristics. Blackburn's nickname is Violent Ben, which has 2 reasons. The first reason is that the Cantonese pronunciation of Blackburn sounds somewhat similar to Violent Ben. The second reason is that this team is indeed violent. Premier League giants can win against them, but no one dares to be reckless in front of them. If anyone dares to provoke them, a single tackle can send them packing. Moreover, Blackburn is one of the 4 teams that have won the Premier League since its establishment 19 years ago. This year, Liverpool, the greatest team in the history of English football, has yet to secure its first Premier League title. The wealthy Manchester City has not yet shed its image of being a foolishly rich club that spends money on whoever they like. They have struggled for 4 seasons, just recently breaking into the Champions League and winning an FA Cup. Currently, only Manchester United, Blackburn, Arsenal, and Chelsea have lifted the Premier League trophy. The financial football strategy that Manchester City employs was already overplayed by Premier League teams in the 90s. Blackburn brought in a bunch of good players and lifted the championship trophy in their first season. Newcastle followed suit by signing an elite team, but ended up being the backdrop to the class of '92. Anyone who looks down on Blackburn cannot argue against their honors. Wenger arrived before the afternoon training had even begun. The old man smiled and called Sun Qiao aside to chat about the current development trends in football. He then succinctly outlined the plans for the season. My primary goal is the Premier League. After careful consideration, this long-cycle event, with a high margin for error, is our first priority. The secondary goal is the Champions League, as this tournament greatly benefits the club's finances and can enhance our reputation across Europe. The FA Cup is our third goal because each victory brings a certain prize money, and there will also be ticket revenue at home. The League Cup is at the bottom of my list. I usually treat this competition as an event for rotating players, substitutes, and young players. I originally intended to have you come off the bench a few times in the early rounds, and then play in the League Cup and FA Cup after you adapted to the Premier League style. However, given the current developments, this plan is clearly unfeasible. You are now part of the first lineup, and I do not intend to have you play in the League Cup and FA Cup. Moreover, considering the team's injury situation with you, I will choose to use you cautiously. Also, considering the opponent's style, I do not plan to take you to the away match. This means you'll have to watch Arsenal's matches on television. After hearing this clear and detailed explanation, it was hard for Sun Qiao to say no. To be honest, he didn't expect the old man to make such a decisive call about his appearances. He was surprised at how clearly everything related to the season's context and team plans was explained. In professional football, head coaches wield life and death power over players. In such cases, most head coaches, after determining the squad, will only use a couple of sentences to explain their choices for starters. It's rare for anyone to take the time to explain to the players. Coaches like Magath and Van Gaal rarely provide explanations. Meeting a head coach like this is truly a stroke of luck. Sun Qiao expressed his understanding, and indeed his body was quite fatigued. The fitness coach had explained to Sun Qiao that player fatigue could actually be viewed as the muscle's ability to stretch. When physically fit and in excellent condition, the muscle's stretching ability is strong. This manifests in individual players as the ability to maximize their physical capabilities. However, after a match, the muscle's stretching ability significantly decreases, which is what people commonly refer to as muscle stiffness. For professional players, at least 3 days are needed between matches for them to reach a baseline physical condition to play. Based on these two theoretical foundations, Wenger wanted Sun Qiao to rest. Sun Qiao agreed. This was the perfect time for him to solidify and hone his skills as well as to accumulate some points. In the following day, Arsenal spent a lot of time practicing defensive positioning. September 17th. After finishing lunch together at the club, Arsenal headed straight back. Sun Qiao took a nap in the locker room and practiced until 7 before going home. After dinner, Sun Qiao opened his laptop in his bedroom, preparing to watch an Arsenal match before bed. After all, live broadcasts or recordings have no bearing on the outcome of the match. The result won't change based on his will. When selecting a match, Sun Qiao covered the score, not wanting to be influenced by the outcome. This was a natural reaction for an old fan. When the match started, Arsenal's Reyes opened the scoring in the 10th minute. With Reyes and Song returning from suspension, Arsenal's starting lineup for this match was actually stronger than when they faced Swansea. Winning against Blackburn wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be too problematic. However, before finishing watching the match, Sun Qiao couldn't help but take a glance at the score. Whoa, just one look and Sun Qiao completely understood. The saying that there are no weak teams in the Premier League was once again validated. In the Premier League, there is a cycle of mutual restraint among teams. Overall, Manchester United tends to dominate, yet they always struggle against Liverpool regardless of their league performance. Sun Qiao remembers how the defending champions were double-killed by Liverpool last season. It is said that Ferguson not only had a heated argument, but also fined several players a week's wages. Arsenal is a nemesis for many physically strong teams and has a bloodline suppression over many imitation clubs. For instance, Swansea and Wigan Athletic, no matter how hard they try, often find themselves bowing under Wenger's tactics. However, there are always exceptions such as Stoke City and Blackburn. These two teams play against Arsenal in a very straightforward manner, employing destructive defense and relentless aerial bombardment. The style of Sky City goes without saying. Their starting lineup averages over 185 meters in height. Whenever there is a set piece, Stoke City can send 4 or 5 players towering over 19 meters into the opponent's penalty area. Their tactics are simple: explode. And they do so thoroughly, being Arsenal's first true nemesis. Blackburn's strategy is slightly more balanced, but whenever they face Arsenal, they will not hesitate to unleash their full force. Sun Qiao carefully watched the match footage. Blackburn set a fast pace from the very first minute. After Arsenal scored the first goal, Blackburn began their furious bombardment. In the 25th minute, Blackburn launched a wave of attacks, taking advantage of the chaos in Arsenal's defense to send a through ball at the edge of the penalty area. Koscielny failed to mark his man, allowing Blackburn's burly striker to hold off Silva and score with a powerful shot in the penalty area. 1-1. This should be a rare experience for a Brazilian center-back in Serie A, yet in the Premier League it is as common as can be. In the 33rd minute, Ramsey, who was substituted for Son, who assisted in the offense, setting up Arteta for a goal. 2-1. Based on the first half, Blackburn may have the upper hand, but Arsenal's strategy is far superior. However, the second half brought a sudden change in fortunes. Blackburn continued to accelerate the pace of the game after the break. Arsenal managed to keep their composure, but luck was not on their side. In the 49th minute, Blackburn stirred up chaos in Arsenal's penalty area with a set piece, and their players clashed violently. No one managed to get the first touch, but the ball deflected off Song's leg and went into the net. 2-2. After equalizing, Blackburn's players ran around the field like madmen. After playing matches every 3 days, Arsenal began to show signs of fatigue. In the 59th minute, Blackburn's centre-back Samba clashed heads with Silva. The ball landed in the penalty area, and a Blackburn player followed up with a shot to score. The referee confirmed the goal, while Silva with a bleeding eyebrow had a quick bandage before continuing to play. 2-3. Possibly considering the player's health, Wenger substituted Giroud for Silva. In the 68th minute, Giroud was overwhelmed by winger Olsen, and Blackburn's winger shot the ball into the penalty area. The ball deflected off Koscielny's leg and went into the net. 2-4. With the scoreline slipping away, Wenger made a risky move by substituting Kama for Song. In the dying moments, Van Persie made a solo run down the left flank and assisted Kama for a header. 3-4. At this point, there were less than 10 minutes left in the match. Blackburn parked the bus and secured a scalp this season. After the match, Blackburn's rookie manager Steve Keane was overjoyed and danced with excitement. He stated that if his team could win against Arsenal today, they could win against any opponent in the next match. This guy even remarked the Arsenal players appeared very arrogant, as if they looked down on us, but we proved with the result that we deserve respect. It turns out they are not as strong as the highlight reels suggest. It was amusing when Wenger attended the press conference. The reporters relayed the opposing coach's words verbatim to him. Wenger scoffed, saying our team's attitude is the same towards all opponents. If Steve feels he is treated differently, it might be because he has just stepped into the role of head coach. To understand a club, one cannot rely solely on highlight reels. I think even a 6-year-old should possess this theoretical foundation. Blackburn defeating Arsenal does not mean they will have an easy time in the upcoming matches. Just as Arsenal losing to Blackburn does not stem from our position being behind them in the standings, because they are already at the bottom. A reporter immediately asked Wenger, in this match your team was subjected to numerous through balls from the opponent. Don't you miss Son Koo at this moment? Wenger replied with a blank expression. Son Koo has played 2 matches in 4 days. He has just started in professional leagues, and I need to consider the player's physical conditions. A season is long, I must plan for the entire season. In these 3 days we played 2 high-intensity matches, and this match even included 2 own goals. In such circumstances the team's situation becomes very difficult. A reporter immediately chimed in. Manchester City did not win while Manchester United defeated Chelsea. Do you feel very regretful for losing to bottom-placed Blackburn? Wenger smiled lightly. Fulham and Blackburn have the same points, which indicates that the outcomes in this league cannot be predicted based on team rankings. As for Manchester United, if you look at the Champions League group and the situation in the first round, you will understand the reason. When they only need to send out a rotated squad to draw against the strongest opponent in the group away, they clearly have more time to prepare than other opponents. What is a long-standing rivalry? Wenger illustrated this perfectly with his words. The next day, Ferguson specifically gave an interview regarding Wenger's statement. He did not hesitate to retort, Arsene is always complaining, hoping to gain attention, and this way of speaking is very unmanly. For teams in the Premier League participated in the Champions League group stage midweek, yet he is the only one to say such things. He is like a country bumpkin shouting at anything that happens. Arsenal lost because he successively bought 3 centre-backs who are 183 meters tall. Using high balls against Arsenal has become a consensus in the Premier League. Focusing on the team is more important than complaining about these trivial matters. He messed it up himself. In the following days, the 2 old men gave interviews one after another. The content of their speeches was nothing but to disgust each other. The essence of the England derby has returned. For days later, Arsenal, fielding a makeshift lineup with substitutes and youth players, defeated League One team Shrewsbury 31 at home. Both teams were very happy before and after the match. Arsenal was happy because they encountered an easy opponent, which not only provided valuable experience for the young players, but also allowed them to play another match. In reality, youth players from mid to upper tier teams in the Premier League are not intimidated when facing League One teams. In England, there is a cup competition called the English League Trophy, featuring teams from League One, League Two, and 16 invited U21 squads. Youth stars like Wilshere accumulated match experience with these teams at the age of 16. Moreover, many U21 teams from the Premier League can reach the knockout stages in such competitions. Shrewsbury was also quite happy, as they would share half of the ticket revenue with Arsenal. There is an unwritten rule in English leagues. When lower-tier teams face Premier League teams, if the Premier League team draws the home game, they will donate half of the ticket revenue to the opponent. Arsenal's ticket revenue today was between £1.6 million and £1.8 million, and Shrewsbury suddenly gained 4 months' worth of operational costs, meaning they would not lose money for at least this season. September 24th. After a 10-day break, without matches, An Qiao returned to the starting lineup. Arsenal faced Bolton at home. Bolton's performance in recent seasons has been comparable to that of Moyes' Everton, consistently ranking in the top 9 of the league for 3 consecutive seasons. Last season, they even finished 7th, earning a spot in the Europa League. In the Premier League, many mid to lower-tier teams die in their second season after qualifying for Europe. Bolton is the most standard template. In this match, Bolton, playing away, nearly scored with their first shot as Petrov crossed from the left and striker Bradley headed the ball. Just when everyone thought Arsenal was about to falter under aerial pressure again, Szczesny suddenly sprang out and flicked the ball off the goal line with his fingertips. In the 9th minute, Arsenal won a free kick in the attacking half. Van Persie cradled the ball while Arteta wanted to give it a try, but the Dutch striker firmly refused. Van Persie's free kick was collected by the goalkeeper, but the referee deemed that the defensive players had not retreated enough and signaled Arsenal to retake. Arteta passed sideways, and Van Persie's powerful shot was blocked by the wall. Everyone's eyes followed when they saw An Qiao with the ball. Panic appeared on the faces of the Bolton players, and Arsenal fans immediately erupted in cheers. Bang! A loud explosion. The ball hit the right side of the goal, while the goalkeeper remained motionless. The moment when the Bolton players looked at the goal together only to feel dejected became a classic moment in history. 1-0. On the sideline, An Qiao performed a forward roll and then made a sniping gesture. At that moment, the teammates who followed him imitated his actions. Van Persie patted An Qiao on the back, saying, "You always make people feel at ease on the field." An Qiao scored just under 10 minutes into the match, and Arsenal quickly found their rhythm. Arsenal earned a free kick in the attacking zone, but Van Persie's 2 attempts were blocked by the opponents. An Qiao seized the opportunity and helped the team open the scoring. The long-range shot from outside the penalty area has become the signature move of the young Arsenal player. While watching the big screen, Jean June smiled and said the fixed match time has allowed An Qiao to find the pace of the Premier League. Although An Qiao's role in the team has become increasingly important, the professor did not intend to accelerate his growth. He did not keep An Qiao on the field just because of the immediate results. After getting some rest, An Qiao was revitalized. After An Qiao's goal, Arsenal took control of the game. With a 1-goal advantage, Arsenal players did not rush to press forward. Instead, they opened their pockets, waiting for the Bolton players to dive in. In the next part of the match, Bolton started to bomb Arsenal's penalty area. In the 15th minute, their striker Ngog collided with Koscielny while contesting for a header. Koscielny managed to knock Ngog down with his skills. The team doctor came on for treatment, and Ngog could not continue, so Bolton substituted in another striker. This club, which entered European competitions last year, had the highest transfer budget of only £7 million in the last 4 seasons. This amount is only enough to buy one An Qiao, and the club owner is rather stingy. From 2010 to 2013, the overseas broadcasting rights for the Premier League were sold at an astronomical price totaling £1.2 billion. This is 10 times that of the Bundesliga, 5 times that of Serie A, 3 times that of La Liga. Therefore, each Premier League club's broadcasting revenue will increase by £5 million compared to last season. This is no small number. Most importantly, the Premier League's revenue is fairer compared to other leagues, as reported by The Independent. The broadcasting revenue for the Premier League champion is about £57 million, which is 1.6 times that of the lowest-ranked team, making it the league with the smallest disparity in the European league system. The Premier League's stance is to prevent widening the income gap between top teams and lower-tier teams. In La Liga, if Real Madrid or Barcelona wins, their broadcasting revenue can reach about 20 times that of the last-place team. This is why the overall financial strength of the Premier League is increasing, leading to greater competitiveness and more stars. Even with sufficient funds, Bolton still has a transfer budget of several million a season and has to participate in. After several evenly matched games without a win, this team that was in the European zone last season has now entered the relegation zone. As they fell behind in the score, Bolton began to let their strong players break through from the flanks. When they attempted to attack from the left, Arshavin struggled a bit. However, An Qiao continuously cleared the ball out of bounds, preventing the opponents from finding their rhythm on the flanks. On the other side, Song was even more ruthless. This guy made a full-force charge upon meeting the attacking players, sending them crashing to the ground. Capdevila's collisions also made life difficult for the opponents. In the remaining first half, Arsenal had 3 to 4 scoring opportunities. Bolton's players were physically and mentally fatigued. This is the consequence of a half-assembled squad trying to compete on multiple fronts. Just 3 days ago, Bolton, which only rotated 3 or 4 players, played a League Cup match. wanting to hold on to everything they might end up with nothing. In the locker room, Wenger asked everyone to reduce their breakthroughs in the second half to avoid excessive energy consumption. He encouraged them to pass the ball more to keep disrupting the opponent's formation. In other words, it's about playing comfortably and making the opponents tire themselves out. Sun Qiao listened to the old man while checking his attributes interface. Shooting 60, ball control 74, dribbling 70, passing 79, long shot 100. Heading 64, set pieces 60, explosiveness 70, speed 70, strength 66. Jumping 67, balance 70, stamina 86, tackling 70, sliding tackle 61. Anticipation 100, off the ball movement 62, creativity 61, vision 60. Skill master organizer. Overall rating notable Premier League player. Remaining points 2,000. Over the past day, Sun Qiao only took 1 day off and used the points he earned to increase his strength attribute by 5 points. After coming out of the newbie village in League 2, Sun Qiao allocated all 10 reward points to passing. To establish himself in Arsenal, passing ability is fundamental. With maxed out long shot and anticipation, Sun Qiao focused on enhancing his physical capabilities and tackling ability. Now Sun Qiao is exactly the player Arsenal needs most. A Wenger requires someone to sweep in midfield during transitions and distribute the ball to his teammates. Of course, it would be even better if he could execute a precise mid-range pass. If he could master a reliable method of scoring, he would be a player defenders could not ignore. Sun Qiao perfectly meets all the professor's requirements for a defensive midfielder. After determining a strategy to continuously improve his attributes, his performance on the field has become less flashy and increasingly stable. He did many of the dirty and tiring tasks that his teammates were reluctant to do or could not do well. Sun Qiao clearly understands that his greatest significance in the starting lineup is to regain possession and ensure a safe transition to Song and Arteta. From this perspective, he seems to be doing a lot of unnoticed work. However, it's hard for everyone to overlook because Sun Qiao's interception success rate is too high. He averages 7 interceptions and 3 tackles. This means he can help the team regain possession 7 times in a match, which is akin to having a Panda-level player. Not only that, but Sun Qiao also possesses precise mid-range passing and top-tier long shot ability. Now, whenever Arsenal regains possession, the opponent's defenders instinctively retreat. They fear being cut apart by Sun Qiao's mid-range passing. Yet Sun Qiao's passes have still pierced through their not so solid defense. In the 54th minute, after intercepting the ball, Sun Qiao immediately passed it behind Bolton's left back Witt. Walcott almost immediately completed the run, ready to face the goalkeeper unknown. Witt pulled down Walcott from behind. Since he was the last defender aside from the goalkeeper, he was sent off by the... As a result, Bolton could only retreat into a compact formation within 30 meters. After the match reached the 50-minute mark, lacking strength, courage, and stamina, Bolton's formation continued to shrink, completely conceding midfield to Arsenal. Arsenal then launched wave after wave of attacks. In the 62nd minute, Bolton attempted a long-range shot from the outskirts, and Szczesny initiated a quick counterattack. Sun Qiao and Song pushed the ball forward, and Arteta received it before passing to Van Persie. Van Persie took a low shot with his left foot from outside the penalty area, and the ball grazed the left post. As a result, Bolton players suddenly surrounded Van Persie, and the Dutch striker almost lost his temper. Fortunately, his teammates quickly pulled him aside. Bolton could no longer compete with Arsenal using normal means, so they attempted some underhanded tactics. However, Arsenal did not give them any opportunities. In the 66th minute, Walcott made a burst down the right flank, shook off the defender, and then crossed the ball. Van Persie followed up with a left-footed shot, scoring his 100th goal in his Arsenal career. The Arsenal captain joined the club in 2004, taking over 7 years to score his first 100 goals. The next 50 goals came in just over a season, an explosive rate. However, it was not sustainable. 2-0. With a 2-goal lead, this match was already predictable. Wenger substituted Arshavin for Walcott, and then brought on Chamak for Van Persie. Van Persie was reluctant, but his captaincy forced him to think of the bigger picture, so he did not make a fuss. In the remaining matches, Arsenal was basically just coasting. They played at a relaxed pace, but every few minutes they managed to create a shooting opportunity. After missing several chances, Arsenal killed off the match before the final whistle. This season, with no worries about scoring, Song started assisting constantly. In the 88th minute, Sun Qiao intercepted the ball and passed it to Walcott. Little Tiger and Sagna played a relay sprint on the right, with Sagna crossing from the edge of the penalty area. Song Gongming scored with a push, adding another feather to his cap. 3-0. Throughout the match, Arsenal fans were singing. The game was completely in Arsenal's control, and Bolton hardly raised any waves. Song edged out Van Persie and Sun Qiao to win the Man of the Match award. At the post-match press conference, Bolton's coach did not have the face to say anything. With his team performing like this, he truly had no face to say anything. However, Ferguson did speak up. Wenger's use of Sun Qiao has been a mistake. he is handling this young player like Mikel was handled back in the day. That young man could have become an outstanding attacking player, but he is being used as a laborer. Wenger should have painted a very beautiful picture for this player, but it was merely an empty promise. Such usage will only stifle a player's creativity. It's practically a crime. Wenger brought in a player, but failed to find the instruction manual for his use. As long as Ferguson wants to find fault, he can always find opportunities to criticize Wenger in the media. After being held to a draw by Stoke City, the gap between Manchester United and Arsenal in the standings was narrowed to 1 point, and Ferguson did not hesitate to attack Wenger. Logically, at this time, the old man should be criticizing Manchester City, whom he calls the noisy neighbors. Perhaps it is because he has gotten used to the psychological warfare with Wenger over the years. Perhaps he underestimated Manchester City, thinking they could not cause too much trouble for Manchester United. Ferguson's gaze remained fixed on Wenger. As long as Arsenal showed any signs of disturbance, the Manchester United manager could think of ways to disrupt them. The next day, coinciding with Ferguson's comments, The Guardian, which leaned towards Manchester United, showcased the main attacking points of each team in the Premier League section. Arsenal scored a total of 16 goals and conceded 10 in the first 5 rounds of this season. They ranked second in the Premier League, just behind Manchester City in goals scored. However, both matches allowed opponents to score at least 4 goals, placing Arsenal's conceded goals in the mid to lower tier of the Premier League. The Guardian listed the top 3 goal scorers and assist providers for each team. Arsenal's top scorer is naturally Captain Van Persie, who scored 6 goals in 6 matches, achieving the best start of his career. Surprisingly, An Qiao ranks second on the team's scoring list. The Guardian cleverly included a description as a defensive midfielder. An Qiao ranks second in the team with 4 goals. If we analyze this player's performance closely, we can discover he possesses astonishing efficiency. In terms of scoring efficiency, he and Van Persie spend around 90 minutes per goal. However, it is worth noting that this player also contributed the most assists to the team with 4. When a player is involved in half of the team's attacks, but is placed in a defensive midfielder position by the head coach, there may be some misunderstandings. His head coach is not inexperienced. On the contrary, Wenger is quite adept at nurturing young talent. Perhaps for his own goals, he has not truly developed this young man's potential. The Guardian was originally headquartered in Manchester and was once called the Manchester Guardian. Just from this name, one can see the connection between this newspaper and Manchester United. This newspaper also reserved column space specifically for Ferguson. Whenever Ferguson writes some insights related to football, they will generally be published by The Guardian. After forming a cooperative relationship, Ferguson began writing small essays in the column. 1, to encourage his own team. 2, to annoy his opponents. And thirdly, to attract neutral fans. 15 years ago, he drove Keegan insane using this method. The latter had hopes of becoming a famous English manager by coaching Newcastle. However, after being driven to mental instability by Ferguson, Keegan lost much of his edge and never regained his former glory. Once this data came out, it successfully created a wave of momentum. Many fans believe Wenger has stifled the team's creativity and that his usage of An Qiao is completely wrong. Faced with external doubts, Wenger quickly responded, "As a head coach, we need to discover our players' abilities and desires and ensure their needs are met. In my coaching career, I have seen teams miss opportunities for improvement due to poor communication. A qualified football coach will not overlook any chance to enhance the team. We must keep improving. We need to find a balance between teamwork and individual freedom. I place An Qiao in a defensive midfielder position because I recognize his significance to the team in a non-ball state. If Alex believes Michael's repositioning was a mistake, then he should take the greatest responsibility. Because this kid should have been his player, yet he messed it up. He thought it was over, never realizing there would be someone who would ignore the rules. In fact, Mikel was originally a player Manchester United had their eyes on and had signed a preliminary agreement with. Unexpectedly, Chelsea acted unethically, secretly bribing the player's agent and offering the player a higher salary, ultimately snatching the meat from Manchester United's mouth. Of course, Manchester United would never suffer losses. They took Chelsea to court, and the final ruling resulted in Chelsea compensating Manchester United $16 million. Over the years, Wenger has seized every opportunity to expose the opponent's wounds. The two have exchanged blows back and forth, seemingly choosing to selectively ignore Manchester City. In reality, Manchester City has had an unprecedented start to the season, with 5 wins and 1 draw, earning 16 points and ranking first in the Premier League. Manchester United, with 4 wins and 2 draws, has 14 points, placing them second in the league. Both Manchester rivals remain unbeaten. An Qiao studied and found that Aston Villa also hasn't lost, they just have too many draws. Arsenal, meanwhile, stands at 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, with 13 points, ranking third in the league. This position far exceeds An Qiao's expectations. He recalls that in his previous life around this time, Arsenal seemed to have only won 2 matches. It seems that with his appearance, Arsenal's transformation can be described as earth-shattering. Arsenal's second opponent is the Greek powerhouse Olympiacos. In the next 2 matches, the time gap from the previous match has reached 5 days. Therefore, Wenger had another chat with An Qiao. September 29th. Arsenal welcomed their second opponent in the Champions League group stage at home, Olympiacos. After the match against Dortmund, An Qiao's mindset had stabilized considerably. While it was impossible to achieve complete tranquility, at least his heart wasn't racing uncontrollably in the dressing room. In terms of strength, Olympiacos was undoubtedly the weakest team in the group. They suffered a 0-1 defeat at home against League One runners-up Marseille in the first round. According to media predictions, Olympiacos was likely to be the gift for the other 3 teams. However, based on the first match, Olympiacos did not seem weak. They were quite evenly matched with Marseille on the field, with both teams having opportunities, but Marseille was simply better at capitalizing on them. After the Champions League group draw, William Hill announced their odds for winning the Champions League. Defending champions Barcelona topped the list as the season's favorites. Real Madrid ranked second, with media speculating that the feud between Mourinho and Barcelona might carry over into this season's Champions League. The 4 Premier League teams occupied the 3rd to 6th positions. Manchester United, having drawn a favorable group, ranked 3rd. Chelsea, always concerned about the Champions League, ranked 4th with a solid squad. Manchester City, placed in the group of death, ranked 5th thanks to some strong signings during the transfer period. Arsenal and Bayern shared the 6th spot in the odds. The Milan duo ranked joint 8th. This probability reflects the current state of European football, where star-studded Barcelona and Real Madrid excel in knockout matches determined by home and away results. Premier League teams, backed by their financial strength and squad depth, all possess the capability to reach the semi-finals. Bundesliga giants Bayern can attract the best players in the league, making them the only team from Germany capable of contending for the Champions League. Last season's Bundesliga champions Borussia Dortmund have a decent squad, but they haven't participated in the Champions League for 8 years, meaning their players are all first-timers in this competition. Thus, this Bundesliga powerhouse that once put Arsenal in a passive position has a championship probability that places them outside the top 10. The Serie A league, once dubbed the Little World Cup, now struggles to attract top talent. Although Inter Milan lifted the Champions League trophy 2 seasons ago thanks to Mourinho's signings and a pragmatic counterattacking style, the odds suggest that they are not favored to break through the ranks of La Liga, the Premier League, and Bayern. Galatasaray, with the lowest odds of winning the Champions League, was drawn into Manchester United's group, and indeed the Red Devils have been doing well these past 2 years. However, from the perspective of someone experienced, An Qiao quickly identified a flaw in the championship odds. This reputable European betting company placed Manchester City, making their first Champions League appearance, as the 5th favorite, which was clearly a setup for exploitation. Manchester City, a team that undergoes significant roster changes every season, was placed in the group of death. Their opponents include Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern, underappreciated Serie A club Napoli, and La Liga's 4th team Villarreal. To be honest, the current Manchester City cannot compete with Bayern, and they hold no advantage against the other 2 teams. Even if they manage to advance from the group, it is likely to be as the second-place team. According to the Champions League round of 16 draw rules, the first and second-place teams from each group will be paired against each other. Moreover, teams from the same league cannot meet in this round of knockout matches. This means that if Manchester City advances from the group, they will likely face Real Madrid, Barcelona, Inter Milan, or one of the teams from Group G, such as Zenit Porto or Shakhtar Donetsk. According to UEFA's tendencies, Manchester City is absolutely unlikely to draw the first-place team from Group G. Such European second-tier teams either serve as gifts to the title favorites or are paired with other unexpectedly first-place teams from different groups to ensure that a non-mainstream league team advances to the quarterfinals. At the very least, it must give strong teams from other leagues a glimpse of hope. Otherwise, the knockout stage would simply turn into a competition among the giants, which would not be beneficial for the overall development of European football. Thus, the chances of Manchester City encountering Inter Milan are slim, as UEFA will likely arrange for their first knockout match to be a clash of strong teams. From this perspective, with the title of 5th favorite, Manchester City is likely to end up disappointing many. As a primary contender in the Premier League, An Qiao certainly hopes for Manchester City's early elimination. They must be kept in check by the tightly packed Champions League schedule, but they shouldn't be allowed to thrive too much either. If they happen to reach the quarterfinals, these guys might gain confidence and sweep through the Premier League, leaving Arsenal with. An Qiao guessed that Wenger might think the same way. Therefore, even with a significant rotation in today's match, he did not find it strange. In today's starting lineup, Arsenal retained 3 positions in the defense, only replacing Sagna with the returning Maicon. In midfield, An Qiao was the only one who started the previous match. Beside him was Ramsey, and in front of him, on the left flank, was Arshavin, and on the right was Chamberlain, who was signed for a hefty fee from Southampton. At the front was substitute striker Chamak. With 5 positions rotated in the lineup, it was certainly not easy to take charge. Without enough control and decisiveness, an average person wouldn't dare to rotate like this. Son could notice that his perspective had changed dramatically since his reincarnation. He was now able to think from a macro perspective, a realization he had never experienced before. In the dressing room, he could clearly sense Chamberlain's nervousness and Chomik's eagerness to prove himself. Sun Ku held Chamberlain's wrist. Wow. This little heart was pounding like a drum. Like someone with experience, he patted Chamberlain on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. Just make runs behind the center backs when you see me with the ball. Don't hesitate, play as you normally would. There's no difference. In the players' tunnel, Sun Ku spotted a few familiar faces. Swedish center back Mellberg and forward Morales. Both of them were Sun Kes favorites from his previous life in football video games. As the match began, the Olympiacos players fought fiercely in this away game. Unlike Premier League teams, the Greek giants aimed to exploit Arsenal's weak midfield, actively seeking to open up gaps in the center. In the 4th minute, Olympiacos lobbed the ball into the gap between Ramsey and Koscielny. Spanish right-winger Foster, with his chest puffed out by his muscular build, shoved Ramsey aside and charged towards the penalty area. Taking advantage of Koscielny's momentary defensive lapse, Foster passed the ball to Morales at the edge of the penalty area. Morales gently nudged the ball behind Koscielny, and Foster burst into the box, unleashing a powerful shot at the goal. Szczesny dove to block the ball in the small box, while Silva held off another black forward, turning to clear the ball from the penalty area. With a gasp from the Arsenal fan, Sun Ku let out a sigh of relief. There are no weak teams in the Champions League, and that saying is absolutely true. These powerhouses from different leagues employ a myriad of tactical styles, each one incredibly sharp. In the first 5 minutes, Olympiacos players seemed as if they had taken performance-enhancing drugs, charging forward aggressively with the ball. Rosicky was knocked down 3 times, while Ramsey was repeatedly bullied by that guy named Foster, appearing quite helpless. Ramsey was somewhat flustered, losing his composure with the ball and constantly passing back under pressure from the opponents. Without Song and Arteta, Sun Ku took on the task of pushing the ball forward. Facing the high pressing from Olympiacos players, Sun Ku did not confine himself to short passes after receiving the ball, but instead made a diagonal pass to both flanks. Arshavin, unable to contribute like he did with a 4-goal performance against Liverpool due to repeated injuries, was still tenacious and managed to hold onto the ball regardless of the type of defense he faced. Chamberlain was slightly flustered, but the little guy managed to keep possession as well. Under Sun Kes orchestration, Arsenal repeatedly pulled the opponent's defense, finally stabilizing their footing in midfield. In the 9th minute, Olympiacos looked for Foster again. Foster shoved Ramsey aside, once more seeking cooperation on the right side of the penalty area. He exerted a bit too much force, causing the ball to roll 3 or 4 meters ahead. Silva suddenly accelerated, immediately sliding the ball to the left. Left back Capdevila reached the ball first, flicking it behind the opposing midfield. He took a step forward and immediately passed the ball to Sun Ku in front of him. Olympiacos midfielder Foysa pressed too hard, leaving space in his position. And Sun Ku just happened to run into his defensive area. Sun Ku stopped the ball to his right side, passing it immediately without any adjustment. The ball was not very high in the air, but was moving quickly, spinning slightly to the right. Olympiacos left center-back Mellberg attempted to jump to clear the ball, but found it spinning towards the flank and hurriedly turned around. The clumsy Swedish center-back was halfway through his turn when Chamberlain appeared behind him. Chamberlain used his chest to nudge the ball towards the small box and rushed in for a powerful shot. The opposing goalkeeper had just taken a step out when the ball whizzed past him. His body was still leaning forward, allowing him to only reach out in a desperate attempt. This was a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, he could only grasp at emptiness. As the ball flew into the top left corner of the goal, Arsenal fans erupted in cheers. Chamberlain, making his first Champions League start, could hardly believe he actually scored. The little guy froze for a moment before celebrating excitedly. In the Sky Sports studio, Martin Tyler exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Look, the 2 young players from Arsenal are showcasing a new era of English football." After the transition from defense to attack, the midfielder lobbed the ball into the penalty area and the winger scored. Chamberlain has had a dream start to his career, and Wenger's keen eye remains as sharp as ever. And this season's new signing Sun Ku has already taken on the role of midfield conductor. This kid is doing great. He possesses a rare passing ability among English midfielders. Before the match, many believed that his role as a defensive midfielder stifled his attacking talent. However, his presence has invigorated the team's offense, and he has now become an indispensable player in Arsenal's midfield. Upon seeing the banners from the home crowd, Sun Ku realized that this goal marked Arsenal's 200th goal in Champions League history. Chamberlain is quite lucky. However, scoring first does not guarantee victory. There is still a long way to go. After conceding, Olympiacos changed their tactics. They aimed to exploit a gap on Sun Kes' side with Morales. In the 15th minute, Olympiacos sent the ball to Sun Kes' flank. Morales attempted to leverage his physicality against Sun Ku, acting as a focal point for the attack. As the ball descended, Sun Ku suddenly maneuvered around Morales' side, executing a diving header to direct the ball forward. Olympiacos midfielder Albais received the ball and immediately passed it to the left flank. Their left winger Ibargüen aggressively challenged the recently recovered Maicon. Although Maicon played cautiously hesitant to commit too strongly, he was once the world's top right back. He stayed close to Ibargüen, accelerating suddenly to capitalize on the opponent's miscontrol and using his body to shield. Ibargüen, sensing Maicon's reluctance to engage, desperately sought confrontation. In a moment of pursuing the ball, Ibargüen kicked it against Maicon, sending it out of play. Corner kick. Set pieces are the most concerning aspect for Arsenal, with an average height of 183 meters among their 4 defenders. They are at a clear disadvantage against any opponent. Silva stood at the near post while Sun Ku and Koscielny positioned themselves in the center, with Chamek returning to defend the far post. As Sun Ku focused intently on predicting the corner taker's actions, the player taking the corner suddenly passed the ball to Ibargüen at the edge of the penalty area. Ibargüen, without stopping the ball, struck it directly. Arsenal players, including Sun Ku, retreated towards the far post, not expecting the seemingly powerful Ibargüen to merely flick the ball towards the near post. Silva followed Morales towards the near post, while Szczesny swiftly moved towards the near corner. To their surprise, Morales did not shoot, but instead lifted the ball towards the far post. This time Sun Ku understood. Running to the far post now would be too late. He decided to dash towards at the back post. Melber, who had just executed a classic aircraft carrier turn, now resembled a battering ram flying through the air. He knocked aside Chamek, who had jumped at the same time, and with a roar he smashed the ball into the goal. With a loud thud, the ball headed straight for the center of the net. As Szczesny turned around, the ball had already reached the goal line. In a critical moment, Sun Ku leaped to block the ball out of the 6-yard box. In the ensuing chaos, the ball bounced to opposing forward Djebar's feet. Djebar swung his leg to shoot, and Szczesny dove to deflect the ball towards the left side of the 6-yard box. Morales, who had been lurking at the near post, immediately attempted a header. Just as the away fans were rising to cheer, Sun Ku flew in to clear the ball from the penalty area. Phew! Lying on the ground, Sun Ku let out a breath. In the Champions League, there truly are no easy opponents. From this first 15 minutes of play, Olympiacos had thoroughly studied Arsenal. Starting by targeting Ramsey was definitely a precise move. Noticing that Arsenal's defenders were focused on that side, they suddenly shifted the attack towards their side. This tactic was also brilliant, directly sacrificing their defensive support. Even if it didn't succeed when Arsenal transitioned to attack, it would be difficult for them to be the first to possess the ball. Even if they managed to intercept, the attacking player could immediately counterpress, preventing them from comfortably controlling the ball. Moreover, judging by the complexity of this corner, Olympiacos must have practiced it secretly for a long time. From this perspective, the victories of the big clubs are not necessarily as straightforward as imagined. Take preparation for the Champions League, for example. Teams like Olympiacos require significantly more preparation time than those in the Premier League. Olympiacos can often finish games in domestic leagues in just 1 hour. In domestic competitions, they probably only need to prepare well for 2 matches against Panathinaikos. Perhaps since the day the Champions League draw concluded, this Greek powerhouse has been preparing for the Arsenal match. This was the first time Sun Ku felt thoroughly studied in his career. As for today's opponent, Arsenal could only conduct basic research. Perhaps they only had 1 tactical analysis session and 2 targeted tactical lessons. For Arsenal, the significance of Olympiacos is not much greater than that of Swansea. Of course, in such matches, strength can still resolve issues. As long as they aren't cut down by their opponent's 3-pronged attack, a team of Arsenal's caliber will eventually find a solution. In the following matches, Olympiacos' offensive intensity reached an exaggerated level. In just 3 minutes, they created 3 shooting opportunities. Playing on Olympiacos started to believe they were Real Madrid. In the 27th minute, Olympiacos defense line, unaware they were nearing midfield, passed the ball to Morales, who decisively executed a 1-2. As a result, he got past the defender, leaving the ball at Sun Ku's feet. Morales turned back and charged towards Sun Ku, determined not to let him play the ball. At that moment, as Morales initiated his run, Sun Ku passed the ball back to his own penalty area. Silva suddenly surged out from the box, dribbling straight towards midfield. Olympiacos players immediately rushed to intercept, and Silva quickly passed the ball to Rosicky. Rosicky then returned the ball to the center, and Sun Ku, without stopping, directed the ball towards the wing. Arshavin stopped the ball on the left flank and immediately used his left foot to maneuver around his right leg, flicking the ball back. Capdevila immediately surged towards the penalty area with the ball, while Olympiacos' defense line also rushed towards the goal. Whenever such scenes occur in a match, it is an ominous sign. Sure enough, Capdevila continued to penetrate diagonally into the penalty area. Seeing an opening, he delivered a cross to the center for Chamek. Just as he struck the ball, a defender executed a downward chop to block it. Unfortunately, the ball bounced back and fell right in front of Capdevila. He decisively struck the ball with it. The quality of this shot was outstanding, directly hitting the bottom left corner of the goal, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance to react. 2-0. At that moment, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted. Wenger smiled, applauded, and then returned to his designated coaching seat in the stands. With this goal, the old man felt reassured. Sun Ku turned back and high-fived Silva before running towards. After all, he is a mainstay left-back of the world champions, and despite aging, he still exudes charm. What an awareness of positioning. What a choice of advancement. In the Sky Sports studio, the ball is in. Capdevila has scored the second goal for Arsenal. The initiator of this goal is still Sun Ku. After making the interception, he directly facilitated this attack. Although this attack involved 5 players, Sun Ku's performance left a deep impression. Arsenal is demonstrating to their opponents that victory is not just a matter of passion, but of hitting the target. Sun Ku has performed very well in this position. I believe he is very suitable for this position. With a 2-goal lead, Arsenal fans began to sing catchy tunes crafted with the names of their players. When it was Sun Ku's turn, they directly switched to "You Are My Sunshine." However, the atmosphere on the field remained tense as Olympiacos players became increasingly tenacious in their challenges. It seemed these guys were determined to leave everything on the pitch, expending a week's worth of energy in this match. This is the benefit of playing for a small league powerhouse, allowing players to showcase themselves on the Champions League stage without any distractions. At that time, Raiola had devised a growth path for Sun Ku, suggesting he first play for a top club in the Portuguese Primeira Liga or Eredivisie for 2 years before jumping directly to a big club in the Premier League. Later, Deer from Tottenham followed this path, coming up through the youth ranks of Sporting Lisbon. After playing 1 or 2 seasons in the Primeira Liga, he was signed by Tottenham. If Sun Ku had not had the system and had simply crossed over into the body of a small demon, he would likely have chosen this route. However, this was not the path befitting a star of the British Empire. Future superstars should shine brightly from the moment they debut. The Olympiacos players were fighting so hard both to win and to carve out a path for themselves. This match was their best performance. In contrast to the heavily rotated, yet somewhat reserved Arsenal team, the effort put forth by the Olympiacos players was truly moving. In the 43rd minute, Olympiacos players earned a corner on the left flank. It was another tactical corner. Left midfielder Ibargüen received the ball and played it directly to the far post. Arsenal players quickly converged towards the back post, but the ball did not land at the far post. It was at least 2 to 3 meters away from the post. In the next moment, right midfielder Foster sprinted towards the baseline, sweeping the ball into the center without stopping. Mitroglou charged in from the left flank, decisively heading the ball towards the goal. Sun Ku attempted to block the shot, but ended up being tightly marked by Melberg. The header went straight into the upper left corner of the goal, leaving Szczesny with no chance to react. 2-1. Mitroglou excitedly ran to the sidelines, performing a somersault and then mimicking a sweeping motion. A loud cheer erupted from the away fans, with a shirtless supporter waving the Olympiacos flag vigorously. This corner kick left Sun Ku dumbfounded. It was truly an impressive play. How many corner kick variations had these guys practiced just to face Arsenal? But one must admit they indeed had skills. At least Blackburn wouldn't have been able to execute such a corner. Both Ibargüen on the left and Foster on the right possessed excellent technique. This Foster, whose name sounds English, is actually Spanish and possesses impressive technical ability. In the absence of Van Persie, vice-captain Rosicky took on the role of encouraging his teammates. He clapped his hands while loudly reminding his teammates to stay focused. Sun Ku felt that conceding a goal of such quality was something he could accept, but it still left him feeling uneasy. As the first half was about to end, the 2-goal lead had shrunk to just 1, making him feel unsettled. At halftime, the Olympiacos players returned to the tunnel, still buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, the Arsenal players maintained a calm demeanor. Sun Ku patted Chamberlain on the shoulder, encouraging him, "You're doing well, but you need to be bolder in your runs. Be daring in your movements, understand. The boss has high hopes for you." Fearing that Chamberlain might think he was merely flattering him, Sun Ku added a couple of words. From Chamberlain's expression, it was clear he had not yet processed the wonderful moment of scoring. This is what youth looks like. The atmosphere in the locker room was just okay. Conceding a goal at the last moment was indeed a bit disheartening. After all, 20 and 21 are 2 different worlds. Sama looked over at Wenger several times, trying to gauge the coach's emotions from his expression. This action indicated that he was not satisfied with his own performance. To be honest, Sama's performance in the first half could not be said to be inactive. He had been fighting for loose balls, aggressively pressing the defenders, and putting in the hard work, but he only managed to secure one rather forced shooting opportunity. Having played 3 matches over a month and a half, it was hard not to feel anxious. At this moment, Sama was quite sensitive and easily magnified the situations. Rosicky lay on the massage chair while the therapist worked on the muscles at the back of his thighs. Silva took a few sips of an energy drink, hardly breaking a sweat. He was practically a beast. This guy's English wasn't very fluent, so he could only chat with Maicon in Portuguese. Wenger had strict requirements. Players were required to speak English during work hours, or else they would be fined for the internal activity fund. Maicon, just back from injury, was having a hard time keeping up with the conversation. Smack! A sound that seemed to carry a lot of weight echoed. Silva and Maicon turned to look as Sun Kes' left arm rested on Silva's shoulder, while his right hand pointed at the two, with a mischievous grin, saying, "Ha, I've caught you. I'm going to tell the old man." Upon hearing Sun Kes' words, both of them immediately revealed an evil smile. Sun Ke tried to step back to maintain a safe distance. However, Silva used a Brazilian jiu-jitsu-like move to swiftly grab Sun Kes' arm. Together with Maicon, they pulled Sun Ke to the center and began to tickle him. Sun Ke, afraid of being tickled, started to struggle, but Maicon covered his mouth, while Capdevila held onto his legs. Within 10 seconds of wrestling, Sun Ke raised his hands in surrender. Sun Ke noticed an interesting phenomenon: members who joined the group at the same time, regardless of age, tended to band together. These three guys usually hung out together, taking good care of Chamberlain and Jenkinson, while also having a good rapport with themselves. Another peculiar piece of human knowledge had been added. As they chatted, the two Brazilians and the Spaniard had heavy accents in their English, and Sun Ke occasionally corrected their pronunciation with his London accent. In the midst of the conversation, Sun Ke suddenly asked Thiago, "You were doing well at AC Milan. Oh, why did you sub? The weather in London isn't as nice as in Milan. The income here probably isn't much higher either. Both clubs haven't won many trophies lately. Why did you decide to come?" This technique is called increasing one's influence by leveraging others. He noticed that Wenger at the door had turned. This body language indicated that the old man was listening too. The reason for asking this question was that Sun Ke had anticipated that the other party should be able to answer with a quirky response. Although Silva's personality was low-key and reserved, it didn't mean he lacked communication skills. Silva pondered for a moment, and before he could speak, tilted his head back and laughed. Now all the players in the locker room gathered around. Silva chuckled and said, "To be honest, I want to change my way of living." Just listen to that. A world-class defender's reason for transferring is to change his way of living. Isn't that a shocking reason? It makes it hard for most people to relate. Or things that others dare not try will always feel incredible. On Wenger's side, the coaching staff, who had been pretending to chat, had now fallen silent. "I lived in Milan for 3 years. I've started to enjoy the sunshine there, commuting on time every day, and on weekends achieving high scores when possible. Such a life is quite pleasant. However, when I turned on the TV and saw the match between Arsenal and Manchester United, I suddenly realized I felt differently. When I saw this guy continuously breaking through, I wondered if I could defend against him. My first feeling was uncertainty. I was uncertain whether I could adapt to the speed and intensity here, and I started to worry whether I could handle these Premier League players on the international stage. A thought arose in my mind of perhaps I need a new challenge. I received a few contracts and made a decision. I can be sure that a big club manager who dares to give an 18-year-old player consistent playing time is certainly someone trustworthy." Silva struggled through this in accented English, filling in the gaps with Sun Kes' vocabulary until the answer was complete. With Sun Kes' influence, the locker room erupted in cheers. One cannot deny that Silva's reason for joining Arsenal was indeed passionate. He could easily have stayed in Milan playing recreational football with a group of aging veterans and occasionally winning a trophy. Yet this guy chose the Premier League, and he chose Arsenal, a team without a title for 6 years. That truly earned Sun Kes' respect. His decision to join Arsenal was entirely because it was a 5-star team, coupled with the old man's promise with relatively less competitive pressure and high rewards. Sun Ke then asked Maicon, "What about you, Michael nickname?" Maicon boldly replied, "I want to win the Premier League title." Upon hearing this, teammates around him began to pat him. This guy was definitely a bit of a show-off. Sun Ke then asked Capdevila, who said, "I want to play against Barcelona and Bayern Munich in the Champions League." Before he could finish, Sun Ke quickly covered his mouth, saying, "You shouldn't say that. I would prefer to draw weaker." Sun Ke also called over Chamberlain, encouraging the somewhat shy guy to introduce himself, making the whole locker room lively. At this moment, Wenger secretly leaned over to Bolton, saying his actions make people think he is 30 years old and has been here for 10 years. The old man looked at his watch after finishing his words and realized that 11 minutes of halftime had already passed. He needed to summarize tactics, otherwise the halftime would have been wasted.